Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
I'm the one that farted on your blanket before she mailed it off. You fat.
Ayy, I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but haters is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't it, this cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, red like a speeder. Taking it deeper, and that's how it better be. Ayy, I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but haters is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't it, this cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, red like a speeder. Taking it deeper, and that's how it better be. I never let the comparison get to me. I just remember the promises meant for me. I know the enemy and that he's sent for me. I keep the blood of the lamb as my centerpiece. I cannot trust in no crystals or energy. Look at the chemistry, it do not even mix chemically. Most of the tricks, they be gimmicks, they mimic the truth. It's poison and we got the remedy. There is a bomb, apply it, the fire can stand to the tallest of giants, the tyrant and all the suppliers are scheming and lying. They selling us dreams and we buying it. Show me the chicken, I'm frying it. Show me the dough and I'm prying it. Ain't never lacking it, so what I'm packing, he taking it, he magnifying it.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it. But God did it. But you rose like the flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers.
I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. 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 Ayy. I got to drive, the bus, the truck, the gas is stuck. I ain't the one to rely on the luck. I put in work and then he show up. I know it's fake to sit in the reps, ain't no regrets, I do too much. It ain't me if you saying I stunt. He calling the place and I do what he want. This ain't a front, glory to G-O-D. It's what you could do with a mustard seed. It's what you could do when you start to believe. Take fear and you cast it inside of the sea. 100% out of me, cause he gave it all on the T when he let it bleed. So what is you saying to me? You just insecure about the love that turned me to a beast. I take a step and I ain't turning back. He made me first cause I know that I'm last. I ain't got time for no thing in the past. Learn from it first and then I react. Hands off me, don't hold me. Get it jumping like a trampoline. All truth ain't no trolling. We in good hands, no folding.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it. But God did it. But you rose like the flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers.
I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it.
Woo! Good morning, good morning. I am your host, HB2N. You are watching Gone Trucking at TheUrbanLandord on YouTube. Please hit the like button. Subscribe if you're new here. And always, if you want to help sponsor this episode, hit the Cash App, $ HB2N. I'm going to get into something real early this morning, man. Good morning to everybody, all my brothers and sisters in Christ. One of the 10 commandments is thou shalt not kill. Now me, I'm an avid gun owner. I do believe in righteous kills. Somebody tries to break in your house, yeah, you put them down. Somebody tries to steal something from you and you got the ups on them, yeah, put that nigga down. I do believe in righteous killing, but unrighteous killings, cowardly killings, should be prosecuted, and that person should serve the rest of their lives in prison. You take a life, you should lose your life. And unfortunately, in the so-called black community, we have a real issue with that. That's why I've never been afraid of the cracker. The only person I've really been worried about is a person that has the same skin color as me. I ain't worried about Hunky coming in trying to pin some murder on me or something, some bullshit. I ain't worried about the bleach demon. I already know how he gets down. But the black man, the so-called black man in America, it's the only one I've ever had issues with. I'm going to show you guys this video real quick because this is an example of headed in the right direction. Check this out. Wait, did y'all hear that little nigga crying? Did you hear? That nigga sound like Grogu. He sound like baby Yoda. Listen to him crying. Listen to that. What the hell was that? That nigga sounded like my dog, like right before she died. What the hell is that? Nigga sound like a possum that just got ran over. What the hell is that? That nigga sound like one of the Guardians of the Galaxy. What is that? Boston, absolutely, you guys can hit the link. Absolutely. Yo, did you hear that? What is that? Is that some sort of war cry or something? What the hell is that?
First at 5, a 16-year-old learns he will not be getting bail after being charged with murder. Sean Simpson is accused of killing 16-year-old Zaquavius Dawkins and also accused of trying to kill someone else Sunday night in Gastonia. Well, Simpson is now being charged under a law change which allows 16 and 17-year-olds to be charged as an adult in certain crimes. But that did not make things any easier for anyone involved today, as you just saw. As Derek Dellinger reports right now, the hearing only lasted a few minutes, but it was tough for both families.
The family of the victims of Zaquavius Dawkins, they were in court and they were quite emotional about what happened. You have to realize this is one of their first chances to see the teen accused of killing him. Sean Simpson came into Gaston County Court at points wiping away his tears as he stood before a judge. Just 16 years old, he's being charged with first-degree murder as an adult. That's as a result of a law change that went into effect in December, which allows teens his age to be charged as an adult in certain crimes. There was a realization that during this proceeding that the gravity was hitting him, a grand jury indictment that could come in the near future, and a moment that hit when a judge told him that he would not be seeing freedom anytime soon.
Court may impose a hold without bond. Court finds sufficient allegations to support the charges. Considering the relevant factors of the charges, he is ordered held without bond.
This moment is tough to watch, but it was something that Zaquavius Dawkins' family says they needed to be here for. Simpson accused of killing Dawkins Sunday night along Chester Street. Simpson also accused with attempted first-degree murder involving another victim. Dawkins' family says he was going to get medical supplies for his mother when he was killed. After Wednesday's court appearance, things were still raw for Dawkins' family.
It's affecting everybody. Even the neighborhood that he lives in, it affected everybody.
Her grandson overcoming health issues as a baby and eventually playing football at Ashbrook High School. In recent days, and even after court Wednesday, Dawkins' family could not help but tell us how kind he was.
He was sweet. He was kind. He would do anything for anybody.
Which has made this all the more tough. But there's a realization here from Dawkins' family that justice must come, even for a suspect that's so young.
He is really young, and he took an innocent life, which was a part of me. I felt bad, you know, but I mean, you know, you out here doing big boy things, and this is what's going to happen. You got to suffer the consequences.
Simpson's next court date is set for February, though we're told he could be indicted by a grand jury before then, but he will remain in jail given the charges. At the Gaston County Courthouse, Derek Dellinger, Queen City News.
Now, when I was growing up, we wasn't playing with switches. Yeah, we had guns, but I remember when we had beef with niggas, we would hand the pistols over to our mans and we would put up our dukes, man. We would put our fists up, pull our pants up, and square up. That's how we would settle things back then. Now these little niggas, they throwing switchies on it. They throwing extendos. They put a dick on it. They put the titties on it. Just so you guys know, a dick is an extended clip and the titties are 100-round drums. Pause. They not fighting no more. You can't tell me that two 16-year-olds, whatever beef that they had the result in him running down on him while he's going to get medical supplies for his mama. Mama! I'll be right back. Mama! Mama needs some insulins. Mama need the insulins. Mama! He didn't make it back, though. He did not make it back. And this, what's happening in North Carolina, this is a step in the right direction. You gotta hold these little devils. You gotta charge them as adults. He 13, 14, 15, 16. Y'all gotta realize that these little niggas is hopping off the porch at 11, 12 now. Little niggas nowadays, they got a body before they get coochie. A lot of these niggas are killers before they lose their virginity. You gotta charge them as adults. North Carolina is making the right decision. Let me show you guys something too. The irony of this. This is why murder, a lot of times, is poetic. Now, if you guys notice that hoodie he had on right there, that brand is called Denim Tears. Denim Tears. And the irony of it is while he had that denim on, getting his bail revoked, possibly spending the rest of his life in prison, the tears started flowing. See, these young niggas want to be grown men. They got to face grown men problems. Listen, as a so-called black male, you're going to be treated like a man one way or another. This ain't Baby Boy. This ain't a movie. Society ain't going to treat you like no little kid. Mama! She might treat you like a kid, but the world, nah. Soon as you turn 10 years old, they look at you as an adult. You a black man. You a black man now. Yeah, if you a white boy, you could be a boy until you about 28. But black men, nah, you a man as soon as you turn 10 years old. You a goddamn man. This is one of the reasons why I never wanted to get into any of that street activity. Not because I'm pussy or because I'm scared or something like that. Listen, if I wanted to get into that shit, I'd have probably been the best at it. Probably would have been like Big Meech, Larry Hoover, one of them niggas. But I never wanted to be in prison with a bunch of funky ass niggas. I don't like niggas like that. I never wanted to be in prison. Bunch of ugly ass guards and shit. Somebody telling me what time I gotta eat and sleep. I gotta kill my celly because this nigga's standing up to piss. Who wants to live a life like that? But you got hip hop, rap music promoting this shit to all these kids. Where you think a little dumbass nigga in North Carolina knew about that denim tears hoodie? Where you think he knew about that shit from? In the building. Look at this hoodie, man. He learned that shit from hip hop, man.
Yeah, it's a little gangster right there, man.
Little gangster, man. Ran down on somebody, man. Fuck
Yeah,
him.
he pulled that shit out and sprayed that shit up. Now it's time to sit down.
It's, it's time to, you gotta do time with the big boys. They gonna put lipstick on him in there.
Oh man, he's gonna be.
Yeah.
What city is that in? What city is that happen?
It's in North Carolina. I'm not
Okay,
sure
so,
exactly.
so he's going to Southern Penitentiary. Those are not good places to go.
Nope. Nope. And that's what these little niggas gotta understand, man. It's easy to pull a trigger, but behind them bars, you don't got a gun.
Yeah, and the thing is, he's not in a situation where he could even snitch on anybody. He's the guy that they want, so it's
Right.
over.
It's over. It's over. He can't even tell on nobody.
There's
He
no
can't.
way out. He's going to prison no matter what, forever.
Yeah, they denied bail and everything, man. And you know the crazy thing is, all this was over was some dumb shit, some school shit. This wasn't even like, oh, this dude stole drugs or he killed somebody. This was a simple fade situation. Like, I don't like you, you don't like me. Let's just fight and move on with our lives. Like when I was a kid, man, I got in so many fights, Boston, man. I can't even remember.
Shit, man.
Sometimes niggas just didn't like me for whatever reason. They just didn't like me.
Dude, I got in a fight when I was in the fourth grade for the first time ever. The first time I ever punched someone in the face was in fourth grade.
Right. That's why I'm glad to see this. This honestly needs to be implemented in all 50 states. These kids, they're not kids, man. That's the biggest thing. Once you do that, and you know what's so crazy is we, like, growing up in Detroit, everybody had guns. But we knew the consequences of it. When I was a kid, man, my mom almost kicked me out the house when she found my gun.
Yeah.
It was just, we just had guns, but nobody even thought about, oh, I want to fight somebody. Now I want to kill them because of the fight. Nobody, that shit never even crossed your mind. It was just, we grew up in Detroit. Guns was around. We would go to like abandoned neighborhoods and shoot signs and shit with them. Shoot abandoned houses with the guns and shit. Like, it was just fun. Like, but we never thought, oh, this dude got beef with me. I'm gonna pull my gun out and kill him because of some stupid, beef, like, or over some girl or
You
something.
remember that scene in The Wire where do you remember they were doing that Amsterdam the season where they had in Amsterdam, this open air drug market shit.
Yeah, yeah.
And like a kid had shot someone and killed them inside the area, and the people were pissed because they're like, yeah, we said no killing,
Right.
and then so the kid ended up turning himself in. He was like a 15-year-old kid. He walks up to the front to the desk sergeant at the Western Precinct, and he's like, "What are you here for?" He's like, I shot a nigga." And they're like, and they're like, "Why?" And he said, "He made fun of my shoes," or
Yep.
some dumb shit. And it's like, that's what this reminds me of. It's like, just like, dude, you killed somebody because he made fun of your fucking shoes.
Yep.
I'll
Just
guarantee you, it was over some dumb shit like that.
nah, it was senseless, man. It was senseless. And that's why I'm so glad, like, North Carolina just changed this law where they can charge these young dudes as adults. And I'm really happy about that, man, because this is really a step in the right direction, man. This shit is getting out of hand. It really is. Because a lot of them know, they understand too that, I might do a couple years in juvie and then I'll be out by the time I'm like 24, 25,
Even before that, usually it's 21. Usually
Yeah,
21 they get out.
yeah,
So
yeah.
if they do a shooting at 14, most of the time they're going to be out at 21 at the absolute latest.
And that shit, it just shouldn't happen like that, man.
It
It
should
shouldn't.
be. I mean, it should be. If you're going to commit first degree murder, that means we're talking about planning it, all that, not like on some spur of the moment shit. First degree murder should be automatically life with no parole or death.
I agree. I agree. I honestly think we need to bring back the what is it where they shoot you to death? What is that called?
The firing squad.
Firing squad. Yeah, I looked it up. There's only like 6 states that still have the firing squad, but
Yeah,
man,
I mean, I think the problem with that was like it was the way that they would do the firing squad is that they would line up about 12 different the shooters, the people who would do the actual killing. They'd be corrections officers, and they'd have like, but the way they would work it is they'd have like 12 guys, and they would put blanks in every single one of the guns except for one of them, and no one knew which gun the bullet was in, so no one knew who actually did the killing, so it
yeah,
wouldn't weigh on them mentally. But like, you know what I mean? Like, so like they all just heard a gunshot go off, but no one knew who actually had the bullet in their gun. They had, some of them
yeah.
had blanks, which I think is a good idea because then you never know if you actually did it. So why not bring that shit back?
Right, right. I think it's plausible deniability.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I agree. I agree. And from what I looked up, it's the most like it had 0 issues. Like when you do like the even with the electric chair or the needle, there's like there's a lot of accidents that happen with that
Yeah,
shit.
there's a lot. It's not an easy death.
Yeah, no, no, it's not an easy death. There's mishaps, complications that happen. But with a firing squad, there's never any complications. It's
Yeah,
pretty
you just
simple.
hit someone right in the chest and they're gonna be dead within a minute.
Yeah, it's pretty simple, pretty simple. But that's
Yeah.
how this shit could go. That's how this shit should go, honestly. But these kids, I don't know about putting them in the firing squad. I think they should serve the rest of their lives in prison, man.
Yeah,
Make
just
these,
natural life
yeah,
sentence for the rest of their life. However long it is that they live, they don't get out. They're in forever.
yeah. Wait, let me play. I want to get your opinion on this man's, like, what does his cry sound like to you? Listen
Yeah.
to this.
Play it one more time. Play it one more time. I didn't hear it. That's like a duck. That sounds like a duck to me.
It does sound like a
Or
duck.
like a goose, maybe a goose or something like that.
Some sort of quail.
Yeah. Like a duck. It's a duck when you shoot it in or something like that. It's a dead
Yeah.
duck.
He sound like a some sort of dying bird or something, man. I don't know what the hell. Oh man, and that's like the the most thing that's so shameful about it. It's like that's Boston, that's like another reason why I never wanted to get in the streets like that, is because I feel like I'm the type of person that could get in the streets and not have any remorse for it. And I
Yeah,
don't
I
need to.
can see that. I can see that definitely.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna be up there crying, man. I'm gonna be up there with a smile on my face.
Yeah,
That's like the saddest thing about this street shit. A lot of these dudes aren't even built for it. Like
yeah.
I would say 95% of these guys aren't even built for the streets. Honestly, they're
Uh,
pussy.
I'll be honest, man. That would probably be my reaction if I'm being completely honest.
Right,
Like
right.
honestly, it really would. Like if my life was over at that age, I probably would fucking break down. Like I don't know, man. I'm not built for that shit.
See, and that's why I remember my uncle told me that shit, man. He told me like that, like young, like never get in the streets because you would be good at it, and it kind of freaked me out. I was like, wait, what? Isn't that?
Yeah, because you don't really have the normal fear response that most people have to like those, to those things, like, which is good in a lot of ways because
Yeah,
it doesn't stop you because you can do a lot more things. Just like you just are naturally good at certain things, but it also can mess with you. Like if you're in the criminal element, it means that you can be very successful because you wouldn't have
right.
any reason not to do anything because you wouldn't have any like feelings of remorse, really, probably. You know what I
No,
mean?
no, I wouldn't have any feelings of remorse. I wouldn't be up there crying. I wouldn't feel sad about it. Like it would be in my mind, it would be a righteous killing.
Yeah,
And
yeah. They
I,
got in the game. They got in the game, and that they're part of, Omar and the Wire used to say. He's like, yeah, they. I never put my gun on anyone that wasn't in the game or whatever he
right,
used to say. So if you're in the game, man, you're hey, you get it. You get what you get.
right. And I think even with Omar, like he never, yeah, he was a queer, but he didn't feel sorrow for what the shit that
No,
he was doing.
no.
Even the police officer the fat one tried to make him feel bad about it, but he didn't feel no way about it, man. He
Yeah,
didn't.
yeah,
And that it's like, man, most of these guys, they not even built for this shit, man. Like you don't get up there and start crying. I don't care how
yeah.
old you are.
And he's got to ask himself though, what about the kid who he shot? What kind of sound did he make when you shot him in the fucking when you took his life away? You know what I
Right,
mean?
right. You ran down on them.
Yeah, like you killed him. How old was the kid? How old was he?
The kid
Like,
was 16 too.
damn, man, that's real foul shit, man.
Yeah.
16 years old.
Yep.
I mean that I mean, but at that age, you're capable of knowing right from wrong. So you should be
Oh,
tried as an
easily.
adult. You should be tried as an adult, definitely, no question
Easily.
about it.
Easily. And that's why this shit needs to we gotta stop treating these young kids like kids, man, because they're not kids. They're not kids.
Right.
At
No,
his age, I
I
was
hear you,
playing.
man.
At his age, I was playing sports, playing video games, fucking with females, like enjoying life, man. You out there killing people. You're not a kid anymore at that point.
Yeah, you lost that. You lost that whole that excuse of being able to say I'm a kid. That shit's over with.
Yeah, yeah. And
Unfortunately.
let me ask you this, Boston. If there was a job for being on the firing squad, could you see yourself doing something like that?
I think I could honestly.
Yeah,
I really would like because honestly, like a lot of the people that get the death penalty, I think a lot of times how much I would want to murder them myself. Like as
yeah,
fucked up as that sounds, like there's certain people that really do deserve to die, and like
yeah,
it's so much so to the point that I want to do it. Like some of these people who abduct and rape women and children, I want to
yeah,
kill them. Like I would kill them and I would feel nothing. You know what I mean?
yeah.
I would feel like a sense of accomplishment. So I would actually, I really would.
Yeah, see, and I feel like you're the type of person too that you're the type of person that shouldn't be in the streets either, man. And I feel
Oh,
like
no.
yeah. There's just certain types of people that could probably be very successful in the streets, but you know, morals and what we could lose is what really and I just think too, like, just knowing yourself too, like, like, I could definitely see you killing somebody and then sleeping like a baby right
Well,
afterwards.
I mean, maybe not. Like, if I killed a kid, if I say I was a teenager, right? If
Yeah.
I killed another teenager over some dumb shit, I couldn't do that and go to sleep at night. Like, I'd
Right,
be
right,
fine.
right,
But like, I
right.
mean, that's why I say, like, if I were that kid who was in the court at that age, I probably would have broken down too. Because I mean, like, I don't know how you could not, like, you're just here, you're 16 years old, you probably haven't even, you maybe have gotten pussy like twice in your life, so
Yeah.
you're done, you're never getting pussy again. That was it. So if you haven't gotten it yet, too bad, you're never getting it. I mean, that shit's enough to, but I mean, but the thing is, he should have thought about that shit way before that. Like, that just shows the short, just that's just ignorance, man, complete ignorance, like
Yeah.
pathetic ass ignorance.
Yeah. Yeah. It's really just senseless, man. And yeah, I'm just glad that they locked them up and that judge did the right thing, man, because I'm tired of these judges giving these niggas second chances and stuff. Once you take somebody's life, there is no second chance, man.
No, they don't. The person who's dead and their family don't get a second chance.
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
Yeah.
that's the thing. That's no. You can't argue with that. Like, anytime a defense attorney tries to, say that their client deserves a second chance, it's like, well, you know what? What are the opportunities of the victim to have a second chance or their entire family? Zero. So I don't see, and they can't counter that argument. Like, it's a fact that's just the facts of the matter. There's no way to. You cannot compensate someone for a death.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Yeah, nah. And now he's gonna be, I mean, they're gonna make him a prison bitch. He's gonna be somebody's bitch now.
Dude, he's not only going to be a bitch. I mean, I'd be more, honestly, with someone like that, I'd be more worried about him having to do more killings in prison, because people like that who go into prison early, for
Hmm.
life sentences, they, a lot of times, the prison, like, the gangsters and the gangs in prison give them the duties of, like, doing really, like, fucked up shit, because they already have life in prison. So it's like, all right, well, we need someone to do the stabbing on this. Let's say he joins a black gang and they need to do a stabbing on a Spanish or white guy or whatever.
Yeah.
They're gonna give it to him, because the rest of the gang, maybe they're getting out. He's never getting out, so he's the first in line. And if he doesn't do the killing, then they'll fuck him up. They
Yeah.
could kill him. So I worry for him that he's gonna do more murders in prison. That's like, and probably be a bitch as well.
Yeah, yeah. He'll probably, I mean, he's that's pretty much the only choices he has. Either, he's gonna have to, jerk guys off, or he's gonna get clapped, or
Yeah.
he's gonna have to kill somebody. So,
Yeah,
you
yeah, for
know,
sure. That's a fact. He's gonna have to make a choice, man. Not
and
a good
he looked like a small guy too. So
Yeah, it's gonna
I'm
be tough for him, man. He's got a
yeah,
tough road.
long hair and stuff. Yeah, they're
Oh man, you
probably
better cut that shit, man. I'll tell you
yeah,
what.
yeah, they're probably gonna make him, tie a little yarn on
Oh,
his
they'll be braiding that shit, man. Like,
yeah, yeah, man.
they're gonna make him. Yeah, he should shave that shit off, man, and immediately try to get some steroids and get his ass big,
Yeah, yeah,
or
yeah,
he's gonna be food.
yeah. Nah, he's definitely gonna be food, man. They're gonna be making him, shower scenes, all that, man.
Oh
They're gonna be
God! I mean, that could you imagine? I mean, that's really
yeah,
horrifying. Really, I mean, that is what nightmares are made of, right there.
yeah, yeah. I mean, he'll learn to like it though eventually. I
I
mean,
mean, that's
he learned to like killing people. He took joy in that.
yeah.
You can condition somebody to like anything. You do it enough, so.
So did he just? Is he just? He's just has been charged so far, right? He hasn't been convicted or anything. He's been charged with first degree murder, right?
Right. He's just got charged, but he did get his bail denied. So usually in those situations, they have enough evidence on you. You
Oh
know,
yeah. He's. I'm sure he probably confessed. He probably confessed.
yeah.
I
And
mean,
then
yeah.
I guess there was another person too. He tried to kill. So
Well, I mean, people that age it's very easy to manipulate them into confessing. I guarantee you, by the way, by his reaction and his guilt, it would be easy for the police to manipulate him into a confession. I bet you he's already confessed before he even asked for a lawyer.
Yeah, he's an idiot. Yeah,
He
he's
doesn't
a
know any better. He's like those Central Park Five kids. Like they confess to some shit they didn't even do because they
yeah,
pressured it. You know what I mean?
yeah. That's what, man. Ah, man. Yeah, man. He's definitely gonna be somebody's bitch, man. I'm happy. At least that's the good thing about this story. He will be able to satisfy those killers and rapists in prison,
Yeah, but I
so
mean, do you really want? Should they really be satisfied? Like, I don't think they deserve to be satisfied.
well, 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 it's kind of like a tough situation because I mean they got life in prison, and
Yeah, but they
the
probably deserve it.
yeah, yeah.
I
But
don't
it
want some fag. Sorry, some dude, one of those guys in prison. I mean,
yeah.
getting excited for this kid to come in there, man. I don't like that either.
Yeah. It is like the ecosystem in prison though. That's like another reason I never wanted to go to jail, man, because I almost feel like it's either you're doing the rape or you're getting raped. It's one
I
of
don't
the
know if
other.
it's that. I think that's a little bit extreme. I think that I think it's not as prevalent as we think. I think the way it's been explained to me as far as like people who work in prisons, that if you want to be involved in that behavior, you can, but it's not like it happens to you unless you put yourself in the position for it to happen to you. Like
Yeah.
if you go to prison and you don't fuck around and you don't get any debts, like the main reason that happens is people get indebted to other inmates for some shit, either for drugs. A lot of times they, owe money for drugs. They owe money for this or that, and then it comes down to it. They can't pay, so the person says the alternative is you gotta let me turn you out. Eventually,
Yeah.
they put the pressure on them, and they get turned out.
Yeah. Yeah. Do
But I
you
mean, if you go into prison, you know the game, and you're like, listen, I'm not taking anyone. Don't give me shit for free. I'm not owing anybody for anything. You keep your head down. I've heard at least that you're not necessarily going to get, targeted for a sexual assault.
yeah, yeah. Would you if somebody tried that to you, how would you handle it?
I mean, the only way, from what I've heard, the only way that you can respond to that, is with extreme violence. The most extreme violence that you at the time could muster up, like whatever you have, whatever is nearby that you could use as a weapon, you take them out. You know,
Wait. Say that one more time. Say that one more time.
I mean, you need to respond with the most extreme the most extreme violence that you can handle at that point. Like if you see
Yeah,
any object around that could hurt, like a razor or like a shank, you should put that right in the person's neck, and that's it. That's how you deal with that shit. So
yeah,
people will know that the next time don't come around here with that shit, or you're gonna get the same treatment.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, you're gonna have to do something because I'm not. Yeah, I'm not going.
Yeah,
I
because
much rather.
if you don't respond like that, then other people are going to think that you're that you're
Yeah,
food. So
yeah.
you got to show them you're not food and you're not playing around. I mean, when it comes to that shit, you're not fucking around. You'll kill somebody. You got to let
What
them
if
know.
the Aryan Brotherhood like approaches you and say, hey Boston, we'll protect you from these savage blacks in here if you join the Brotherhood. What's your
The
response?
thing is this: if you're in let's say you're a California, let's say you're in the California the system, like the California prisons, whatever, maximum security, one of those prisons. You pretty much have to join some sort of gang. Like it's very difficult to, like, if you're white, it's so segregated in California that if you're white, you do everything with white people. You cellmate as a white person. You eat. You sit at the same table with white people. The races do not mix whatsoever. So whether or not
Right.
you join, like you're an official member, you ride with your color. So if like shit jumps off, you jump off with your side, and if you don't jump off, there's
Yeah,
consequences. If you see another white guy getting jumped by a black or two black guys, if you don't jump in and help him, then you're going to be food. That's
Yeah.
I swear to God, that's the way it works in California at least.
So you would join the
I
brotherhood.
mean, I wouldn't. I'm not saying you don't necessarily have to join, but you have to back up your own kind there, or you're gonna be targeted and get your ass kicked, or you're gonna get stabbed.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
just like for example, if you were in prison and you saw a black guy getting jumped by two white guys or two Mexicans, and you didn't help him, you would be food.
yeah. No, no, no. That's a fact. I would definitely join either the GDs or the Nation of Islam, either
Yeah, well,
or
yeah,
the Muslim.
the Nation of Islam is a good one because you don't really have to do any violence in that. So that's why
Yeah,
a lot of people choose that one because it's easy to be a member of that. You don't have to like do any foul shit to become a member of that, that group.
you
You
just
do
gotta.
get protected. Like people don't fuck with those guys really too much in prison.
Yeah, you just gotta read a lot of books and shit.
Yeah, I mean you got to wear that shit
Pray.
on your head and like do all
Yeah,
that other shit. But hey, man, it's better than having to stab people and shit.
yeah, yeah. Or shiv somebody,
Yep.
or or raping somebody too. You know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that they would ask you to do that. Like, but I mean,
You never know. You never know. I
I
don't
mean, I
know.
guess anything is there's nothing new under the sun. So
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
it's a
yeah.
possibility. I mean, I would hope that they wouldn't be wanting you to rape anybody because that's kind of gay, on their part.
Well, I think if they're doing it to send a message, I don't know if it's
No,
necessarily.
it's still pretty, yeah, no.
What if it's like for get back or something?
Well,
Like somebody.
the message is that you're gay if you do that. That's the message you send.
Well, you wouldn't be gay as the raper. It's more like
No,
you're
no, no. I'm
you're.
saying if you're the person who's doing the raping to send a message, the only message you're sending is that you're a gay man.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
I mean
But yeah, I
that's the
mean,
message.
but I mean, if your gang is forcing you to do that, I wouldn't consider you a queer necessarily,
Yeah,
or
but I mean, and what way are they forcing you to do it? I mean, I don't see how that's even possible. How could they force you? I mean, even if they said they were going to kill you, how could you perform that act? I mean, how could you possibly do it? I don't see how you could do it.
I mean, when your life is on the line, there's a lot that you not,
Well, but
like. Have you ever?
how are you gonna get how are you gonna perform on a male?
You ever see those moms who like their kid gets stuck under a car or something, and then they
Oh
just
yeah,
they
yeah,
yeah
yeah. They
you
have like superhuman strength and shit.
right, right,
I
they
mean,
move the whole car.
yeah, they lift the car up with just their bare hands and shit.
Yeah, yeah, it
I
can, you
mean,
never know,
yeah,
man.
I guess that's a possibility. I mean, I would hope that you still would, but you know,
Yeah.
I mean, I guess adrenaline it can make you do pretty much anything, really.
Yeah, 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 yeah. You just never know, man. You never know.
Well, I mean, I'll just say this: I hope that kid, I'm just going to call him the duck because he sounds like a duck. I hope that he doesn't get abused too bad. Like, I mean, I want him to get abused, but not like overboard. You know what I mean? Like, he should pay for what he
Yeah,
did, do enough abuse to pay for what he did. I don't
yeah,
know how much that is, but whatever amount that is, that's what I think should happen to him.
yeah, 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 yeah. No, I honestly, I do think, for me, Boston, black on black, crime like that, senseless crime like that. I do wish the worst for these types of people, man,
Yeah.
because it's we are all a part of the human race, but we do have these subcultures, and I just feel like it's already you already got to deal with the stigmas and the stereotypes and the bigotry. So
Yep.
for another black man to senselessly kill another black man, I honestly wish the worst for that person.
So how bad do you think he should get it?
No, I think he needs to get. I think he needs to service the whole jail. I want to see him. I want to see him turn into a prison bitch, man. I
But
want him.
that's a little bit. Don't you think that's kind of extreme?
Nah, for what he did, man. Like he took somebody's baby away from him for nothing. Like
Yeah.
just for a. I mean, I could see if the dude like raped his mom or something, but it was over. It was over nothing. It was over shit talking. It's like the shit that we
Can we
talk
find
online.
out? Can we find out what really it was like? What really caused this? Why did he really do it? Like, maybe he had a good reason. Like, maybe if the dude, like, like, I mean, is there any way we can figure it out what it was? What it was
Well,
over?
well, the trial is still going on, so we'll know more. But
Okay, so
from
yeah, they're not going to release the details yet, right?
right. But from what I'm looking at is the guy that he killed. I mean, he was a football player. He wasn't some.
Yeah, he wasn't a
He
piece of
wasn't
shit. Yeah, he wasn't a piece of shit.
right. He wasn't in the streets either. Like he
Yeah.
wasn't. There are guys who are like if you know about that guy in Philly, the OTM or OTV Joker.
OT the real or what?
No, OTV Joker. OTV Joker.
Who's
He
that?
was in the streets. He was like in the streets.
I never heard of that person. Who's that?
Oh man, yeah. There was this guy in Philly. Let me see if I can find a picture of him. This guy in Philly. Uh, he was like a rapper, but Joker OTV. Yeah, there we go. Joker OTV. He was a rapper, but he was also a high school basketball player. But
Mm-hmm.
this guy, they're saying that this guy had like 6 bodies.
Oh,
So
shit.
he put out some music and shit, basically taunting his ops. And they ran down on him the next day he was with his mom in the morning, and they ran down on him while his mom was taking him to school. And
Mm-hmm.
they shot the shit out of him, man. The video's all online and stuff. His name
Yeah.
is Noah Scurry.
They posted video online of the shooters.
No, just him laying in the streets and like
Oh, shit.
his dad like crying over his body. It was kind of funny though, cause his legs were crossed in the video, like of
Yeah.
him laying on the ground. Yeah, it was kind of funny. Like they really did him filthy, man. They dropped they emptied the clip on him, man. They stood over him right in front of his mom too. So
Damn, man.
guys like that, I just feel like they chose that life, and that's what comes with it.
Yeah, I can't feel too bad for him because I mean, you're saying he had 6 bodies. I mean, at that
Yeah.
point, man, you're in all the way. Like there's
Oh,
no,
matter of fact, he's the one. They're saying that he's the one that's responsible for killing Gilly the kid's son.
no. Are you serious? He's the one. He's the one
Ye-
who really.
Yeah. So I've been listening to his music, and he basically put it out in one of his songs
Yeah,
that he
that's what
did
they
it.
do, man. These
Yeah,
Philly cats are crazy, man. Like gangsters
yeah,
in Philly are some of the craziest ones, man.
yeah. And the way Philly is too, it's really easy to run down on somebody, man. They don't
Yeah,
have
people
like
get killed there all the time. Like
yeah.
every day, people get killed there. Like it's like that's probably one of the most dangerous places you could live. That's like Detroit, Chicago, same thing, basically.
Oh yeah, Claris. Yeah. I've listened to some of his music too. Yeah, they caught him in traffic though. The Mr. Disrespectful guy. Yeah, they caught him in traffic.
Yeah, man.
Um, yeah, they did him dirty. They said it was like a real young kid that did him in too. Like the dude was like 13 that killed him. So yeah,
Jesus Christ.
yeah. No, that's why I part of me does want the violence to stop, but at the same time, a lot of these guys do deserve exactly what happens to them. And
Yeah,
I don't think this kid is the same way, just because I've seen it so many times. And I really do believe this was over something petty. This wasn't some street shit. Plus, it's like a small town in North Carolina. Like it's not some major city type shit, man. Like where you got generations of people killing each other. We got to get back and all this other bullshit.
it's
Yeah,
probably over a bitch, man. I bet you it's over a bitch.
that's 9 times out of 10. That's exactly what it's about, man.
Just think about it. What else would give a kid that age the emotional like a reason to actually go and run down and murder somebody besides some
Yeah.
bitch. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
that's what I'm thinking, man.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's how it goes though, man. That's definitely how it goes. Now, Boston, I did want to talk about this story, man. So, there's this woman who just beat the world record. Her name is Bonnie Blue. Let me pull up a
Okay.
picture of her real quick. Hold on, because you are a father, and
Yeah.
let me pull up a picture of her real quick. Um, and allegedly you are a great father. Allegedly,
Yeah. Allegedly. Yeah.
allegedly. I mean, you don't buy your kid any Christmas presents, but
Well,
I
I
mean,
do. I mean, I do.
I thought you said you don't buy kids,
Well,
you don't buy her.
I pay for them. I pay for them.
Yeah, 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 but you don't
I
you
don't
don't
go to the store and buy the toys myself, but I mean that's what I have my wife for.
yeah, yeah. I mean, what kind of guy wants to buy his daughter a
Yeah, some like.
Christmas present?
Well, I mean, hey, I'm just paying for the shit. I mean, hey,
Yeah,
I mean
yeah,
it's easier to go to the store than work than work for the shit. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah. No, that is true. It's a waste of time. I mean, just
It's
So
just your daughter. Yeah.
what do you think about this chick right here?
Let
She
me
kind of
see.
cute.
Let me take
Kind
a
of
look at
cute.
her.
Yeah, a little blonde, a little dirty
I,
blonde.
I mean, that's too like artificial. I can't tell what that. I mean, what is that a real person?
Yeah, yeah. That's a real girl. That's a
I
real
mean,
chick.
it's like that photo has been airbrushed. So like I don't know what she really looks like. I feel like that's all fake shit. Like the
No,
skin is
that's
not.
that's that's
That's
her.
what
I
you're
mean,
telling me. That's what her face looks like. Is that
yeah,
even a
yeah.
is that a guy or is that a, I
No,
mean,
no, 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 no. That's a naturally born female.
let
I've
me see
checked.
her. Let me see her whole body. Can you see? Can I see her whole body?
Hold on. Give me one second. Give me one second. Hold on. Give me one second. Let me get a good picture for you. Let me get a. Uh. Okay, there we go. There we go. This is a better picture. Yeah, this is a better picture.
Let me
This
see.
might. Yeah. Give me one second. Okay. She's pretty. I mean, so you're not sure if this is a trans or not.
Well,
That's
I got to
that's
be. I mean, these days you can never be sure until you really, see it.
yeah, yeah. No, that
I
that
mean,
is so true.
I got to see a little bit closer up. I mean, like her body, make sure everything's proportional.
Yeah. So this is another picture of her right here. This is
I mean, I mean, she's all. I guess she's she's all right. I mean, she looks a little bit strange.
yeah, yeah. Well, she is Australian, so that might be
Oh,
part
okay.
of it.
Yeah, she does look like an Australian broad, to be honest with you.
Yeah, little Aussie girl.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, she's got her outfit's decent.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Who is this? Who is this
Well,
person?
Bonnie Blue claims she managed to have sex with
Oh yeah, yeah,
1,057
yeah. I know this bitch. I've heard her before. Yeah.
1,057 men in 12 hours, apparently beating previous record holder Lisa Sparks, who slept with 919 men in a day in 2004. So this woman just beat the world record, 1,057 men in a day. She
I
just
mean,
beat the world.
is it documented? Like, do we have
Yeah,
proof?
yeah, 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 yeah. Apparently everything was recorded. Um, and yeah, she just
Damn,
beat the world record.
that would be as a father. I cannot tell you how disappointing that would be.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, is there anything in you that would be a little bit proud of her that she like beat a world that she
Fuck,
beat a world
no
record?
way.
That she,
Fuck that shit. I don't give a fuck. She
I
would
mean,
be. She would not. I would not speak to her for 10 years at least.
I mean, she beat a world record though.
I don't give a
One thousand.
fuck about a world record.
Ah, come on, man.
She fucked how many guys she fucked?
1,057 guys in
Okay,
24 hours.
that
It's
is
24
just
hours.
absolute. I mean, by the time they reach like 500, I mean, like, oh my god.
Yeah. If that's about 45 men per hour that she had sex
Oh
with.
my god.
Yeah. For,
Where did they get the men? Like, where did the men come from?
they pretty much off the street.
Oh man, they
That's
didn't bust. They didn't hit it raw, did they?
I think they all did use a condom.
Yeah, they better have.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, because that would be. I mean, I couldn't even imagine.
Yeah,
I mean,
about
Jesus.
45 men an hour. And she beat the world record 20 in 24 hours. Slept with that many men. I
So,
don't,
but let me ask you though. So, did each one of them, bang her completely until they nutted, or what? Or like
well,
what?
well, I'm gonna watch the video for research purposes just to find
Yeah,
out. But from what I'm finding, what I'm hearing is, some of the guys just jerked off on her because they were so disgusted.
yeah, they should be. They should be
Yeah,
just.
yeah. So
I mean, but
you
that
know,
I mean, so she was getting pounded and jerked off on. Um,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Jesus Christ, that must be pretty bad, man. To say I'm not even gonna, hit that. I'm not even gonna be part of this because I guess this is I just can't do it. Like
yeah,
that's pretty.
yeah.
That's got to be. So this bitch, why does she think that this is gonna be something that's gonna be good for her? Because this is just gonna label her the biggest whore of all time.
Yeah, I don't know. I can read this little article.
Yeah, let's hear what that's to
Okay.
say.
All right. So Bonnie Blue has spoken out about the logistics behind sleeping with 1,000 men in a day, as she claims to have broken a world record. The controversial adult star has left people utterly perplexed with her extreme stunt. Just days after fellow OnlyFans creator Lily Phillips said she was in training to hit the same milestone. Bonnie claims she managed to have sex with 1,057 men in 12 hours. Wow, 12 hours. Apparently beating previous record holder Lisa Sparks, who slept with 919 men in a day in 2004. The shocking revelation comes after Bonnie sparked controversy last year for bragging about having sex with barely legal teens during her Schoolies and Freshers campaign, where she targets consenting students to film sex videos for her page. The star was even branded a predator by some critics as they questioned whether the young men taking part fully understood the potential consequences of their digital footprint. She was reportedly banned from Fiji and Australia over visa concerns, but it hasn't stopped the 25-year-old from Nottingham who took to social media to boast about her latest stunt. She thanked the barely legal and all the husbands who took part, but also said she would have struggled if the 12-hour event had continued the way it was going. Detailing the logistics behind such a marathon, Bonnie PR told The Sun she slept with 1,057 people. As she hit 1,000, there was still 57 left in the queue who Bonnie wanted to pleasure before ending the 12-hour day. However, if you break it down, there are 720 minutes in 12 hours, so it means her claims are valid. Each man would have had less than 60 seconds with the star. In the video, alongside Josh Lee Spooner, the adult star revealed she feels fine after allegedly sleeping with over 1,000 men. However, Bonnie claimed, I think if it continued how it did for the first 3 or 4 hours, I would have struggled. She noted how the room was full and all the men participated were like a rotating circle. Wow. In a separate video, the model joked about having glowing skin after allegedly breaking the world record and said, "This is what my face looks after taking 1,000 men less than 12 hours ago." Wow. So Boston, you were there, a part of this. What was it like? As
I
one of the
mean,
thousand one of the 1,000 men.
I mean, I was at the very beginning, so you know, it wasn't that. It was like I was like I was the first one, you know.
Wow, wow.
So it probably went downhill from there. But I mean, you know, I mean, I hit it first.
Yeah, yeah. You just smoked a cigarette afterwards.
No, I don't smoke. I just
Okay,
yeah.
okay. Wow, wow. Yeah, man. I think I think this is just gonna keep getting out of control. I think eventually some woman is gonna try to do something insane, like she's gonna try to do like 10,000 men in a day, and she's gonna die in the attempt. I think
Is there
that's where
like
we're headed.
is it actually hazard? Like, could a person die? Could someone be fucked to death?
Well, there was. I remember back in the day, there was a guy who had sex with a horse, and he died.
Oh man. Well, I mean, yeah. That I mean, that he kind of deserved it, really.
Yeah. Apparently, he saw a woman having sex with a horse, and then he wanted to attempt it, and the
Oh,
horse, yeah, the
Jesus
horse,
Christ.
yeah, the horse fucked him to death. So,
No, I
yeah,
mean,
I
I'm
do.
talking about like as far as a female, if she takes enough dick, can she actually die from it?
I, you know, we're gonna have to see. I do think there's a potential. It probably could happen.
Do we have any doctors watching right now? Any like in the medical field?
Yeah. Richard said probably if she loses too much fluid. I could see that. I
So
could definitely
okay,
see
so
that.
so right, I guess okay, so yeah, so she would lose some fluid. Um,
Yeah.
so I bet you this chick had to drink a lot of water during the throughout the
Right.
day, to stay
Right.
hydrated and all that. Um,
Right.
but I mean, I could see someone like getting overheated and then having a heart attack,
Yeah.
something like that
Yeah. Yeah. Easily. Easily. Like she would probably need to see the doctor beforehand and
before and during and after probably too.
yeah. Yeah.
And
I
she's
mean,
probably on drugs as well. I bet you, there's got to be drugs involved.
there would have to be. There would have to
Yeah.
be. Probably at least sniffing coke.
Yeah,
Probably.
at the very least.
Yeah. Girls like to sniff coke a lot, so
Or ecstasy,
yeah, oh yeah, X. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. I kind of want to see this video just for research purposes, just to
Yeah, just for research purposes. I actually would like to see it too,
yeah,
just for the a journalistic
yeah, yeah.
standpoint.
Let me see if I can find her. Uh, Let me see if I can find her OnlyFans page. Let's see. Bonnie Blue. Let's see. All right, so I'm on her Instagram page. She only has 71,000 followers on her IG.
That's kind of sad.
Yeah, it is. It is kind of sad. Like you would think she would have way more.
Yeah, like a million or something. That's what I
Yeah.
was thinking.
Oh, okay, okay. No, okay. So on this other one, she has 300,000. All
Okay,
right.
that's better.
Okay. Wow, so you can subscribe for free. What the hell?
Damn.
Uh, hold on. All right. Oh, okay, okay, okay. So it's $9 for 28 days. Damn, she's only selling her shit for $9.
Yeah, that shit should be
So
like $50 or something like that, man.
easily, easily. So, hold on a second. So this is on her OnlyFans. I'm gonna read it. You may know me as the girl who slept with over 1,000 men, or the girl who got kicked out of Australia for fucking everyone's son, but you have never had the chance to really know me until now. Since starting OnlyFans, I've never chat on this platform, but I realize there's a lot of men on here that want to get to know me on a more personal level, so why not? This is the only account I will ever speak on, so if you want to get to know me more, you're in the right place. Why is it, yo, it has her, di- why is it saying that she's only 3 miles away from me? What the hell is that about? Hold on a second.
Maybe from. I mean, where are you right now?
I'm actually in Alabama right now, so I'm
Oh
pretty sure
shit!
she's,
You're right. You're right next door, man.
Yeah, I'm actually headed back to Mississippi too,
I'm
but
actually down. I'm down south. I'm in South Mississippi right now.
okay. Is it foggy out there too?
Yeah, it's foggy as fuck, man. This morning when I was
Yeah.
driving, man, I damn near, dude. Let me ask you, do you have any issue with deer? Do you see a lot of fucking deer?
Oh yeah.
Dude, I swear to God, man, like I've almost like I honestly think that they should eradicate all deer because I nearly have been killed by a fucking deer in the street.
Yeah. I kind of, when I
Well, you have
first
a
started.
see, the thing is your truck, your truck is big enough that you'll just run them completely over. My
Yeah,
car,
yeah.
it would come through my fucking windshield. You know what I mean?
Yeah, especially if they're like the bucks or something. Yeah, you got
Yeah,
to be
yeah,
careful, man.
exactly. Yeah.
You got to be careful. I if I were you in that situation, don't swerve, just try to hit the brakes as fast as you can.
I mean, dude, I
Um,
honestly at night, depending on if I'm on one of those like roads that's not a like a freeway, if I see any deer, anyways, I'll slow it down to about 45 because I'm not getting killed over a fucking stupid ass deer.
yeah. And then too, like if you see one, you better believe there's
Dude,
more
I'm
around.
telling you, man, I was coming back from Starkville a couple of weeks ago, which is about like a 2 hour drive, and there's this one place it's called the Natchez Tress expressway or whatever, but
Hmm.
it's like a road, and I came so close to hitting a deer. I'm telling you, I was going 70 miles an hour. The shit, like I thought I was dead. Like I barely fucking missed it. Like it was literally like an inch. And after that point, I was like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna start hunting these motherfuckers."
Yeah. That's why I really can't wait to like live out in the country like this, man. Cause I'm gonna be taking these deer. I'm gonna be popping these deer,
Dude, you
man.
should, dude. If you saw, dude, where I live, man. We own like I own a huge piece of land that is perfect for hunting. Like my whole family, my my father-in-law, my brother-in-law, they go hunting like almost every weekend in this one area that we have, and
Hmm.
they're even my little nephew is he's has like 7 or 8 deer like bodies on his belt under his belt already.
Wow. Yeah, man. I was kind of against killing deer, but now,
Yeah, me
like,
too, man. Me too. Until that happened to me, I didn't think I could really want to partake in it, but now I do.
yeah. I'm kind of the same way now, man. Like, I don't mind shooting a deer too.
Like they're
Like,
overpopulated. I mean, there's no
yeah,
reason why anyone's life or like vehicle should be risked for some
yeah,
stupid ass fucking deer.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm ready to kill some
Yeah,
animals
I'll
too,
take
man.
definitely. I'll blast a fucking deer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's like, I think that's the biggest difference between like black and white people too. Like I feel like as men we all kind of have that bloodlust, but white guys know how to be a lot more like uh productive or constructive with their bloodlust. They just go out hunting. They don't go kill other white people.
Well, I mean, there's there are a
There's
lot of the
some.
white killers that only they hunt people like for sport.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you do have some serial killers out
Yeah,
there,
but
white guys.
I know what you mean. But
Right.
overall, yeah, overall,
Overall,
yeah,
overall,
yeah. You have
overall.
a point. Yeah, you definitely have a point.
And I feel like that's the thing that a lot of black men are missing is like we don't have that outlet to go kill something. And I feel like
Yeah,
it's almost like innate in all men where you want to be like a shark in a way,
right.
And I feel
You
like
want to feel that um you want to feel that thing that you feel like when
yeah,
take your
yeah.
life.
Take a life, or sometimes you could translate it into like the business world, or guys in the military where they just have this desire to like dominate or kill something. That's why even in prison, the guys that rape guys and stuff, like I don't even know if it's necessarily all about them just being gay as it is more like you just want to dominate something,
I
like
mean, I think they are definitely gay, but I think I think it also has to do with something else like what you're talking about. But I think they being gay is definitely part of the equation.
yeah, no, you're probably right. Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, it is pretty gay, but
it
yeah,
is. It
yeah,
is. Very
Yeah,
good.
but yeah, nah, I gotta get out here and kill some of these. I do want to do some hog hunting, but I wouldn't mind killing some deer at this point now
Dude,
too.
we have in my like honestly like in the land that I own where we go hunting, we use shotguns too. We shot and that's the bad. I love hunting with shotguns. Um,
Yeah,
like for the most part we use shotguns because you're relatively like not too far away from the deer when you sneak up on them and you just blast them. But it's fun as fuck, man. It's fun.
yeah.
I mean, you get
So
to
you
hear the
you've actually killed some deer out there then.
yeah, yeah.
Wow, wow, Boston. Look at Boston. Wow. Well, I'm happy for you, man, because I know if you weren't able to take that out
Yeah,
on
it was
those
just a matter
deer,
of time.
yeah, there would be young black women just missing all in Mississippi,
Unfortunately, I
man.
have to agree with you.
Yeah. So yeah, man. I feel like that's what a lot of young black men are missing, man. They just need that outlet to kill, Like I
Yeah,
get
man.
it. That's why, everybody loves playing Call of Duty. Everybody loves, playing those types of games where you just run around with guns and kill people. Even like GTA and shit. People, I mean, I feel like we do have that bloodlust as men that
Yeah,
you
it's a
gotta,
fact. It's a
you
fact.
know, you know, is you gotta get it out of there somehow, some way.
Well, let me ask you: do you think that if you had had the opportunity to hunt, then you would have, not done the things that you've done?
Honestly, yeah, probably.
Yeah, I mean,
Probably.
that's crazy, man. Because like a lot of lives could have been saved.
Yeah, no, seriously. I pray all the people that I've ended, I
Yeah,
luckily I got away with it, but I mean,
yeah. Well, we'll knock
you
on
know,
wood. Knock on
yeah,
definitely knock on
yeah,
wood.
yeah, yeah, there is no statute of limitations on
Yeah, so
that.
you,
So
you keep that under wraps, man.
yeah, but I mean, to be fair though, most of them were like
Yeah,
hookers, so
prostitutes, like
yeah,
streetwalkers.
streetwalkers,
No
so
one really cares about them, anyways. So.
yeah, nobody cares.
I
Nobody's
wouldn't
gonna
even I
look.
wouldn't even really call it killing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that's how I looked at it. I
That that
looked at
that's
it.
the- that's the way that's the way that serial killers they set that they say the exact stuff like that. They like you can't even really call that killing.
No, I thought I was really just the way I looked at it. I was putting them out of their misery, honestly, man.
That's what they
Like,
say. Like, that's exactly what they say. Like I was doing society a favor,
yeah, no, I really was. These women are out here spreading diseases, and
dude.
they they hate themselves, man. These women selling their
Yeah,
ass on the side. I was doing society a favor, man. It was a calling, but
yeah,
I do have a little sympathy now because
yeah,
you start hearing the stories about these women, and a lot of them didn't have very good upbringings, and you know
yeah.
like this woman right here. I mean, just think about that. What what kind of upbringing do you think she had to
I
get
mean,
to this point?
probably a pretty poor upbringing. I would assume
Yeah,
that like her parents probably did the worst things, like everything you're not supposed to do when raising a child. That's probably
yeah.
what they did, and they should
Now
be paid.
now her only oh my god, this guy's got flip flops on. Oh my god, yo, I fucking hate seeing truckers with flip flops on.
Oh
Oh
yeah,
my god.
that's definitely
Oh
not
my
good.
god. It fucking pisses me off, man. Oh god. Oh well, he's African. Okay, that makes more sense. All
Yeah,
right.
yeah. He's a tether.
Yeah. Hold on one sec.
Yeah. See, family, these tethers. They want to be part of. They want to be us, but they can't be us, man.
Nah. They like to pretend, but they can't be us, man. We can spot them a mile away, man. They're flip
Yeah,
flops with no socks on. Like, bro, what the hell?
I
Those
bet you
fuck.
if you confronted me, he'd start tether babbling you to death.
Like, bro, put some fucking shoes on. At least if you're not gonna put some boots on, at least put some shoes on, man. God damn.
Yeah, An
Ah,
African?
oh my God. Yeah, Stanley. That's how I used to feel. I used to feel like Dexter, honestly. Yeah, yeah, Stanley. That's the thing. Like, bro, being a trucker it is very dangerous at some points, man. So you do not want to be out here with fucking flip flops on, man. You could cause an accident with those goddamn flip flops on. And it's just not professional either, man. Like, god damn, this shit pisses me off, man. I hate seeing that shit. Fucking Africans, man. But yeah. So the OnlyFans is only $9. It's $9. What do you think? What do you think, Boston?
I mean,
Should I?
I mean, it's a one-time charge.
Yeah, one-time charge. One-time charge. I'll be able to have access to it. Should I buy the OnlyFans and describe it to the people?
Um, you said describe it to the people. I mean, yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know. It's your call. I mean, obviously, but
yeah,
I think it could be of use to it could have some educational value.
yeah.
So I
What,
give
what you
you
got?
yeah.
What you guys think in the chat? This girl's OnlyFans page is $9. Um, should I buy the OnlyFans and describe it to the people? What do you guys think? What do you guys think?
I mean,
Nine
that's a yes. That's a yes, man, for sure.
$9, man. $9.
It could
Now this one.
someone should donate the money though for it.
No, I mean if you guys want to donate, I'll definitely do it. But you guys have
Listen,
donated enough.
I'll match. I'll match. If someone in the chat puts up 450, I'll put up the other 450.
You know,
Come on,
I
come on,
do
guys. Come on, guys.
I do appreciate you guys. It's you know, I'm doing this for you guys. Like I
Yeah,
don't want to.
this is This is journalism, guys.
Yeah. I don't. It's not like I want to see this
Yeah,
girl. You know,
exactly. We
I
know you
don't.
don't want to see it.
Yeah. No, this is sick. I just want
Right.
to describe it for Stanley because
Yeah,
this is Stanley's type right here. He likes these he likes
yeah.
these type of white women.
He
So
does like white women. Yeah.
yeah, he likes them. Yeah, yeah.
I
But
mean,
I do.
I like white women too, but I mean, I draw the line. I draw the
Yeah.
line.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, 1,057. She broke a world record, man.
Yeah,
I almost.
she probably broke. You know what? I bet you that box is destroyed permanently.
No, it would have to be at this point.
I mean,
One
like that.
thousand fifty-seven.
Jesus Christ! It's never going to be the same. I mean, she'll never be able to. You know,
Yeah.
wow. It's gonna be like a tunnel.
But how many black guys do you think it was?
That's a good question. I wonder how many. I mean, like it probably was enough to. I mean, it depends. I mean, I assume that it was mostly other porn stars that participated. Probably mostly porn stars, right?
No. It's so the way she does it, it's actually all her fans, all of her subscribers.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's nice of her at least.
Yeah. These are all regular guys. That's why she did this whole campaign with like sleeping with like her kind of claim to fame when she was like sleep with like the guys who can't get any pussy. Like
Oh, so like some pity pussy type.
yeah. So she was like she would basically be doing a public service like for all
Yeah,
the
for like
for
the
all the
incels and shit.
yeah. She was like the incel queen where she would only fuck incels, big fat, socially awkward guys who
Yeah,
she took a lot of guys' virginity, man. She took a lot of guys' virginity.
yeah, man. Well,
So
that's good. I mean, hey, man, without her, there would be a lot of guys that have never, gotten anywhere near it. Like,
yeah,
so I mean,
yeah.
I respect the effort on her part.
Oh yeah. I think she's gonna definitely have like a special place in hell
Yeah, she will.
when
She will.
it's all
Definitely.
said and done. a
Yeah.
special place. I think Satan will definitely.
She's a special type of whore.
Yeah. A giving whore, a whore with a heart. You
She's
know.
a heart of gold. She
Yeah,
has.
yeah. A harlot with a heart. You know, it is a special thing, man. You know.
Yeah. I mean, she's still going to hell, but
Yeah.
you know.
I yeah. That's why, man, having a daughter is it's got to be a mind fuck, Boston. I don't.
Yeah, well, I mean, my daughter is she's about to turn 4, so that's
Yeah.
she's very very young. So like, I mean, I don't know, man. I'm kind of hoping like she's like gets married like right out of high school or something. Like
I mean, that would be the best case
I
scenario,
I want her to
right?
meet a nice Southern white man who's got good
Yeah.
values, and becomes has I mean, well, she's gonna have plenty of money, but
Yeah.
I want he'll have a wealthy family too, and then I won't have to worry about her going to college and dealing with all that shit because things
Yeah.
in college is where it goes down.
I know. Isn't that so weird, man? Like it's like you want your daughter to be able to take care of herself, but then at the same time, like going to college for women, honestly, it's usually like a death sentence for them, man. Like that's
Yeah,
where they're like the most whores. Like I
yeah.
knew I knew most girls in high school, they were not fucking like that, man. Like not for real. And if
No,
they
I did.
were,
It was rare. Like most girls in my high
yeah,
school, man. Like not too many of them had even like lost their virginity yet, man.
yeah, yeah,
Like,
no,
I mean,
seriously.
like
It
I
was
mean, a
once they
lot of
got
them
to
had, but
college.
like a lot of the average. I think your average freshman, I mean, senior in high school at my high school did not lose their virginity. The females, at least, the men mostly
Yeah,
did, but not the females.
yeah. It was mostly once they got to college though,
In
that's
college,
when
though, it was within a couple of days, like or weeks,
yeah.
it was over.
Yeah, it's usually that first week they would lose it,
I
Like
mean, dude, when I was a freshman in college, I was in a dorm with 2,000 other freshmen. It was co-ed dorm, and that was the best place that I've ever lived.
yeah, bro.
I have to say,
It was, bro, there was some nights in my freshman year in college, bro, there was some nights where a girl would come to my dorm room, I would fuck, and then I would go to another girl's dorm room. That happened to me multiple nights, man. Like I would literally fuck one girl, take a shower, and go fuck another girl in the
yeah,
same night.
I never did that. I mean, I had that happen where um, I think I got head from a girl and then I fucked another girl, but I never actually banged two girls in the same night, two different ones.
Yo, wait, Ignis said this is Be Brave's daughter. Fellas, stay in your daughter's lives. I don't know about, is that true? I don't know if that's
That's a
true.
little far
Like
fetched, but
yeah, I don't know if that's she kind of does look like Be Brave a little bit. I don't think that's his daughter though, man.
no,
I don't think that's
maybe,
hers.
maybe,
They do have the same eye color though. It's a possibility. They
yeah.
kind of do. Well, I didn't uh I didn't get any cash apps, but you know what, you guys? I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna get this OnlyFans for you guys.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
$9. Yeah. Oh, it's on sale too. Wait, hold on a second. Hold on a second, cause she's got like two of them. So one is free, and then the other one is $9. So I'm gonna subscribe to the free one first. Let me see the free one first. All right. Okay, I gotta sign up for OnlyFans. All right. Give me 1 second, you guys. Mike from Boston at yahoo.com. Okay.
Yeah.
Uh.
Definitely not my email address.
Oh, okay. I see. Oh, wow, Boston, you were spot on. Okay, now I see what's going on. So her content so her page is free, but you have to pay for each.
Each individual thing.
Right. Okay, I see what's going on. Okay, so now you were spot on. To to watch this. 1,057 men took me 12 hours, but this is an entire 14-hour day of fucking condensed into this video bundle. I shared my live location on social media and told people if they found me, they can fuck me. Before I knew it, I had hundreds of guys lined up down the
Oh
street,
my
all waiting
God.
for their turn to fuck my holes. Wow, she said holes.
Oh my God.
Do you like how it
Jesus.
takes everyone's cock? Do you like how I take everyone's cock in these videos at freshers, or do you think you could do more damage? Okay.
Oh
So
man.
this is actually $47.99, you guys.
Okay,
So
that's way too much.
yeah, yeah. I mean, $50 to watch a world record being
I mean,
broken though.
if everyone wasn't so goddamn broke, like, and they would match me, I'd pay for half of the shit.
Yeah,
Someone could match me,
yeah,
but like, you got some broke ass motherfuckers in the chat. You know what I mean?
yeah. All right. You guys, listen, man. You guys have supported this channel, this page. You guys have
Yeah.
all,
How about
sent
this, man?
me.
I'll split it with you, man. I'll split it with you.
Boston, are you serious, man?
No, I'll give you what you said. It was $50.
It's $47.99.
Okay,
You really want to?
I'll send you $25, man.
All right, Boston. If you're listen, if you're gonna send me $25,
All right, yeah, I'm gonna send it to you right now. I'm gonna send it to you right now.
all right. I'm a cop it then, man. I'm about to watch this, guys, for you. I'm gonna give you the rundown of what I see. Just give me 1 second.
But I get to watch it. I mean, you get to send me the link so I can see it too. Obviously.
Well, hold on. I don't know if I can send you the link though. But I think what I can do is I can record it. I can do
Yeah,
like
yeah. Let's do that.
yeah. I'll record it and then I'll send it to you.
All right,
So
yeah. Bet.
yeah, no, I got you. All right. Ignis said we two freaky ass niggas. No. What? It's free. Oh wait. Is it free on Pornhub, Ignit? Hold on a second. Let me see if it's free on. Hold on a second. Let me see.
I think that would be unlikely, like for it to be. You know, that would be like. I'm pretty sure they have ways. Well, actually, I guess it could possible, but yeah, check that shit out.
Hold on a second. Let me see if it's actually somewhere else first.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Let's see. Hold on, because usually too, they a lot of times they have them on they'll have it on Twitter too. Let's see. Bonnie Blue. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see, you guys. Yeah, I'm not finding it online. I'm seeing some Asian lady in a Spider-Man outfit getting fucked, but that's about it. That's kind of hot. Damn. Yeah. It's. Let me see. Ignit, where is it free on? Where is it free on Pornhub? You gotta. Ignit, hit the link and post the link, man, because I don't see it. I don't see it on the hub. I don't see it. Cause I
Man,
don't
that
listen.
shit probably got took down, man. Like she could take that shit
Yeah,
down.
yeah. Um, let me see. Bonnie Blue. Oh wait. Update. OnlyFans removes video of Bonnie Blue sleeping with because they couldn't verify the participants' ages. Oh wow. Okay, now this is getting dark. Well,
Yeah.
I'm on her OnlyFans right now and it's up there. When did she upload this? She uploaded it yesterday. Uh, So she wrote yesterday too. Watch me get used by dozens of men and covered in their loads. I had a cock in each hand and hold some points. I think I've admitted to myself that I am always be the biggest slut on the planet. Fucking freshers is more than just a hobby. My holes don't belong to me, but they belong to anyone who wants a turn. I want to fuck 100,000 men before I'm 30. Do you think it's possible? Wow.
Jesus Christ, man. I've never even heard anything like that.
Yeah, this chick is like, I mean, would this be like an example of is this like fourth wave feminism at this point?
I mean, I don't know. It's some new shit, you know, like some
Yeah.
new level shit.
You know, I think so. What I think happened is OnlyFans took it down, but then she re-uploaded it. You know, Boston, I do wanna buy this video and send it to you. So it's $47, you guys.
All right, I'll send you half big.
Okay, all right. Hold on 1 second. All right, there goes IGNIT. IGNIT, salute, man.
Grand rising to the
Good
black
morning, man. Good morning, man.
Salute to the white beast on the panel. How you doing, brother? This woman is a saint right here. She's saving lives, okay? And this is just the opinions of IGNIT TV. This woman has lowered the sexual assault rate in her country by hundreds. I can guarantee you that. She's a saint. We need to hold this woman up as the Madonna. She's better than the fucking what is that castle? What is it called? I forgot the Taj Mahal. This bitch, she needs to be. We need to give her a goddamn statue. Like
all right, HB, you should have it. I just cash apped you.
Like the New York State Statue of Liberty.
Yep, I got it.
We need the statue of this white beast everywhere in every city. She is a saint. She's saving lives. And I think it just shows the disgustingness and the behavior of the caucus beast, missing melanin and blue-eyed devils.
Yeah.
This is your daughters and your wives, guys.
All right, Boston, give me like 3 minutes, man.
Yeah, just watch. Yeah, just watch. I more want to hear your description of it. I don't even like, you know. I mean, I want to see it.
I'm gonna send it to you. Don't worry.
Okay.
Yeah, Mike, you're a freak. You're a freak.
Don't worry, I'll send it to you. Don't
worry.
HB, make sure you tell us every thrust and explain every vein on each cock.
The question is like, how is a video showing that many dudes fucking without it being like 5 or 10 hours or 20 hours long?
This video is like a so
like a highlight clip or something.
Yeah, it's like a highlight clip. Yeah,
they're all minute men. Just do the math.
Yeah,
but still, that's a lot of minutes, though.
Think about it, Boston. How many times?
Yo, IGNIT, I thought she did it in 24 hours. This bitch did it in 14, man.
Damn. What's up, guys?
Her whole day was just ruined by sperm.
Yeah. Give me 1 second.
She's a saint.
That's nasty, though.
She saved these guys from jerking off that day. You know what I mean?
Bunch of losers that never get laid, bro.
I'm gonna send this to Stanley too.
Yeah, Stanley would want to definitely see that.
No, don't do him like that. Come on, man.
I'm gonna send it to Stanley.
Stanley only wants to see the point of view of the cocks.
You send him that he'll never be a liberal again, dude.
Stanley just want to see the cocks. He doesn't care about her.
Nah, come on, man. I'm gonna send it to Stanley.
Yeah, Stanley's gonna measure each cock like, yeah, I can take that one, that one, that one.
Come on, IGNIT. What the hell? Come on, man.
Jesus Christ.
Come on, man. Stanley is not a.
That was funny, IGNIT.
Man, the guy's a switch hitter, man. I'm not gonna. Let's just be honest here, right?
You saying he played left and right?
Listen, man, the guy plays tight end and he plays the back end. All right, he's a freak. Respectfully, Stanley. I love you. You're a freak, though.
Respectfully.
But this woman is saving lives. She's better than Captain America. She's better than the whole Marvel universe. She is a hero. For real. We need to honor this white woman, this white beast, angel. She's an angel. She's blonde. She has blue eyes. She's a demon. She's here to serve the beast from hell.
All right, you guys. All right, so I'm about to buy this.
Just think about that. Even the whores I know haven't took 100,000 cocks.
Bro, I don't like what you think she gonna get out of all this? Like it ain't like a video game where you get to put your name. I mean, maybe to her.
She got
paid.
the world record. Yeah, she
getting
got
paid.
Maybe to her she gets to put that name on top of the Tetris game. You know what I'm saying? That's probably what she wants. But that's so gross, dude. Oh,
I look at it like this: she has an unlimited supply of pussy, and she's being generous. She's being generous with it. You know, she's letting the world experience.
Like, let's be honest, guys. You think she feels anything at this point? After
No,
like 10 men?
no, it's
all numb, right?
It's a tunnel. It's a tunnel.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the Brooklyn Bridge.
The big dig.
She has the Brooklyn Bridge, but I guarantee you, it's going to be a Puerto Rican or a Dominican guy that comes along, and he's going to marry this woman and put 14 kids in her.
That's where you wrong, buddy.
Come on, you guys don't care.
It's probably going to be one of her own kind, or you could be right, maybe a little Mexican dude, because they see this as like diamond in the rough, man. I don't. She looks normal to me.
Yeah, I don't think many men in general are going to be looking to put a ring on that.
You don't think so? I don't know.
No, I mean, because you'd have to think about it for the rest of your life.
I mean, she has a boyfriend though.
She's a boyfriend? That guy's a cuck.
Yeah, and apparently, it started when she was with him, and it went on from there. And now
that's a sick relationship right there.
Yeah,
Mike, let's be honest.
All right, you guys. All right, you guys. I'm in there. I'm watching. All right,
let's get a live reaction.
Oh my god.
All right, so it's actually her with another girl, and they're both sucking a guy's wiener. They're in it looks like an apartment.
So she tricked us.
Two white blondes.
That apartment was an Airbnb, I heard.
Okay.
She was saying.
She tricked us.
Yeah. So she's sucking
probably
two
was some warm up shit.
Yeah, I think this was the warm up.
Mike from Boston, you don't think none of those 300 guys will marry that whore?
I mean,
at least 150 of them.
Maybe.
All right. Okay. Now it's two white guys. Wow. It's nothing but white guys. So it's two white guys. They're she's sucking one white guy off, and another one's okay. He's got his cock in her asshole. Okay.
Oh man.
So she was doing two at a time.
She was doing taking in the ass too.
She's
that makes
smart.
it way
She's
worse.
Okay.
Ears, mouth, everywhere, dude.
Okay, she just took the condom off. All right. Yeah.
Okay. That's fucking.
She didn't
foul.
care, huh?
That's
Hey, come on, let's give her some credit. She's multitasking here. Come on,
yeah,
guys.
but she's taking up the ass raw.
Yo, there's blood on the bed too right now.
Oh
my
HB, we didn't ask for that. Come on now.
Oh my god.
You can leave some of this shit out.
Now she's got two other guys. There's another guy. She's got a really nice tan line. So it's two guys.
Did the blood come out of her ass or it came out of her nose?
I think it probably her ass.
Yeah, I think her ass. It looks like a Hispanic guy. And I think that's Latino for Trump in this video right now.
Nah, you crazy. My wife would have kicked me out, man. Disowned me, man.
Oh wow, there's another girl with her. She's eating the girl's pussy too.
Oh Lord, have mercy, dude.
Yeah.
Did you know? Like, She said that those guys had to get a STD screening. Two weeks before doing it, right? And then they asked her
Okay,
the
so
question.
that's something at least. That's
Yeah,
something.
but listen. They asked her the question. It's like, how about if any of these guys decide to sleep in within that 2 weeks before meeting up with you? Do you care? She goes like, oh, at that point, there's nothing I can do. I'm just like, what?
Well, this guy I'm watching now, he does have a condom on. He has his thumb up her ass.
Oh my god.
And her
Sick.
asshole is it's really it looks kind of like protruded, like
yeah.
Yeah. So let me see this next video.
She has a flower in her ass, basically.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Wow.
Nasty.
This is the queen of all white women right here. I love it.
So yeah. This guy that's banging her, I think he's disgusted right now. Okay, so in this video she says, this guy is number 400. So yeah,
400.
Yeah. Now she's on her back, and this guy is fucking her face right now, with the condom on. So
HB, you know, a lot of guys in the chat are gooning you right now.
What are they doing? What do you mean?
Gooning. That's when you ride around, jerking off.
Oh, okay. No,
so they're gooning the shit out of you right now. Just so you know.
Christ.
Yeah, these guys are freaks.
Yeah. So this guy, he just face fucked her. Now he bent her over doggy style.
Let's count how many guys kissed her, HB. Tell us. Let's count her.
No, none of the guys actually kissed her. And she so this guy just came, and she's eating all of his
and how many?
ejaculate.
So that's it, number 400.
Yeah, she's eating I think this is number 600 right here.
This woman is like the whore of all whores, man.
She's
this
eating
woman
his
could have played in the Olympics. Like
her porn name shouldn't have been Babylon.
I almost don't see the point in, if you're gonna eat a guy's cum, what's the point of putting a condom on?
Yeah, it's a very good point. Very good point.
What's even the point?
You're right.
Yeah, well, if you're gonna eat his cum afterwards, you're gonna pull the condom off and eat his cum. What's even the point?
Just knock it off. I mean, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, I wonder that too. Why girls suck your dick raw and then tell you to put a condom on the fuck up. It's kind of weird.
Well, I mean, I kind of understand that.
Well, yeah. If they don't want to get pregnant, I do kind of understand it too.
Yeah.
Like, I get. I always forget about that with women. Like, they're more worried about not getting pregnant than STDs a lot of times.
Yeah.
They just don't want to get pregnant. Wow. All right, Boston. Give me a few. I'll send these videos over to you.
Honestly, it doesn't sound like it's all that great.
No, it don't.
No, it's not. No. It really doesn't. It's not even as crazy.
You can actually keep that. Like, I don't.
All right.
I don't even really want that. From the sound of it doesn't sound like it's like really.
No. It's just a bunch of white guys, and they're just banging her.
Yeah, I mean that's why I'm saying you can keep that shit.
Yeah.
So if it was a bunch of black guys, would you?
No, I mean it's got nothing to do with it. I don't want to see a chick at number 500. Listen, I don't want to see a chick no matter what the race. If number 500 and she's eating up the jizz, I'm not interested, man.
Yeah, that's gross, dude.
Yeah, no, she's eating.
So HB wasn't no brothers in there.
No brothers.
She ain't everybody shit like that. Then that means
all
it's
white
not
guys,
that special.
man. It's all white guys.
That's how she could die probably from doing that,
bro.
Yeah, Be Brave wouldn't like to see this video. All white guys destroying a white angel who never did nothing to anybody.
Well, Be Brave would have said, well, she was raised in the ghetto.
Nah, she was raised in Australia, so
I know, but Be Brave would say something like, she was born in the ghetto. Maybe that's the reason.
I know old white guys that watch this be like, look at that angel getting destroyed by these monsters.
That could have been your daughter, Be Brave.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So yeah. She is a pretty girl though, but you know,
Yeah, I mean, she ruined that. She ruined that for
yo,
herself.
she's one of those girls that actually looks better with her clothes off than with clothes on. It's weird.
Yeah. Well, I
She
mean,
looks way better with her clothes off.
you mean better with the clothes on?
No, she looks better with her clothes off. She looks
Well,
better completely naked.
well, of course,
Like,
most women look better completely naked. I mean,
no. There's a lot of women that look better with clothes on. You take your clothes
That
off,
that
it's
that girl that tried to get on that lift.
nah, she doesn't look good with it.
well,
She
yeah,
doesn't
that's
look good,
I wasn't
period.
thinking about like, yeah, that's pretty bad.
You
Like,
said all girls.
did you guys see that picture of Kanye's wife at the
Yeah.
I
Grammys?
heard about it. I heard about it. I didn't see it though.
Well, I can't show it on here, but she's like a good example where she had this dress where it was completely see-through, so you could see her whole body. She actually looks better with clothes on than clothes off.
So
Yeah, she does.
she got
Yeah, she does.
arrested, didn't she?
I'm not sure if she got arrested, but she definitely got kicked out of there.
I think she might have got arrested for that shit. That's
Yeah,
what I heard.
I think they're hypocrites for arresting her. It's like, man, you
Yeah,
guys
Yeah,
seriously.
show up as fucking. You guys all look like whores, but you want to point her out so
Yep.
you
yeah.
can see her titties and her pussy. Like,
Right.
you guys
Is she?
promote this
Yeah.
whoredom.
There was a picture of a
Is she
little
black?
boy.
Is she black or is she white?
I don't even
I
know.
think
I
she's
think she
white.
probably.
White. Okay.
I thought
Yeah.
she looked Hispanic to me. I could be
Yeah,
wrong.
yeah.
But yeah, there was a little boy, little black dude, little black boy looking from the side. He's just like looking. He's probably like 10
Yeah, I
years
saw
old.
that video.
I
I
was
saw
like,
that video
yo.
too. Stanley, let me know if you want me to send you these videos too, man. Just let me know. If anybody wants me to send them this video,
Sure, you can
I
send
will.
them to me. They're educational purposes.
You want me to? Because I mean, this is part of white culture. I think what's more disgusting is the men involved in this. A whore is gonna be a whore, but a whore can't be a
Preach.
whore without men
Yup.
who and you could to a certain extent say that I'm a part of the problem too because I just paid for it. But at the same time, I'm doing it for research purposes. I just wanted to report it to you guys
Yeah.
since we were talking about it. I mean, the bitch did break a world record. So, but I would never participate in such debauchery. It's for the guys to participate in it. Like, you guys gotta be. I mean, what does that really say about yourself to do something like this,
It
man?
is. It's pretty bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
HB, how many of those men had rings on their left hand?
I didn't see that. Most of the video angles were like from the guy's perspective. It looks like she basically turned the guys into to the cameramen. She made them hold the camera while she was, going to work on them. And yeah, she definitely knows what she's doing, but um, at what cost? At what
It's
cost?
definitely a high cost.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's all white guys. Wow, it's just so wild to
She
me.
gonna end up being one of those old white ladies I deliver food to that is just by
Yeah,
themselves and has like 3 cats.
Yeah.
Nobody
you would
comes
think
to visit them.
you would think there would be a lot more black guys in this, but there's like literally none.
No,
Crazy.
man, come on,
I
man.
wonder if she made a rule like maybe, maybe it was like she made a rule like only white guys or something.
She
Nah,
might
that's
have.
not what it was. What it was is
Huh?
that if it's a brother, it's a group of brothers that know each other. Brothers ain't gonna all get together with some random weirdos and some
Yeah.
shit. Like, it ain't that thirsty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be a
I don't
little
know,
group of
man.
little Mexicans over there. Yeah, of course. I'll put it
I
in
know
that.
some pretty thirsty guys that would have been
Yeah.
happy to be a part of
Yeah.
this.
And when I was in college, man,
Yeah,
I knew
that's
a
not.
lot of guys that would have done that shit.
Yeah,
Yeah. I think it's more so about her. I think she has a preference, which there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. But yeah.
maybe a one-on-one situation, but like, damn, man, she been with
Where did this take place? Did it say?
No, it didn't say.
I thought it was in UK. No.
What'd you say?
What, this took place in the UK? No, that's
I'm
what I
not
thought it
sure.
was.
I'm not sure where. Oh, yeah, I think it did take place in the UK.
Yo, this bitch is crazy. She went to a college too for all the freshmen. I'm like, yo, this
Yeah,
girl. What's
yeah.
wrong with her?
Wow, wow, wow. Oh, wow. No, but Stanley said no, but thanks. I actually prefer to actually experience my depravities. Yeah, I agree, Stanley. More just if you wanted to talk about it or something, I could send you some of the videos if you wanted to do some content about it because you know, this is where we are in modern America right now, man. Well, modern Western civilization. I think it's only gonna get worse. I think there's gonna be a woman that eventually dies trying to do like 10,000 or, you know, she says she
Yeah,
wants
that
to
would
have
be
100.
crazy.
She says she wants to have 100,000 bodies before she's
Jesus.
30. 100,000 men. That is insane, man. That is really insane. I just don't get how she doesn't have any STDs. Like she's got to at least have herpes,
Or
at least.
something, dude. Or something.
Yeah, probably she probably does have AIDS at this point. Honestly.
Yeah, I would
Something.
assume so.
Yeah.
That's probably why she don't care.
Yeah. She probably has AIDS. Yeah. Yeah, that is unfortunate. But
Notice. Like if you see like where was it? I saw this interview the other day. Well, it wasn't an interview. It was like a clip, and there was a gay guy there, and he was saying like, I don't have to tell nobody if I have it or not because I take a pill where it doesn't show. And I'm just
Yeah,
like,
that's not a good excuse at
and
all.
I'm like, you wrong, man. You should always tell somebody, dude. And he goes like, and they asked him like, why don't you tell anybody? He's like, oh, because the reason I do, when I do, they never want to mess around with me. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, what the hell, dude?
Yeah. So I'm glad you're up here, Latino. Because I wanted to ask your perspective on this. It's been happening all over America. I wanted to see what you thought about it too, Boston.
Yeah.
Let's take this picture down. Let's put this one up. Matter of fact, Boston. While you're up here, did you see the Clarissa Shields fight?
Yeah, she sucks.
Clarissa Shields sucks.
Yeah, I don't know. I just can't stand her.
Really, bro?
Have you ever heard her talk, man?
Yeah, no. She's
A
a
fucking
freaking
bitch, man.
she's a pretty cunty woman. But
Yeah.
I fucking loved like her fight was, bro.
Dude,
She
she's
was
boring as shit. She's got no power. She can't knock anyone out.
no. Did you see the fight though? She like
I
literally she knocked the girl out.
Yeah, she with a counter punch.
But
Yeah.
that shit. But that
she left her bobbling over there.
wait.
Man.
So you're saying that she stopped her or she knocked her out?
She knocked her
stopped
out.
her.
So
That's a
she
knockout.
knocked
It's
her
considered a knockout,
unconscious.
dude.
You're saying
No. I'll show it to you.
Let me see.
I thought he hit her, and then she was dizzy, and they stopped the fight. And that's considered a TKO, bro.
Yeah, it's a TKO. I mean, I'm just saying like that's very rare, and that I think the person she fought was like had like 4 fights or something like that. It was like a
Yeah. I want her to fight.
No.
I want her to fight that Irish chick.
Yeah, Katie Taylor.
Yeah, well, once you fight her, she'll get her ass eaten by what?
Katie Taylor might be a little bit too small for her though.
Yeah, but I think she will give it to her, bro.
I don't know, man. Clarissa Shields I mean, the thing is, these women don't have any power. Like most of them, except for that Baumgartner chick, they don't really have much power. So like that's why Clarissa Shields is so good because she's a very good boxer. She's like technically very sound, very slick fighter, but she's very boring to me to watch. Like I've never been impressed with her. You know, her style of boxing is just not pleasing to You know, unless you show me something, I'm very. I've never heard her, seen her like even come close to knock anyone out.
That
Hold on a second, Boston. Give me 1
that Puerto
second. Give me
Rican
one.
chick that was fighting Taylor, that was a good fight.
Oh, that was a great, yeah, Alicia Baumgartner. That was a great fight.
Yeah, great
I
fight.
thought Katie Taylor lost that fight. To be
Yeah,
honest with
same
you.
here. And me and my wife were like, "Yo, they robbed it."
Yeah, there's a lot of robberies. That's why professional boxing, man, you cannot rely on. You gotta.
Yeah.
That's why you gotta stop the person or knock them out because the judges will rob your ass. Like they
Mm-hmm.
really will. They
Oh
have no
yeah.
problem robbing
Yeah,
your
they
ass.
would.
Especially like if you're Canelo Alvarez, they'll give him a decision if he wins
Oh,
like
all the
a
time,
couple
bro. It's
rounds.
annoying. Like
Dude,
the first time he
I'm
fought
seeing,
Triple G,
dude,
he
he got
lost.
his ass kicked in. I thought he lost both of those fights to Triple G, the first two. I mean, I could see the second one going either way, but the first one he definitely
No, he
lost.
definitely won the first one, dude.
No, yeah, Triple G beat him. I mean, it was like no one thought that Canelo won that fight, and there was one judge who had to score like 118, 112 for Canelo, and it's like what?
Yeah,
Like
he
that's not even
surfaced him,
fucking
man. He got him winning
possible.
by like 3.
Yeah, I mean, like it was at the best you could give Canelo 4 rounds of that fight. At the best,
All
four
right,
rounds.
Boston.
Yeah, let me
What,
see.
what
Give me
what
one.
we got here on the screen, HB?
Well, we're gonna get into that next because I do want to get Boston. Boston is a boxing aficionado, so I do want to get his
Yeah, let me see this shit.
You from Massachusetts too, bro?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. I can see why you like boxing. Same here, dude.
yeah,
I grew up with this shit, man.
yeah.
Oh yeah, Crown Race. Yeah, those sores on her lips were disgusting, man.
What sores?
Yeah. She did an interview after she did 100, and she had like
Yeah,
sores all
see,
over
that's
her
herpes.
lips. Yeah.
That's
All right,
that's
Boston.
the
Check this
warning.
clip out. This is from the other day. Clarissa Shields. Check this clip out.
Yeah, that was a good hit.
Here it comes, Boston. Here it goes.
Countered that.
Girl, she was fighting sucked, and she didn't even knock her out, man.
Yeah,
She stunned her.
I see what Boston is saying, dude.
Yeah, but that was a
Dude,
clean hit,
she hit
though,
her.
man.
She hit her with like 15 clean shots. She should have knocked her out with one
A
of
long
the,
time
a
ago, dude.
long
Like
time before that.
no dude
That was a
would have held so many
But
shots.
I
like
mean,
that.
that was a strong butch lesbian though, man. That was a
Yeah, but
straight hit.
she was hitting her
She ain't a
clean, dude.
lesbian, yo.
Dude,
You
she
bugging.
No,
hit her
I'm talking
clean,
about the
dude.
other chick. I'm talking about the
I
purple
know. I
chick.
mean, I'm just saying though. She landed at least 15
You
straight
stupid
punches
dog.
right on the chin. She should have knocked her out way before that. Like, and she didn't even
Yo,
knock her out. She like buzzed her.
oh, that was more than a buzz, man. Did you
No,
see
that was
that,
dude. That
Boston?
dude. A lot in men boxing, male boxing. That fight wouldn't have been stopped.
Oh, come on, man.
They didn't even stop Tyson Fury when he was knocked unconscious by Deontay Wilder back in
Well, that's
2002.
a little bit different. That's a little bit different.
But I'm just saying though, if in a guy's boxing match, if someone gets buzzed like that, they give you a 10 count. They don't just wave it off.
Yeah. You're probably right. I think with the ladies though, you do have to take a little bit more precaution though. You know.
Yeah, I mean, but Christian Shields has no power, dude. She's got pillow fists. Like
Oh, come
got
on,
dude. She's got no fucking power. She cannot hurt people unless she does what she just did there. Like she has
Oh,
to hit you clean, like if it, just clean series of blows. Like dude, fuck Christian Shields, man. I can't stand her.
come on. Now, who do you think will win between her and Alicia Baumgartner?
I
Bombardner,
think
whatever her
Clarissa
name is.
Shields is too big for her.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
Clarissa Shields is
yeah,
damn near like. I mean, she's like 160, something like that.
yeah, yeah.
Those women are much smaller. So
Yeah, they're what, like $130?
I think she needs to fight. I mean, did you see what happened to her when she went to UFC?
Yeah,
To Clarissa Shields?
yeah. She actually won that fight too.
No, she got her ass kicked in UFC, man. She got stopped.
No. She won that fight. I thought
Well, I
she
mean,
won.
she had a couple of fights in UFC. And
Yeah. Okay.
she got
Okay.
stopped twice. She got
I
stopped
only thought.
twice.
Okay. I thought she only had one fight. Okay.
No,
Because
she had a couple
That's
fights.
a different ball game, bro.
the one I saw, they stopped it because she was like ground and pounding the chick.
Yeah, but she doesn't have skills like that in the UFC ring, man. She get
No
someone who knows how to
jujitsu.
fight. She'll get her. Yeah, jujitsu, man. She'll get her fucking shit
Crazy.
scraped.
Yeah, it's a different ball game in the
Yeah,
UFC
that's
though,
what I
man.
said to myself nowadays. I told my friends, I'm like, I'm no longer fist fighting, bro. I'm gonna wait for you to throw something, and I'm gonna grab you in a manure, man, and choke you the shit out, dude. Like, I'm not
Yeah,
about
dude, that shit is the best, most efficient way to fight. Is the
yeah. All
Brazilian
that punching
jiu-jitsu,
shit,
man.
man.
You fuck somebody up with that shit real quick.
Damn.
Lock him up with his legs and his neck. Stop playing.
Yeah, you choke them out. You
Boston.
just choke them out, man.
I never really liked Clarissa Shields as much, but just because of this whole Remy Ma situation and Easy and how Remy was cheating on Papoose and now Papoose is with Clarissa Shields. She
Yeah.
kind of made me a fan of her, man. Like
Yeah,
she
I
came out
agree.
she came out
His music.
like
Yeah, with
playing
Papoose.
Papoose.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she came out playing his music, and I don't know, man. It women by nature, a lot of them are just completely delusional,
Oh,
and
dude,
like
thank you for saying it.
yeah. So
Dude, yeah.
I
Go ahead.
get that whole like her saying she can beat guys and stuff, like I get it, like she's a fucking cunt. But I think seeing her with Papoose, it really kind of gave me a different perspective of her. Like,
Well, he's a simp, man. Papoose.
yeah, but I don't. He does seem like a nice guy to me though, too,
He
man.
does. I mean, but he's a simp, dude. He's been a simp for years for Remy and shit.
Yeah, but I just don't think that just because you're a nice guy, I don't think
Yeah, well,
that's
you want to be a nice husband or whatever. Don't make you a simp, bro.
yeah,
No,
yeah.
You
I've
trying to do
heard
the
though. I've heard that he's a kind of like a bitch, like that. The women like run his shit.
nah.
Well,
See,
I mean, you got to look at the type of women he's with, though. Remy did
yeah,
10 years
I
for
know.
shooting somebody, and Clarissa Shields literally gets paid to beat bitches' ass. Like, I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
he's
there's
not
some.
dating like tiny Taiwanese women or tiny Cambodian
I
girls.
mean,
He's
I
Who
have
dating
a hard
knows?
time respecting a man whose woman could beat the shit out of
Yeah,
him.
but who knows, man? Who knows? Maybe he grew up with a tough mom and no dad, and that's the shit he's used to, man.
I guess, yeah.
yeah.
There's
But
some
dude,
dudes like
she
that,
went
man.
too
They're
far, man.
crazy,
She's discrediting men, talking about she could beat Triple G in a fight. Like, are you
bro.
fucking
I was
crazy?
about to tell you that. You remember when she sparred with that
Yeah, and that
Ukrainian
white
dude?
boy knocked her ass down.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man. She
Yeah,
tried to say
yeah.
that he had stuff in the gloves. I'm like, why would you put
Yeah,
stuff in the
right,
gloves
dude.
when
He
you
just
practice?
leveled her ass. He was a random sparring partner. He busted her ass.
Yeah, that's just how a lot of women are, man. They
Yeah, they're
are
delusional.
delusional. They're delusional, man.
Yeah. Look,
Sometimes you just gotta.
like that woman that crashed that plane into the helicopter to that plane. Nobody wanted to say it was a chick for like 5-6 days. I wonder why.
Yep.
Like, come on, that's just messed up. But if it's a dude, oh, this dude, and it's like, damn, man, it's like shit. Even when they
Yeah.
mess up, there's no accountability, bro. And I'm sick of that shit, dude.
Yo, and that is a good point too with that helicopter pilot lady. Like, when Trump was first talking about it, I knew that it was either somebody black or a white lady. But we gotta just stop. We gotta, they use black people as the face of every movement, but in reality, white women are the biggest beneficiaries of DEI.
Yeah. I mean, he was right what he was talking about the whole
He
time.
was. He was. That lady should not have been a fucking Black Hawk
No,
pilot,
fuck
man.
no, fuck no, she
500
should not
hours
have
of
been.
flying when you need 15.
Yeah, nah. There's just no way she should have been a Black Hawk pilot. Like, that is something where, like, there's videos of her doing TikToks in there, man. Like, you can't. There's just certain professions where you have to be professional at all times, man. I'm
Preach.
sorry. That's when people's lives are on the line. You can't be doing shit like that in the air type shit. There's no room for DEI in
At all,
certain
dude.
fields, man. I'm
No.
sorry.
There should be no women cops, no women, like, you know.
There can be women cops depending on what certain thing they're going to
Yeah,
do. There
but
could be a
not someone
dispatcher.
on the street, not someone who's
Yeah,
pulling
but
people
not in
over
the
and
Nah,
street,
shit.
dude.
yeah, nah. Unless they're like, you know, undercover, like, you know,
Yeah.
prostitutes or something.
Undercover, yeah.
And look,
Yeah,
we stay here and we sit here and we talk about these things, and they'll take it as, oh, what you saying that we can't do these things? It's like, no, it's quite the opposite. We want you guys to be safe because we need you guys. Like it's the opposite. It's like we don't want you to do these things.
nah, you know, me personally, I don't even care about their safety. It's the safety of others that is
Right.
the problem.
Right.
Like, if they want to do something stupid, just like this chick, she want to fuck 1,000 guys. I'm not gonna tell her not to do it.
No.
Preach.
My bitch, go ahead and do it. I don't care about your safety. But
That's
there's
your life.
certain shit. There's certain shit. A helicopter pilot.
Yeah,
Come
bro.
on, man.
68
No.
plus the 3. Like, come on, man.
Right.
Like, shit,
There's just
man.
certain, and it's like, man, women can do pretty much everything guys can do, but there's certain jobs that you just need a guy doing that, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's a fact. It's definitely a fact.
Hold on. Virgo said, should we just stay home and cook, get pregnant every night, 9 months, and give sloppy toppy? You know, you know, Virgo. Yeah, I'm not gonna argue against you on that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say you
Me
shouldn't
neither.
do that.
Like, that's a man's dream, man. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm not gonna.
Yeah, that's a
And make
yes
that
on
your
the
sandwich
sloppy
when he want
toppy.
one.
Yeah, especially the sloppy toppy.
Yeah, I mean,
You
just
know
throw
what I'm saying?
that in there.
And make daddy a sandwich when he want one.
Just do the sloppy toppy. You ain't even gotta cook, bitch.
Yeah, seriously. Most of y'all women can't cook anyway. Just
It's
the
like shit.
sloppy toppy.
She's like shit. She's like, damn, we were arguing 10 minutes ago. I forgot what we were arguing about.
Just the sloppy toppy.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, most of y'all. Now, luckily, my lady, she can cook. But I mean, yeah, Virgo. Yeah, most women can't even cook for real. They can't
That's
cook.
a fact.
Who
I
you
just want
telling?
to say, I want to wake up with my cock in her mouth. And I want to go to sleep with my cock in her mouth. Just
Yo,
me.
I'll be right back, man. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yep.
Virgo, but you know the difference between you work in a man's world. See, Virgo, this is why DEI is so destructive, because it makes women like Virgo, who actually have the skills, who work hard, feel like that they're being misrepresented. Virgo, we're not talking about women like you.
Mm-mm.
You didn't benefit from DEI for the position that you have. You just have the skills and you're able to do the job.
Damn right.
That's it. You're not some DEI. Oh, we need to meet some quota. No, we need somebody who could really do the job and does a good job. This is what's so fucked up about DEI, where you got to meet these. There's these incentives that the government gives you to meet these quotas, having a percentage of women and black people and trans and gay people. It dilutes the market. It dilutes the quality. Virgo, you didn't benefit from any of that. You just have the skills and were able to get hired on your own merit. You didn't need you need Joe Biden to get you a job. You need that.
Well, good. I'm up here to save you from yourself.
Hey, good morning, Stanley.
Good morning.
Roller skater
Two
Texas
things.
girl. Right. Virgo earned it fair and square. It was no.
Okay, it sounds like all of a sudden you're simping for Virgo. Before DEI, there was affirmative action, or did you forget?
Well, affirmative action is different, Stanley.
No, actually, it's not. And you know what? I have spent this morning listening to the people who talk about black dysfunction and how fucked up black culture is. Basically, slobber all over some white woman who did 1,000 guys.
No, I didn't.
As far as the military goes, Which one of you motherfuckers has even been in the military?
I've never been in the military.
Okay,
Thank you
so
for your service, though, Stanley.
how the fuck do you know? How do you know of whence you talk? Pilot is one of the few things that women can do as well as men.
A Black Hawk pilot?
Pilot. That means Black Hawk. That means airplane, especially cargo type transport planes. Women, there's no like major reason a woman can't be as good a pilot as a man.
Yeah. Now, to be fair, I just looked this up, Stanley. In the U.S. Air Force, there are over 11,000 pilots. Only 700 of them are women.
Okay, well,
I just wanted
military
to say
isn't
that the
military.
reason
Shut the
that
fuck up, man. You know
women
what?
think they
You're
can
the
have
last dude.
penises
I'm dead
is because
serious.
guys like
You can be
Stanley
quiet.
thinks a woman can do what a man can do.
Okay,
This is why
motherfucker.
he wants to be his mother.
You think you can actually
Comes
talk
up
about a
here
Probably
military
thinks
you've
that
with his
never
niggas have
been in?
kids.
panties in his ass. You don't know
Okay,
what you're talking
motherfucker.
about.
I'm gonna get what I have to
You
say out with
you don't
you
know
or
what you're
without
talking
you on
about.
this panel.
I'm gonna just say
Motherfucker,
that. I'm not
you
gonna
have
tell you
never been.
my
I'm
credentials. You don't know
sick.
that, you idiot.
I
You
am
don't know.
literally sick
You
of
don't know
these
shit.
fucking pussy ass
You're gay.
motherfuckers
You are
talking
the
about
pussy
a
motherfucker.
military they never served in.
See, this is the thing. You didn't
You
serve
guys,
in the
you
military.
guys need
You
to
really didn't
shut
serve.
the fuck up about the military. You have no clue what you're talking about.
Stanley, you didn't serve. You were a fucking
Motherfucker, don't
cop.
call, don't.
How many
Like,
female Navy SEALs are there?
How many, motherfucker, have you ever even been to boot camp?
Round one, fight.
Talk about the military,
I
in
don't
my
have to be
opinion.
in boot camp in order to have an opinion on military.
Motherfucker, you have to be in boot camp.
People's accounts
You
that have
need
been in the
to
military
shut,
and
you
also
need to
also
shut
state their
your
problems
pussy
besides me.
DEI
So at
military
the end of the
ass
day,
up.
just because I'm not in the
Okay, at
military
the
doesn't
end
mean
of,
I don't
God
know
damn it,
here
at
more
the
or less
end
than the
of the
military.
what
day,
type
You're
of
you're
a
a little
military
girl.
you're a
man do
smart
you
person. Let me ask
You
you.
train?
are
Let
a
me just say
Latina.
something like
It's
that.
supposed to be in the
Motherfucker, you
fucking
are a
army.
You're stupid.
Latina.
We don't want
You
trainees in the
are
army.
a Latina.
Oh.
You how you gonna
And
That's
argue
a
with this
pretty bold
sassy
ignorant,
ass
you're
old
conclusion
just
for you to
lady?
a,
make.
ignorant,
That's
you're
because
just
you're
a
not
You don't know
involved in
dashiki,
the
shit. This
military.
you're
You may
sassy
not know
ass
about it.
ignorant,
Medea coming up here with
ignorant,
a dildo in his
ignorant,
ass
Only
ignorant.
retards think this way.
You're the one wearing
because
the
he don't
yellow
like what
dress in
he
that
hearing.
picture,
Get your
Medea.
soft butt ass out of here. Don't nobody like butt juice like you. If
Hey,
you ain't a
ignorant,
girl
your
and you
ass
ain't a
got
homo,
handed to
why
you
you worried
by a
about
woman.
DEI?
I think
Why are you worried
Happy
about
would
it,
make
you
a better
freak?
soldier than you.
You sitting
She's
on the
tougher.
Navy peeling potatoes, bitch. You ain't put in no work. You's a
And you
goofy.
know what? And you know
You
what?
talking about the
You're
military. You didn't do
fucking,
anything.
you're
You signed
fucking
up for a check, you
dashiki
fucking
wearing,
punk.
your dashiki wearing peace neck
Peeling potatoes
ass
and mopping
was
decks.
sitting here while
Guys.
I was in the
You're
military, and now
so
you're
black.
talking
You
shit.
married a white woman. You are a fucking bozo.
Motherfucker, motherfucker,
Okay,
I'm so
motherfucker?
black.
You so
I'm
black,
so black.
you so black you
I'm
think you your
so black,
mama. You
I
wanna
could
be your
marry who
mama,
the
nigga.
fuck I wanted to.
You not your mama, bitch. Stop putting on this military shit like
Hey,
you not really in the military. You didn't put in no
you're
work.
not your daddy.
So stop it. Just
You
cut it
are
out.
not your daddy.
You
Your
can't
daddy
wave that
abandoned your
flag over
fucking
here. We don't
pussy
care about
ass
your rainbow
when you're a
flag.
little boy. He didn't
Okay?
leave your mother
Trump told
because
you
of
freaks
her.
Listen,
He
that a
the
left
same
man
her
thing
is a
about
because
me
of,
man,
has
a woman is a woman now, bitch. So what are you, lady? Huh?
hey,
We don't want
ignorant,
to. We
ignorant,
only talk to men
ignorant,
this morning. You know,
ignorant,
this is
ignorant.
a
All I
men
have to say,
Monday, bitch.
you need to go back to waking and baking, son.
You
You
need to
make
go
no
brush your
sense.
teeth and wash your ass before you come up
What
here
you need
crying
to
like an
do,
old
what you
lady
need to
on her
do,
menstrual
what you
who
need to do
fucking
is stop
eggs is
pretending to
dried
be a
up.
man.
Listen,
You
bitch,
talk
wait your
about
turn.
the
Wait your
military,
turn.
and your motherfucking
It's a
ass
free
wasn't
country,
even in
you stupid son of a
JROTC.
bitch. What you think
Hey,
they go to the army
you can
for?
go ignorant.
For people to say
You
whatever the
can
fuck they
you
want
can
to say.
talk all the shit you want,
You
but
dumb
we
son of
all
a
know the
bitch.
truth. We all
And
know the truth about
We all
you.
know the truth too about you. You're a
All
fucking
I gotta
bitch.
do, is get a woman to come up here and out talk your womanish ass, and you're done for.
Man, I love women, so
What
you
you
can't
need to
beat me
do,
with that one.
what you
I
need to
love
do
women.
is let the
I'm
men
sorry, I'm
talk.
not like you. I don't like
What you need
cocks.
to do is
You
let the
wanna
men
argue
talk.
like a bitch.
HB and I were talking like
None of
men.
us fucked you last
And
night.
your little female ass
None
came
of
up
us
here to
fucked you
interrupt.
last night. You didn't. You that guy who
Hey,
fucked you. That's you mad at him, not us.
hey, ignorant,
He didn't busted
ignorant,
your ass, so
ignorant.
you mad at
To
us.
put it
He
in
put it on your
vernacular,
face.
you need to shut your bitch ass up.
Nah, you need to
You're
pipe down,
yapping.
man.
You're yapping
Ain't
like a
nobody about to
woman.
be arguing with
Let
your
the men
sassy
talk.
ass, nigga. Get the fuck out of here. Meet
Let
your feet, homo.
let the men talk,
You're
sir.
coming up here crying about DEI. Are you a woman or a
No, I'm coming up
transsexual?
here pointing
Are
out.
you a
I'm
woman
coming
or
up
a
here pointing out
transsexual?
the
A
fact that
black
your
man was the
fucking
last
lame
thing on the
ass is
DEI
talking
list.
through your ass.
So you don't count, you fucking idiot. You were the last thing on
Ignorant,
that list. Are
ignorant.
you a
You need to
homosexual?
take.
Are you a white
You need
woman?
to
A
take.
white woman was first. Are you a white woman?
Take your
We
DEI
can look up the
manhood and
DEI
shut
list.
the fuck
The
up.
white woman was the first thing on that list. Are you a white woman?
I guess
No.
I'm gonna have to let
You're a
this woman
black
talk
woman.
himself out.
Yeah, you're a black woman. Get your bitch ass
Motherfucker,
out
you're
of here.
trans black.
Go play in your butt, nigga. Fuck out of here,
No,
nigga.
what you need to do is
Go
shut
play in your
your
booty,
female
nigga. That's what
ass
you
up.
do.
Shut your female ass
You
up
play in your
and
butt,
take
man. Hey,
yourself
listen, man.
back.
You
Take
can listen.
yourself back.
The difference between
Take
me and you is you
yourself
can say
back to
what
your
you want.
blunt.
I don't give a fuck.
Take a
That's
puff,
the
bitch.
difference. You
Take a
cry and
puff on
whine
your
about
blunt.
shit that is
Take
unimportant.
a
You're not a
puff
man.
on your blunt
You're not
and
a
shut
man.
the
You
fuck
think
up.
you a man because
all
you
right,
went to
all
the
right, all right,
Navy.
gentlemen. All right,
Hey,
gentlemen.
You're a
Shaniqua.
fucking
Hey,
bitch.
Shaniqua.
Let me read this
Shaniqua,
article, gentlemen.
shut your
Stanleisha.
ignorant ass up.
Stanleisha.
Gentlemen,
Is you okay?
gentlemen. Let me read this article real
And
quick.
as I said, your fucking non-military asses talking about something you don't know is impressive.
All
Well,
right,
let me read this
all right,
article.
HB.
This is from the Kansas Reflector. U.S. Senator
What the fuck
Roger
is the
Marshall.
Kansas Reflector?
It's a news article, Stanley. This was produced February 4th, 2025. U.S. Senator Roger Marshall points to DEI hiring policies as factor in crash of flight from Wichita. This comes
Okay,
from
was he in the
Topeka.
military?
Uh, I'm not sure. I'll
And
check that out.
again,
Let me.
what is the Kansas Reflector? Is that the local KKK newsletter or what?
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
Okay, then why am I listening to it?
The only
Well,
prefer. Oh God.
this is a senator who actually is pointing to DEI hirings as a
Okay,
factor in the
you know
crash of
what?
flight.
So a senator is your reference, some dude from Kansas in the Kansas Reflector?
Well, I mean, he's a part of our nation's politics. I think he would
Okay,
be an expert.
all I have to say is I'm not surprised that you would read this and treat it as gospel.
Well, no. I just wanted to put some more context on what we're talking about here. So, U.S.
Okay, well,
Senator
I don't
Roger
need the
Marshall.
context. Wait, hold it. Why do you think I need context?
Well, it's also for the audience, just so we can have more context on this. Roger Marshall of Kansas asserted President Joe Biden's attempt to improve diversity among air traffic controllers by rejecting white male applicants factored in the catastrophic mid-air collision of a passenger jet from Wichita and a military helicopter. Marshall, a Republican, said he was convinced the Biden administration's emphasis on diversity, equity, and inclusion policies within the Federal Aviation Administration lowered hiring standards, increased the frequency of near miss incidents in the U.S. airspace, and set the stage for the January 29th crash.
Okay, were the two air controllers white or black?
I'm not sure.
Okay, he's probably not sure. When was the article written?
This was February 4th, so yesterday. This was yesterday.
Okay, well, I heard somewhere that the two controllers were white, but maybe there's been so much false news out there that maybe I'm wrong.
Well, they probably were white women. They probably were.
Okay, well, you're no more sure than I am. So they probably weren't white women. They probably weren't white women.
No, they were white men.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Okay. So what the fuck? What the fuck?
Helicopter
What the fuck is
was
Senator Podunk in the KKK newsletter even talking about?
the helicopter was a woman, right? But
Yeah.
yesterday so there was a clip that was released like 3 days ago that was much clearer, right? So that was released by CNN, but that was also given by CNN by an employer that worked at the airport, and that guy that gave that video happens to be black, and he is now locked up.
Okay, the bottom line is the DEI argument is not working.
Well, I have a picture of the actual pilot who was piloting the black.
I know she was a female, and I don't know about the co-pilot, but I literally just said pilot is one of those jobs in the military that women can do as well as men.
If you look at the video that's more sharp and clear, you see that the helicopter's nose is like dipped. So when you usually see a helicopter's nose dipping, that means that the helicopter's moving.
Okay, so now you're in TSB?
No, not TSB. It's just common sense.
No, in TSB.
Having common sense
like
is a fucking problem now, Stanley.
You're some 80. No, motherfucker. I have a problem with ignorance. I have a problem with ignorant motherfuckers getting up on a panel and talking about shit they don't know.
Well, this is the pilot right here, Stanley.
She's a female, right?
Yeah, white female.
And I literally just said pilot is one of those things that women can do as well as men, especially in non-fighter type aircraft.
Well, a Black Hawk is a fighter type aircraft.
Oh, you wouldn't know that, HB. You're not in the military.
I meant fighter plane. If you knew the lingo, fighter isn't a helicopter.
Oh, well, yeah. They're not going to be in any what are they, F-18s or anything like that. But yeah, I'm sure a woman could be, loading up, ammo and stuff.
Okay, so my point is that the DEI argument isn't working here, except to those who were just going to buy it hook, line, and sinker.
Well, I don't think this woman would have had the opportunity if it wasn't for DEI.
Okay, well, but what you're not understanding is the opportunity isn't the problem. I had this whole discussion with someone the other day.
And Stanley,
if you're not qualified, you wash out of the training.
That's the difference between affirmative action and DEI, though. That's the difference.
What's the difference, HB, since you were that kind of expert?
The difference is affirmative action makes sure everybody gets an opportunity. DEI incentivizes businesses and government programs to hire people of diverse backgrounds.
Now what is the middle step between the hire and the operational being out in the field? What is the middle step?
You have to qualify to some certain extent, but many DEI people who have adopted that, they have lowered their standards.
Are you sure the training for the air traffic controllers, was that lower?
Yes.
You need to provide documentation of that.
Okay.
Because I don't believe you're right.
HB, I put a little link in the back of a person.
Yeah, you're famous for those bullshit links. Is it a link from X?
Like, can you be an adult for once, bro?
HB, no, motherfucker, I can't be an adult. I'm gonna call bullshit.
Biden hired FAA.
Okay, Biden's no longer president.
Being questioned by Ted Cruz, if you're interested.
Fuck Ted Cruz and fuck Biden. He's no longer president. How about present us with some relevant information?
Oh yeah, yeah, I did see this video. Portia, if you could bring that last clip up, from Ted Cruz and the leader of, or the appointed FAA president. Could you bring that video up? It's a quick
Okay, the FAA doesn't have a president; it has a chairman.
chairman. Correct.
Good morning. Good morning.
Hey,
Good
John.
morning,
Good
John.
morning.
John,
my food.
you're here just in time for the sausage fest. A bunch
I
of
got my
dumb
food
sausage
stamp card up here. It's first of the month.
talking about shit they don't know about.
Still
All right,
first of the
let's
month.
watch
I got
this.
my food stamp card up here.
Thank you for the question, Senator. No, I have never flown a plane.
So you weren't a military pilot or a commercial airline pilot?
No, Senator.
Have you ever worked for an airline?
No, Senator.
Have you ever worked as an air traffic controller?
No, Senator.
You ever worked for a company that manufactures airplanes?
No, Senator.
You ever worked for a company that fixes airplanes?
No, Senator.
FAA administrator is a specialized position. I'm not qualified
No,
to
it's
be
not.
FAA administrator. I have no idea how to fly a plane. No one in their right mind would put me in charge of aviation safety because I don't have that experience. I suspect most of the members of this committee are in a similar position. The American people, when they think about aviation safety, when they think about, I played in this committee, a Southwest Airlines and FedEx plane almost colliding at Austin's airport. They want an FAA administrator who knows why those planes crash and knows how to fix it to keep them safe. And with all respect, Mr. Washington, it gives no comfort to the flying public that their pilot might be a witch, but doesn't actually know how to prevent the plane from crashing into the ground and killing them. I believe your record is woefully lacking. And in fact, you have zero aviation safety experience.
It's a bullshit argument.
You know,
ahead,
Stanley. I will say this to kind of side with Stanley. When I first moved to DC, a buddy of mine told me his mother was living here and she worked for the FAA or something. I put a link in the back chat to the lady, and she was like head of the FAA, one of them divisions. Something. I said, damn, like he's in charge of an agency, right? And I remember asking her, I was in lunch with her right out in like Crystal City or something. I said, but you don't have any like engineering experience or something. And I remember asking her like it was yesterday, and she said, that's not everything. It's about, managing the organization and stuff like that. Now, I'm not sure exactly what she did at was it Department of Transportation in general, or the FAA? I can't remember, but I don't think all the time they have to have like plane experience.
Even in the military, look at, I have a friend who is in charge of a small aircraft carrier. He was a surface guy. He's never driven a plane or had any sort of pilot training, yet he was running an aircraft carrier. You don't as long as you have the right type of experts working for you and you trust them, you don't have to know every little detail. All I'm saying is you guys aren't living in the real world.
No, I agree with you to a certain extent.
Okay, well you don't have to agree with me to a certain extent or at all. In the real world, you can't have every type of experience. It helps, but sometimes that experience hurts. There are plenty of situations where you're, say, captain of a ship, and you may or may not have an idea of how the engineering plant works. That's why you have a chief engineer.
I'll give you an experience I had just even in the trucking industry. My first manager, she was a lady that had driven trucks for 20 years. This lady was a fucking bitch. Like, she was the worst manager. She actually got fired because they were recording her calls and how she talked to the truckers. Like, she was a fucking cunt. But so I got a new manager, and I mean, this lady, she's a freaking, we talk about everything. She's a freaking lesbian. She got a girlfriend and all types of shit. So I asked her one day, I was like, how long have you been driving for? She said she's never driven a day in her life. She don't even know how to. She said she's been in a truck just for training, but she's never actually driven. But she's the best manager that I've had since I've been in trucking so far, by far. So I agree to a certain extent. Like, sometimes having too much experience in a field might not make you the best leader of that. But I think
the thing is in the real world, not every manager is going to have every type of experience. Donald Trump was never president.
Well, yeah, he was president.
So, I mean, there are all kinds of examples where people get into highly responsible jobs and don't necessarily have, government experience or engineering experience or flight experience. And Ted Cruz is absolutely wrong. Okay, he is doing a performance there. It's basically a performance to, emotion.
But Stanley, I think that's the whole issue with DEI that I have a issue with, because anybody could have saw this coming. Is that once you start implementing DEI, people like Ted Cruz and Trump, they're going to use this to push a narrative, and anybody could have saw that
just
coming.
like they did with affirmative action. Now, the thing is the narrative was literally performance. People down in the trenches actually know that the argument is bullshit, but too many people either A, don't know or actually do the research, or B, just simply apply common sense to these arguments to debunk them.
But I think the issue is when you have some people that will say, well, I would have never had this job if it weren't for DEI. That opens up a whole nother can of worms.
What can of worms does it open?
Why couldn't you have the job on your own merit?
Okay, well, who knows what the reason might be, but as I pointed out, DEI hiring there's a middle step called training. And if you can't qualify, you wash out. Okay, you don't just hire these DEI type hires and then put them directly in the field. You put them through a process. So the DEI hire argument is just basically people not thinking, the point through.
You think this white woman, you think she should have been in that pilot seat?
I think everyone who passes the training and the physical requirements ought to have the job, given, all things being equal. I don't think women are going to make good Navy SEALs. Okay, but I do think a woman can fly a helicopter as well as a man. It doesn't take any, great physical strength to do it. As long as you're in shape and you can pass the training, mistakes were made. But what people also aren't telling you is the day before this accident, there was another near miss. Okay, I think the environment is such, at least from what I've read, this was an accident waiting to happen. It almost happened the day before.
Yeah. Yeah. John, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
You just got my food stamp card showing today.
Oh shit! Oh yeah. We about to be eating steaks and lobsters, man. Steaks and lobsters. I covered this story earlier today. Let me re-upload it real quick. Damn. Damn, I'm gonna have to re-download it. Give me a second. Well, I did want to get Latino for Trump opinion on this. Latino, your people.
I'm not a professional, dude.
You're well, you
That
are a
hey,
Latino.
hey, you know what? That's the right answer. I like the humility.
Well, you
More people should do what you just did.
Yeah,
well,
but
Stanley,
you're not a
he's more
professional either. But you always seem to have an opinion.
Yeah,
Find it
motherfucker,
Stanley.
hilarious.
I always have an opinion.
Find it
You're
hilarious.
absolutely right. I'm sorry
Stan,
you're bitter about it.
Not
Stanley, he's
bitter.
more
It's
of a
just that you act
he's
like a
more
little Mitch.
he's more of a
No, you
Latino
know
than you,
what? What
Stanley.
you act like is a little fucking boy who
You act like
doesn't
a little
know shit.
Mitch.
Yeah, that's right. And a Mitch who'll kick your ass.
I wish you would.
Oh,
Oh, come on.
motherfucker, you know what?
Yeah,
You
right.
keep
Come
the
on, man.
biggest mistake,
Don't try me, bro.
people like you make Latina for Trump is that you underestimate people.
Is it your time of the month?
Motherfucker,
Stanley,
it's my time of the month to put my foot up your ass.
it's
It's time my,
Latino,
my month to
Stanley.
teabag you in your mouth.
You sit your little weak ass up there and take care of your kids.
It's
That's what you
Latino.
need to be doing instead of being on panels talking
Bro, talk
bullshit.
about me. Don't talk about my kids, bro.
Motherfucker, I am talking about you while you're on the panel.
Big
I want to
man
make
here.
sure
Woo. Am I
you
supposed to
hear what
shiver and
I say.
quiver?
Oh, motherfucker, don't shiver and quiver. That's not what I expect. I just expect you to do better.
Yeah, like I expect
That's
you to do better and act your age.
that's even harder for a person like you to do. Do
To give
better.
that type of advice, you also have to follow it.
Motherfucker, I have done. Now, I don't have to do better. I've done better.
Yeah, right.
Stanley,
HB.
I know you're not a Spanish speaker, Stanley, but it's Latino for Trump. Latina is
Oh
the
no,
feminine.
I was deliberate in the word I
Oh,
choose or chose,
oh,
and the ending A versus O. I speak that much Spanish.
oh,
If
okay.
anybody's a
All right.
Latina here, is the one that sounds feminine. But I
Yeah.
digress.
This is all after the fact. What were
Mr.
you gonna
Sassy.
ask him, HB? Give him
Well,
something else to talk about.
Latino, you are an
What you want
expert
to
on
talk about, HB?
you are an expert on Latinos. Your people have been um they've been protesting all across America.
Yeah, I've been seeing it embarrassing themselves.
Yeah. So why aren't you out there in solidarity with your Latino brethren?
Well, first of all, we don't fight the same cause, and to be honest, I could care less about those people. And if, like I said, I don't know why they're marching over there in the streets if they talking about illegal immigration, because if they were illegal, they wouldn't be marching in those streets. That's for sure. So I don't know what the big gist is. If like we had Selena Gomez crying the other day, but nobody cries when these same Hispanic people go to our communities and start doing bad things. We never say anything. So I don't know why she was crying, but it sounds crazy to me. And another thing is what a majority of Latino men that are our citizens voted for Trump. So those people are just delusional. Usually, most women liberal, dude. That's what I've been seeing there. And some of those dudes there are low testosterone.
How much of that do you think how much do you think is organic or like astroturf, Latino?
I think this shit is not organic, bro. It's not, because I look what I saw today. It's like, we built this nation. We're brown and we're proud. And I'm like, yo, where have I heard these slogans?
Love Trump's hate.
Yeah,
You
see the one behind it says the food on your table were I don't know if that's the right word. Were made by our something going to your work for your food. I don't know what that says.
Now I got a question, HB
Yeah.
Latino. Yeah, Stanley, right? Why aren't these signs in Spanish?
Another thing too is, it's so disgraceful that these people are complaining that they want to be here, right? But they're holding the flag of Mexico, Salvador, Ecuador, you name it. Not one American flag there. So it's like you want to be here, but you're so proud to be from your country. So go back.
Do you have the same criticism on St. Patrick's Day?
I don't celebrate none of that stuff, man. I don't even
Okay,
celebrate.
motherfucker,
I don't even celebrate February 27th.
Of course you don't get my
The
point.
only
When a bunch of drunk
holiday I celebrate nationally is July 4th.
white people are walking around with the Irish flag, do you complain about that?
It ain't just white people in New York doing that shit, Stanley.
Well, yeah, that's true.
No,
But
they're doing it everywhere.
I need to make the point. Do you ever make the
There's
same
Dominican
complaint
parades. I'm not complaining about that. There's Puerto Rican parades.
Okay,
There's
you're
Latino
complaining
parades,
about
there's
it, and
Indian parades.
you have a talent for
That's
avoiding questions.
it's a bigger difference, bro.
Just
They're
like
not
a lot of
Stanley.
people on this
For you to
channel,
compare that,
you are
it seems
paid
absurd.
to
And
answer
you should
a
know that.
direct
You
question.
should know better than this.
Let me answer that
Okay,
question.
no, what I do
same
know
guy
is you're full of
that's
shit.
always pinpointing shit
What I
like
do
this. Now
know
that I'm
is you're
pinpointing it,
full of
it's different
shit.
because it's you.
You know, Stanley, I think the what Latino isn't saying is that, or what he did say in some ways, he said there is Latino, there's, you know, blah 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 day. But those people by and large are here legally. Those people by and large are not in defiance to the government saying we're not going anywhere. You can't, you know, these people are in defiance. Like they could a better message for these people if they are here illegally would be to talk up their merits, like the one person with the sign, hey, I cooked your food or whatever. But showing defiance to the police, I just don't think that's the way to go. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I have two responses to that. Number one, you don't need a reason, you know, or someone's approval other than, I guess, permits and stuff like that to make a protest. I don't know that criticizing how someone protests is really like an effective comment. And number two, everyone would do a lot better if they just kind of minded their own business sometimes.
Well, it's just like that black lady that went to Pakistan. She went in there, hey, give me some money, give me some money. That's probably not the way to go about it. You don't belong there. Just like these people don't belong here. But if they want to stay here and be welcome with open arms, they probably would be better off going about it in a more, you know, lawful, not blocking the streets. I think they have a good message to sell for compassion. Many of them work hard. That's the reputation that they have. But now we're seeing the element of lawlessness that they have in their own country. They're bringing it here when the government.
Well, I kind of think that protests in general, unless they are mass protests, like a March on Washington level protest, don't really do that much good. And if you got a white woman in the pulpit asking Trump for mercy and she got shit on, I don't think Trump and his supporters are in a mood to give mercy.
Oh,
you might be, and I understand, I'm not telling people what to protest and what not to, but my personal opinion is that, you know, the genie's out of the bottle. Cruelty is the point. And I kind of think, you know, a more effective strategy is make sure you're packing your bags and you're not leaving anything. You might just have to eat this one.
You know, I think that minister that you mentioned really highlights the issue, Stanley. You know what I'm saying? Like, on both sides of the issue, the elite are playing a game, man. And that bishop, that you mentioned, I put a link in the back chat, HB, if you want to pull it up. Man, this lady done got $53 million for her church. But he's
holy shit.
God,
They playing the game, bro.
Man, both sides. That's what, man, John, that's why I was even saying at the beginning, before Trump was even in office, those illegals, those Latinos and shit, they're the ones that are going to suffer the most from this shit. Because they're getting played from both sides, man. And that's the fucked up part about this.
That's what I said. I was telling my wife, I'm like, dude, like I could run for office, let's say, and win, and basically start a nonprofit. She could be in charge of it, and I'll get a kickback, like, because this is how this shit works, and it's annoying that this could happen.
Well, it's really annoying that people don't see it. I mean, like, I mean, Stanley, I don't know if you've seen the HB, you probably been seeing it, Latino, everybody. Look at all that damn protesting for that USAID organization. Most Americans don't even know what the fuck USAID does. And then they name these organizations with a name like, oh, how could I be against USAID? Hell, I'm in the US. But hell, that aid is for other people. It's USAID to foreign countries.
Well, that's the left version of, this DEI nonsense.
Right. They're not just leftists involved in that shit. I just don't believe it.
That's everybody.
I don't believe that the left done took whole control of the damn department, doling out billions of dollars, and the Republicans sitting back there twiddling their thumbs and said, damn, the Democrats done took all them billions and I get none. Hell no, it don't work like that.
Yeah,
right?
that's
Yo, John, I saw this lady talking about she even supports women having abortions and shit too, man. Like this lady is insane.
Well, there are, the Episcopalians. There's a version of the Episcopalians that are very liberal. Remember, there's a gay bishop that they consecrated a few years ago. They are very liberal.
They always find a way to work both sides, is really what you're saying. Right? Shit, if they was just on one side,
One political point I want to make about the Democrats, they would do a lot better than, protesting USAID, AID, and all this stuff. They still need to solve how they lost this election.
Well, let me ask
I
you
don't
this.
see a whole lot of attention being paid to how they lost the election in the first place.
Well,
I kind of find protesting this stuff, in whatever quote resistance they want to put up to Donald Trump. They need to be concentrating on how they, get their house back in order.
And as you say that, Stanley, I think they are. They're putting their energy. It's the old saying, Stanley. What is it like? You put your energy where you're something. You know what I'm talking about? You put your money where your money, your budget is your values, or something like that. Your energy, where you put your energy is your value. And we see that the establishment, they're out protesting as Trump cuts them purse strings, and that's what they really lost more than anything. Fuck the election. They lost.
I think if they're going to do that, they need to put their energy in lawyers, because a lot of this stuff that Trump's doing, he's not going to be able to accomplish a lot of it.
And I think the reason why he won't be able to accomplish a lot of it, because the only way he can be stymied in this way is that the Democrats and Republicans are going to have to come together to stop him, to keep the money flowing.
Well, let me give you a good example. The education department, he's supposedly going to sign an executive order abolishing the education department. It can't be done by executive order. Only Congress can do it. So a lot of these executive orders are really just performative. The education department is not going to go anywhere unless Congress basically gets rid of it.
That's the same thing I told my brother. Most of these things are signed by law, so they gotta be reversed.
So we're going to see now that the Republicans are going to stymie Trump and getting rid of some of this government bloat, because they benefit from it just the same. That's the point.
I agree with you.
And trying to pick a side when they both on the same side. I mean, that just doesn't make sense to me. They're against us, or they're for them.
Right, but I'm not. I mean, do you think Trump is on your side? Because I don't agree with that either.
No.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend. And this
he proved that to me. He proved that to me yesterday.
Well, that's a hell of a way. That's a hell of a way to vote.
Well,
It's true though, Stanley. It's true. The only thing I can say Trump is with me on is morally, nothing else. Like, the guy don't care about American citizens like that, but at least I can agree with him morally on some things.
Right.
But they all just trying to get rich, get their families rich. They both play the same game, man. But it's just like, I'm not gonna side with illegals coming in here,
Me neither.
or killing babies and DEI. None of that stuff
Right,
represents
and
me, man.
you know what, HB, they got you. They got you duped, thinking that DEI is actually the problem, or illegal
No.
aliens are actually the problem. They basically want the rank and file, the everyday guys, to not see the forest for the trees.
Well, and I think that's
Okay,
why
your life is not going to be any better or worse with Trump getting rid of DEI.
But I think John is right. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. So I
Okay,
only really
and
have
you know what?
Stanley. I only have really only two choices: either vote for who's at least, even though I know they're both my enemy, vote for who's less of the enemy, or don't vote at all. That's the only two choices I have.
Here's how I see your plight and everybody's plight. You can either get fucked and not know you're getting fucked, or you can get fucked and know you're being fucked. It's up to you which is better.
Oh, well, I don't necessarily agree with that, but yeah.
So, I think we get distracted wondering whether, DEI is the cause of the crash. And I honestly think, and I'm not usually a conspiracy theory type of guy, but I think Donald Trump actually knew what he was doing when he came out for that press conference and wanted to lob DEI out into the middle of the argument. He basically, he very deftly politically put a stake through the heart of DEI. There's no way anybody can claim DEI and not be stigmatized is, basically a loser.
Well, yeah, that was the whole point. Give me 1 second though, Stanley. Give me 1 second.
Right now, the American Airlines jet and Army Black Hawk helicopter that collided nearly a week ago are being pulled from the Potomac River. That mid-air collision killed 67 people, and investigators say all victims have been recovered. Officials say it will take several days now to remove the wreckage from the Potomac River. They are focusing first on the jet and hope to recover the Black Hawk helicopter later this week.
Every day we set a goal for what we're trying to accomplish. Our goal for today was to get to the engine, the fuselage, and the wing.
New drone video shows the Black Hawk helicopter still intact. Investigators are analyzing flight information, voice recorders, and interviews with air traffic controllers to understand what happened.
What, am I the only one still on the panel? CKJ3, what's up, man? And Virgo, Ryan, thanks for your help earlier. And Jihad, how you doing? Y'all hit the link. The more the merrier up here.
Pussy bitches, all of you guys, pussy motherfuckers. I hope your families die. Fucking bitches.
The hell?
Can we know where you guys are? And your kids.
Give us at least something. Where do we find him?
Fucking pussies. Se lo llevaron. Dice que lo van a interrogar.
Oh, cool, right?
No life.
Where the fuck are you guys taking my dad? Ay, no más para que vean por el puto presidente por el que votaron. Where are you guys taking him?
Oh my Lord.
Pero ni siquiera nos dijeron dónde se lo iban a llevar.
So Virgo,
Wait.
Not every country in Central America is Hispanic, or there's other, like Ghana, I believe, Guyana, I think it's right, Guyana.
yes, Guyana.
No, there's Guyana and Brazil, and I forgot the other one. But this guy is here arguing with her, like, she's crazy.
What are they arguing over?
Basically saying that she don't know. But she's basically from the Korean, and she's basically having her perspective of Central America, and she shouldn't know anything about it. I'm guessing that's what they're talking about.
All right. What's up?
What's up?
Hey, Ryan.
I'm just getting out of the gym.
Oh, that's Ryan. Damn, I wasn't recognizing you, man.
That'd be me. I'm just leaving the gym. But Virgo and I have been arguing about this issue. Okay. Hold on. Let me get this in my truck. I got to get my bag in there. All right, look. What I was trying to say, she is talking about specific things, such as, so the argument is, what is the origins? Because she has said large parts of the Latino is black, and Latino isn't black. Latino is mixed.
There we go.
It's actually largely Asian because they came over via the Beringia land bridge from Asia. The DNA is a lot of Asian because they migrated by way of Alaska from Asia 20,000 years ago through 2,000 years ago.
Ryan.
And if you, yeah.
My great grandfather's half Asian.
Well, no, okay, but even before that, I'm talking about the Native Americans that were here, the American Indians. They all didn't come from Europe or Africa. They came from Asia. They have Chinese DNA and DNA from Siberia, a lot of it, right? And then you had whites coming over and blacks coming over in the last 500 years. But prior to that, it was from the Asian continent by way of the Bering Strait, or what was Beringia, because we're talking about during the Ice Age. I'm talking 10,000 years ago was an ice age. There was a lot less water, and you could walk from Russia across the Bering Strait, right? It was like you could walk over to Alaska. You could walk all the way down to Vancouver, if you can picture a map. So what I'm saying is Latino DNA is all over the place, but it's got a lot of Asian as well. And now she's telling me, no, it's black. Caribbean, yeah, there's more African DNA, population wise. But like you go to Peru, you go to Uruguay, you go to a lot of South America. So Latinos all over the place, you know? It's all over the place.
Yeah, they're a mutt breed of people. A lot of
Unless I call them up, right?
Yeah, that's mutt breeding, man. It's mutt breeding.
Well, okay, I think that's. I mean, it's a very mixed DNA, and but most of the. If you look at the like if you go to the Amazon, to where there's been no white and black breeding into these original places, like where the middle of the Amazon, like a lot of that DNA is original, and it's from. It's from the people that were here originally, and they're from Asia. They came from Asia. They didn't come from Europe or Africa.
Yeah.
So I just want to clarify that with her because she's saying no, it's white. But anyway, so I hope she understands what I'm saying here.
It would kind of make sense. Where are most of the people in the world? In Asia.
Ryan, Virgo said if I wanted a white man to school me, I'd ask my husband.
That's anecdotal. That's anecdotal. I think what it is it gives me a hard. I think it's that she's attracted to me, and it's hard for her to. It's hard for her to deny it.
Yeah, Kenny G with the candles,
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just fucking around. Look, here she comes. Here she comes.
You casted her.
Here she comes. Look.
Virgo, is that true?
All right, look. Virgo, I'm just teasing you. You know that. I'm just teasing you.
Is that true, Virgo?
Well, look, you can read up about it. It's anthropology. It's anthropology. I mean, 10,000 years ago, right? 5,000 years ago. It's human. They've actually mapped where humans are from, and then throughout the world by DNA, right? That you can figure out where populations are moving by DNA.
Virgo, you're going into the bathroom, Virgo. What the?
It's called haplogroups. She's all triggered.
Virgo,
she's triggered. She's triggered.
Virgo,
it's by haplogroup.
Virgo.
It's by haplogroup. Look up just type in like the R1B haplogroup. Type in haplogroup and it'll tell you.
Ryan, you shut your mouth because I had to walk away. I had to walk away from trying to get fucking raccoons killed out of a car. Let me tell you something. Shut your mouth. You don't know what you're talking about. You want to come up here when you know I can't? That's not fair, Ryan. It's not fair.
All right, come on.
I got about like an hour worth of schooling you, but I'm gonna handle you, Ryan, right now. I'm going to use the bathroom and I'm gonna go back to work.
Don't get in trouble. Don't get in trouble, girl. Don't get in trouble.
Go right ahead, bro.
All is fair in love and war.
I love you guys, though. What?
Don't get in trouble. Don't get in trouble.
I ain't gonna get in trouble. It's just that I can't talk freely.
Well, we can look. Let's shelve it. Let's shelve it. Yeah, we can shelve it while you read and stuff. It's cool.
Yeah.
While you read up on this topic.
No,
oh my God.
Honestly, Ryan, I would like to have that discussion because honestly, this is like a big issue even in my family. So I would like to have this discussion with you at a later time. And
let's do it.
I just be teasing you a lot. It's all love.
Okay. And since we got Portia in the audience, I have a question, and Portia would know the answer to this. I got a phone call from a buddy of mine today saying his mama called him saying Trump taking back the Obama phones or something. They're gonna demand $60. You ever heard this shit?
Get out.
Is that true? I know it's probably fake news, but meant to scare old people. But is that true? Has anyone heard this?
I wouldn't think that's true because they started saying about.
Did they have big buttons?
They started talking about they're gonna take away EBT and stuff, and I'm like I said, all that stuff is law, dude. Like, in order to take away these things, you can't do it through an executive order. You gotta go through Congress and shit. So I think people are wrong on that.
I think even if Trump if he could take away food stamps by executive order, I think he knows what would happen. He knows what would happen. It'd be total anarchy on the streets of America, and it just wouldn't be worth it. The cost to get rid of
not only that, but he's MAGA is nominally populist. Okay, you can't be doing things to piss the people off.
He's right.
That's the label, whatever the label is, he's a man that wants to build. And the bill, you got to have peace.
Yeah, okay.
You see what he's doing in Palestine. You can agree or disagree with it, but
lost
you're moving it.
Okay.
You're moving it to make us out. So the people can build.
Okay. Doing what Trump is doing, if it benefits people, that is an afterthought or a trickle down. Okay, if you actually think that Trump is building for the common man, boy, does he have some a bridge in Palestine to sell you.
Who mentioned the common man? I ain't mentioning the common man. Shit, the common man don't build
Okay,
anything.
well, John, I'm not putting words in your mouth. I'm making an independent statement.
And the common man doesn't build. Usually it's the elitists among us that really do the building. And that's his mind.
And the trickle down benefits the common man. If you think that oligarchs like Trump actually care about, what's happening outside their front doors, you are mistaken.
Well, I think he cares about law and order outside his buildings, and so that
That's right, because it will cause property damage if there's not.
And I think that, in some ways, all of us benefit from that. If the rich don't want to be touched anywhere around them,
right.
Because, right?
It's trickle down economics.
Trickle down safety.
That's some BS.
Trickle down economics.
I don't like what he's doing, man. I really don't.
Hey, John, I wanted you to see this video because, man, I think North Carolina they just passed a new law where they're charging minors in certain crimes as adults, and I think it's a good step in the right direction to
agree.
But I wanted you to see how this young murderer reacted once the judge removed his.
I think I seen this video.
All right, here we go.
Yep.
First at 5.
Oh, wait, you hear how he sounded?
First at 5, a 16-year-old learns he will not be getting bail after being charged with murder. Sean Simpson is accused of killing 16-year-old Zaquavius Dawkins and also accused of trying to kill someone else Sunday night in Gastonia. Well, Simpson is now being charged under a law change which allows 16 and 17-year-olds to be charged as an adult in certain crimes. But that did not make things any easier for anyone involved today, as you just saw. As Derek Dellinger reports right now, the hearing only lasted a few minutes, but it was tough for both families.
The family of the victims, Zaquavius Dawkins, they were in court and they were quite emotional about what happened. You have to realize this is one of their first chances to see the teen accused of killing him. Sean Simpson came into Gaston County Court at points wiping away his tears as he stood before a judge. Just 16 years old, he's being charged with first-degree murder as an adult. That's as a result of a law change that went into effect in December, which allows teens his age to be charged as an adult in certain crimes. There was a realization that during this proceeding that the gravity was hitting him, a grand jury indictment that could come in the near future, and a moment that hit when a judge told him that he would not be seeing freedom anytime soon.
Court may impose a hold without bond. Court finds sufficient allegations to support the charges. Considering the relevant factors and the charges, he is ordered held without bond.
This moment is tough to watch, but it was something that Zaquavius Dawkins' family says they needed to be here for. Simpson accused of killing Dawkins Sunday night along Chester Street. Simpson also accused with attempted first-degree murder involving another victim. Dawkins' family says he was going to get medical supplies for his mother when he was killed. After Wednesday's court appearance, things were still raw for Dawkins' family.
It's affected everybody, even the neighborhood that he lives in. It affected everybody.
Her grandson overcoming health issues as a baby and eventually playing football at Ashbrook High School. In recent days, and even after court Wednesday, Dawkins' family could not help but tell us how kind he was.
He was sweet. He was kind. He would do anything for anybody.
Which has made this all the more tough. But there's a realization here from Dawkins' family that justice must come, even for a suspect that's so young.
He is really young, and he took an innocent life, which was a part of me. I felt bad, but I mean, you out here doing doing big boy things, and this is what's going to happen. You got to suffer the consequences.
Simpson's next court date is set for February, though we're told he could be indicted by a grand jury before then, but he will remain in jail given the charges. At the Gaston County Courthouse, Derek Dellinger, Queen City News.
Yo, can I reenact that crime?
No, hold on 1 minute. You know when I heard that shit, the judge told that nigga, he said, "Get your ass in here, boy. You going to jail today."
Yeah, man.
And he said. It sound like a dinosaur.
Yeah. Well, in America, we would rather charge as adults than raise adults.
Amen.
I agree. And I think you know, this is what all the states honestly should adopt. You got to start charging these people as adults, man, because I mean, you taking bodies. I was talking about it earlier, John. Like, even growing up in Detroit, I had my first gun. I was like 12, man. But when I had issues with people, using the gun never even crossed my mind. We would meet up and fight. You know, like that's how we settled problems back then. It never came to guns. I've even seen fights where dudes would take the gun out their belt buckle and pass it to their mans before they got into the fight.
Yeah.
That's how,
Let me ask you a question, HB. How is that helpful?
Well, because I think these kids nowadays, they don't even settle their differences by fighting. They go straight to the guns. They go straight to the guns.
Okay, you missed my point. How is what you did as a kid even helpful, other than just as a little bit of history?
Well, I think it points out the differences of the youth of my day and the youth of today.
And that's productive. How?
Because
put the gun down, Craig.
At least we knew that settling differences by killing somebody wasn't really settling anything.
Okay,
you fight to live another day.
You're somehow or another missing my point. Bottom line is, we do a whole lot of sitting around reminiscing about our golden childhoods without actually talking about what should be done or solving problems.
Stanley,
not just this panel. I mean, as a society.
No, Stanley, and I think this is an example of what should be done. You got to charge these people as adults. I would tend to disagree with you, but it's your opinion.
What I would tend to say is that I think this is a symptom of like that boy crashed out, man. And what HB is saying, and what I probably could say, and maybe Antoine would say is, man, even if we had guns back then, man, we had too much to lose to be shooting some of the guys.
Okay, and I will ask you the same question I asked HB.
What I'm saying,
so who cares? Who cares?
What I'm saying, like deep down in the back of the, a young boy, man, when he's HB, he's like, man, I got too much to lose. I got some semblance of a future. This young man clearly it wasn't in the back of his mind to enough to restrain him from doing an act like this. And I think that's what has changed. And, if you want to talk about parenting and things like that, these parents, and maybe even the extension of the parents, owe it to these young kids. It's the same way these migrants come here, hopeful, with aspiration that this young boy would have some semblance of a future and not do things like this. HB talked about the suicide rate. I think these are all of the same things, man. When you're seeing this kind of stuff.
Okay, well, I disagree with you.
It's fine. There's no problem. You can disagree.
Yeah. You know what was kind of ironic?
I can say that.
Well, I just want to say
go
one
ahead.
more thing.
Go ahead,
I just want to say one more thing. You know what's kind of ironic is that hoodie. Have you seen those hoodies before, John? That hoodie he had on?
No, I didn't know what the hell that was. What is that?
Yeah.
That's a brand.
That's a brand.
It's expensive.
So that hoodie, that's about a $600 hoodie. It's a brand called Denim Tears. Denim Tears. And that's what's kind of poetic about it. He's shedding tears. Probably about to get life in prison.
With a $600 hoodie.
$600 denim hoodie on.
What do you think that was all about, though? What do you think that was about, though?
honestly, they're 16, so it was probably just about the same shit I used to fight for.
Culture,
Probably
man.
probably
Dumb shit.
females, dumb shit. Maybe he made fun of him or
Yeah, and sometimes it ain't even
Okay,
about
well,
that.
let me.
Sometimes it's just because you live across the street and we don't even get along with across the street. Like
Okay,
it could be
well,
as simple as that.
fighting is a feature of childhood. Is naturally going to escalate. When you can't win with fists, in a fair fight, you look to gain the advantage. So again, you fighting is a normal part of your childhood. Isn't impressive to me.
no, I'm not saying it to be
It
impressive.
fighting in your youth would naturally progress to gunfighting, a generation or two later.
Yeah, I agree with you on that, Stanley.
Yeah.
I mean, at some point you gotta get to an age where
I saw the change.
you gotta get to an age where you learn how to resolve your problems, with your mouth. And I think, these young boys jumped the fighting and went straight to the gun. Grown man stage. You know what I'm saying? That's what they did. They jumped the gun, right? Jumped all the fighting. They skipped over that.
I just feel like
And,
they need to.
again, what's so interesting is you mentioned this shit. I often talk about here, man, like you gotta have a foundation built, right? And even in the cases where like you get your ass whooped a couple times by a nigga, it might train your behavior.
Yes, sir.
Well, now they missing the ass whooping and they going straight to the gun. There's no foundation being built on how to move in society. They jumping straight to the gun.
And
No
not only
foundation.
that.
Let me ask you a question though, and this is a genuine question to John. One of the things that I remarked on when my son was in grade school, there was, total anti-bullying, no bullying allowed. And I sometimes wondered if that, just the total ban on it was a bad thing.
Yup. Agree with you.
Yeah, I
100%.
never thought about that. But again, that's true. If you can't defend yourself from the bully, you don't learn how to do that. It's like you're missing the foundational aspects of life. I mean, how many damn parables and proverbs that talk about how you deal with the bully? David versus Goliath, right? And these people are skipping the David versus Goliath stage.
Exactly.
The gun, you know what I mean? Instead of figuring out a way how to maneuver around this big man. Hell, none of us are 7 feet tall, so we probably encounter people bigger than us, and we either figure out how to stay out that motherfucker's way or not, get on this bad side. And these kids are skipping all that shit, just going straight to the gun,
Straight to the guns, man.
Hey, I can say something real quick.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Without giving too much information, I've been to 2 funerals this month, and it was teenagers that did that to my good friends, my homeboys. So it is a teenage problem. When they 45, I'm 45. There's no reason a teenager taking out a 45-year-old man. 2 of them, 2 funerals I went to. So it is a problem with the teenagers. Is they don't want to fight. They see something they like that you got on, they go take it. And sometimes they take your life from after when they take it. So it's a teenage problem though. That's why when teenagers come around, I leave. I don't want to be around no teenager. I ain't scared of them, but I don't want them niggas around me. For real.
Antoine, can I ask you a question? When you were growing up, right? Because I don't know where you grew up or whatever, but let's say
in Florida,
you were doing some bad things. Did you have older people to tell you, hey, my brother, like what you doing ain't right, man? Like go on this path. Did you have people like that when you were growing up?
Yeah, I had people like that. But if I get in a fight, you beat me, I'm gonna fight you again. You beat me again, every time I see you, I'm gonna fight you.
Agreed.
Yeah, but I ain't gonna pick up no weapon or nothing like that.
And I think that's that's a major problem. We don't have people like that. When I was growing up and I did something stupid, there will always be the older person to tell me, hey, like wise up, man. Like that's not the path to go. Look at me where I'm at. I want you to do better. We don't have that anymore.
I don't even know if it's that, man.
I know it's not that, but it's a small part of it too, because at least let's say you come from a single parent house, at least you have good people around you to guide you. instead of going outside and having negative people guide you, which is only going to lead to more negativity. Like, you got to have an uncle or a grand, you know what I'm saying? It got to be some type of man, some type of role model in your life. And most of these people, I don't think they got role models, man. The same role models and align with their lifestyle. So it's not really much help.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it's it kind of just goes into that whole, a lot of these people, they don't even have any idea of a future. Like even that girl who fucked 1,000 guys in 14 hours. Like it's honestly just kind of sad seeing somebody that depraved, where they don't even look at themselves as anything else other than that.
Well, all I say
That's
is
crazy.
she's about $50 richer this morning.
Yeah. But I mean,
So who's really the depraved one?
Well, you know,
Yeah.
again, like, you know,
The one earning the $50 or the one paying the $50?
Paying it, man. I think the paying.
She wrote off a lot of her future by doing that stunt, bro. Like, just
Yeah.
short term thinking, I'm gonna sleep with a bunch of men for some money. Like, and,
She's gonna be able to afford her own island.
Yeah. But I mean, at what cost though, Stanley? I mean,
you know what? Like I said, I'm kind of, in a weird way, kind of biblical about this. I think the person paying the $50 is just as dysfunctional as the person earning it.
Agreed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So I always, I always pay attention to the messenger.
You don't give her the attention, she doesn't become anybody.
Well, I mean,
she finds another line of work.
She did break a world record, though. I think,
I kind of wonder, if the Clarence Thomases aren't right in the world, just fucking outright ban porn.
You know what she deserves?
Because it's making a lot of dysfunction, on both sides of the transaction.
I agree, Stanley.
This is what she wins, HB, a Dundee Award. That's what she wins.
I agree. I definitely agree with you on that, Stanley. I
What's
think
what's even worse is, what if it's all just publicity and she made up the whole story?
You think, dude?
Well, no, I mean,
what if? I'm just saying, what if?
Yeah. I mean,
damn, bro. I mean, you're right, dude. There's people that like show these videos of eating stuff and like they really don't eat at all. So,
that was deep. That was deep porn, deep fake porn.
That's crazy, yo. Maybe she bamboozled everybody. Yo, you might be onto something, man.
And you might be right.
See, I'm learning. All this conspiracy theory stuff is rubbing off.
You said that she that it was always the guy grabbing the camera, right?
Yeah.
See?
Yeah. I mean, it was definitely multiple guys though, but it
probably guys that she's done it with before in the past. Maybe like 10 guys, and then maybe all those guys are just standing there.
Well, there was from the 100 one, there was guys lined up. They did have footage of that. There was guys lined up. So
she deep seeked right into your pocket.
But she with this 1,000 one, they're having issues because they can't verify if these guys were all over 18. That's like the problem.
Damn. Wow. Well, she's she's what I call a true seaman.
She's a mega pedophile.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
She might be a pedophile. I mean, she probably is at this point.
I mean,
a mega pedo.
That's like the thing now for like white women, dude. So gross.
Yeah. Well, let's see what we got here. It's your girlfriend, Stanley.
You got to put some Kenny G in the back.
That's right. I'm gonna have a threesome with her and what's her name?
The bald one.
No, the one I can't even think of her name now.
AOC.
No. The one from Georgia that I keep damn it.
Bush. What's her name?
I am getting old.
Bush.
No,
Bush
it
something.
doesn't matter. All I'm saying is I'm gonna have a hood level threesome. Fonnie Willis, yep, she'll work.
Oh, Fonnie.
Yeah, Fonnie got a rump, man.
Stacey Abrams, Fonnie Willis, and yeah, we're gonna have a nice evening. We're gonna talk DEI
Jasmine
and
Crockett.
sex.
She is the vice-ranking member on the House Oversight Committee and now a newly minted member of the DOJ subcommittee. Welcome, my friend. It's good to see you. Let's get to what you'll be doing serving on this committee. It's led by Congressman Marjorie Taylor Greene to provide oversight to DOJ's efforts. Do you know why they went after access to the federal government's payment system?
I have no idea, but I don't have any positive thoughts when it comes down to it. I appreciate that you played the clip of Jamie Raskin, and as you know, Congressman Raskin asked, why do you need access? I mean, here it is. I'm a wholly, fully elected member of Congress. I don't have that kind of access. So when you start talking about who should have access to literally the system that controls approximately $6 trillion of our dollars, I don't really understand, because the people that worked in those positions could only distribute money per the law. So why is it that the DOJ committee would have to have access? And that's not the place that you go to look for cuts. You look at our budget, which it is Congress that has the power of the purse. You look at our budget, you help the president come up with his proposed budget, and then the House and the Senate will decide what we send to his desk, and he gets to decide whether or not he signs it into law. He should not have access to this. And with people already having angst about Elon Musk and the things that he does as it relates to technology, this is not instilling anything more than another layer of fear, especially since normally when you are going to be in a position like that, you have to go through security clearances. And let me tell you, some people think security clearances are all about whether or not you have a warrant or not. No, they look at whether or not you have some sort of divided interest. They look at whether or not you have good credit. They look at so many other things. And we're talking about someone who's unelected, unvetted, and definitely unconfirmed that is now literally sitting atop our $6 trillion, and we don't know what it is that he's doing. And we honestly.
And see, this is the corner that these Democrats back them up in. The biggest issue, he's not even American. He ain't even from America. That's the biggest issue, but they can't even say that. Go ahead, play it. Keep playing it, Portia.
No, they said it before. This is just one interview. They talk about Elon a lot.
Well, that's my
honestly
biggest
don't know.
But go ahead, keep playing it, Portia. Keep playing it.
He has.
Look, you have well articulated some of the bad thoughts as you described them at the top here. The question is, does Musk's team now have the power to actually disrupt federal payments?
In my opinion, they do, but I honestly don't know. We still don't know really what DOJ is.
Pause it. They don't. It's a read only, so they have access to it, but they don't have any access to.
Okay, let me ask you something. Okay,
Yeah.
he's got a bunch of like computer engineers, and believe me, read only is just the start. If you actually know what you're doing, you can get around all that. The bottom line, the other thing you forgot to mention is he's a former H-1B visa holder. So I thought I'd throw that in there since we're doing Elon Musk trivia this morning.
Yeah, no, that is true too. But
and the bottom line is
and
he is unelected. He should not. Basically, I had this argument last night. Okay, what he does is unchecked. The U.S. government is built on checks and balances. He is currently, his only check is Donald Trump, and you know what? I don't know that that's a good enough check.
And honestly, Stanley, I've been thinking this about Elon for a while. I think he's gonna end up doing something where he's gonna get put in prison So if he
Nah, I
wants
doubt
to,
it.
if he wants to go around and he wants to do, because him having access to it, I don't really see the problem. Just read only. But if he does,
Okay, there's such a thing as a writing pad. Okay, if you can read it, you can take a picture of it, you can write it down. He shouldn't have access, period.
well, if he does do something nefarious, I hope he does get prosecuted um,
Yeah,
by the highest orders. I hope
that's
he
the
does.
kind of lamestream logic I've come to expect from
It's
Trump
just going to
voters.
be pardons at the end of Trump's administration. That's the plan.
Nah. He needs to do real prison time if he does something like that.
That stream that you're ejecting is an old man stream. It's just kind of a tinkle.
Okay. All right. Let's keep going, Portia. Let's keep going.
In the first place. I mean, listen, think
payments.
In my opinion, they do, but I honestly don't know. We still don't know really what Doge is in the first place. I mean, listen, think about it like this, Alex. Everyone hates Congress. That's just what it is, right? But as a sitting member of Congress, I mean, I had to give up my ability to practice law. I am prevented from being able to practice law to prevent potentially somebody dropping a load of cash on me and I do something that is nefarious as one of 400.
She said she's gonna get a load dropped on her. Nice.
A what?
A load dropped on her. Nice.
That's probably what she's been Morse coding with her eyelashes for the past.
Yeah, when you can't actually make a cogent point, just go to the lowest common denominator.
You know what's interesting is like, can anyone, and this is an honest question, based upon her behavior, you've seen her in Congress, will anyone hire her as a lawyer out of your own pocket?
Yes.
Nah.
Yes, probably. And the other comment I want to make about this Doge committee, you got Marjorie Taylor Greene is the chairman of the subcommittee. How seriously can you take this?
Yeah, John. I couldn't. I wouldn't hire her as my lawyer unless I'm like trying to sue my company for discrimination or something. I can see her coming in handy then, but not for nothing serious.
One of the things, HB, you might notice is, and she was in one interview, where she was, getting a little, worked up, and she was like, started mentioning all her degrees and qualifications.
Yeah, that is, and we talked about that before. I think that
Okay, let me ask you two a question. So what if she did that? What does that tell you?
I think that's kind of a reflection on the lame black men who do the same shit. That's where in that whole red
Okay,
pill
well,
manosphere.
your anti-black logic besides, that's a reflection of her voters, is what I'm getting at.
Well, what I'm saying is that, like, qualifications, you got some education. Okay, great. That doesn't mean you're qualified. You got an honorary degree. That really means nothing. Someone just gave you a degree. And so
Okay,
she was.
I'm still struggling to find out why her. Can you just tell me why you're concerned about her spitting off degrees? Obviously, her voters think that she's qualified. So what you think doesn't really matter.
Well, I question what does she really think of herself? If she truly believes that an honorary degree makes her somehow worthy of whatever, I mean, it just kind of shows you, like, she doesn't really understand like things on a deeper level. Degrees vary.
Okay, and I would tend to disagree with you. I would argue you don't understand things on a deeper level. Her voters put her into office. So, she might be justified in saying, hey, I've accomplished this.
Yeah, it's that's the way it goes these days.
She actually does have a tangible accomplishment.
No, and I get that, Stanley, but it just reminds me of those the manosphere guys who, I'm a high value male, so you should respect me. It's that same lame ass nigga kind of argument that dudes, you know,
Mm-hmm.
with a whole bunch of
Okay, but the
degrees and
bottom
money.
line
I have a
is
degree.
maybe I didn't make it clear. She has a tangible accomplishment. Your average manosphere dude doesn't.
I
No,
mean,
but
she was voted
it's the
in though.
same argument though. It's the same
I
No,
argument.
mean,
actually, it's not.
yeah, it's
Again,
not, dude, because she
she
was
is
voted in.
literally sitting on TV being interviewed as a sitting congresswoman. Your
Yeah, she was
average
voted in.
manosphere. I'm just basically saying your comparison doesn't hold up.
No, but it's the same lame argument that just because you're accomplished means that your
But
argument
okay,
means
I
more.
got you.
Yeah, it's
Same
like
argument, except the results are different.
right, and
And
it's literally
her argument is legit because there's something at the end of the argument that's a tangible accomplishment. Your average manosphere dude does not.
but it's still like it's pointless. Like having to point out that you're a high
How is it
value person.
pointless?
Because if you have to point it out, are you really that high value? If you're in Congress,
She is literally a sitting congresswoman.
right.
So
But it's like,
yes,
but Stanley, obviously she's high accomplished. She's in Congress, obviously. So for her to even bring it up, it just shows that she really doesn't have an argument. And it's the same thing with those manosphere
okay.
guys.
I don't know what argument. I'm basically commenting on you comparing her to a manosphere person. You know, this
But
high
you see,
value.
you see this.
I find it gauche that she wants to talk about her degrees. It should be self-evident that she's accomplished, but at least she can point to something that her degrees and her qualification have achieved.
But that doesn't make you a good. Just because you have all these qualifications doesn't make you a good congressman. Just because a guy is high value doesn't make him a good husband or father.
Understood. And my argument is good, bad, or indifferent. It did make her a congresswoman. Now, what she does with it is kind of a different argument.
Yeah. It's just kind of sad. A woman at this point in her life still has to remind people of that type of stuff.
Well, I think it's kind of sad that someone who actually has a tangible accomplishment can't be appreciated for that accomplishment.
I appreciate her.
Do you know? I couldn't tell.
She kind of cute. I like her.
Yeah.
I like her.
Okay.
I like her lace front too.
The point is that she's not being interviewed for her cuteness.
No BS, and she always dressed well too.
Yeah, she does. I like her lace front. She always has it real nice and pressed. Her hair is always pressed.
I guarantee you, there's a bathroom with whatever her hair products are, in her office, stock full.
Yeah, I bet her plumber is
in her
overtime.
congressional office.
Her plumber probably works overtime cleaning all that hair out the drain.
Hey, she has a congressional plumber.
All right, Portia, let's watch some more of this.
35. And now we're talking about a guy who literally gets government contracts from the United States and has not had to divest, it is really awful. And I know right now people are asking whether or not their IRS refund checks are going to be affected. We don't know if this is more DEI. Are you going to say if it's somebody that's a person of color, then for some reason, whatever they paid in to the federal government, they're not allowed to get it back? Like, we don't know, but there is no reason for any political appointee, if you can even call him that, to have this kind of access. There's none.
Let me move to the fact that you are also a member of the Judiciary Committee. And since Donald Trump took office, multiple top FBI officials and federal prosecutors who all worked on January 6 cases, they're out of a job. And now the DOJ wants names of those who worked on the Trump or January 6 investigations for possible firing. What do you make of this apparent cleansing?
I mean, you just called it what it is. It's a cleansing. I mean, listen, when Democrats got out there and we said that our democracy was really at risk, people were like, oh, Democrats, you're out there, you're gaslighting. It's not our democracy. Well, he did say he'd be a dictator on day one. Oh, Democrats, it's just Trump. He just talks. Well, let me tell you something. He is doing more than talking. We talked about Project 2025. We talked about the consolidation of power. We talked about how he wanted to be a king. We talked about in a democratic republic, that is not what it is. We have some sort of checks and balances, and he is doing everything that he can to get rid of those checks and balances. The DOJ and the people that he's going after were simply doing their jobs. The problem is that Americans thought that it was okay to take a full-fledged criminal and make him the president of the United States, and then they want to act aghast when he does criminal things. Let me tell you, we have a thug in charge of the United States, and if we don't wake up, we may not have a United States, because right now he has only been successful in being a divider in chief.
Can you tell me what you're hearing about him from Republicans, from colleagues that will speak to you off the record? Do they have concerns about him? No names, but are you hearing concerns?
I do hear concerns. And let me make sure that I get this timeline together for the American people. Number one, he was sworn in on January 20th. That was on a Monday. We were supposed to be in session from Tuesday to Friday of that week. They canceled our Friday votes. So we have only been in session Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of the week that he was sworn in. No other days. They decided to take advantage of the fact that Congress was not in and started to unravel and break as many things in our democracy as they could without us being here. But I can tell you that even when we went through the CR vote, there were Republicans that silently or in the background were cheering us on and saying this is wrong. Like, they knew we had negotiated, and all of a sudden this guy who's not elected makes a tweet on Twitter. And so, no, can I tell you that Republicans want to see Elon go down? I can. Now, will they come out publicly and say that? No, because they're concerned about whether or not he'll spend money in their next elections. But there are some. But I need them to understand that this is their time to rise up and do what is right. This is the time to honor the oath that we all took. Listen, today I had to enter into agreement with Rand Paul, something that I never saw on my bingo card. But this is a guy who made it clear this stupid tariff war is just that. It is dumb. And I have to agree, even when it's somebody like Rand Paul, I have to agree that he is absolutely correct.
So just specifically, what is Rand Paul saying that you said, yeah, I'm backing you up on this?
On the tariffs, he said that deciding to put these tariffs on Mexico as well as Canada, I don't think we'll ever scream too loudly about tariffs on China, but that's a whole other issue. But he was saying that it is going to take the cost of things up and that we should just call it what it is. This is a tax. It is a tax on Americans. And his attitude about it was, allegedly, the Republicans don't like to do taxes. So why are we raising taxes on the American people? But that's exactly what it is. It's a tax on us. We are the ones that are going to pay.
Can I just ask you, didn't you hear Donald Trump say many times during the campaign he was going to lower prices for the American people? Won't this have the opposite effect?
Now, I tried to ignore a lot of the things that he said. But yes, he did say that. He did tell that lie. And we know we've got historic prices right now on eggs. For everybody that said they voted because of the price of eggs, they have only gone up. And just saying that you're going to lower something with only offering concepts of a plan was really the giveaway that he did not have a plan to help you lower the cost of food. Instead, as we are seeing these raids that are taking place, we know that we've heard from farmers that people aren't showing up to work. And the reality is that every single city that I've campaigned in, I would ask people, tell me how many of you plan on going into farming or sending your kids into farming. So you explain to me how that food is going to make it to the grocery store if there's no one that is actually willing to go out and work the fields. And now let's talk about the foods that we get out of Mexico.
Because Stanley, you were the one that made me look this up. The price of the eggs is because of that chicken flu that happened last year. I think that was you.
By the way, I did a story last night. I'll put it in the back for you.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of eggs, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so trying to blame Trump for that, I don't think anybody can. Like, I mean, it happens, Like we
Okay.
have.
The thing is, though, it was Trump who broached the subject.
Yeah. I can agree with you on that. But I mean, if you got to kill a bunch of chickens, the
If
price of
Trump
eggs
had
are probably
had
gonna
his
go up.
good sense about him, he would have never mentioned eggs.
Yeah. He probably doesn't know.
And the reason being, and I'm going to put the story in the back, Waffle House is now charging an egg surtax or surcharge.
Hey, keep it
No, I'm
paused for
dead
1 minute.
serious.
Yeah, I heard about that. Keep it paused for 1 minute. Stanley, we're 3 hours in, man. We're running the campaign $10 a day for Portia J. As much simping as these men do out here, at least you can show our wonderful editor, Portia J. What'd you say about that, HB Stanley? What do you think?
Yeah,
definitely.
Portia is our anti.
God damn.
What's her name?
Ooh, that's true.
Oh, Jasmine Crockett.
Yeah, anti Jasmine Crockett.
A lot of you niggas be taking out Jasmine Crockett. You be on the dinner paying for crab legs for Jasmine Crockett.
Portia, that is dearly departed ODB on John's wall right there.
That's his food stamp card.
That's his food stamp card.
When I used to live in Brooklyn, this was on the corner of where I lived, and I think it's a mural of his food stamp card, if I'm not mistaken, or it's an identification card for food coupons.
Wow.
So they painted that on the wall there at Franklin and Putnam in Brooklyn.
Oh man, a simpler time, man. The 90s were a simpler time. Damn. All right, Portia. We only got a couple more seconds of this video. Let's finish this up.
So whether it's our avocados, whether it's our strawberries, the things that we import, let's talk about what that's going to look like when Mexico says, oh, okay, well, they put a tariff on it. All that's being passed on to us. And then when it comes to people, especially in my state of Texas, where we are one of the largest traders in the world, not just the United States, but in the world, Texas is our own economy. And now our biggest trade partner, Mexico, is saying, you know what, we're going to slap these tariffs on. What does that mean? Those businesses that are doing trade are now going to be hit because people in Mexico may not be buying those items because now they are going to be too expensive.
It's always sobering to talk with you, I have to say, but you also managed to bring a smile to my face with your energy and personality. So thanks. Gotta say thanks for that as well. Representative Jasmine Crockett. We'll see you again soon.
Always so sobering to talk to you.
Yeah, right. She just let that white woman play all in her face like that, man.
She'll screw you up.
Wow. Yeah, what do you think about that, John? This whole Elon Musk having access to all these funds and stuff, and being able to read what they're spending and what they're spending it on.
I mean, I've been saying all along, man, like, it's not like they're even squandering the money in the United States. I think people could kind of understand it. They were spending money to build a road and just squandered it. But they're sending money outside of the country, and we'll never see that money again. And much of it is coming back into their own pockets. And I think it's like traitors to me, to be honest with you. And I think that's why they're fighting so hard,
Yeah. It is interesting, man.
Stanley, have you been seeing how they're trying to get back into the U.S. aid office and all of that stuff?
Who, the employees?
Yeah, I guess the employees, some of the Congress representatives as well. I guess they, I don't know what they want to get back in there. What's their reasoning? But
well, the last I actually heard about it is that Marco Rubio is going to be the interim head of it, and they're looking to kind of fold it into the State Department.
And haven't they shut the doors of it? It's closed or something, right? They locked the door.
Well, Elon Musk did. I'm not
Yeah.
sure he's going to be able to do that, though. Again, these federal agencies are basically created by Congress, and constitutionally, it's a constitutional thing that Congress controls these things, not the executive branch.
Well, as I said,
So whether they're going to be able to continue to keep it closed, I don't know.
well, as I said all along, if there is fraud happening, which is what I think they suspect, then the easiest way to uncover it is to discontinue someone from their job, suspend them from their job.
Okay, well, the easiest thing to do is have the Justice Department investigate it instead of DOJ.
I mean, these people are long past investigating themselves.
I don't agree with that. If people are long past, then you know what? All is lost.
Well, I mean, how many investigations have we seen? Russia collusion, this, that, Spygate.
Okay, well, the difference is, are you assuming? I would tend to agree with you, except that the Russia collusion investigations are just that. They're investigations. And, I know people don't want to hear it, but there was smoke there. Maybe there wasn't fire, but the Russian collusion thing was a thing. Now, whether it rose to the level of, illegality and all that stuff, or it wasn't pursued, but it wasn't a hoax. I'll put it that way.
But after billions of dollars being spent, Stanley, to come up with nothing, and that is really the jig, if you ask me. These people are career establishment type people. They probably made millions upon millions of dollars investigating someone to come up empty-handed. And
I don't agree that they came up empty-handed. Look at all these presidential pardons. All those investigations came to nothing too.
I mean,
I'm going to argue that those were derailed. They didn't come up with nothing. They basically said, "Hey, we don't want to pursue it any farther. Squelch it."
Right, and that's what I'm saying. Like, you go to those ends, spending $30-40 million, I think, what they spent investigating the Russia collusion, and then you say, "I don't want to do it anymore." Like, no, you owe us something. Like, you spent the taxpayer money accusing a man, accusing an organization, whatever they were. I don't even remember what it was about, but and they do these things because the people who are doing the quote unquote investigating are making money. Yep. Even with the consent decree.
Okay, John. I hope you're applying that criticism across party lines.
Every day I come in here and I say, man, like they.
Because we spent a year or more with Comer investigating a laptop and he's come up with nothing. They spent millions and millions of dollars, came up with nothing.
Yeah, see, they all in on the jig.
So, both sides are doing it, basically.
They spent millions and millions of dollars investigating Hillary Clinton and came up with nothing. They spent millions.
That still pisses me off, man. I wanted to see her in prison, man. I really did.
Sleight of hand, and and what's so crazy around here, Stanley, living here. I worked in the government maybe around that time, and when they was detailing kind of what she did, I said, man, that is you have to sign all, and she had to sign them too. There is no exemptions really to this thing. Like all the paperwork and stuff you have to sign. I'm saying, data did. And for her to have the service and be conducting business from a bathroom server, most around here know that wouldn't be allowed, but for her it is allowed because
John,
the game,
this is a very personal experience that almost ended my naval career. Things like what Hillary Clinton did happen all the time. It's almost like a daily base at all kinds of levels. Living in that world of top secret clearances and stuff like that. Believe me, it's a precarious world, and there are all kinds of things that get covered up.
Did you set up a server?
Away.
But
it basically could have been an issue, but it was literally a signature solved the problem.
Yeah, but this was like gross. Like I'm trying to hide something, right? You know, these people get away with anything, man. Like, and she wouldn't be able to get away with it if there were a true opposition. And that is my point. I keep hammering home. There is no opposition because they're all in the
I think
same
she wouldn't have gotten away with it had she not been an elite.
No, exactly.
Well, they all
Exactly.
elite.
Yeah. Even
Right,
down to,
and they all believe me. Donald Trump, in his heart of hearts, if he had wanted to pursue it, he would have pursued it.
Yeah. No, and that's something I definitely agree with because I voted for Trump that first time because of that. You know, he was gonna drain the swamp and get rid of Hillary, put her in prison. You know, I wanted to see the shit show. I fell for it.
Do you remember when the guy was convicted of leaking? He may have leaked Trump's taxes or something like that. I can't remember. I mean, they gave him a slap on the wrist. You know, it's a federal crime. Like, I mean, they're not going to punish their own. You know, these people are all in cahoots with each other. You know.
Yeah. Even on the lower level, like Tiffany Henyard, they've been investigating her for like 3 years now. Still
And
nothing.
And you know what's that's a very good example, HB. Because while they're investigating her, you know who's ringing up the tab? Lori Lightfoot.
Lori Lightfoot. Yeah.
Business, Stanley. That seriously is the business right there.
It's
They make
crazy.
a hell of a lot of money giving their friends and cronies investigations of other, of other people. Yeah.
Yeah, it is all a game. Stanley, Angry Snowman has a question for you on the screen. He said, "If the laptop
Hey,
was an
Angry Snowman, how you been? It's good to hear from you. You ought to come up to the panel. I think that the pardon was really more about protecting Hunter from the laptop and many other things. Essentially, if there was actually a laptop, Comer and all his committee went for a year or two and couldn't come up with anything. I think basically the pardon was to prevent Comer from continuing to be creative.
You know, Stanley, I think you have too much faith in these people, man.
Well, what else can I have?
Yeah, no, I get you. I think they know exactly what he did, and I think though if you really pursue that, it'll tear the whole thing down.
Okay, Angry Snowman, I understand why you think that question. You're not actually doing what you think you're doing. Obviously, there were some crimes that were committed. Hunter Biden was convicted of them.
Yeah. Oh man. Portia, what the hell is going on?
Hey, Stanley, I'm gonna throw you some red meat on this one. You remember when Jared Kushner was going over there to Israel cutting deals? Remember that?
Yeah.
No, you remember.
The better deals were with Saudi Arabia, though.
But I think this was, I said it from the beginning, man. This is all a big real estate play right here. We talked about it. I consider Gaza like La Perla. You ever been? We talked about La Perla on the Atlantic Ocean in Puerto Rico.
No, I've been to Puerto Rico, but not.
Yeah. On your way to Old San Juan, you'll pass right by La Perla, like slums, but it's just on the Mediterranean, on the Atlantic. And these Gazan people, they on the fucking the Mediterranean, Black Dead Sea, whatever the hell it is, man. Like, there's no way they can stay there forever for long term. That valuable real estate with the real estate developers all around them, real real estate developers. And so when Jared Kushner started investing money over there, remember, Stanley, I'm surprised you haven't even talked about this. When he started investing money over there during the first Trump administration, it's you can kind of see the writing on the wall there.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, any trickle down, any workers or subcontractors who wind up, they're going to benefit from the trickle down. So I think that all these people who want to pretend Trump understands the everyman and all this stuff, I think they're just fooling themselves. The oligarchs rode the working man's back all the way to the White House and all the way back to power.
Yeah. Well, let's watch this.
And the
video,
one compliment I have to give Trump, he definitely has the ability to learn. He's a lot more efficient than he was in his first term. So I have to give him credit. He's very focused on what he's doing. He's striking fast, and he's going to see what he can get away with. And as a former military man, I can't help but admire that. I think he's got low character, but he is crafty. He is clever.
Yeah. I mean, he knows.
He's a smooth criminal.
I like him smooth.
According to Jasmine Crockett, he's a thug. That's what she called him. She called him a thug.
Yeah, well, Jasmine.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Let's watch this.
I bet if he came knocking at your door, you would call him Mr. President.
She would. She put a fresh new wig on for Trump. Throw that fresh. Let's watch this video portion. Let's go.
Also strongly believe that the Gaza Strip, which has been a symbol of death and destruction for so many decades and so bad for the people anywhere near it, and especially those who live there, and frankly, who's been really very unlucky. It's been very unlucky. It's been an unlucky place for a long time. Being in its presence just has not been good, and it should not go through a process of rebuilding and occupation by the same people that have really stood there and fought for it and lived there and died there and lived a miserable existence there. Instead, we should go to other countries of interest with humanitarian hearts, and there are many of them that want to do this, and build various domains that will ultimately be occupied by the 1.8 million Palestinians living in Gaza, ending the death and destruction and, frankly, bad luck. This can be paid for by neighboring countries of great wealth. It could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 12. It could be numerous sites, or it could be one large site. But the people will be able to live in comfort and peace, and we'll make sure something really spectacular is done. They're going to have peace. They're not going to be shot at and killed and destroyed like this civilization of wonderful people has had to endure. The only reason the Palestinians want to go back to Gaza is they have no alternative. It's right now a demolition site. This is just a demolition site. Virtually every building is down. They're living under fallen concrete that's very dangerous and very precarious. They instead can occupy all of a beautiful area with homes and safety, and they can live out their lives in peace and harmony instead of having to go back and do it again. The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site, level the site and get rid of the destroyed buildings, level it out, create an economic development that will supply unlimited numbers of jobs and housing for the people of the area. Do a real job, do something different. Just can't go back. If you go back, it's going to end up the same way it has for 100 years.
Wow. Hey, John, it sounds like Trump is creating some new real estate for Barron, man.
Yeah, we're moving forward here.
Hey, what Trump is doing is gentrifying a country.
Yeah.
Mara Gaza, here we come.
Man, the thing is, man, like honestly, they got the best out. They got to play the best out of a bad hand. If somebody's gonna rebuild it, I mean, they're lucky it's Trump and not Biden. I mean, we clearly see Obama can't build shit.
Yeah.
At least they got a man who's built shit and he got some experience. because they're gonna need it. You know,
Yeah,
as a matter of fact,
we're praising,
to real quick, Stanley, to your point, because this is
praising,
real quick, Stanley, because you don't like
praising a
this.
colonizer.
Do you remember, Stanley? Because I know you've listened to some Thomas Sowell. Do you remember when he said about Obama that one of his like great gifts was to say something that was absolutely absurd, but to make it not only sound like plausible but inspiring? I don't know if you've ever heard him say that, but that's what I think sometimes when I hear.
It sounds like Trump.
But it sounds like Trump, bro. Like he'll come up, he'll say, you know, hey, today, you know, we're gonna bomb Gaza. It's okay, everybody. Everything will be fine. We're gonna have a strip mall, Six Flags in 6 months. Six Flags in 6 months.
It's what politicians do.
well, I think you have
That's
to
crazy.
regardless of if you agree or disagree with the situation. I'm not well versed enough to even know to really comment, but no one else has come up with a solution to solve this problem.
Okay, Trump's not coming up with like I said, I like that he's thinking outside of the box. You know, throw something at the wall and see what sticks. But there are all kinds of problems with what he's proposing.
Well, I mean, we've had all kinds of problems with what we haven't proposed, just sitting there doing nothing.
Okay,
right?
well, the number one problem is us getting involved at all.
I mean, we were always going to be over there, so it is what it is.
Yeah, and I don't think I honestly think that us getting this knee deep involved, it's not going to lead to good things. America does not do well at democracy building, country building. We don't do that very well.
No, we done well at maintaining the status quo over there. It ain't working. So time for something new,
Okay,
I guess.
and again, we should learn to mind our own business sometimes. But I admire Trump for thinking outside of the box. I can't take that away.
You know, we can't mind our own business when it comes to Israel. They drag us into it.
Yeah, now when it comes to the Jews,
we can't, but we should.
Yeah, when it comes to the Jews, we can't mind our own business, man. You know, the Jew, they'll always remind us, we marched with you during civil rights. You know, we gotta, you know.
Gotta bend that knee.
Yeah, you gotta bend
Well,
the knee,
if you guys actually knew what you were doing, you would stop worshiping Trump and stop being anti-black and more pro-Jew.
Nah, I'm definitely not pro-Jew, but you know, I think this was part of the plan. You know, I think they set it up the whole time to have, because they were, you know, the Jews were the ones supporting Hamas, and this was always going to be the plan. They were going to end up moving these people out, make them look like complete terrorists and evil people, move them out and build more real estate over there.
Yeah, I don't know that it was always the plan, but I like the way they're you know, thinking outside the box. Not a bad thing.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to look into Jared Kushner's dealings over there one day, Stanley.
Yeah, we should. And I actually think that.
What do you say, HB?
Where do you guys think they're going to move the Palestinians at?
Where do you think they're going to?
Well, they're not moving them out. They're just basically saying the people that are displaced, don't let them back.
Well,
so the people that are there, they're not moving out, is at least from what I've read.
He said 1.8 million people, they're going to have to move them somewhere else. So
yeah, they're not moving them out. The ones that are displaced, they're not going to let them back in.
It says here that Jared Kushner has a $2 billion investment from the Saudi Sovereign Wealth Fund into his. Wow. Okay.
Into Gaza?
Yeah.
It says after leaving the White House, Kushner's $2 billion investment from the Saudi Sovereign Wealth Fund into his private equity firm unfolds, making a pivotal phase in his Middle Eastern involvement.
Wow.
I'm surprised you haven't talked about that, Sam.
Wow.
Yeah,
So
well,
even so
they
even
needed to get back in power to realize, return on investment. So
even the
thanks,
Muslims
America.
don't care about these
Thanks, American people.
even the Muslims don't care about these Palestinians. That's what it sounded like.
I mean,
Oh, absolutely. Egypt wouldn't accept it.
yeah, it's coming to hell. You can see the fence they built over there. Oh my goodness, shit! They really built a wall to keep those people out.
Apparently, Kushner's credited for the orchestrating of the Abraham Accords.
Yeah, that was during. Yeah.
Freddie said they can go to Israel, Egypt, Jordan, or Lebanon. I don't think they can go to Israel, and I don't think they could go to Egypt either.
Jordan either.
Yeah, I don't
No,
think
just got to
Jordan
move
either.
around. Yeah, you got to move around.
I don't know, man. I think Portia might be
Yeah,
right.
what
We
they
might
should
have to
do is
build
send
up,
them to Canada to fight the Khalistanis.
yeah, maybe Canada. I think Portia might be right though. They might need to just build an island on the ocean somewhere. Build it out of Coca-Cola bottles or something.
Yeah, like they did the Maldives. That's basically what the Maldives is,
HB, do you remember when my Jewish buddy was on the panel? The guy that does work, used to do work for me, construction guy. He's like, basically, I want him out of there. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Get him up out of there. Period.
Yep. And I think that's how most of the Jews feel.
Yeah.
But they can't really just say that. That's why I think the whole thing was orchestrated. Honestly, they can't just say they want these people out because the Jews, they have to keep up a certain reputation. But really, they just want those people out of there, and that's why I think they funded both sides of that war.
Yeah, they created a condition to get them up out of there. You know what I mean?
Yep. That's how they move, man. They're very crafty people, man. That's how they move.
Yeah, tip your head to that. Did they compare that to their January 6th? Did they say this to January 6th? They saying that?
I haven't heard that one yet.
Have you heard it? Did they compare that to their January 6th?
Oh man.
What, October 7th?
Yeah, wasn't October 7th compared to their like January 6th or something like that?
I thought it was more a 9/11 sort of thing.
Yeah, 9/11. Sorry, yeah. They compared.
Yeah, I have heard that comparison. As a matter of fact, when Candace said what she said, and they had to sit her down, I forgot who the priest, whoever the rabbi was. He kept reiterating that fact. He kept saying that to her, and she's like, she just wasn't going for it. Like, I don't like, bro. I don't know what you're talking about, man.
But a lot of the conspiracies that were, the people that don't believe that J6 was organic, it was just, stirred up by the government. A lot of the same people had those conspiracies about October 7th, like it was allowed to happen, so on and so forth. People are very skeptical of what happened over there, like the Israelis allowed it to happen to eventually get to this point.
Yep. I mean, the Israelis, they literally have the most advanced tech to fight against all that stuff. These people got shit that can knock a missile out of the air. You think they would let that shit just happen without a plan afterwards? Like I just don't believe it. I don't believe a bunch of people throwing rocks with AKs and stuff can really cause any type of damage that they can't deal with.
I think people with hang gliders and assault rifles can.
Yeah, but come on, Stanley. These guys got like they got missiles, man. You can't.
Okay, you would be surprised how low tech stuff can evade or confound high tech stuff.
Yeah, well, I'll take your word for that. You are the military man, so you would know.
Well, no, it's not like I'm some big expert, but I mean, if you're flying under the radar, literally,
Yeah. No, you got a point. I mean, look at Vietnam. You are right. you got a point on that. Well, I do want to say, Joy Reid with that new wig on, she actually looks. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, this gotta be new because she was bald last week, so this gotta be new right here. I'm not gonna lie, that That new crown she got on her head looks mighty fine. Look at Joy Reid.
Crown it.
Oh,
I think it makes her look crazy.
See how that crown act. Yeah, man. Let's see how that crown act.
Crown it.
yeah. Oh, Portia said this video was from 2 years ago. Okay, I was about to say. All right, let's play it, Portia.
Portia says it's from 2 years ago.
Yeah, okay, my bad. I thought she was reclaiming her femininity or something, man. I think she looks good, guys. But all right, let's
Jared Kushner appears to have cashed in on his time in the White House with a $2 billion investment from none other than Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. There have been calls from watchdog groups and top Democrats for a criminal investigation to be launched. Senator Elizabeth Warren is urging the DOJ to get involved and take a hard look.
Is there a role for DOJ or Congress or any entity to look into this, to scrub this?
I think there's a question that the Department of Justice should take a really hard look to see if that fits within any of our current. I mean, it is a kind of shaggy dog version of how you get to what's going on here. Does it violate any of our criminal laws? And I want to take a hard look at that.
With me now is Tim O'Brien, senior columnist for Bloomberg Opinion, and Vicky Ward, investigative journalist and author of Kushner, Inc., Greed, Ambition, Corruption, The Extraordinary Story of Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump. Thank you both for being here. Vicky, I'm going to go to you first. Give us some insight, if you can. Why would the Saudi sovereign fund, this Saudi fund, give $2 billion to Jared Kushner, who has no experience as that level of an investor? Why'd they give him the money?
Well, so that is a great question. As you say, it's not because of his track record in private equity, because he doesn't have one. What I reported in my Substack newsletter this week, Vicky Ward Investigates, is that there are questions about Jared Kushner's role right at the beginning of the Trump administration in actually helping Mohammed bin Salman get his job as Crown Prince. From where he went on to do a lot of things, including the murder of Jamal Khashoggi, the roundup at the Ritz-Carlton, the blockade of Qatar, where the United States has our air base that could be deemed to be not only against American values, but against American national security. But MBS was not Crown Prince when Trump came into office. I report, and I have produced evidence in legal papers, that Jared Kushner and MBS were discussing the fact that there was a problem around MBS succeeding in Saudi Arabia because the US intelligence agency backed his cousin, Mohammed bin Nayef, who has since been disappeared, who is an American hero, and was given a medal by the CIA for saving American lives. This was the man who was Crown Prince. This was the man our intelligence agencies wanted to become the ruler of Saudi Arabia. He was a moderate man. This is the man who has since been deposed and now disappeared. That could be a very big reason why Mohammed bin Salman might want to pay Jared Kushner $2 billion. And, you know, I think that questions should be asked.
Yes, I think they absolutely should. I wish I could say I was surprised, Tim O'Brien, to hear this about Jared Kushner. But this is a guy who, you know, one of the things that Vicky Ward talked about there was this blockade of Qatar. I still am old enough to remember when Jared Kushner owed $1 billion balloon payment on 666 Fifth Avenue in New York and didn't have any way of paying it. And then suddenly Qatar, who was being asked to give him the money, demanded to give him the money, they get blockaded. And then all of a sudden, after he does this little secret trip to Saudi Arabia, no one knew he was going. All of this happens to Qatar, and then magic, he gets the money. There's a lot of nefarious stuff that appears, at least appearance-wise, looks shady and dirty. Your thoughts?
You know, what are we watching? This is...
I mean, I'm just looking at Joy
She's
Reid's
lying.
wig. I'm just looking
She's
at her
lying.
wig, man. I don't.
Stanley knows it. Stanley knows she's lying too.
I don't know. Is she lying?
Who's lying?
It's just not that. Like, look, let's face facts. They're going to badmouth. We can't get out of the last administration. It's going to be the same. They're just going to say the other one's dirty. You know what I'm saying? That's all.
Okay,
She's saying he's
Ryan,
dirty. Biden was dirty.
The one
Go
thing
ahead.
you seem to be perfectly capable of ignoring is that it
Yes.
is kind of weird. It is kind of weird how, $2 billion deals get, formed while Kushner is an advisor to a president. I don't, who cares what the other side is saying about Kushner? How about let's focus on what actually happened?
I am super confident that there's a dirty deal going on. I'll bet money. I'll bet money.
Yeah.
But I also bet money that the same thing happened a year ago. Like I think they all do it. I don't believe the Trump side's dirty. I think the Biden side was dirty, right? I totally believe that. I mean, Nancy Pelosi, start with her. Stock deal after stock deal. Her value. There's a Pelosi fund where they just track Nancy Pelosi's stock buys. I mean, it's corruption, and I guarantee Jared Kushner's corrupt.
I look forward to debating you about whether meritocracy exists or not.
Why? I think it does in the real world. I don't think it does in the political world.
You and I have talked, and not necessarily that we were on opposite sides of the argument, but when I say America doesn't have the meritocracy we think it does, these are perfect examples.
But it's not fully the opposite of that either, right? Like it's somewhere in the middle of that. Meritocracy
I think if you are literally the advisor to a president and you're striking billion-dollar deals, that it's the opposite of meritocracy.
I don't disagree, and but I also think that there is some merit to, like, the guy's not just an idiot either, right? He's not just like
there's
son.
Merit to your connections. There's merit to being the son-in-law of a president.
You and I are both against legacy admissions.
Meritocracy.
You and I are both against legacy admissions.
Don't forget the biggest thing. There's merit to being a Jew too. Don't forget that.
I mean,
I'm not the racist you are. I tend to stay away. I tend to stay away from blatantly racist narratives.
I think if you're at the same synagogue, you might know each other, but it's not because of the religion.
I'm not saying that nepotism or the old boy network is a bad thing. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying don't call it meritocracy.
Yeah, I think
enjoy
there's
reading
networking.
Senator Pocahontas being incredulous that this is going on. I think is disingenuous as well.
No, I think there's dirty deals throughout the government, and there's a revolving door of government where someone works with the government and then goes work private sector, makes double the money, comes back to government. I mean, I know that.
I don't think it's even. What if it's not dirty? What if it's just, hey, I know you're the son-in-law of a president. I want to do business with the son-in-law of a president. It's kind of despicable, but it's not illegal or even immoral.
If there is the selling of the influence, though, like I know that they kept saying Hunter did it, and so this guy might be doing it too. Like, is he selling influence?
Yeah.
I know that's illegal, but
right, and it's not necessarily. It's definitely not illegal, and I'm not even sure that it's immoral.
Yeah, I don't know. I think if the politician makes a decision based on that, it's against the law, though, right? But I think for a person,
not necessarily.
I don't know the legality of it, but
let me also tell you this.
You and I are not far off, though, right? We're not far off.
In a way, wanting to do business with that high a level of official, you know what? If he screws you, you can easily make it big public. So
Yeah, you can
I
burn
don't
it.
know.
That's right.
I think I actually don't. I have a problem with it, but not that big a problem.
Here,
This
Stanley, here's what's
is how
funny.
capitalism works.
This is what's funny about it, right? Trump runs on this I'm an outsider, not connected
Right.
platform. But listen, so then Biden runs on I'm in the old boy network, basically. I'm in the old boy network platform. I know everybody, I'll get everything done. And so it's just interesting how one is running on I'm the small guy that doesn't know anybody that's going to fight for you, which is bullshit. And then Biden runs on I know everybody. I've been in government for 50 years. I'm in the old boy network. It's funny how that kind of
Yep.
switched like that, right? It's
Yeah,
amusing.
the question becomes, Ryan, how do you like your bullshit? That's the question.
Well, it is, right? Like, but there is probably a middle ground of like, I don't want a novice, but I don't want Mitch McConnell, you know? So
Yeah.
I don't want Chuck
Well,
Schumer.
I'm also gonna say, and I've said this before, that the American voters wanting to point fingers at the fat cats. I think the American, the American electorate is disingenuous. We live in this country, and the thing is that if Joe Plummer had the opportunity to do a deal like this, he'd do it in a heartbeat.
Well, that's absolutely true too.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, I would. Fuck you mean I would? I'm sitting at that table. Yeah.
I'd pardon my son. I would sell influence. Fuck yeah. Well, of course I would. Everyone would. I mean, you get so many moral high ground, but there's so many people on the moral high ground, but they're not in the situation, you know? So
Yeah, because so people weren't mad at Joe, if I remember, like when he pardoned his son. People weren't mad that he pardoned his son. People were mad that he lied about pardoning his son.
Exactly. Absolutely.
Like, don't look at the camera.
Well, I think he might not have intended on doing it. I mean, people can change their minds. Circumstances change.
Nah. But it's gonna look bad when you do that.
Yeah,
Like,
but
yeah, you can change your mind, but you got to deal with the
He's
blowback.
not running for office. He's not running for office again. What does he care if he looks bad?
Yeah, he don't care.
Right. Which is why he did it. Absolutely.
Here for the T said, I would definitely pardon my son. Yeah, you goddamn right, T.
Listen, my son could have shot up a school bus full of kids, and I'd still pardon him.
Oh, come on, Ryan.
Like,
Jesus
you're getting
Christ.
out. You're gonna. Hey, man, it's the end of the day. What do I care? I'm not running for office again. I mean, what difference does it make? You know?
Yeah.
Look, Trump just pardoned 1,600 people. 1,600. This all carte blanche. You know, Biden pre-pardoned people. They're not even charged. Think about it. Okay, so if you're president, HB, you could literally have gangs of people execute people, and then if they don't end up in court in time, you just pre-pardon them. Yeah, pre-pardon. Yeah. Like you could almost take over the freaking country that way, right? So it's crazy. The absurdity of where we are.
No.
Hey, didn't Joe try to pardon some folks like on the way out, and it ended up not going through?
I don't know the answer.
Okay, I was wondering.
I know. He tried to pre-pardon people. In other words, pardon them before they were charged with anything, because he was allegedly fearful that Trump was going to go after Fauci and various other people. Which
there we go. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Well, why is Fauci the bogeyman for the GOP? Fauci's
the minority report pardon. It's pretty wild.
Okay, well, you do realize Trump has cut off like Secret Service protection for his own former allies. So I think it's a sound fear or an actual based fear that Trump would go after someone that.
Can I ask the GOP lovers, the Trumpers in the chat in here, what did Fauci actually do? I don't know what this guy did. He might have screwed up. He might have bungled things. But was he actually malicious in any way? I don't think he was. Even if he was wrong about shit, he wasn't malicious. He didn't. What did he do? What did he actually do that was bad?
Well, Ryan, this is all alleged. I don't know if this is true or not. But
Yeah.
apparently, there's an issue with some patents that when you're like if you're sponsored by the government, you can't like you can't then patent that research. So apparently, his department, people in his department, were making money off of certain patents, and that's why they want to go after Fauci.
Well, I'll just say that as the head of of an organization like the NIH or the CDC, I don't know which one it was, 100% of his financials are available online through Freedom of Information Act. We
Right,
could
right.
easily look up where his money is, right? And he has to disclose that, or it's like a federal crime. It's reviewed by the General Accounting Office, right? There's various agencies reviewing, auditing, and reviewing and auditing each other to look at his money. And I'm like, where's the money? Like, you're telling me they can't see where his money is? Of course they can.
Well,
And
you know, when you're dealing with, so apparently there's like, I think it was like almost close to $1 billion in patents, and the NIH, they did get some sort of royalties from whatever they were working on through the government, and there were some patents and royalties that they received. Now, $1 billion, I don't know who, they still don't know who received that money. Now, when you're talking about people at that level, I do believe that there is ways to hide money at that level.
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, so I don't know. I think that was the reason
No,
why.
I would tend to disagree with that. If
Well,
you've
you can
ever
do
had
offshore.
any,
I mean,
if you've ever had any sort of FBI like background investigation, you would have to be pretty damn creative, and I just don't think most people are.
Yeah.
well, for example, hold on, let me try to quote this. So, for example, you could have an offshore account, but then if you transferred money out of a U.S. bank account to an offshore account, you could see it, right? So it's very
Exactly.
difficult to do a lot of that shit. Like everything's traced, and all these transactions are done through what's called the SWIFT banking system, which it's the U.S. system, right? We started it, and you can see all this shit, right? So it's hard to really do things people, oh yeah, he's got
I
money
mean,
here. It's
unless
hard to
they're
do it.
paying, I mean, can you pay $1 billion under the table?
I mean, how?
It depends.
What's a good one?
Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Bitcoin.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
right.
yeah.
Bitcoin.
Oh, Stanley, you're right. Damn,
That's
I
the
didn't
only way
think
you could
about
do
that,
it.
Stanley.
Yeah.
You're right.
Well,
God
it
damn.
was that was how people traded. Bitcoin was just criminals trading it.
No,
At one point.
that's why you know, morally I just don't really support Bitcoin, but that's literally what it's used for. It's for criminal
Well, don't worry
activity.
because the SEC is now on top of Bitcoin too. So
Yeah.
they're looking at the transactions. You have to report transactions. I mean, they're putting it on your taxes now, like a. Did you lose? Did you make money? I mean, there's capital gains tax, so they got their fingers around that. There'll probably be another trading platform where they'll have a different thing to trade in, the criminals, you know. So,
Yeah.
but it's hard to steal this stuff. Everybody thinks Fauci's
Barron
crazy.
Trump is going to be the next chairman of the SEC.
Well,
Yeah.
good luck with that.
Yo, Stanley, I think you really did. I wouldn't be surprised if Fauci did put all that shit in Bitcoin, man. You might be right about that.
I mean, really?
Yeah,
Like,
I think that people need better villains than Anthony Fauci.
He's a pretty good one.
I mean, I don't know. It's just amazing to me that the GOP.
No, we need a new generation of villains. I mean, he's in his 80s.
It's Fauci. It's most Republican. It's Fauci. I'm like, what did he?
I did want to bring this up for Kimmy real quick.
You can blame the Chinese, but Fauci? I mean, come on.
Oh, hey, 12th man. I did want to bring this up for Kimmy real quick. There have been rumors that AOC is pregnant, and only thing I really got to say about that is nice, real nice. I don't think so. She has said that.
It's probably Schumer's kid.
Yeah, she said the claims about her being pregnant are baseless, or bizarre and baseless. You know, I don't think it's that bizarre for her to get knocked up, but it's probably baseless.
Well, no, people being obsessed with it. I'm sure she's talking about.
Yeah, well, apparently her breasts have doubled
Like
in
this
size.
this picture right here
Yeah.
with her and Trump. Tell me that's not bizarre.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's kind of
it's bizarre.
I mean, she does look beautiful pregnant, though. Stanley, would you agree?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, well, you know, you probably have that psychological
Yes, it's super hot.
fascination. Who is it?
Absolutely.
Who is it?
It's super
There
hot.
are men who get turned on by pregnant women.
Oh yeah. No,
Who doesn't? Who doesn't? Let's be honest.
I think the most.
Oh yeah, hey, I had a pregnant wife once.
Yeah, no, I think the most beautiful thing is a pregnant woman. Honestly, it's pregnant and breastfeeding, all of that. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
Well, the breastfeeding I don't know so much about because I have to hear the complaints about sore nipples.
Oh wow, that's
that could be a bit of a turn on.
Nah, dude, it's pretty awesome though, especially if it's not your kid, you know. You know what I'm saying? It's not yours.
Yeah,
It's like
actual,
right?
Dude, listen,
that actual
like,
taking care of your kid part is a real turn on.
Yeah.
No, but it's like you're dominating a whole family at that point, you know. The kid, the dad, and the mom.
Oh Jesus Christ, right? Jesus.
That's so distorted. That's so distorted, isn't it?
Well, you know, I do hope AOC does get pregnant, because maybe it might change some of her political views. I do think women do change a lot after they experience childbirth, and might make her appreciate America a lot better. Because I mean, she could have had her baby in some hut in Guatemala somewhere or something, you know, like it.
Well, it will never cease to amaze me how things that really shouldn't matter to people do become obsessions.
Well, yeah, I mean, AOC, I like AOC, Stanley.
She's hot.
She's really hot.
Yes,
yeah.
she is.
I don't even think she's that hot. Especially once
she is.
Her voice is.
She's
She's
politically hot.
Her voice is just kind of
she's defiant. She's a back talker. I mean, I think that's pretty awesome. You know what I mean? I straighten her ass out.
No, it's not.
I guess maybe it's the black man in me. I'd much prefer Jasmine Crockett.
Yeah. JOC, I'd straighten her out.
You know, AOC's a little shrill for me.
She probably is kind of whiny too, just talking about women's rights all the time and shit. Be like, shut up.
Yeah, I mean,
I can just hear her voice when she's got a bit of a headache or something. It's just gotta be.
Yeah. And see that be the problem, Stanley. It's like once they start talking, then it goes crazy. Like they were going crazy. And I'm not gonna say who they is, but that's actually no. It was a couple channels that were even coon channels, right? Looking at Jasmine Crockett in her white kind of Seinfeld pirate puffy shirt with the titties out, and all these folks that always are dogging Jasmine Crockett was like, hey, okay, and he had other guys like, yo, stop simping. Stuff like that. So
yeah, well, I
thought it was all right.
I expect, you know, the hood conservative type of atmosphere to just be a little just cringy.
Oh no, not over there. The other way. Who is it? It was CTs. It was a big discussion. It was a big discussion.
I can only imagine Geotron simping for AOC.
Yeah, she's not bad there, but a little bit of a smart mouth. And,
Yeah, I mean, she's attractive, but I mean, once again, sitting around, talking about how cute she is in a virtual pregnant picture, to me, that's just a little cringy.
it's a waste of time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh well, I wouldn't necessarily go that far, but I mean,
Well, maybe not a waste of time, but it's just it's wild speculation. It
speculation.
doesn't. Yeah, it's just like,
And
maybe,
even
maybe
if she is,
not.
she's in her 30s. I mean,
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I really wouldn't care.
I would
yeah, I
force her
don't
to
know
vote.
why.
I don't
Yeah,
either.
why people care this much. I mean, her
Oh, there you go.
constituents probably would have a
I
genuine
would
concern, but
I would force her
I
to
mean,
make
if I were to,
inseminations all the time.
I guess the only thing that I would say is if I were to put money on it, I'm pretty sure the kid is going to turn out to be some kind of fluid rainbow, gay OC kind of kind of kid.
Let me ask you this question.
Well,
at least non-binary. At least non-binary for a while.
Doesn't she kind of represent like, single women, no man, I'm proud, even though she has a man, but she kind of she kind of represents. I mean, he's kind of soft looking guy, but she kind of represents, I'm a woman.
He does look soft, dude. You're right about that.
Okay, who does she represent this to?
Well, like in her group, those are very outspoken women. As I say, I'm a woman, hear me roar type thing.
Yeah, big
and
mouth.
to have a baby kind of softens her in a way. Is she going to be talking so bombastically when she's a parent? This is the talk of a young woman without children or responsibility. Could she change possibly? And I think that's kind of one of the things where she's kind of she likely would be transitioning away from the young angry woman.
Okay, well, I personally, and I, for some reason or another, think a lot about, how I advise my son. If he ever meets a woman like AOC, with some, career that's very high pressure, I'd probably sit him down and go, hey, I'm not saying not to do it, but if I had my perfect world, I used to live next door to a lawyer. She was a stay-at-home mom, and every now and again, she would do part-time work as a lawyer. She had basically given up her career to raise her children. Luckily, her husband had the type of job that they could live a decent kind of middle to upper middle class lifestyle, and she didn't have to go out and make $1 million. When you say soften, I mean like give up her career for a child. Because if I were to get involved or if I were advising my son, I would pretty much say, hey, you're getting yourself into something. If she continues to do the high powered career after the baby's born, I really think that the baby is the one who suffers.
Yeah.
Do you want to be in this type of relationship?
Yeah. She doesn't seem like the type
I
to
wouldn't
breastfeed.
consider AOC to be the type of woman, given her ambitions, I don't think a relationship with me would work out.
Yeah.
You can't have
I agree with Stanley.
and if she chose career over family, that's a decision. But it wouldn't be something that would work out, with me.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to be a house husband, right? It's kind of gay.
I wouldn't mind it. I could be a house husband. There are things I can do around the house, but I prefer not to be.
You perfect your cookie recipe, Stanley.
He already
It's
perfected
all
that. Yeah, it's already perfected.
Yeah, it gets I just start a home. I start a cookie business from home.
Hey John, I'll be right back. I gotta pay these bills real quick. I'll be right back.
Peppers everywhere, man. Shit.
So AOC is a great woman. I'm not one of those people who thinks that you can have it all. The older I've gotten and having gone through single parenthood, I really don't think that you can be a high career, CEO type and raise decent kids. Something's going to have to give.
Yeah, that's probably true. Or you can outsource it. Like, in other words, get yourself an au pair. That's what the rich do. They get au pairs.
The experience I had, and this actually is real life. In some ways, if there can be a silver lining, when my wife died, my sister-in-law made a comment that, hey, Stanley, you don't even know where the boys' bus stop is. And frankly, I didn't. Because my wife was a stay-at-home mom, and she took care of all that. I had to commute to work. I was gone most of the day actually doing work. So, I really didn't know my son that well, when I had to take full responsibility for him. So that kind of told me that, there have to raise decent kids. You can't have it all.
Yeah, that's true. I agree. I totally agree with you, Stanley.
And if kids, but to each his own. I'm not going to tell other people how to do their parenting, but I think to be a good parent, you have to spend some time with your kids. Quality time.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know how else you do it, because if you're a CEO, you're banging 50, 60 hours a week minimum, Or if you're up in the corporate C-suite, you ain't working. They don't work like 8 hours a week. They're getting after it, or they're losing their job. It's highly, highly competitive.
Yeah, and the traveling and all that stuff.
Constant. Yep. It's not for the faint of heart, So, right. Yeah, it's not like people think that they're just fat cats hanging out. They work more than anybody you know.
Well, Ryan, I actually, have had a brief conversation with my son, and, I'm sure at some point we'll do it again. But I told him, what you really need to do is look to retiring at 45 or 50. You might have to put in a lot of work on the front end, but if you're anything like me, where you wind up with a small child in your 40s, I was able, through my son's high school years, I was able to spend a lot of time with him. And it worked out, for the best. And not everybody's going to be that lucky. But, people need to bear in mind that to raise, a quality next generation,
I agree with you, Stanley.
It takes work. You can't just outsource it.
I fully agree with you, buddy. And the best thing to do is make it when you're young. So in your 20s, when I hear these kids bitching, listen, you want to be you want to be in hot pursuit of making everything you can up till about 40, right? 35, yep. So that's the people say your earning years are like 30 to 50. I'm like, you want to do it earlier than that, right? So if you're going to start a business. Like I started a business, right? And by 30, I made the most money at 30 that I've ever made. And at 30 to 30, maybe 35 probably. And since then, like you're just invested at that point. And you work, but you don't have to kill yourself like you do. If you don't do that, you're 50 killing yourself, right? And that shit sucks. Yeah. I mean, people see what I do, mainly just hang out on YouTube and go to the gym and fucking ride my bike and shit. But that's because
the thing is, but you know what? Putting in front loading it, or whatever the term you want to use.
Yep.
I literally, and the one good thing is I had that conversation with my son back when he was in grade school. You have a lofty goal, you best be front loading it.
It's the same way. It's the same way with investing, right? I tell people with their 401k, People
Yep.
put just okay in a given year, right? If you're going to put in 10 grand, whatever it is, put the 10 grand in the first 3 months of the year and let it grow all year. People put it in each paycheck, right? Forget that. Load up as much as you can possibly afford in the first 3 months, 4 months. Like put it all in. If you're gonna put in 10, try to put in as just jam it, right? And then the rest of the year don't put
Right.
anything in. And it rides up all year. And you do the same thing every year, right? Like you load it up, front end load it. On average, it's going to go up throughout the year. And you'll have made more money than putting in at each paycheck. So my first, installments of the year are usually that. If people
And the
get
thing
bonuses,
is, Ryan,
yeah,
we are talking about, kids being charged as adults and the millennials are lazy and, just, all kinds of stuff.
yeah,
That's already happened. We basically need to come up with strategies, doable strategies that people can do. So maybe the next generation or the generation after that kind of gets back to,
normalcy.
whatever we think the ideal is.
Yeah, I agree.
And people don't seem to realize that to solve the problem, Gen X or the next generation after that, I guess it's the millennials, might have to take a hit.
I agree. I'm with you.
But people don't want to talk about the self-sacrifice that's going to be needed to, right size.
Not at all.
To right the ship. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, you don't think we're in the beginning stages of that now?
Of
No.
what?
No.
Of making things
you mean
worse before making things worse before things get better.
No.
Well, I
Absolutely.
think that's a choice. If we're making things worse, it's a choice. We don't have to. It's not a foregone conclusion.
People can't even stomach seeing someone get deported. And I'm not saying you should deport everyone, but they can't. Oh my God, someone's getting deported. Like if you look at the last 25 years, Obama deported a shitload of people, and it was fine. And by the way, he should have deported them because why?
Right, but
Because they,
I don't think the immigrant issue has much to do with raising a family, with
no,
decent
but
kids.
I think people are so soft now. They can't tell their kids no. They can't punish their kids. They can't. I mean, look, man. I'll just tell you. When I was originally married, I put my daughter in timeout. My ex-wife went and sat with her in timeout. I'm like, are you fucking kidding? That's the kind of shit these parents do now, right?
Yeah.
And we're divorced now, of course.
Hey,
But
Ryan,
it's like, no.
I
You
agree
gotta
with you,
whoop
man.
that kid's ass, man. You gotta let them know if I do
Oh,
this
come
again, it's
on.
gonna be
No,
painful.
I don't agree with all of that, though.
Okay, I'll tell you what. If your kid runs out into the street multiple times and doesn't listen, eventually you have to whoop that kid's ass. There's no other way around it because they're going to get hit by a car, right? Like so.
Well, how
Eventually,
about
you
just
might.
chain them to a doorknob?
Some
That's
kids
good.
need to
Chain
get
them up to a fucking doorknob.
some
Hog
kids
tie
need
them
to
in the
get
street.
Some kids need to get whooped, Ryan. Like I was
I
one
mean,
of those kids that needed to
me
get whooped,
too.
man.
Me too. I wasn't listening.
My
I wasn't listening.
sister, bro, my sister, you only had to tell her one time. Like I remember my mom would just threaten to whoop her and she would start crying.
Yeah.
She didn't even get whooped. She never
Absolutely.
like she's not the
Absolutely.
some people you just gotta beat on, man. I was one of those people.
Yeah, I
Well,
was like,
I think you have to know you're a kid.
the thing is called HB. It was the same way as me. The word is deliberate defiance. I'm going to deliberately defy you.
Yeah. And
Like not just defy. I'm going to deliberately do it, right?
And that was me. I was deliberately defiant. Like seriously.
I know you told me not to pick this up. I don't even care about picking up. I'm going to do it because you told me not to. That's
Well,
that
see,
kid needs his ass beat. That kid
that's
needs
just
his
so
ass beat.
Neolithic. If you really want to do what you want to do and have your own way, what you want to do is avoid parental contact. Like,
Well,
don't
that's
give
true.
them a reason. Don't give them a reason to interfere
to
in
look
your
up.
affairs.
That's right.
Exactly.
That's right. But
You know,
I was
when you fuck up, your parents should be surprised.
It took me a while to figure. It
It should
took me a
not
while to
be
figure
the
that out.
expectation.
Hey, OPC, you can call me anytime, man. I can step away and take your call anytime, man. I was waiting on your lunchtime. Is this your lunchtime? Did I miss your call? I ain't miss your call anytime. You call me right now if you want. I'll step away. Hey, did you guys hear about that mass shooting in Ohio at the warehouse?
Oh, nah.
It
Damn.
happened today?
I don't know. It's just got an alert. I got an alert
Okay.
earlier.
Oh, no. Let's pull it up.
Damn. I'm not sure what happened here. So.
It wasn't the it wasn't the Honda warehouse, was it?
Oh,
no.
We might find out.
Well, that was the
I wonder
manufacturer.
if they caught this guy. Damn.
Yeah, Portia said that
Yeah. She's gonna bring it up next, John.
Yeah.
One thing I can say is he ain't black.
Well, Nick, don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. Let's bring up the Portia. Let's bring up the suspect. Don't spoil it.
Crazy shit shooting up your workplace. Damn.
And he wasn't postal, man.
And you know you're going somewhere you really don't want to be any fucking way. Then these motherfuckers started shooting. Damn.
Especially a warehouse too, man. There's usually not too many exits out of warehouse. You can corner a motherfucker real easy. All right, let's
news story. Within just the last 20 minutes, police have released new information from a deadly shooting at an Ohio warehouse.
One person was killed and 5 others injured after a shooting at the KDC1 Cosmetics building in New Albany, which is just outside Columbus. That was late last night.
Our David Greenberg following the investigation for us. So, David, police just released new information about the suspect.
Yeah, guys, that's right. Good morning here. This coming into the newsroom within the last few minutes or so. We now know the identity of that suspect as Bruce Reginald Foster III. We're told he is 6 foot tall, 175 pounds, brown hair, brown eyes. Police say that efforts are underway right now. Find him. We can also tell you just after 4 a.m. New Albany
Amazing.
Police a search warrant with a possible address. An Ohio State Highway Patrol helicopter spotted a vehicle matching the suspect's description. Columbus SWAT went to the residence with a search warrant, but it turns out the residence and vehicles were not believed to be connected. So let's catch you up from the very beginning. The shooting happened at the KDC1 Cosmetics building around 10:30 local time. Officials say at least one person died as a result of the shooting, several others wounded. 5 people were transported to a local hospital. The extent of their injuries is currently unknown. Hundreds of people were evacuated from the large building. Law enforcement did not release a motive, but said it appears to be a targeted type of attack. So at this time, we're to assume the suspect is still at large. Of course, we'll keep you updated throughout the morning, both on air and online, as we hear more. Danita?
Well, at least we have a name and identification and details about him. All right, David, thank you.
You think Reginald got fired and just went crazy?
That's interesting. It's something along those lines, I would imagine, though. Damn.
Yeah, I'm like, damn, man. It makes no sense because if you get fired, bro, and you work full time, you get unemployment, man. Like until you get your other job, like just relax. It's not that serious. You'll be all
I think
right.
if you get fired for the reason, though, you don't get unemployment or something, right?
Yeah, to certain of
if you get fired for cause.
Yeah.
Right. Damn. Jeez Louise. I wonder what was his issue. I guess they'll announce it at some point.
Damn, I thought it was a Mexican, dog.
I'm guessing he probably got
Mexican,
fired.
bro.
I'm guessing he.
Yeah, what happened to Universal? Didn't Universal have some sort of board game about guessing the race?
That might be fun.
Damn, I was wrong.
Well, it might. It in this crowd, it might be expected.
You had to come up with some trivia where he trick us and shit. when a white person do some crazy shit.
That's crazy. That's what I really thought. I thought it was a Hispanic person or a white person.
Why, you think black people don't work?
No, they work, but it's like I told you. It's like if you get fired, like most times it's just gonna go on unemployment, not really bitching about it.
Yeah, like a good time song, a temporary layoff.
Yeah, but this, you know what I mean? Like, but these dudes, this dude, like, God knows what happened in there for this man to take that type of action. Nuts.
So is that so Stanley, is that black culture or American culture right there?
What is it? What is it when the white dudes do?
Well, it's American culture.
Yeah, because I'm like,
see, I don't automatically take the
I'm calling back to yesterday's events when Solid Snake was giving him a hard time about it.
Well, it's American culture. I think the way culture gets analyzed in this, the way it's done here, and the way B. Bray does it, I think it's just, just I don't know what to call it other than just ignorant.
Damn, I said he ain't black, but he black.
Amazing.
Well, he's not the only one. He's in good company.
That's crazy, man. That's why every time I go out, man, I'm always looking everywhere, man. You just can't trust people, man. Some people are sick and you just can't tell.
Damn. Wild shit. I tell you that much.
But even then, we live in a country based on workers.
Hospital. Police do continue their search this morning for a person of interest and say the shooting appears to be targeted. At this time, police say they do not have a motive for the shooting. Right now, we see the public information officer and authorities are coming together to do a press conference about the latest in this investigation. Let's listen in now.
You're a coworker who's clearly in need. But even then, we live in a country based on the rule of law, where we agree to a set of social norms in support of the greater good. And when individuals take matters into their own hands and disregard the law in our society, we must hold them accountable, and we will do so here. And with that, let me introduce Chief Greg Jones from the Albany Police Department.
To give you a little bit of background, the incident occurred about 10:30 last night. We received a call of a shooter. KDC is a light manufacturing facility, but it's a very large building. Upon arrival, first off, our officers were able to get here very quickly, and we are fortunate to have great law enforcement partners from Franklin and Lincoln County who responded as well, along with the fire department. Once we made entry into the building, again, it was a large building. We eventually found 6 victims. 5 of them were transported to the hospital. I can't release their condition at this point. The 6th victim was deceased in the building. The suspect, we had learned, had left the building or left the area before our arrival, or left the immediate area before our arrival. We quickly evacuated approximately 150 other employees to a neighboring building. And then again, with all of our local partners, not only other cities and counties, but our state partners and federal authorities immediately began to try to track the suspect down. We are doing so as we speak, and it's we hope to have news for you soon. Again, this is a tragedy that to be honest with you, I never thought we'd see in our community, and unfortunately, it's hit home. So we just want our community to know and just the community as a whole that we're doing everything we can to bring this individual into custody and also to ensure the safety of our citizens and the people that work in the community.
Chief, I know it's early. What are you able to say in terms of a motive here? Obviously, this is highly unusual in New Albany. A lot of concern about something like this happening. What do we know about what led this to occur?
Yeah, that's we don't have a motive at this point. From everybody we interviewed, which was quite a few people, obviously, with a facility this size, there's no reports of any type of confrontation or any type of dispute that would have brought this about.
You said it was a targeted attack overnight. What leads you to believe that?
Because it was at his place of work. So all the victims, all of the people that were injured or the person that is deceased worked in the facility.
And I heard you correctly that the suspect did work here. Is that what you just said?
Yes.
Do you know how long the suspect worked there?
We do not know that.
Do you know his exact position here?
No.
Is there any threat to the public at this hour?
We don't believe so. Like I said, I think that the suspect has left the area. We have information that is taking us to certain addresses that we are working to check and try to find him. And another thing too is that there was a weapon recovered at the scene. So and we only received reports of one weapon.
And as far as you know, just the one shooter involved in the incident?
Correct. And as you guys probably already know, when this originally happens, there's all kinds of reports that you receive. Originally, there was reported that there was two shooters. We were able to quickly determine that's not true.
If the shooter sees the coverage, what's your message to him?
To turn himself in. We have New Albany sits in 2 counties. We have municipal jurisdictions, both sheriff's departments. We have state officials, the U.S. Marshal Service, ATF, all working to check these locations where he might be and to bring him into custody. And I would recommend that he turns himself in. I think it's going to be a matter of time before he's brought into custody.
I know you said it's a really large.
Are local?
No, I'm not able to say that. I'm not sure their address. We interviewed and we also ID'd all the people that work in the building that we evacuated. I can tell you that the person that is deceased is not local to New Albany.
This is a large facility. I know it's early in the investigation, but can you give us any sort of sense of how this took place? Was he scheduled to be at work and it occurred then? Did he come into an area he not normally is in? What do we know about the circumstances?
So he had been at work for some time when this occurred. We don't have any reports that there was any issue that he was in an area that he wasn't supposed to be, or he was in trouble in any way, or there was any conflict. We have not to say that there wasn't something, but after interviewing everybody we have and supervisors at the company, we don't have any reports of anything like that.
Any patient update?
What's that?
Any patient update right now?
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't give that to you right now. We can follow up and provide that soon.
Can you provide any details on males, females, how many injured in regards to that?
As far as the victims go, no, I don't have that at this point.
Do you have any answer about the security at this building? What type of measures there are? Do people have to scan in? Are there, metal detectors when people go in the building?
I don't know the details that I can provide you. I know that we had to use key fobs and different ways of accessing different parts of the building. So I know there is a level of manual security, but I'm not sure of the details.
What else are you able to tell us about the firearm in this case? What type of weapon was it? Can you tell us more?
It was a handgun. I really can't go into it any further than that. And again, our partners at the federal government, ATF, has responded and are helping us track that firearm.
Can you provide any updates on the suspect search? I know there were several scenes earlier today. Can you talk about that any further?
As far as the suspects look, yeah. So we, we had addresses that we thought the suspect might be at, and that our officers and our partners went to those addresses, checked those addresses, obtained search warrants, and that the ones that we've checked so far, that we've not been able to find him. But right before we had this press briefing, we even received more information about some other addresses that we can check.
Was there witnesses that saw him leave, or camera footage that saw him leave? There's a lot of massive buildings here.
Yeah, there is camera footage, and we know how he left the building. So there's camera footage of quite a bit of his entrance and leaving the building.
Have you talked to leadership here at all? What are they saying? Do they know anything about this suspect?
They had a manager, actually a supervisor and a manager here, I can't at this point. I can't release details of what they their characterization of him as an employee. What they did say that nobody here noticed any type of confrontation or anything that one might expect that triggered this.
And this is in the middle of a shift?
What's that?
This is the end of a shift or middle of a shift?
No, this was he had been there for several hours. I'm not sure when his shift ended, but he had been there for several hours before this occurred.
How are you doing, Chief?
Good. It's been a long night, but I'll tell you, it's not me. It's particularly having to break the news to a family member of the family that lost somebody last night, and to the staff who I'm sure is traumatized, and to all the police and fire staff that have been out here all night working on this. So, but they're doing a great job and they're truly professionals.
The staff at this facility, have they been allowed to go home, and how are they doing?
Yeah, so the facility's closed. It's a crime scene. Right now it's a large facility, so it's going to take, I don't know, it could be like 12 hours before this scene is actually processed. We have BCI, and they brought out a tremendous amount of staff and resources to help process the scene. But the facility's closed, and it will be for some time. And as far as the employees go, I'm not sure how the company notified them not to come into work. Yeah, as I said, about 150 people were working in there, so I'm not sure how many they expected to come in the next shift.
Question for the mayor. You both mentioned that this was a tragedy you never thought you would see in this community. How do you believe that the community will rally together during this time of struggle?
Yeah, in New Albany, we're a very tight community, and everyone will bond together in a tragic situation like this. No one wants to have these types of mornings. And, I know an email went out to the school community this morning before students even got on the bus, talking about the situation, but also reaffirming that we're doing everything we can to make sure our community is safe. And I have a lot of faith in our community pulling together in this tragic situation.
Do you plan on releasing any video footage from this area soon, or suspect vehicle information?
So the suspect didn't drive. So, and I really can't tell you his mode of transportation at this point. I can't release that yet. But there was not a suspect vehicle that we were looking for at the time. So we had a general description of a ride that he got, but the cameras, it wasn't of sufficient quality where we could get a plate, or if we can get things like a make and model off this.
Any clothes, anything that people would be able to identify them by this morning?
No, I can. There probably is, and I'm sure that we release it to other law enforcement agencies. I don't have that with me at this point, but we can check.
So do you think that somebody helped him get away?
I don't know that anybody knowing. I don't think at this point, again, this is a fluid situation. We're only hours into this, so it's hard to say. A lot of this information, as you know, can change, but we don't have any reason to believe that anybody was an accomplice by helping him get here or escape.
So you say he may have done this, ended his shift like nothing happened, got in the car and left? Is that kind of what you're getting at here?
I left with my
Pretty
cousin.
much, yeah. I'm not sure how close to the end of his shift he was at, because I'm not sure what his shift was. But he had been here for several hours before the shooting happened.
He walked out casually, like nothing happened.
I don't know if I can characterize they're going over a tremendous amount of video, so I don't know that I can characterize or remember exactly the manner in which he left. I'm sorry?
Talked about the communication and coordination with other law enforcement to kind of get the word out, try to get on top of this once it happens.
Yeah, so before we were able to obtain a warrant for his arrest, we issued a cop alert through leads, which every law enforcement agency in the state of Ohio has access to, basically indicating that we were looking for this individual, information about him, and if you see him, obviously bring him into custody. But we're not taking not a passive way of handling this. We had several SWAT teams on the scene. We had, again, agencies from all levels of government, and they quickly deployed to addresses to try to locate this gentleman. As far as the other thing too is that, it was it was amazing on the number of agencies that responded, their level of professionalism. It really, and we were able to put all of them to work. It's obviously a very large scene, and again, they did a great job.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Wow. Wow. Yeah. This is probably my guess when more information pops out, I'm gonna guess this may have been a domestic situation. You know, at those big warehouses, there's a lot of fucking and sucking going on. You know, a lot of interpersonal situations and relationships. Maybe he lost his work wife. He wanted to shoot the new nigga up. I don't know. But
So
one
how
thing
could
I
you
do
do
know,
this?
one thing I do know about black folks don't really kill without reason. Yeah, it might be a dumbass reason. Nigga might get killed over stepping on somebody's Air Force Ones, but you know, it's not just let me shoot a bunch of random people for no reason. He definitely
Especially
had
for
a
no
motive.
job.
He had a motive. He had a motive for this.
Yeah, especially for no job. That's what I'm saying. That shit's crazy.
Nah, I think it was more than the job. This might have been something.
You know, you stepped on my sneakers, thinks Portia.
Nah, because there's a lot of pretty girls working at these warehouses, man. Well, they ain't all on OnlyFans.
And them warehouses shifts be like from like 4 in the morning all the way to like what? Sometimes 6 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
So that's like 16 hour to 12-hour shifts, man.
Yeah, this ain't no. He didn't just kill people just to kill them. You know, so this is interesting. I'm definitely, you know, I don't know. Maybe he was fed up with all the H-1B jobs or something. I don't know. Maybe his barber didn't get out on everybody at work. I don't know. No what it could have been. Hopefully, you know, rest in peace to those people that lost their lives, though. Really is sad, you know. It's already tough enough to go to work, but to have somebody come shoot you on your job, that's just brutal, man. That is brutal.
Hey, did I hear them say that a lot of the coworkers didn't even know that it happened because the warehouse
Yeah,
is so big? That's
yeah.
crazy, man. That's crazy.
You know, a lot
Imagine
of
ending
times,
the shift, like you end your shift, you're like, all right, man, I'll see y'all later. Like, hey, what are you still doing here? Like, yo, you didn't hear what happened? No, what happened? Bro, Brian shot up the warehouse. When was this? Yeah, like 3 or 4 hours ago. It's like, oh shit.
yeah. You know, a lot of times those warehouses, they're loud as shit too, so you can't even hear anything.
Yeah, well, the warehouses have PA systems, so you know it won't get to that extreme.
Oh, okay. I think he was arrested. He just got arrested.
Not the
Portia,
warehouse
if you
I
could find
worked
some
at.
footage of him getting arrested, I'd really appreciate that. He just got arrested.
Nice. The warehouse I worked at didn't have none of those speakerphones. We used walkie-talkies.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I think the overall point is that you don't just not know what's going on. You know, they have ways of communicating.
Yeah. Nah. I don't think anybody was still on the line after it was a crime scene.
Like 8 hours after it happened.
Right. Nah. They shut that shit down.
Like, keep working, Miguel. Okay, sí, señor.
Yeah. Oh, that would have been hilarious, though. They still working. Take care.
He's like, policía afuera. You showing our ice? No, just keep working, Miguel.
Portia, what you got back here? Ah, come on. I want to wait before you bring this up. Portia, bring up the arrest. If they have an arrest video, I want to see. Did he give himself up? Was it a standoff? How did he get arrested? Oh, here we go.
What you think, HB?
I don't know.
Us that the U.S. Marshals have arrested Bruce Reginald Foster III.
And the U.S. Marshals too, man.
Live picks up the scene. He was arrested in Columbus in the Wheeling Park neighborhood. That happened just a little bit after 10 a.m. this morning. Now he is being charged in Lincoln County with aggravated murder. That's the new information that we have right now. But earlier we heard from the New Albany Police Chief Greg Jones. He gave us some other information. He said that Foster did work at this facility. He also said that he was working his shift for several hours before that shooting took place. It happened at around 10:20 p.m. That's when they're telling us that the U.S. Marshals have arrested Bruce Reginald Foster.
Well, one thing I can say is there's definitely going to be some job openings over there. So if you guys need a job.
Well, another thing I want to say is I would have never thought a ninja named Reginald would be a murderer.
Oh, come on, man. Nah, Freddie, the killer is, well, here, I got a picture of him. I'll let you decide what color he is, Freddie. I'll let you decide. That's the alleged killer right there.
Look at his eyes. The black on his eyes.
Yeah, DOA, I mean, he hit 6 people. Well, he hit 5 people and killed 1. I think his aim's pretty decent.
I mean, that's what I was thinking too. Like, do you really think he was trying to kill people, or he was just trying to make a point?
No, I think he was trying to kill people.
Because damn, man, like one dead and did they even say what kind of gun it was?
Nah. I mean, as long as it's shot, I don't think it really matters what kind of gun.
No, I asked because if he had gone there.
News, Columbus police are saying the suspect in that deadly mass shooting at a warehouse in New Albany is now in custody. In the last 2 hours, police say they found Bruce Reginald Foster III near Wineland Park on the corner of 7th Avenue and High Street. That's 23 miles from the mass shooting scene in New Albany off of State Route 161 and Beach Road. 10 TV has crews in both locations. This afternoon, our team coverage will begin, and it's continuing for the past 13 hours. Bruce Foster is charged with aggravated murder for the shooting at KDC1 in New Albany, where at this time, we know 1 person was killed, 5 other people were injured. We have team coverage for you from both of those scenes and New Albany Police Headquarters, where Foster will be booked. We're going to get right out to Bryn Caswell first. Bryn, talk with a witness to that arrest near Wineland Park. Bryn, what can you tell us?
Hi, Tracy. So this is still very much an active scene here on 7th Avenue. BCI just showing up to the apartment complex here on 7th just minutes ago. We saw them carrying boxes and cameras and gloves into the scene. I just spoke with BCI. I just spoke with an agent, and he tells me they have obtained a search warrant and they are actively searching and processing one of the apartment units inside of this complex. Now, about a few hours ago, I did speak with an employee who works down the street from this apartment complex. This is the photo he took of the suspect, Mr. Foster, being apprehended. You can see there were ambulances there, Columbus police officers, the U.S. Marshals were there as well. And this is what he had to say about everything he saw happening.
I wish to see something like reformed or redone, definitely with our situation, like with our officials. I feel like we just need to talk more as a community, get together and do something about it.
Nigga, you gay. A lot of shock being felt here. I was speaking with multiple people as they were coming and going from this apartment complex this morning, and a lot of them were OSU students, and they were scared that this violent person was hiding inside of one of these units. And when I was speaking minutes ago with another BCI officer, I asked him if he could confirm to me that if this was where Mr. Foster lived, or if he was hiding here inside of this apartment complex with a family member or a friend, and they could not confirm that for me at this time. But again, a lot of people that live here in this area, they are shocked that Mr. Foster was apprehended right outside here. But as we are going to continue to stay out here, BCI is still on scene. Columbus police are here as well. And again, like I said, they have a search warrant and they're actively searching an apartment unit here on 7th Ave. So Tracy, that's all we know for right now. We're going to send things back to you.
All right. Thank you for those interesting details there. Now, as mentioned, the suspect was arrested just before 10:30. We also have a crew out in New Albany at the police headquarters, where we have been told Bruce Foster is going to be booked. 10 TV News reporter Tara Jabor is there with the latest, again, from New Albany. Tara.
Tracy, that's right. We're here at the New Albany Police Department. Now, over the last hour, we've seen a number of police cars come in here and leave. About half an hour ago, we did see a large truck come in through this garage that you're seeing on the left-hand side. The truck had all blacked out windows and they backed into that garage. I did reach out to the communications team here at New Albany to see if Foster is already here, and I'm waiting for a response now. We know that Foster, of course, worked at that KDC1 warehouse where the shooting happened. Police say that he worked a few hours of his shift and then the shooting happened, and then Foster left the warehouse. Now, as for the motive, police say they are still working to figure out what exactly that motive was. We know that one person is dead and that 5 others are injured. Again, we're here at the New Albany Police Department waiting for Foster to come here. We'll, of course, keep you updated when we have more information. Tracy?
All right, Tara Jabor in New Albany. We also have Lacey Crisp out there where this all started, that KDC1 warehouse off 161. Lacey, what's the scene there? I mean, we're more than 12 hours later. What's the scene now?
That's right, Tracy. For about 12 hours, this facility was completely surrounded by dozens of police cruisers from many different agencies. Now, I got word just before 10:30 this morning that the suspect, Foster, had been taken into custody. Within about 10 minutes of that news, most of the police cruisers that were at this warehouse left. Now, I can tell you, if you take a look now, there isn't much of a scene here as we speak, but they still have the road closed. The facility is supposed to be closed for the day. Now, the New Albany police chief told us that Foster does work here. He had worked for several hours before the shooting took place. The police are still trying to find a motive. And SWAT teams from Columbus Police and Licking County Sheriff's Office searched a few different locations last night trying to find Foster. New Albany, of course, is a growing community, but the chief says his heart really goes out to his community.
It's been a long night, but I'll tell you, it's not me. It's particularly having to break the news to a family member of the family that lost somebody last night, and to the staff who I'm sure is traumatized, and to all the police and fire staff that have been out here all night working on this. So, but they're doing a great job and they're truly professionals.
And BCI is helping in this investigation. They were inside collecting evidence. Police did find a gun at the scene of the shooting. Now, the ATF will take that gun and they will trace that gun. They'll try to find out where it was purchased and if it's been used in any other crimes. Reporting live, Lacey Crisp, 10 TV News.
All right, Lacey, thank you for that. We want to check in now with Carla Rodner. Carla, you've been covering this for hours as well at Mount Carmel East Hospital, where victims were taken. What can you tell us?
Yeah, Tracy, there are 5 victims being treated at the trauma center at this hospital, but police have not been able to share any update on how serious their conditions are or how they're doing this morning. But we did receive some 911 calls that were made from that warehouse last night that gives us an idea of some of their injuries. Now, we are going to play some of those for you in just a moment and want to warn you that they may be distressing. We do know that, like the shooter, each of the victims were employees at KDC1. When police got inside the warehouse, they found 6 people had been shot. 1 victim died at the scene. One of those 911 calls is actually from a victim who tells the dispatcher he was able to get the gun away from the shooter, but was shot in the neck. He asked for help to hurry up. We're not sharing that one because it is too disturbing to listen to. But in another call, someone says their colleague had been shot in the right shoulder. Take a listen to some of those calls now.
Can I get police to KDC on Smith Mill Road? Somebody has a gun inside the plant. Nobody is here. I'm locked inside and my body is just shot on the floor. He's on down on the floor.
Okay, is he breathing?
Damn, is that Latino?
No, I lost my friend.
Yeah, now we've had crews at the hospital all morning, and we were actually able to speak with some of the family members of the victims as they were arriving here after hearing their loved ones had been shot. As you can imagine, very emotional. They were very shaken up and scared as they were going in. But other than that, it's been pretty quiet out here this morning. We're still waiting for some information from the hospital and police to hear how those victims are doing. We'll bring that information to you as we get it. Reporting live at Mount Carmel East, Carla Rogner, 10 TV News.
Okay, Carla, thank you. Certainly emotional sound that we've heard from those calls. Thank you so much.
Oh man, that is a loss of life right there, man. Jesus, man. I don't know. Yeah, man. Man. Damn. Yo, salute to that guy that wrestled him down, man.
Yo,
could
facts.
you imagine? Yo, that guy needs a raise, man. Fuck the bullshit. That guy is a fucking hero, man. He took the gun and got shot in the neck.
Bro.
Imagine how many other people he could have killed if he didn't do that.
Yo. Takes men, real men, to stand up at real hard times, I guess.
Seriously, man. Who is that? I want to know who that guy is, man. We need to interview that guy. Maybe we can get John to interview that guy or something.
I hope he's not the one that got shot in the neck.
No, he did. They're saying he's the one that wrestled him down and he got shot in the neck.
Damn, dog.
Yeah, we need John to interview that guy.
You think he's the one that deceased?
Who made you argue that gun from that man? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you, nigga? Who made you do that? Yeah, nah. He probably, I mean, damn, man, you gotta be cause man, I hear bullets flying. I'm running, man. You gotta be a cold-blooded motherfucker to.
I mean, from the back, but like face to face, that's kind of crazy.
Yeah. That is crazy, man. That's crazy. Yo, where the fuck is my paperwork at? Now, these motherfuckers is playing right now. They over here playing with me. What the hell? Man. Maybe he was listening to Stanley's live last night. He was just like, you know what? Motherfucker. You're wrong.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Yeah, well,
Motherfucker, give me.
He have too much.
Wait, what'd you say, Stanley?
He would have much too much to think about if he listened to my broadcast to be doing stuff like this.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
That's what probably drove him off the wall.
Yeah. It might have been too much information, Stanley. You might have to dumb it down a little bit.
Idle minds are the devil's playground.
Yeah, he was at work though. It wasn't that idle. He just.
Yeah, well, I'm sure he wasn't building a NASA, satellite or anything.
Yeah. You never know, Stanley. You never know. He might have been one of Q Butta's students, man. You never know.
We lost a young scholar, man.
Do you see Eclectic's question? What was my white wife like?
That's a
Hey,
very, I don't even know what that has to do with this.
I can guarantee you she wasn't wasting her time typing one line at a time on YouTube.
Eclectic said, I can't,
Not like you.
she said, I can't picture you with a white lady. Wow.
Yeah, well, I don't want you to picture me with anybody. Keep those
Wow.
fantasies to yourself.
Oh.
You're not accidentally calling your husband Stanley in bed, are you?
Oh. Eclectic. Please don't tell me that's Stanley. Stanley.
Stanley.
Kenny G lit candles.
Who the hell is Stanley? Who the hell is he? Don't get Stanley killed out here, Eclectic.
Because my white wife called my name all the time. So
It's a little TMI, but all right.
why do you want to know is my question.
Damn, Eclectic. Wow, I can't wait till we have this this Eclectic Stanley face off. This is gonna be a great episode. Eclectic, she speaks for all white women. Stanley speaks for
Yeah,
all
well,
black men.
Daughters of Assassins, your husband plays video games. I don't really need to I don't really need to go much farther than that.
What's wrong with her husband playing video games, Stanley?
I don't know. I think it's a generational thing.
Yeah.
Back in my day, we'd be out doing yard work or something.
White House is having a press briefing right now. What are they talking about, Freddie? You know what they're talking about? Portia,
Probably something more important than this. Probably something more important than Reginald.
Ah, come on, Stanley. People died, man. Come on, man.
Reginald.
Come on, Stanley. People. Freddie said the country. Yeah, that makes sense. My bad. My bad, Freddie. Freddie said the country.
You forget who you're talking. You forget who you're talking to.
The country? Yeah, you got a point, Reggie. You got a point.
His name is Clarence. He grew up with real good parents.
Prioritize the removal of violent, criminal, illegal aliens in communities across the country. On February 3rd, ICE Dallas arrested a citizen of Nicaragua who has been convicted of sexual assault, strong arm, and lewd acts with a minor and sentenced to 15 years in prison. ICE Los Angeles arrested a Mexican citizen who has been convicted of lewd acts with a minor and sentenced to 364 days. And ICE Atlanta arrested a citizen of Mexico who has been convicted of homicide by vehicle and hit and run and sentenced to 6 months confinement. And ICE New York arrested a Venezuelan national and known TDA gang member who has a prior criminal conviction for assault in the 3rd degree causing physical injury. Americans are safer every single time one of these criminals is arrested and deported from our country. On another important and ongoing topic, the Senate is working fast to confirm President Trump's exceptional cabinet nominees in the face of relentless media smear campaigns. As of right now, 12 members of the president's cabinet have been confirmed, most recently Pam Bondi, who, as you all know, I was just in the Oval Office for that swearing-in ceremony.
I like her.
Pam's lovely family. And we look forward to watching her serve as the Attorney General of the United States. According to CNN, President Trump is getting more cabinet picks confirmed so far than the average president in the modern era. Another success story. And we believe it's critical that Republicans in the Senate majority stay tough and keep their foot on the gas to confirm all of the remaining nominees as quickly as possible so we can continue President Trump's important work here at the White House and across our entire federal government. And lastly, throughout his historic campaign, President Trump pledged to restore common sense to our country. And he is continuing to deliver on that with an executive order that he will sign later today. The president will be signing an executive order keeping men out of women's sports to defend the safety of athletes, protect competitive integrity, and uphold the promise of Title IX. This common sense action from President Trump ends the disgusting betrayal of women and girls by the previous administration, who for years catered to radical activists who wanted biological males to be treated as women in workplace showers, competitive sports, prisons, and even rape shelters. Gender, ideology, and sanity is over. Submissions from individuals across the country interested in participating in our new media seat at a future briefing continue to flood in. We are at more than 12,000 and counting. If you're watching right now and are interested, you can continue to apply on our new media website, whitehouse.gov/newmedia. And in the seat today, we have a longtime national television broadcaster. I'm sure many of you recognized her when she came in, Sage Steele, who is now the host of an incredibly successful podcast, The Sage Steele Show, on YouTube and all podcast platforms. And previously, Sage was a fixture at ESPN from 2007 to 2023, primarily hosting SportsCenter, which we all know well, before leaving the company to exercise her First Amendment rights more freely. We are honored to welcome her to the briefing room today. She will be joining the president at the big EO signing later this afternoon. I know many of you will be there as well. So Sage, why don't you kick us off on this very exciting day for women
Sage
and girls across the
Steele.
country.
Wow.
Thank you for joining us.
It is exciting. And Caroline, thank you for welcoming people like me with a little bit of a different perspective, different background in this seat. It really does mean a lot. Thank
All right, you don't gotta clean it up that early,
Women and
Sage.
Girls in Sports Act, which was a really big step for women and girls. So far, the Senate, as we know, has not brought it up to vote. We all know executive orders can be overturned. So I'm wondering how important it is to the president to get Congress to bring this, to pass legislation. So there are no instances like the past administration that really tried to destroy Title IX.
It's incredibly important that Congress immediately acts on this priority. I think the president is really setting the tone, making this a very immediate priority for this administration, just as he promised to do on the campaign trail. And I'd like to get into the executive order a little bit because it is the news of the day here at the White House, and talk about what this executive action will actually do. So the executive order that the president will be signing later this afternoon, as I said, upholds the promise of Title IX. It also will require the DOJ to abide by the nationwide previous administration's illegal Title IX rewrite that would have dissolved single-sex spaces and opportunities. It also requires immediate action, including enforcement actions against schools and athletic associations comprised of schools that deny women single-sex sports in single-sex locker rooms. The executive order also calls for the convening of private sporting bodies in the White House. We want them to come to this campus so the president can hear in person the stories of female athletes who have suffered lifelong injuries, who have been silenced and forced to shower with men and compete with men on athletic fields across the country. Many of those women will be at the White House today. I encourage all of you in the media to actually talk to them, to hear their stories. And I would also just add one more thing. This is a wildly popular position with the American people. In fact, there was a new poll recently that showed the overwhelming majority of Democrats also support keeping biological men out of women's sports. And so I know the president is very excited about the bill signing that will take place at 3 o'clock this afternoon. You will hear from him more on that later, and we look forward to seeing you there, Sage. So thank you very, very much. Garrett, great to see you here today.
Thank you. On Gaza, the president has spent basically his entire public career criticizing foreign entanglements, nation building, sending American troops to fight abroad, particularly in the Middle East. This plan seems like it could ultimately involve all of those things. Can you explain this reversal and how building and owning Gaza squares with America First foreign policy?
I would reject the premise of your question that this forces the United States to be entangled in conflicts abroad. The president has not committed to putting boots on the ground in Gaza. He has also said that the United States is not going to pay for the rebuilding of Gaza. His administration is going to work with our partners in the region to reconstruct this region. And let me just take a step back here, because this is an out-of-the-box idea. That's who President Trump is. That's why the American people elected him. And his goal is lasting peace in the Middle East for all people in the region. And as I said in my opening remarks, we've had the same people pushing the same solutions to this problem for decades. And it's been made very clear to the president that the United States needs to be involved in this rebuilding effort to ensure stability in the region for all people. That does not mean boots on the ground in Gaza. It does not mean American taxpayers will be funding this effort. It means Donald Trump, who is the best deal maker on the planet, is going to strike a deal with our partners in the region.
He did not rule out American troops in Gaza last night. Are you doing that now?
I am saying that the president has not committed to that just yet. He has not made that commitment, and you know that.
And on the foreign partners, the Jordanians, the Egyptians, the Saudis have already panned this plan. What foreign partners, if any, have expressed any interest in being part of it?
Well, the president has said he's been socialing this idea for quite some time. He's been thinking about this. He said in his remarks last night, this was not a decision or an announcement that he takes lightly. And the president has already spoken to the president al-Sisi. In fact, that was his first foreign leader call. He's meeting with the King of Jordan, King Abdullah, next week. He spoke with the King of Bahrain. He spoke with the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. And he has made it very clear. He's been very vocal that he expects our partners in the region, particularly Egypt and Jordan, to accept Palestinian refugees temporarily so that we can rebuild their home. I'd like to show you some images of Gaza that were taken. Fox News aired this. I mean, that is, as they put it, in an apocalyptic scene in Gaza. This is an uninhabitable place for human beings. Do you really think that families can live their dream in a region that looks like this, with no running water, no electricity? And the special envoy to the president, Steve Witkoff, recently traveled to Gaza, as you all know. And he came back with images that he showed the president of the dire situation here. And the president made this decision with a humanitarian heart for all people in the region. Peter.
Thank you, Caroline. Are any officials here preparing to fight Democratic lawmakers in the streets?
Absolutely not.
So
thanks for the question.
Some elected Democrats are so steamed about Doge. Congresswoman LaMonica McIver says we are at war. Ilhan Omar says we might actually see somebody get killed. And Chris Van Hollen says we have to fight this in the Congress. We have to fight this in the streets. So what now?
And may I just point out, if you heard that type of violent, enticing rhetoric from our side of the aisle, from Republican leaders on Capitol Hill, I think there would be a lot more outrage in this room today. It's unacceptable, the comments that have been made by these Democrat leaders. And frankly, they don't even know what they're talking about. Because President Trump was elected with a mandate from the American people to make this government more efficient. He campaigned across this country with Elon Musk, vowing that Elon was going to head up the Department of Government Efficiency, and the two of them, with a great team around them, were going to look at the receipts of this federal government and ensure it's accountable to American taxpayers. That's all that is happening here. And for Democrat officials to incite violence and encourage Americans to take to the streets is incredibly alarming, and they should be held accountable for that rhetoric.
It sounds like something that they're most concerned about is Doge engineers with access to Treasury systems. Can you clarify, do the Doge engineers have read-only access in these systems? So they are not allowed to write new code? No. They are not, okay. No. And then one more thing. NBC is reporting that some of the illegal immigrants that we've seen rounded up and arrested are not being deported. They're being released with ankle or wrist monitoring devices, or they have to check in on the phone. So is the administration arresting more people than you have room for?
I have seen the reports, and I'm glad you brought it up because we want to address it. There have been a total of 461 illegal aliens. This is of this morning when I got this information from DHS that have been released from custody of the more than 8,000 that have been arrested since President Trump was inaugurated. It's less than 6%. And there are reasons for their release. Some of the factors include a lack of significant likelihood of removal in the foreseeable future, lack of detention availability, which is something this president and this administration has been incredibly vocal about. We are doing everything we can to deport and detain illegal immigrants, but we need Congress's help to increase funding for Border Patrol and for ICE to increase detention capability in our facilities. And then other serious medical conditions have also been the reasons for some of the release of these individuals, but none of them have final deportation orders. Many of them are probably contesting their immigration status. I'd refer you to DHS for more details, but I did get that information because I knew it'd be a question. So thank you. Sure. Yes.
The president and you here again today have made clear, given the devastation, you think Palestinians have no choice but to leave Gaza and go elsewhere. But Palestinians say this is their home. They don't want to go. The president last night said he's willing to use the military if necessary. Is the U.S. prepared to remove Palestinians from Gaza by force?
The president is prepared to rebuild Gaza for Palestinians and all people in the region, peace-loving people who want real economic development and opportunity in the region. This is a region that has been controlled by Iranian-backed terrorists, Hamas, who have brutalized not just Israelis, but Palestinians too. It is because of Hamas that you see those images on that screen, that Gaza has become a demolition site because Hamas launched that brutal attack on Israel on October the 7th. And so again, I would stress, President Trump wants to ensure that this can be a place where all people can live in peace. He is a peacemaker in chief. He made that very clear in his first term. And as for how that will be accomplished, the president and his team are talking with our allies in the region to consider next steps.
But should the American people be prepared to see U.S. military on the ground fighting a ground war against Hamas?
Again, the president has not committed to U.S. troops in the region.
But it is an option.
I have said that the president has not committed to that yet. Sure.
If I could just follow up on that, though, why not rule out the idea of committing U.S. troops? This has been a long-standing argument that the president has made really over the last decade or so.
Y'all had no problem fighting.
Why not rule out?
Because I think the president is very good when he's making deals and negotiating, not to rule out.
Oh, I was just screaming over the video like most Negroes do, Portia. You didn't have to pause it. You know, niggas be yelling at the TV screen.
This was brought to you by Ninja Moment.
Yeah, I was just yelling. You ain't say that about Ukraine, cracker. You know, niggas just be yelling at the TV. Go back to playing it, Portia. My bad.
Don't go in there. Don't go in there.
Anything because he wants to preserve that leverage in negotiations. And so I think that's what he's doing here. Mary.
Follow up on that, though. He also said that everyone loves this plan. He said that in the Oval Office this morning.
Sure.
In fact, the Deputy Prime Minister of Jordan called it a declaration of war on the Arab people. So how does he square the fact that even some Republicans on the Hill are objecting to this or questioning this? How does he square the fact saying everyone loves this plan?
Well, King Abdullah of Jordan will be here next week, so I can provide you more context on the conversations he will have directly with the President of the United States after that meeting. And I would just point out that there's been a lot of leaders and officials all around the world who have doubted, I suppose, the deal-making ability of President Trump. You heard the Panama leader saying that he would not agree to some of the concessions that he has now made because of Secretary Rubio's visit. You had the Colombian president saying he wouldn't accept flights of Colombian illegal nationals who have entered into our country illegally. And those flights are underway. So actions speak louder than words. Dasha.
Caroline, you said the president has been working on this idea for a while behind the scenes now. Is there a written plan based on the president's proposal for Gaza? And if so, when was it drafted and who had a hand in that?
The plan was written in the president's remarks last night as he revealed it to the world and to the American people, and his team are continuing to be engaged on this effort. I saw the National Security Advisor this morning. He has a very busy day of calls, and they will, again, continue to engage with our partners. That includes Steve Witkoff as well. Mary.
Two questions for you on the news of the day. So how is today's executive order going to impact the 2028 Summer Olympics in Los Angeles? For example, would a man who thinks that he's a transgender woman be allowed to compete as a female on U.S. soil?
It's a very good question. And the president has actually mentioned this, that he does expect the Olympic Committee and the NCAA to no longer allow men to compete in women's sports. And I think the president, with the signing of his pen, starts a very public pressure campaign on these organizations to do the right thing for women and for girls across the country. Again, this is an incredibly popular position. There have been many notable female athletes who have had the courage to speak out against some very powerful institutions in this country. They deserve to have a voice and a say. The president is bringing their voice to the highest level at the White House this afternoon, and he expects these organizations to comply with this federal executive order that he'll be signing today.
Thank you. And one more on media coverage of this executive order and the topic in general. What's the White House's view of framing that calls men transgender females or similar rhetoric coming from organizations like the ACLU and GLAAD?
Well, it's been very clear. The policy of this administration is that there are only two sexes, male and female. Pretty simple. Brian Glenn.
It's not complicated.
USAID has gotten a lot of attention in the last couple of days with some of these bizarre things that we've been, taxpayers have been funding. Now it looks like there are a couple media outlets that have been dragged into this conversation as far as USAID funding as well. Does the president have any comment on that?
So upon coming out here to the briefing room, I was made aware of the funding from USAID to media outlets, including Politico, who I know has a seat in this room. And I can confirm that the more than $8 million taxpayer dollars that have gone to essentially subsidizing subscriptions to Politico on the American taxpayers' dime will no longer be happening. The Doge team is working on canceling those payments now. Again, this is a whole of government effort to ensure that we are going line by line when it comes to the federal government's books. And this president and his team are making decisions across the board on, do these receipts serve the interests of the American people? Is this a good use of the American taxpayers' money? If it is not, that funding will no longer be sent abroad, and American taxpayers will see significant savings because of that effort. Thank you. I'd like to give some love to the back row. I've heard that unfortunately they haven't been called on in years past. So,
Unfortunately,
Reagan, why don't you go ahead?
they are buying this hook, line, and sinker.
Oh yeah.
The executive does not have the power to cancel payments.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We're buying this.
So
Yeah.
that's a line of bullshit right there. They can suggest to Congress, they can do all kinds of things, but in the end, this is Congress's job, not the executive's.
Yeah. Yeah. What about the women's sports things, Stanley? Aren't you pro bitches?
I don't give a shit about that topic. I leave it to you to deal with that sort of stuff. I like to deal with the serious stuff.
Pro bitches.
Women's sports is not that serious in my mind.
You know, I find myself being more and more interested in women's sports.
Well, as you should be.
Yeah. It's just, men's sports.
That doesn't particularly surprise me.
Well, I just like competition, and I feel like the ladies are a lot more competitive nowadays, man.
Well, where I'm going with this is as far as like, policy and, like the important stuff. Government is more important than sports. Trump's, if he doesn't want men and women's sports, that's cool with me. I don't have a problem with it. And I don't have a problem with it the other way around. It's not that, it's not something that I spend a lot of time thinking about.
Yeah. No, I get you, Stanley. I get you. I just think to preserve the fabric of sports, I think we should keep the genders separated.
Yeah, okay, that's cool.
Yeah. I mean, kind of what Trump is campaigning on, just common sense,
Well, if your common sense encompasses women's sports, then have at it.
Yeah. Phoenix Fish said, so Stanley doesn't care about women's rights. Well,
Well, Phoenix Fish, I don't think we were talking about women's rights, but feel free to just lob in anything that comes to your mind.
Well, I think it's certain. Stanley doesn't care about women that are athletes. He doesn't care about those bitches.
Okay, well, you know what? I don't care about it, and neither should Trump.
Well, I think he should care.
I mean, all of these school sports and stuff like that, that's local matters. Honestly, why a president cares about women and girls soccer, in Podunk, Georgia, I can't imagine. I would think he'd have have better things to do.
Well, he's talking about the Olympics too.
Okay, well, he
Why
doesn't control the Olympics.
why couldn't this stay the way it was before they even changed it?
Yeah, well, you know what? Why doesn't the sun rise in the west and set in the east?
Stanley, do you support men staying out of women's bathrooms, or do you think it shouldn't matter?
Um, I think men don't go into women's bathrooms enough to have a president worry about it.
Yeah, yeah. So should we go into more women's bathrooms to make it an
No,
epidemic?
what we should do is not have our president worrying about who's using which shitter.
You know, Stanley, what do you think President Trump should be focusing on?
National stuff.
Like what? Like
You know,
what's like
if
the
he's actually worried about what he needs to worry about,
yeah?
whip out the Constitution and read it. There's a whole Article 2 set of stuff that he should be concerned about.
Well, no, just for you personally, like what should be like the number one thing he should focus on?
I think the number one thing he should be worried about is not letting Elon Musk be emperor. He's president. I think Elon's about to be emperor.
Okay. So just kind of containing Elon should be
Well,
the number one
containing
priority.
Elon and following the Constitution.
Okay.
And as a matter of fact, a court order, an injunction just came down, definitely blocking his executive order to end birthright citizenship.
Yeah. But do you see how like focusing on the bathrooms and the sports, that kind of stuff appeals more to the everyday man, you know, might have a family,
Okay,
has a
and
daughter.
I think the everyday man should get back to work.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean I get that
You
too,
know,
but you know,
men using women's bathroom is not an everyday like, hey, it happens regularly. It does happen, but that's what mayors are for. That's
yeah.
what city councils are for. That's what local leaders are for. You know, we do have a federal system where,
Yeah.
as much control as possible is pushed down to the local or the appropriate local level. That a president is worried about, the bathroom, who's using what bathroom in Villa Rica, Georgia. That does not impress me.
How about if there's a minority in a state and most of these things do pass, they don't
Say
have
that
to
again.
say. How about if, like, let's say, for instance, let's give you Alabama. It's just an example. Let's say Alabama passes all this stuff for all this gender stuff, right? But most of the people don't support it. What do they do then?
Okay, what do you mean pass?
I'm basically saying, like, if there's a place here in the United States where most of these people don't agree with it, right? Don't agree with it. The majority don't agree with it, right? But most of these, like the gender bathrooms and all this stuff is good to go, right? Where's their voice?
Okay, Trump doesn't control what happens in Ludowici, Georgia.
Yeah.
Okay, if Ludowici, Georgia doesn't want men in women's bathrooms, pass a local ordinance.
You know, Eclectic made a good point. It doesn't matter to adults without young children to protect. Maybe is that why you're so kind of you don't really care about it, Stanley?
No, it's not that I don't care about it, it's that the president shouldn't care about it. We have we have local jurisdictions. Like I said, if Ludowici, Georgia doesn't want men in women's bathrooms and vice versa, the city council passes a local ordinance and it's not going to happen in Ludowici, Georgia. You don't need a president to deal with a local matter.
Yeah. But doesn't it feel that? Don't you think it might feel good to those voters knowing that there's a president who actually cares about, the sanctity of America?
Okay, well, if he actually cared about it, I might agree with you, but I don't think he actually does. And quite frankly, I don't know that he should.
No, no, I don't think he actually cares either. But I think just giving people hope and making them believe that there is a president that can at least relate to the things
Okay.
that you relate to.
Name me one who fits that bill.
President Trump.
Okay, well, if you still believe that, I'm not going
No,
to
no,
burst your
no, no.
bubble. I'll let
I don't
President
believe it.
Trump burst that bubble for you.
I don't believe it, but I do appreciate the gesture.
Yeah, and you know what? Gesture politics. That's what we ought to call it.
Yeah, yeah. Hey,
Another
I think.
term would be reach around politics. He's going to stroke something and it's going to make you feel good, and then, and then he'll be done with it.
Stanley. I'd rather have reach around politics than you're just not smart enough or educated enough to understand politics.
Yeah, well, I would rather, have the hey, this is what I say. You need to research it so you know that I'm right. The cotton candy politics, I will leave to, you know, people who like cotton candy.
I like cotton candy.
It tastes good, but it's not necessarily nutritious.
No, but I mean, what you got against cotton candy, Stanley?
Okay, what I have,
The fact that he
what
has
I
to pick
have,
it before he eats it.
basically, what I have something against people who will know cotton candy isn't good for them, but act like it is.
Oh,
And
okay, I
again,
got you.
Trump is not the problem. Trump is the symptom. It's the actual electorate that's the problem.
Hmm.
So for all you cotton candy eaters out there, um, you get what you vote for.
Do you love America, Stanley?
You know what? I love America so much. I have high expectations and I get disappointed when we sell ourselves short.
I can see that. I could definitely see that, especially a man of your character and stature. I could see that.
Yeah, well,
I could definitely see that.
character, your reach around isn't gonna work.
Yeah, no, no, well, no, Stanley, I'm being serious, man. I know sometimes it's hard to tell,
He's
but
being
I can.
generous.
No, 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 no. But I know people like to shit on you a lot, Stanley. But I do think you are a man of character, and
Well,
you
all I have to say,
don't
and like
just
I
talk.
said,
You
you
don't just
haven't
talk.
heard me make major criticisms of Trump
Yeah,
because
yeah,
I think I like that he's thinking outside the box. I like that he's taking chances. Doesn't change my opinion of him, but at least he's taking some risks, and I
yep, yep,
actually don't have a problem with that.
yep, yep.
He gets
You
what he
said it.
gets. He doesn't get what he doesn't get. But, you know, the voters need to understand that having a president worrying about, men and women's sports, I'm just not sure that's that good a use of a president's time.
Yeah, but I do think it is an issue, and you said it best, Stanley. A bad decision is better than no decision. So whether it's a good idea or not, at least he's making the attempt.
Yeah, he's trying some stuff.
Yeah, yeah. And it might be a whole lot to try at once. There probably are more important things, like
And I don't think a lot of those stuff is gonna
inflation,
stick.
inflation and stuff. But I think he's kind of setting a precedence right now with these things, and
Well, he
you know,
needs to be careful because, people are gonna, start thinking, well, that's just Trump trying something crazy. He I like that he's trying stuff. I like that he's thinking out of the box, but there are limits to this sort of stuff.
ooh, Ooh, CKJ made a good point. Ooh. He said, Stanley, your party made it a national issue. You cannot blame Trump for fixing it.
Well,
Ooh.
you know what? You know what, there, Admiral. Let me know when.
Ooh.
Let me know. Let me know when Trump fixes it, because I don't think he's fixed anything yet.
Oh.
So,
Good
but
one, CKJ.
keep me apprised, there, Admiral.
Oh. Yeah, CKJ gonna have you scrubbing the poop deck tonight, Stanley.
No, I mean, like I said, when he fixes something, and he might, I'm not saying he's not going to fix anything, but what CKJ happens to have forgotten is that his party's in charge now. So I'm criticizing the people that are in charge. If he wants to live in the past, I'm more than willing to let him.
Well, we gotta. CKJ is right though. We do have to clean up all the bullshit they've been doing the past couple of years.
I'm sure he believed Donald Trump when he said there was a mess to clean up.
I mean, two genders.
Waffle House is charging a surcharge on eggs.
50 cents.
When Trump fixes that, I'll be more
Stanley,
sympathetic.
come on. You can't fix eggs, Stanley. You can't
Hey,
make
Trump
birds.
brought it up. Trump brought it up.
You can't fix eggs.
The prices of eggs are ridiculous.
As a matter of fact, he signed an executive. He signed an executive order.
Literally $1 an egg.
He signed an executive order to bring prices down or something to that effect. I'm still paying top dollar for eggs.
It's so expensive. I can't even have huevos rancheros.
You know what? He ought to sign an executive order to stop that shitty imitation of Trump.
Come on, he's pretty good, Stanley. Come on.
You're just upset. You learn.
An executive order. I demand an executive order.
I'll sign an executive order so you won't be so gay.
Come on, Trump. Stanley's not gay. Come on, Trump.
Yeah, you know what?
My apologies.
All I have to say is that that word comes up a lot by a certain wannabe president.
Who's this guy up on the screen?
Yeah, who is this? Is that Stanley?
Yo, I wanted to say it.
Yeah, that's me, all right.
Is that Stanley?
I wanted to.
Stanley, are you a fugitive? We don't know about it. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm talking to you from my cell. on my contraband phone.
This man you're looking at.
I believe it. All right, let's watch this.
This man you're looking at on screen was sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. So when authorities ask, what do you identify as? He says, whatever puts me in a woman's prison, because he's got to spend the rest of his life there. So they take his word for it, put him in a woman's prison, and now all of his cellmates wind up pregnant. And his response is, he's not a man, he's a lesbian. Let's talk about it.
Is that all you got to do?
Welcome to the channel. My name is Nate the Lawyer.
Yeah.
Is that really how it works? Is that really how it works? Wow.
Yeah. Except I tried to be a migrant to get benefits, but that didn't work.
Man, I kind of making me rethink this whole criminal thing now. I don't know. Starting to weigh my options. It's not that all you got to do is identify as a woman. All right, let's keep playing it, Portia.
Where we look at the craziest stories here on the internet. And boy, do I got a crazy story for you today. This is Tremaine Carroll. Now, he's a central figure in this case. He is a biological male who began identifying as a woman in 2021. And that date is pretty important. See, in January 2021, California allowed inmates to be placed in a facility corresponding with the sex that they identify with.
So California passed Senate Bill 132, which allows incarcerated transgender, non-binary, and intersex men to be transferred into women's prisons. You know, we've been having this ongoing national discussion about protections of women with the transgender advocacy. And I think one of the big places that I guess maybe many in the nation forgot to look at was our prisons. And then we hear about the Senate bill, which has been signed into law.
So what that wonderful California law did was say, hey, we're going to ask the person, what do you identify as? And if they say we identify as a woman, no questions asked, we're sending you to a women's prison. So now that brings us back to Jermaine Carroll. See, he was serving a 25 to life sentence under California's 3 strikes law. See, in 1990, Carroll pleaded guilty to 2 counts of kidnapping for ransom. And then 7 years later, he pleaded guilty for being the getaway driver in a robbery. Now, along with his previous felonies, this made him eligible for a life sentence, and he was given a life sentence. Now, fast forward to 2021, and California has just passed this new law that essentially says, we're going to take your word for it. If you say you identify as a woman, we're going to put you in a women's prison. So guess what Carroll said? I identify.
And see, this is the real issue. I know Stanley doesn't think it's a national issue, but this is the real issue right here. If this is implemented in every single state, you'll have more men committing crime, you'll have more criminals, you'll have more women who should be serving time not getting fucked in their jail cell by a man. This defeats the whole purpose of going to prison. You shouldn't go to prison and get pussy. Or if you're a woman, you shouldn't go to prison and get dick.
You're just discriminating against my people, HB.
Oh, come on. No, Stanley doesn't think this is an issue, but, I think these people who commit heinous crimes.
No, I don't think it's a big issue.
No, it's a big issue. I think it's a big issue.
I mean, Solid Snake made a valid point, man. He said now the state is going to have to take care of these kids.
Wow, that too. And that's just more. Wow, Solid Snake. Bro, sometimes you make some really good points, man. Like, who's going to take care of those kids? Now they're going to be wards of the states. Now we got to pay for that shit. That's why California, the state makes the most money, but they're in debt. It just doesn't make any sense. This is why.
Oh, yeah, it makes sense because they do a lot of stupid shit.
Say is, I think the people who might have a valid complaint would be residents of California. It is not that impressive to have somebody thousands of miles away worrying about what's happening in a place they don't live.
Well, this is America, Stanley.
I know it's America. You can worry about whatever you want to worry about, but I'm also free to point it out.
I have compassion for all my fellow Americans, whether they live in a Democratic state
unless they are identifying as a female and they're not a female.
No, I even have compassion for them. That's why I want them to know you can identify as whatever you want, but the government and society as a whole, we should not acquiesce to that belief.
And there are people who don't agree with you. You need to live with that.
I agree, but then this is the reason. This situation is what happens when you stop using common sense and you start
to. HB, there's just as valid an argument that would say it's common sense to give these people whatever they need to stop being a nuisance.
No.
Yeah, it's common sense.
It's not common sense, Stanley.
I'm afraid it is common sense. Who is it actually hurting if he identifies as a female to put him in a female prison?
The women he just impregnated.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there is such a thing as isolation. We'll put you in a female prison, but we're just gonna put you away from the other females.
Well, that's not what happened.
Then they're going to say that discrimination.
Well, that's what should have happened. Is my point.
Well, It shouldn't have happened.
But then they're gonna say that discrimination against him for being transgender.
It shouldn't have happened in the first place, Stanley.
See, that's why it's a complicated game.
Okay. Once again, you are taking an isolated case. You're taking exceptions and pretending they are rules.
That's what I was saying from the beginning. If we had left this the way it was, we wouldn't be going through this mess right now.
This has been happening for years. I even read about a story where there was a prison where they even had the men and the women separated. A man ejaculated in a cup and sent it through the air vents to a woman, and she got pregnant through the vents.
Get out of here, HB. Like, you watch.
No, I'm dead.
Okay, so tell me, what is the lesson of that story? What do you think the moral of that story is, HB?
Stanley, I'm glad you asked that question. When you're serving hard time, you have to keep men and women separated because they will find a way to have sex with each other. These people are animals.
Right. And if I recall, the men and women were separated.
Well, not if you identify as a woman. Now you're not separated.
Okay. Well, I don't want to get knee deep into the minutia like you seem to want to do. All I'm saying is we're dealing with a bunch of exceptions and we're acting like they're rules.
I know a girl named that.
Stanley, there's thousands of these stories, Stanley.
No, I don't agree that there are thousands.
There's thousands.
Okay, this is
not the one that happened in New York.
All I have to say is citation needed. I don't think there are thousands.
No, Stanley, listen, this is why I do have a very high respect for you because, listen, I know you don't care about a bunch of transgenders in prisons. You don't care about that. But
it's not that I don't care about them. I don't care to make a big deal. I don't care to make a mountain out of a molehill.
It is a mountain, though, Stanley.
Okay, and I'm saying not only is it not a mountain, but if I'm wrong, please give me your sources.
I will.
All I need is a citation. Citation needed. If you're saying it's a mountain, I need you to give me the map where that mountain is located.
Okay. Siri, how many women have been impregnated by transgenders in prisons in the last 4 years?
There's also a story in New York in Yonkers, I believe, as well.
Hold on. Give me 1 second. All right, let's get back to the video.
As a woman, and please put me in a women's prison so I can serve out the rest of my term, which was a life sentence.
Carol was allowed to serve time in a women's prison despite being a biological male because of Senate Bill 132, the Transgender Respect Agency and Dignity Act, which took effect in 2021. It allows inmates to be housed with the gender they identify as. The CDCR website points out state law prohibits discrimination based on gender identity.
There's no psychological evaluation that needs to be done. This person doesn't need to be on cross-gender hormones. They don't need to be signed up for transgender surgery. They don't even need a significant psychological evaluation regarding gender confusion. The mere statement is enough.
You heard that right. The mere statement is enough. So when the state of California started asking grown men, would you rather be in a prison with all men or would you rather be in a prison with all women? Most of them started saying they were women, they identified as women, and they would like to be placed in women's prison. Here's one guy who was convicted of murdering 3 people. Guess what he identified as?
When Dana Rivers, born David Warfield, brutally murdered a married lesbian couple and their adopted son in their Oakland, California home. Prosecutors say Rivers shot all 3 victims as they slept, stabbing one of the women more than 40 times. Last year, 7 years after the murders, Rivers was found guilty and last month sentenced to more than 150 years in prison. Her choice, the Central California Women's Facility, a prison housing more than 2,300 women and sparking outrage among some activists.
Dana Rivers is a man, and it is the position of Women's Declaration International globally that it's inappropriate to house male prisoners with female prisoners.
This was California. They didn't care about any logic, reason, science. If you tell them you're a woman, they're going to treat you like a woman. And for all intensive purposes, you are a woman. Now, because of this law, Carol decided, hey, I'm going to live my true life as a lesbian woman. So Carol told both the court and the state that he identifies as a woman. The authorities in the state of California followed state law and put Carol in a women's prison. Now, here is a former inmate in the women's prison telling you about the living conditions in the prison.
Well, I spent 5 years inside that prison, so I'm pretty well informed as far as how it works. It's a place that has 8-person cells, so there's 4 bunks, and everybody has to cohabitate like that. There is no privacy. There's no downtime. You're not alone. 8 people sharing the living space, which is about 6 feet, sharing a toilet, a shower, and 2 sinks.
So they took this biological man, put him in a cell with 7 women, and what do you think happened? Well, there were a lot of pregnancies.
After his first cellmate became pregnant and was moved to Los Angeles, 2 other cellmates of his complained that he had raped them. So we have filed charges against this inmate.
So now Carol is on his 4th strike because he's being charged with all of these other crimes concerning his fellow inmates. Now, Carol was facing another life sentence for the assault of his fellow inmates. But he had one request of this court. He told the judge that he wanted to only be referred to as she or her. That's because state law demanded it. And filed a motion with the court to demand that the prosecutor and all the witnesses refer to Carol as she, her, even though he is a biological male. Here's how the judge ruled.
A controversial court ruling tonight. A convicted criminal who served time at the women's prison in Chowchilla is charged with raping fellow inmates. A Madera County judge says Tremaine Carroll must be referred to with she, her pronouns. But the district attorney is pushing back because the 52-year-old Carroll is a biological male, and the decision could impact the pursuit of justice.
A Madera County judge ruled this week 52-year-old state prisoner Tremaine Carroll must be referred to with she, her pronouns because Carol identifies as a woman. But the district attorney believes the defendant is abusing the system.
This is a person who's not a woman in any sense of the word.
Moreno says the ruling regarding pronouns impacts...
Now they're abusing the system. Okay. Now
wasn't this what we were talking about before?
Now it's an abuse. What'd you think was gonna happen? What'd you guys think was gonna happen?
They finna get food stamps in there. Their commissary gonna be bopping.
This is the whole point. You can identify whatever you want to.
Can you imagine they're gonna be getting welfare?
forcing companies, forcing government entities, forcing public schools to acquiesce to that. That's the problem, because people like this son of a bitch right here are gonna abuse it. This sick bastard, this rapist is gonna abuse it. Now, is anybody on this panel pro-rape?
No, but he gonna.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear all that. What were you saying?
So,
oh my God,
Stanley, the guy, he raped a woman in his prison. He raped 3 women, and he's this is his 4th strike. So he's in court. He's saying that you guys have to refer to me as a woman. You need to use my she, her pronoun. And this California judge said, we're not going to do that because you're abusing the system. But that's the whole point. This system, when you start giving into people's delusions, it leaves it wide open for people to abuse it. That's the whole point.
And I used to be the one who think that the educated
That's
used to think,
probably true. So what's your point?
My point is, none of us are up here are pro-rape. Nobody up here is pro-rape.
Okay, no, I think what you're doing is number one, making a point that doesn't need to be made. I mean, these are prisoners. Okay, if your criticism is, hey, it should be an all male prison and an all female prison, that's
Right.
perfectly fine. I think they're
Right.
prisoners. You organize it the way you want. What I'm saying is that if somebody or another state or another system decides to do it another way that you don't approve of, deal with it. You know, talking about it
Yeah, but
isn't going
man,
to change it.
yes, it does.
yes,
Well,
it does.
I don't
Trump
think
just
it does, especially if you're not a
Wasn't
resident
talking
of
about
that
civil
state.
That's
rights and
probably
all
not
this
with
stuff.
you, Stanley. Probably not with you.
Okay, Solid Snake,
Probably not with you. But you hear what
you make it
you got
your
selective hearing,
profession
Stanley.
you make it your profession to just babble endlessly and never let good sense soak in.
Stanley, I was once a prison guard, also an inmate. Okay.
You know, hey, Solid Snake,
Okay,
I wanted
what you
wait.
need to do, Solid Snake, is understand what you're
Did you ever
saying
hear?
has
Did you ever
nothing
hear
to
that
do with
they
my point.
charged again next
Okay,
week?
god damn it. You people are constantly taking square pegs and putting them in round holes.
Stanley,
Okay,
that's the
you
problem.
being
That's the
you
problem.
being a prison guard and a former
Oh,
inmate has
Stanley.
nothing to do with my point, which is why do y'all complain so much?
We
Stanley,
only got
that's
here
the
because ain't
problem, though,
nobody
right
talking
there.
about
Wait,
it, Stanley.
hold on,
Okay,
Solid
you
Snake.
fuckers don't live in California. Why are you worried about it?
Stanley, but that's the
To
problem
discuss
right there, though. When you put a square peg in a round hole,
No.
that
Don't pervert my point. How about address it?
well, this just in: Trump bans all biological men from U.S. prisons for
Nice,
female inmates,
nice.
and
Okay,
that
and
just
what y'all don't understand is he means all prisons, federal prisons. Okay, he doesn't control state prisons
yeah,
and
yeah,
local prisons or
yeah.
local
You're right.
jails.
Yeah, you're right, Stanley. You're right. You're right.
anybody notice all those women in the courtroom? All those.
Wait, Solid Snake. I wanted to ask you. You are a ex-convict, right?
I'm also an ex-prison guard. Thank you, HB. Yes, I have. Yes, I have.
Okay. I just want to be clear. Just to be clear,
Jesus,
you are.
man.
No, because Solid Snake, as an ex-convict, I want to ask you because you are an expert at this. You know, me, Stanley, Latino, Free Zone, we've never been incarcerated. So if you had the choice to be imprisoned in a male prison or a woman's prison, which one would you choose?
Come on, HB. Is that really a serious question?
I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
Man,
Yo, now I'm curious. You
you
better
think I'm just
answer
gonna
because I
choose
want to know
man
the answer.
prison?
What I'm asking you.
Hell no, I
What
won't
prison?
go no goddamn man prison. If I can go to a women prison, I can do it just easy, goddamn. Y'all gonna call me Cynthia. My name gonna
Hell no.
Even Solid Snake, even if you have to identify as a woman,
Cynthia.
even if you have to identify as a woman, would you
Carla.
still do it?
I'm playing. Hey, man, my name Carla. What you talking about?
You gotta
And
stop yelling at the microphone. It ain't picking up right.
Stanley, and see, that's the problem. That's the problem. That's the problem right there.
What's the problem?
That snake is everywhere, man. It's all in him.
If given the opportunity, a guy like Solid Snake, who allegedly hasn't committed any homosexual acts, given the opportunity, he will identify as a woman just to be in a woman's prison. That's the problem.
Well,
Same here, dude. I would too.
I understand that you're trying to make a point, but if we're just gonna do hypotheticals, how about just hypothetically choose not to go to prison?
Well, I mean, that's
Don't do anything that's going to put you in either prison. We're doing hypotheticals, so I'm just gonna do another hypothetical.
well, yeah, no, I mean that's literally the only thing that kept me out of doing criminal acts. I don't want to be in prison, man.
Yeah, same here.
Well, that's
Shit.
probably most people.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, there's literally nothing stopping me from
I don't
robbing
like
a
small
bank.
areas.
There's nothing stopping me from robbing a bank other than prisons. That's it.
Facts.
That's
Or
the only
killing
thing.
somebody.
For me, you have to add in some laziness. You have to plan it.
Well, yeah, no. If like, trust me, Stanley. If I wanted to rob a bank, I could plan that shit. I'd take my time with that. I would definitely. I'm not about to just go in armed robbery and
Literally 6 months to a year of planning.
Nah, it's gonna be. Yeah, I'm really gonna take my time with it. All right, Pusha. Let's play some more of this.
Her ability to prosecute the case.
This is a particular issue in this case because it's confusing to the jury.
It's just absolutely insane that a victim would have to get on the stand and police their pronouns and their usage when trying to recite one of the most scariest times in their lives.
Now, if you're like me, you think, hey, that's Encino, California. You know how progressive and liberal they are. Let them have their madness. But this is actually not just limited to California. This is what happened in the state of New Jersey.
2 female inmates at a supposedly all-women's prison in New Jersey have just become pregnant. You wonder how that happened. Well, it turns out those women had sexual encounters with another inmate who was a biological man passing as a woman. Now, some people predicted that this would happen, and they were laughed at, mocked, and attacked as bigots.
In 2021, New Jersey enforced a policy that allowed inmates to be housed based on the gender in which they were identified with. Now, it used to be a time when it was based on their genitalia.
Right.
And then they changed.
Right.
So, ladies, what are your thoughts on this?
I think it's tricky.
Now, I'm here to tell you, I don't think this is tricky at all. Now, think about this. 1/3 of the men requesting transfer to California's women's prisons are sex offenders. And at the federal level, 50% of the men in federal prisons who identify as women are also sex offenders. And those numbers are from the California Department of Corrections and this FOIA request from the federal government. Now, we have to just keep it 100% real here, right? This is utterly ridiculous. Placing men who happen to be sex offenders in women's prisons, that just makes absolutely no sense. What did they think was going to happen? Anyone could have predicted this if you just had half a brain. And this, I think, is the problem, is that we've gone too far one way to where it's now becoming ridiculous. Like essentially having men compete with women in women's sports, now just placing male sex offenders in women's prisons. This is utterly madness. And I feel like I'm living in a world where I just don't understand why rational, sane people would do things like this. Just tell the prison that you're a woman and they'll treat you as a woman. That's insane stuff. But that's what's happening in California. Now, if you happen to disagree with my...
Wow.
Okay, and once again, I would probably be more inclined to go, hey, this is a good point. I'm assuming he doesn't live in California.
No, probably not. Probably not.
Stanley, are you being intentionally dense right now?
I understand the need to make content. I understand that he's got to have something to talk about for a show. But, beyond creating the content, I don't see the point in him whining about, a system he A, doesn't control, and B, a state he doesn't vote in.
Wow.
Stan, you ever heard of the term called legal precedent?
You know what? I'm guessing you haven't because this has nothing to do with precedent.
Oh, it don't? Okay.
No.
Yeah, my favorite thing that he said was anybody with a brain could see the logical progression of this. And that's why what you're saying is goofy, Stanley. Like you're ignoring you're ignoring the logical progression.
Okay.
Until a year from now, all of a sudden you're gonna switch up in a year, bro. If the problem gets big enough, you're gonna switch up in a year.
Before you waste your breath, I don't give a fuck enough to care about the logical progression. I don't live there.
And there you go. That's why, but that's why you should be quiet on certain issues because you sound
Oh
fucking
no,
stupid
I
when you
should
say
not.
certain shit.
All I'm doing is pointing out that y'all are wasting your time.
Yeah, that you sound retarded, Stanley. Because if
Okay, and you
it's
know
in
what?
California,
You
and then
sound
all of a sudden there's another case in New Jersey, and it's like, oh, so what? It's just in those two places.
You think
You
I
sound
sound
fucking stupid.
Okay,
Maybe
you
that is
think
Stanley on the
you
screen.
are frustrated. You are frustrated because there's someone telling you that A, you're wasting your time, and
Hey, think
B,
about
I
it
don't
like
give
this.
a shit.
We just
All
about
this
what
is,
400,000
is a
children
dude
missing in
talking about
more
content for
problems.
his show. It's not any more important than that if you don't live in the state.
You know, free zone,
Now they
free
can
zone.
just mass produce children.
You know, I kind of do agree with Stanley because you know I'm kind of a simp a little bit. You know, when I hear women are getting raped, I do have you know, I actually care about some stuff like that. I don't want women to be raped. I think it's wrong. You know, Stanley's ultra. He's a mega Chad. You know, a woman gets raped, he doesn't care about that type of stuff. He doesn't care.
That nigga that nigga psychopath, man. He borderline. He right there, bro. He on one of them paths, man.
As long as it's my party.
All y'all are doing is you're churning for content. I mean, if you disapprove of it? I think as an older man, you learn to do that prayer, the serenity prayer. You know, God give me strength to, or whatever it is, to control the things I can, and the grace to,
That's
know the stuff that I can't control. Y'all can whine about it. You can laugh about it. You can call me a psychopath. But at the end of the day, it's content, and you are wasting your time caring about it.
No, we're
Well,
not.
I don't think you're a psychopath.
He
Stanley.
said the alcoholic's prayer.
I just think you're a giga Chad, man. If women get raped,
No, I think I'm in firm grasp of my priorities.
Oh my God.
I mean, they probably asked for it, right,
My
Stanley?
party's all loving
No,
it.
I'm
My party's all
saying
loving it.
that all the way stuck in Georgia, I just don't find it, productive to care about what's happening in California.
And we should
Since he's
also
so
read.
fired
We
up
should
about
also
it, I
read
bet you
books
it's
to
the case in
kids.
Georgia right now as we speak. I bet you it is. I bet it is. I'm telling you, man, this ain't nothing new. All of a sudden,
Okay,
you
but
get
Solid Snake, knowing that you care
and
so
all.
much,
Then
why
you
don't you
have
research it
situations
for me
like
and
this.
get back to me?
Stanley, what state has the number one exodus rate at this point? What state are people leaving by the droves? Just two states, actually.
California.
Okay, now, but
And New
I know
York.
one of the states. Now, my question to you is, why would you even bother asking me that question? Because you know I don't give a shit.
Well, what's the answer, free zone?
California.
So
California's one of the places.
Okay, now how is that relevant? Tell me. Because there is one point of relevance you got.
When those people leave California and go to other states, they don't change their mind.
Oh, okay.
They miss home. They miss home, and then they try to make wherever they go to like California.
Well, see, I was gonna go a different way. It's like they can't stand what's going on in California, so they leave it so they don't have to
Apparently
give
it
a
does,
shit.
but I am of the belief that if you still have a penis, then you belong in a men's prison, even if it's in a protected unit.
Woman, only a man can get a woman pregnant, and only a woman can get
She's going against everything I believe. I was born this way.
Yeah, that's all edifying.
I missed what you said, Stanley, because of the video. What did you say?
No, I just think this is all nice for content, but in the end, leaving California, means that, hey, I can't stand what's going on here. I'm moving to a place where I don't have to live with this mess.
Stanley, I think CKJ made he's making a good point in the chat.
Yeah, I saw what CKJ3 wrote. My party's not in charge right now, so I have no clue why you're even bringing this up.
Well, it's the remnants of your party. This is why these women are getting raped and impregnated.
I don't love men's no
Oh,
more.
I see. I see. I see the point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. CKJ3. Whatever. I don't see how Trump has anything to do with this video, but you know, Trump is obviously in your every thought.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
What would Trump do?
We're gonna put tampons in boys' bathrooms.
Well, in Stanley mind, I think it is, in his defense, all his leadership roles are compartmentalized in his brain.
Absolutely. And
Yeah,
it
it's
is serves me well.
compartmentalized. I can't even say the fucking word. Compartmentalized.
Damn, I was waiting for Stanley to pounce on that one.
I was waiting on it too. I knew he was gonna do it. But
Pounce on what? Pounce on what?
He's like, I can't get the word out, and I was waiting for you to say something.
I was gonna, but I thought better of it.
You should have, man. Like, God, man.
So Portia wants to play a video. Go ahead, Portia. Let's watch this video. I think she wants to point out the hypocrisy of how differently they treat the gender roles. Let's see.
I was more of a target because I spoke out about it.
28-year-old Dion Hampton, who goes by Strawberry, plans to keep talking loudly about what she calls the widespread abuse she suffered in Illinois prisons.
Basically, we have no rights. We're animals. We're creeps. We're sissies. And abomination to God.
And this is according to whom?
Administration, directors, wardens, staff.
They were targeting her because of her gender identity.
Hampton was released from prison Monday after serving 5 years for residential burglary. She spent time at several facilities, including Menard, where Hampton and her attorneys say the abuse due to her gender identity continued.
She was sexually abused by both prisoners and staff. She was touched inappropriately, groped by other prisoners and by staff.
And both say denied privileges given to other inmates like jobs, school, and socialization. When she spoke up, Hampton says guards retaliated.
I was kicked in my chest, my head rammed to the wall, and then I slammed to the floor.
And then written up for bad behavior, which delayed her release. Hampton now has 2 pending lawsuits against the Illinois Department of Corrections. She was also granted an emergency transfer to Logan, a women's prison, before her release.
Ultimate goal of the lawsuit is to bring awareness to these issues and to change the system.
As a result, a federal judge ordered IDOC employees get training on transgender care, which just began last week. A federal law called PREA requires the consideration of many factors when it comes to prison placement for transgender people. But Del Valle says that's not happening.
The default in the Department of Corrections is to house someone based on their genitalia, and that's where they start.
Now, Hampton hopes to be a voice for change for her community.
If this is what I have to do to prove to the society and the community that you do have a voice, then this is what I'm going to do.
Hampton's attorney is with the MacArthur Justice Center at Northwestern University. They have 2 other pending lawsuits filed by transgender inmates pending against Illinois' prison system. An IDOC spokesperson couldn't comment on those lawsuits, but denies prison placement is based solely on a person's gender at birth. In the newsroom, Dana Kozlov, CBS 2 News. Erica?
Thank you, Dana.
So this was a dude?
Yeah, that's a dude. That's a dude. That's a dude. Yeah, Push. I didn't really get the point of that video, honestly. If you're a transgender committing burglary, like you gotta pick a struggle. The fuck is wrong with you?
For real, the name Strawberry made me think that it was a prostitute.
Yeah, and plus your name is Strawberry. Like, what do you think was gonna happen? What the
right, fuck? But of course, now obviously, right?
what did you think was going to happen? But it's treated, it's almost as if it's more protected. It's like we're going to do whatever it is that we can to get this man that identifies as a woman out of this male prison because he's getting abused in this male prison. But whenever you have the women complaining about getting abused by the males that identify as women in the women's prison, it's just like, oh, it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, I see. I see
Bullshit.
what you're saying.
He served 5 years though. Like he didn't get any special privileges. He just got raped for 5 years.
And then he got released, not for 5 years. They transferred him to a woman's prison.
Well, yeah.
After he got,
Yeah, after he was viciously gang raped.
You mean they transferred? You mean they transferred her?
No, him. That's a guy.
That was a guy. So they transferred him to a woman's prison, and what was happening to him at the what was happening to him at the male's prison is what he did at the woman's prison. Now.
Oh, I missed all. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't see that part.
That was okay. Gotcha.
It's a lot of stories. I mean, and a lot of this story that I just showed, this one was from what, like 5 years ago. A lot of them are from years ago. It's just, I guess if you see it, you do or you don't. But
no, it's definitely an epidemic. I think I just feel like men should be in men's prisons, women should be in women's prisons. Now, if you're a transgender and you're committing crimes, you know what's gonna happen when you get locked up. Like, stop it.
My thing, HB, I think when you get charged for rape and you get charged with that crime, I think you should be castrated. And
that's what I said this a long time ago, dude.
Yeah, I mean, but that's what we should start doing from this day forward. If you get charged with rape and you get convicted of rape, you know what I'm saying?
I would agree with you, Solid Snake, but that is kind of a slippery slope, though, too, man, because, I mean, Trump got charged with rape. So, rape is, it's like,
hey, but you know what it'll do? It'll end all this equal rights and all this crap. Because you see, this is called by the female Caucasian liberal judge. And all these peasants they got over here occupying our judicial system in these high ranks. And they the ones promoting this shit, man. Don't nobody want to talk about that.
I can see HB's point too.
They the problem. They the problem, because we shouldn't have to deal with this as an American citizen, but we do. And the only reason we're doing it now is because of the way we're allowing them to manipulate our judicial system to their whim. And we're not holding nobody else accountable because
who is forcing you to deal with the Solid Snake?
My bad.
Who is knocking on your door saying, Solid Snake, you have to deal with this?
I could agree with HB, man. There's a lot of girls that lie too.
Has the right to
uphold. You know what?
That's what being a civilian means. We care about this type of shit, Stanley. We should care about this.
You're the American citizen.
Okay, fine, Stanley.
What can you do one way or the other about this?
Have a voice, Stanley. Make it
okay. I'll give you that. You can have all your voice, but don't expect people like me. Don't expect people like me to really. For the people who are well balanced and are able to prioritize their lives, we hear you, Solid Snake, but don't expect me to lose sleep because you're upset over something you can't control.
All I'm just saying, Stanley, having a voice equals, having a voice.
Okay, you don't even have a voice, Solid Snake.
Why you don't have a voice, Stanley?
Do you live in California? Do you live in a state where this is happening?
I live in America.
Okay, well, America has 50 different
Human
states.
rights are not state bound, Stanley. Human rights And the
Okay,
Justice
so
for
all
Human
of a
Rights are
sudden
not
you
just
care
bound
about
by a
human
state, it's
rights.
bound by a constitution that links all the states together,
Okay,
Stanley.
just
Why
that
are you always
shit.
trying to move the
You're
goalposts?
full of it.
Come on, Stanley, stop that, man. That get tiring. That ain't
All
just
of a
arguing
sudden
with
it's the
somebody. That's just being
Constitution and
manipulative.
human rights?
That's just being malfeasance with your attitude. Come on, man. You gotta have an argument. Man, stop it. I can't respect you if you ain't never gonna stick your stake in the ground. Damn, you
Okay,
always
I will
defend
stick my
something.
stake in the
Stop
ground when
moving
it's
into
time to
another
do so.
shit.
I'm just not going to get wrapped around the axle. And if I lived in the state or had a personal stake in it, sure.
Still think they put something
Really
in the
quick, I
water to
just wanted
turn
to
the frogs gay.
tell you guys, HB, he will be back. He's like out in the sticks and he lost connection. So, but he'll be back though.
No problem. Portia, can I ask you, are they auditing the Department of Education today, right?
I don't know. All right.
Yeah, that's what I heard on the radio after the, what was it, AID, whatever the hell you call it, USA.
Yeah, USA, they blocked them.
Yeah,
They
said
blocked it. Yeah.
they said that on Wednesday it would be the Department of Education's turn.
I need to see if there's a video of this. Mitch McConnell, apparently he fell down some stairs.
Portia, we all know that God pushed him down the stairs.
Well, I get the feeling there's going to be more sympathy for transgender prisoners than Mitch McConnell.
Oh yeah, yeah. Apparently he fell down the stairs again.
Well, Stanley, do you have any empathy or sympathy for the prison situation with the Trentons and all that?
Not particularly. I mean, I don't want prisoners to be tortured or anything like that, but I mean, they don't, by and large, people don't get sent to prison for nothing. Okay. If you commit a crime, we all know how effed up the prison system is. If you're crazy enough to commit a crime and get put into that system, you just can't expect me to have a whole lot of empathy. Sympathy, maybe. Empathy, no.
That's fair enough. I mean, for me, it's less about the actual prison thing, but it's more about the trans thing, because that extends past the prisons. It's not just that, you know what I mean? So you're seeing this in various arenas, from sports to employment
about
to
the trans issue. It's not a pervasive thing. I mean, it gets a lot of noise, it gets a lot of press, but I have literally, maybe in my 60 years, I might have met like maybe one or two transgender people in 60 years. And when I say met, I mean like acquaintances. There were just people I met in passing. I have no, deep connections to the issue. And I would venture to say most people don't.
yeah. I mean, I guess it all sounds good until they push it into the schools, and now your kid has some fucking rainbow book that they bring home to the parents and stuff.
Do you even have kids?
Yeah.
Okay,
you know how to kid?
I've gone through schools. I've literally gone K through 12. My son graduated last year, have never had to confront the issue. So I mean, and I keep up with what was going on in school. As much as a parent can. Just never been that big an issue, and he went to public schools.
So the allowing of transgender girls to like that's okay. All right, if that's not
I
your
think
reality over there,
I think that is a local issue and not a national issue. I think at the locality or even the state, it might be more of a
Stanley
state issue.
Stanley has a
If
valid
a
point.
state wants to do it, great. If a state doesn't want to do it, great.
Stanley has a
But
valid
let
point
them
because
deal with it. I don't think the
Yeah, I mean,
president should
let's
really
be
have
honest.
that much to
Let's
say
be
about it.
honest. Let's be honest. If a state wanted to be created right now, they could just commit murder all willy nilly. We should just allow it because it's just that state, right?
Okay, yeah, I'm sure that is a hypothetical that's useful.
But I mean, that's what you said.
No, y'all remember Chaz when they let all that the crime go and all that stuff, and people was getting deleted left and right, and they even blocked the ambulances from coming in. So I mean, it was a reality. It didn't last as long as people thought it would. I actually thought it was going to last shorter than it did, but that
Okay,
that
you
happened.
mean the thing up in Washington State?
Yeah.
No, was it Washington State? I thought it was
Yeah, it was.
yeah, Washington State. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, and I knew about it, but I didn't get concerned. That's a Washington State issue. I'm sure they took care of it.
Wow. Okay.
Nah, they didn't have no other choice but to.
Exactly.
They had no other choice because when the first person made a call and the ambulance came down and everybody blocked the ambulance from getting in, they say, yeah, we can't let this ride, this experiment go
but that was
this long.
Stanley got a point because that was a state issue. Trump couldn't do anything. He wanted to send the Coast Guard, but the governor at the time was like, no, we got it. Like, just we'll handle it our own way, and so he did.
Oh yeah, I know it's a state issue. I wasn't. I mean, I'm not pushing for Trump to. I'm not on that wave, but I mean, I'm glad that he did. But I wasn't looking to Trump as a hero to fix it. It was gonna get fixed regardless because people just ain't. A lot of people ain't going for it, so it was gonna eventually happen.
But to
Come
add
on
on to
now,
the thing with
Phoenix.
it, but I'm sorry.
It's not a white town. It's a mixed race town. Roughly 50-50, believe it or not.
But to add on back to the kid situation, like before we moved to a house, right, from the city, we looked at the district, what who's running it, what do the schools teach, and all that stuff before we moved to that neighborhood. It wasn't just looking for a house. So, in that point, Stanley does have a point.
All right, there we go. I'm losing signal, you guys. Just so you guys know, I'm in the back country in Alabama right now. I'm in honky tonk land right now. So
honky tonk. Be careful.
Not a lot of teeth out here in this area.
No dental.
Yeah, no dental. I haven't seen one dental office since, man.
Yeah, they need scans around them that part.
You sure you didn't teleport to London?
Yes. See, one thing about California, boy, I bet you got dentists on every damn street corner. Shit. I should have just took a trip to California just for the hell of it.
They don't call themselves dentists over there in California. They call themselves doctors.
Oh.
But Bush, you wanted to bring up this next topic. You know, it's not a secret, but people know I kind of have a little schoolboy crush on AOC. You know.
Oh. She alright.
Really? She went to school with my wife.
She alright. I don't know. Her shoes don't never fit. That's the problem.
Yeah,
she be wearing them high heels, and it seems like her feet just too small for them big old shoes she be wearing. I don't know. They don't fit her right. I don't know.
I think they graduated at the same year. I think.
I don't know. She don't look alright. She alright. I'm much more of a Lauren Boebert type. Or whatever her name is. Boebert.
AOC.
Okay, looks like he cut out again. Anyhow, I'm just gonna play a little bit of this clip. Because she is not speaking in English, she's speaking what they speak. And essentially, this is her talking to a group of Somalians and telling them what to do if they face ICE. So just
she needs to speak
xildhibaanad Ilhan Omar oo dhowaan la hadashay saxaafadda ayaa tala bixin siisay dadka sharciga aan haysan ee ku nool dalkan.
waxaan ula talinayaa dadka Soomaalida ah haddii ay maxaa la dhahaa ii sheeg
that if ICE attempts to question you,
ICE isku dayaan inay ku su'aalaan muku khasban tihid inaad su'aalahooda aad ka jawaabtid.
You're not allowed to, I mean, you're not required to answer their questions. Just state that you were advised by a lawyer not to answer questions, whatever. So here she's being questioned about it.
Elon Musk.
Well, push it.
If you want to.
Don't you have to be a citizen to get representation from a lawyer?
I don't think so.
No, not necessarily.
Yeah, I don't think. Okay. I think because you just like Juan, what Juan does, like I believe that they have that right to have some form of representation.
I believe it's human rights.
Dwale just said, "Do you want a translator?" Well, Dwale, that would have been great. Okay, so here's just a short clip of what we just saw there.
Elon Musk, I want to see if you want to respond to him. He is actually singling you out on X. He retweeted a post that alleged you were telling Somalians who are illegally in the country how to avoid deportation. You do speak Somali in the clip, and the translation, according to the translation, it shows you telling people that if ICE attempts to question them, they are not obliged to answer those questions. I do not speak Somali, and I'm basing this on the translation that he retweeted here. And this is guidance that we have heard from many immigration advocates. But Musk says that you are, quote, breaking the law literally outright. Do you want to respond to that?
Well, it just shows you how much he lacks an understanding of what the laws of this country are. In the clip, it was an interview that I gave to a reporter. I'm not in that room, actually, that they pan out to. That is an edited video. And in the interview, I was asked, well, what I say to Somalis who are undocumented or who their documentations might have lapsed. And it is important for people to exercise their Fifth Amendment right to remain silent unless they feel confident that they have the legal protections that they need. Nobody needs to put themselves at jeopardy by speaking to law enforcement if they do not have the advice of lawyers. And we continue to tell people that.
And just before I let you go, sort of back to what Elon Musk is attempting here.
What is
short clip? Couldn't find the full one. CNN posts too much, but they're a news station. But what do you guys think so far before we get to AOC and Marjorie Taylor Greene?
I'm just wondering, what
did you say that was wrong? They do have Fifth Amendment rights. You don't have to incriminate yourself.
Is okay. If y'all don't have anything else to add, I'm just playing the videos for you guys.
Against Ilhan Omar. And the reason why I did that, and I'll just say this, censure is not going far enough. If it were up to me, we would expel Ilhan Omar and deport her out of the United States.
Damn, son.
Outrageous. She's acting as a foreign agent within our very government. She said the U.S. government will only do what Somalians in the U.S. tell them to do. They will do what we want and nothing else. They must follow our orders, and that is how we will safeguard the interest of Somalia. She also said, for as long as I am in Congress, Somalia will never be in danger. Its waters will not be stolen by Ethiopia or others. Sleep in comfort knowing I am here to protect the interest of Somalia from inside the U.S. system. Ilhan Omar needs to be censured, but censure is not enough. I'm telling you right now, she's acting as a foreign agent on behalf of a foreign country. Our country is going to be taken over from the inside.
She crazy.
She's not the only one. Look at Joe Biden. We're investigating Joe Biden for his family getting paid millions of dollars for him acting in the interest of other countries and getting rich by it. We're talking about Ukraine and Burisma. He got a prosecutor, Victor Shokin, fired in Ukraine, and his family took millions of dollars for that. That's acting in the interest of a foreign country. That's being a foreign agent inside our government. We can move on. There's others here like that. Rashida Tlaib, she does everything she can to act in the interest of Hamas over in Gaza. She literally voted to allow Hamas terrorists to come into our country. She made that vote along with Cori Bush. Cori Bush is acting in the interest of terrorists. Rashida Tlaib and Cori Bush acting in the interest of terrorists. For as long as this continues and we allow people to serve in our government, acting as foreign agents for the interest and for the good of foreign countries and foreign peoples, our country is not safe. Ilhan Omar needs to be censured. I urge my colleagues to vote to censure her, but I also urge my colleagues that we need to join together to stop foreign agents serving in our government in the interests of foreign countries. We serve the United States of America, and that's it. We serve the American people and no other people. That's how our country needs to get back on track, and that's the only way we'll save our country.
That video that she's talking about of Ilhan Omar, that's been debunked.
Marjorie Taylor Greene is a little crazy. Talking about
It's
foreign agents.
what happened, Stanley?
She gave a speech. This is actually over a year ago. She gave a speech to some Somali organization. And what she said, I can't remember the details, but it was essentially taken out of context. It was a big deal when it happened at the time. It did cause a bit of a kerfuffle, but like 2 weeks later, the whole thing was basically debunked.
So they said that what they were trying to say, she said that's not what she said.
Yeah, what Marjorie Taylor Greene basically saying that, Ilhan Omar said that as long as she was in Congress, this wouldn't happen, essentially making it seem like she controlled what happened to Somalia. That was taken out of context, and I can't remember the details, because when I heard it, I was shocked. Like, what the hell is she talking about? And about 2 weeks later, it was basically explained away. I'm on a political Discord, and this was a big deal on that Discord.
It makes me think there was a time where
Coach, may I add what Stanley said?
Oh yeah, Habibi.
Yeah,
Habibi.
Habibi. That video was like 1 year ago. It was actually, I think, the 3rd or 4th of 2024. And what she said, I watched it, but the way it was translated to English was not exactly what she said. So I agree with Stanley. And the person who actually translated and put it into Twitter now, X, is the other side that Somalia is now is too there is a de facto country called Somaliland and Somalia. This is the international. None of those groups have an agreement with Ethiopia that they were going to give them some seas or the Ethiopia. This is some internal problem, nothing to do with America or Americans. And when she was putting at it, it's like the unity of Somalia is very important, blah, blah, blah. But the way she was, the context that it was translated was completely different thing. We Somalis say, what the hell are you Americans talking about? The girl did the same thing. Actually talking about internal problems, not American thing. Yeah, but the other video that you put, that she told people that when the eyes come and ask them questions, just don't answer them. Oh, that's normal. Yeah, I think in America, if a police asks you your ID, you can say no, unless he doesn't have a probable cause. You call that. You can even say not your name. I've seen so many videos. Police asking IDs and say, no, do you have a warrant? Do you have a probable cause? I'm not going to give you my details. So that is in America. You guys have your Fifth Amendment. You have a constitutional right. And HB, I believe, when you are in a soil of America, I think you also have the same rights with any American when it comes to legal.
Well, not exactly the same,
Y'all
right?
above the law at this point.
Well, unless you are a terrorist, of
I
course.
mean, if I'm a
That's
black
what I'm
man
talking
and
about. The
my
legal
police officer asks me for
representation,
my ID, I might lose my life.
dude.
But
The
they
legal
you never tell an
representation.
ICE
Everybody
official
has a
or
right
someone federal
for a legal
agent no,
representation.
and you okay, and they just say okay then bye bye, you good. Like what the fuck, really?
Duwale's right. There are certain basic rights, like the Fifth Amendment, that do apply if you're within the U.S. borders.
Is that the only law that
Of
applies?
course.
I don't. I'm not a lawyer, but I do know that the Fifth Amendment does.
I wonder now. Something ain't right about this.
And the right to have a lawyer. What about the right to have a
I mean,
lawyer?
but that's the simple fact that they can come
I'm
up
pretty
to you.
sure all that
Can
applies.
come up to you. I believe
Yes,
a police
exactly.
officer should be able to walk up to you and ask you for your ID. And if you can't provide one or you can't provide your citizenship, you should automatically be on the next train out the country. I don't understand why
Well,
we so
you know what?
lackadaisical about
You know
this.
what? There's a
Ain't no such
reason.
thing as
There's a
asylum.
reason. Silent Snake. There's a reason
Yeah,
you
man,
are where you
everybody
are.
got asylum. Why we relax so many goddamn rules and regulations on asylum?
There's a reason you do what you do and you are where you are. I think you're where you belong.
Yeah, whatever. I just don't get that.
All right, so for those of you out there that don't know what the Fifth Amendment is or what it says, you're going to learn today. So no person shall be held to answer for capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on a presentment or indictment of a grand jury, except in cases arising in the land or naval forces or in the militia, when in actual service in time of war or public danger. Nor shall any person be subject for the same office to be twice put in jeopardy of life or limb, nor shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself, nor be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation. Fifth Amendment. Where did that video go? Now you have AOC as well, and I know that y'all said that that video was from a year ago, but I feel like, I didn't hear about this a year ago, but given everything that's going on right now, both sides, pulling up whatever, resurfacing and just bringing it back. But as Stanley and Dwale have explained to us, they've debunked that about the video with Ilhan Omar, but Marjorie Taylor Greene is trying to get her up out of here, and she wants to censure her and all of these things now, and it's kind of heating up. And in a lot of the things I've been saying is like they're kind of coming at Ilhan and AOC just for comments that they've made about what to do with Trump's picks and ICE. And so let's hear from AOC.
Number one, if you live in a community with a lot of immigrants, know your rights. Because what ICE tries to do is that they rely on people not knowing their rights in order to enter buildings, in order to search workplaces, etc. If ICE comes to you as an American citizen, still assert your rights. Because what you can do is protect people around you and also make sure that you are slowing down this system. Number two, in some of these federal purges, with what they're trying to do, they want to send you a little letter saying, "Oh, we're going to offer you a buyout." Don't take it. Don't take it. And what they want everyone to do is to comply in advance. Do not comply in advance. Do not assume that your senator is not going to vote for these nominees. If you are a Democrat, or if you are a person rather that has a Democratic senator, give them a call and tell them, I do not want you to vote to advance or approve any of these nominees while all this stuff is going on. When millions of people do tiny things, we can disrupt these systems. Number one, if you live in a community with a lot of immigrants.
Any harm or foul in what she said there?
They basically just showing everybody how we taking over the country. But it doesn't bother, everybody. It is what it is.
I mean, like I said, Fifth Amendment, dude, comes down to that. And everybody has it because they're a human being. It's called human rights.
Do y'all think it should be changed?
Me personally, yes. I think that these rights only should apply if you're a citizen or you're a resident of the country. Resident meaning that we allowed you to be here. And yes, you could be a citizen down the future if you do the right things. Just like how my mom and my dad went through.
No, I think that
the Patriot Act would have fixed this, but the Patriot Act seemed like it
the Constitution is the Constitution. There's certain things that, I mean, if you believe that these rights that the Constitution grants are natural rights, like God-given rights, then every human being has them. You would be inconsistent if you say, hey, natural rights count for some, but not others. It's kind of an inconsistency in the the way the Constitution was founded and what they believed back then. Natural rights, every human being has.
Well, Stanley, I think you're right. Everyone who is not in the United States definitely know that
Now,
the most powerful
just for the record,
Americans
I don't necessarily believe in the concept of natural rights. I think governments grant rights. However, the way the Constitution was written, it's assumed that God grants these rights.
Yeah, but the thing is, you cannot just like or love the Constitution when it suits you, and dislike when it suits the other people. It must be respected.
Well, kids eat capriciousness for
Latino
breakfast
for
every morning.
Trump will have a problem with the Constitution. Right now, you guys should protect the Constitution. This is your power. When the other groups have the power, imagine now you're being hunted. This is this is your weapon to defend. This is the Constitution of America. So you got left or right, you need to protect that. Otherwise, you'll be just like any other country in the world.
Well, in this case, I actually empathize with Latino for Trump. It's too much of a good thing. I think that AOC, while I admire her sticking to her values, I'm not sure that she's on solid ground here with this sentiment. I think it's borderline irresponsible.
It was downright treason, Stanley.
No, I won't go that far.
I won't go that far.
I will. I don't give a damn how pretty she is. It look good on the steak to me.
I don't think that has anything to do with anything.
No, man. She literally just telling immigrants, you don't have to answer a federal official because of your Fifth Amendment rights.
They
now,
don't.
You just read that law. That law literally just stated that they above the law.
Okay, that's literally.
They literally above the law of the land. That's literally what it's stating.
Okay,
And
she
they abusing
literally read. Solid Snake. She literally read the law of the land.
Exactly.
Okay,
you
so
don't see how that puts us at a disadvantage.
you know what? What can you say? It's the Constitution.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess that's your opinion. But I don't agree with it. I think that law should have been changed post haste.
Well, see, I won't take the cheap shot and say I won't take the cheap shot and say, "What, Snake? Are you anti-Constitution?"
Well,
I just think
it's been revised once, hasn't it?
not the Fifth Amendment.
Again. It can be revised again.
Yeah, good luck with that.
It can be updated. I don't get it, Stanley. I don't get it. You smart as hell, man. But damn, your patriotism is waning. And that's what makes me mad. I can't believe you so blasé about it. Like, you 3 things you can do to fight back against Trump. Ain't that some shit?
Fight back against what?
No, that was the comment. That's what she was saying. 3 things you can do to fight back against Trump. Is you talking about Trump, or is you just talking about the indigenous American people, the people that fought for this country? That's what I'm trying to figure out. You know what I'm saying?
I said it's borderline irresponsible. That's
borderline irresponsible. Come on, man. That's a real by your state. That's damn near treason, man.
No, I'm afraid it's not
treason. It is.
But I will go as deep as I think Marjorie Taylor Greene wants to remove these girls because
and I think they should be removed.
They removed what was her name, Bush, and the other lady, I think, right? The one with the glasses, or she's still there? What's her name?
Jasmine Crockett and what's the good
name?
I can't think of it. Not Crockett.
He's an Arab too.
Rashid Tayyip of Michigan.
You ain't talking about Rashida Tlaib, did you? Rashida Tlaib? No, not
Argentinian flag, Mexican flag, Argentina.
Oh, you're thinking of Corey Bush is gone.
Football match between Argentina and Mexico here. Are they playing soccer?
Man, look at this, man. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. This is how it happened.
This is how you support your local
The Black Revolution was not televised because it never succeeded, but this one might have legs, y'all. Yeah, man, this one might have legs. I don't know, man.
Well, I mean, for the heck of it here, there's protests that have been going on, which is what you guys are seeing on the screen right now in LA, and they're pretty nuts. I did see where they reinstated it being a felony in Georgia if they block the roads. But this is here in California. But since Snake is talking about treason, I wanted to take a moment and pause. I just looked this up really quick. I just watched a couple of minutes. But so we can see if, I guess if we think this is treasonous, given, someone who is a professor. So
look what I made, Stanley.
Treason. The word treason imports a betraying, treachery, or breach of allegiance. The Constitution of the United States, in Article 3, Section 3, defines treason against the United States to consist only in levying war against them or in adhering to their enemies, giving them aid or comfort. By that same article of the Constitution, no person shall be convicted of treason unless on the testimony of two witnesses to the same overt act or on confession in open court. By the same article of the United States Constitution, no attainder of treason shall work corruption of blood except during the life of the person attainted. Every person owing allegiance to the United States who levies war against them or adheres to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort within the United States or elsewhere, is guilty of treason. The penalty is death, or at the discretion of the court, imprisonment at hard labor for not less than 5 years and a fine of not less than $10,000. And every person convicted of treason is rendered incapable of holding any office under the United States. The term enemies, as used in the constitutions, applies only to subjects of a foreign power in a state of open hostility with the United States. To constitute a levying of war, there must be an assemblage of persons with force and arms to overthrow the government or resist the laws. All who aid in the furtherance of the common object of levying war against the United States, in however minute a degree or however remote from the scene of action, are guilty of treason.
Treason, everybody. So, hold on, wait. Is Stanley still? Stanley, do you know?
Yeah, he's good.
Okay.
Yo, what's poppin', man? Yo, I just wanted to say, man, I'm pouring one out for my homie, Music Biz Marty, man. His funeral's today. Saddest thing I've ever seen. It was a very tragic day. I'm very sad, man. Stay away from drugs. On everything, stay away from drugs. Live a clean life. Follow God. I'm out of here. Peace out.
Rest in peace to your friend, man.
Yeah, rest in peace to your friend. What a positive message. Thank you, Allied. So Snake, we just watched short video and he read it, read for word, excuse me, about treason. Do you still believe that AOC, what she said, is treasonous? Hey, John.
Yes.
Hey, stop push.
Yes. You speaking to a non-American entity. You speaking to non-American citizens.
Are we in war with? Are we in war
You
with
ain't telling no black man don't do that. You telling illegal immigrants specifically what to do when engaged with a federal official meant to enforce the law of the land.
Hey, don't worry.
If y'all don't mind, John, did you see the clip of AOC?
No, which clip?
Okay, so I want to get your opinion too, and of course, whenever HB comes back, because y'all know this is his girl, so he got to hear it too. But take a listen, John.
Number one.
Oh, and as you're listening, what you're considering is what AOC is saying. Is it treasonous?
Number one, if you live in a community with a lot of immigrants, know your rights. Because what ICE tries to do is that they rely on people not knowing their rights in order to enter buildings, in order to search workplaces, etc. If ICE comes to you as an American citizen, still assert your rights, because what you can do is protect people around you and also make sure that you are slowing down this system. Number two, in some of these federal purges, with what they're trying to do, they want to send you a little letter saying, oh, we're going to offer you a buyout. Don't take it. Don't take it. And what they want everyone to do is to comply in advance. Do not comply in advance. Do not assume that your senator is not going to vote for these nominees. If you are a Democrat, or if you are a person rather that has a Democratic senator, give them a call and tell them, I do not want you to vote to advance or approve any of these nominees while all this stuff is going on. When millions of people do tiny things, we can disrupt these systems. Number one, if you live in a community with a lot of immigrants, know your rights. Because what ICE tries to do is that they rely on people not knowing their rights in order to enter buildings.
Okay, so we got the treason. We listened to it again. Do you think it's treasonous, John?
Nah, because these people do have rights. And so she's just telling them, she's making them aware of what their rights are. And that's they're kind of using their laws against us in that fashion. She's kind of showing you who she represents.
Hold on. John, they committed a crime by crossing the border illegally. So,
but they still have rights, though.
In that respect, aren't they suspected of a crime? So I do have right to ask you for your information. If you can't provide that information, come on now, y'all being a little too lenient with this.
It's not lenient, bro. Most states have
It
different
is.
laws.
It's lenient as hell, and we're not gonna win if we go the other way.
It should be simple, like you're saying, but it's not, because most states have their own laws when it comes to this type of stuff.
As I was listening to her,
people need to change it.
Hold on, wait. Let's let John go. Go ahead, John.
As I was listening to her, what is this protest? LA?
Oh yeah. This is in California. Yeah.
And so we saw a protest in Chamblee, Georgia. Police couldn't control it. It's in Georgia. And it's almost like the cloud pivot approach. We talked about cloud pivot. Like you see here, the police, by way of the Black Lives Matter protesting COVID, you've destroyed the best police. We talked about killing, the killing technique. You remember when we talked about that portion?
Oh, you're gonna have to remind me a little bit.
So New York City police, as an example, and LA police, and just the same.
Mm-hmm.
They've been gutted of their very good police, and their tactics that the ACLU have more or less prevented them from using, and they don't even have the foundational experience probably to even implement it anyway. And one of the techniques is kettling, how to control a crowd. It's called kettling. And so the ACLU's prevented these cities' police departments from doing that. And then there's probably a large level of incompetence. Who the hell want to be a police after COVID and Black Lives Matter? And so what you're seeing is these people are unable to control even small crowds. You think about the LA shit, in 84, didn't they host the Olympics? It's bigger crowds than this shit. They can't even control this shit. New York City, they've hosted UN events.
Fuck yeah.
Any of this shit. And that's what I see here. It's just too many people, too many incompetent police. And they're just blocking downtown traffic or wherever they are here.
Yeah, and speaking of what you mentioned about the protest that you guys were watching earlier in Georgia, it looks like they've reinstated their what they had in system prior. about what is it, like blocking the roads and the streets. It's a felony, so they gonna get him up out of there now.
But that was too
That's
many
what you
people
gotta
to
do.
arrest, Portia. You know, this is the cloud pivot aspect of it. You can't arrest all those people. I showed a video earlier today where they were putting them in handcuffs and then letting them go. You can't arrest that many people.
Because this is a lot of people.
Yeah, you can't arrest them. Like, they don't even have vans and anything to transport them. You damn near need a tractor trailer to transport all those people. And this looks like an overpass or something like that. Like, they never should have allowed them to get control of the bridge. And now that they have control, they don't know how to get them off the bridge. You know, that just strikes me as incompetence to me.
You don't think that California is allowing them to protest like that because maybe most of the cops are also Mexican?
I mean, there may be some sympathy, but this is the same people that couldn't control fires. The mayor, Karen Firestarter Bass, is in control of these police. You think she's hired the best police? I bet if we look up the police department, it probably looks like the fire department. Emphasis has been on diversity. This is what diversity in policing looks like. This shit is like Mexico, man. Out of control.
You should look like Detroit from RoboCop.
And okay, so I'm thinking that from what AOC said, like these are the people that she's speaking to. Maybe.
Yeah.
I hope not.
Portia, you know, I told this story earlier, and I don't mean to derail you, Portia, but I'm talking to you primarily. I had a black friend of mine call me this morning, or maybe it was yesterday, talking about the protesting families, and man, they need to arrest them people. They gotta have a permit. I'm like, nigga, we done lived through 4 or 5 years of Black Lives Matter protesting without a permit. It's too late for that, right? You can't tell them to get a permit when you was okay with your people.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Right? Like, you know, like, now you want law and order, nigga. No, it's too late now. You want law and order on somebody else while you done been running up and down the street breaking the law. No, it don't work like that. Them people going, this is the same as them. You know how blacks, they came here and they rolled off our civil rights. Well, they're riding now off of your protest actions. They're using the same techniques you did, but now they really got a purpose because they don't want to go back home. You were arguing for a drug dealer, nigga, a drug addict, nigga. They got real serious economic reasons why they're doing this.
Yeah, that's why I say this one here got legs. This one gonna go somewhere.
This is real serious resistance right here.
This shit gonna, man.
Portia, you familiar with LA? You ever been to East LA? You probably never been there before. You had no reason to go there.
I've been through, I went to school out there for a little bit.
I'm surprised you went over in East LA with all the Mexicans and shit. You know.
Yeah, I saw everything I needed to see, John. And you want to know what? I ain't been back ever since, and I don't want to go back. So.
Yo, I remember when I first went to LA, I reached out to a buddy of mine. He was from LA. He like, yo, don't go to East LA. Like, it was just kind of like the lines of demarcation were very, very well known. Like, this is a divine line between our community, common areas like downtown, and their community and our community. Like, I never forget that. He's like, yo, don't go over in East LA. And I say that to say that, like, the blacks knew, right? So what we're seeing now is these people who are running the blacks out of their neighborhood by showing force and power. They're now showing force and power, on the streets against the same government that let them run roughshod. Portia, do you remember that city council leak that came out about how the Mexicans were talking about the blacks? Oh.
Well, this is the one with the yeah, I think I seen this.
For you.
No, this was in LA.
Yeah, with the women.
That nigga went
You about to see some real serious shit here, Portia. Like some real serious shit right here.
I'm looking it up. I might have found it pretty quick. Look at that. Let's see. Let's see here. I don't know.
It was a big scandal.
You ain't no black.
Yeah, and they were talking about like
We
yeah.
listening to after we listen to this, Latino, we might not be friends no more.
Damn, man, that wasn't me, Portia. Come on, man.
Might have to get you up out of here. Let's
I'm
see
in
how
your
bad
side.
this is.
I'm in your side.
Where is it at? Okay, let's see here. I'm nervous.
I tell you
Yes,
what, can
she's
you
very
imagine? Hey,
condescending.
John, you know what I was just thinking? Can you imagine that many African Americans huddled up like that on one purpose, not arguing, not fighting?
I asked a question, man. Like these niggas got their own flag. These niggas on the street with their flag that they waving. What flag? The blacks done spent 4 or 5 years kneeling for the only flag they got. Hey, these motherfuckers waving a flag. Yeah, that's their uniform.
And they keeping it peaceful. Ain't that something? Uh-oh. I don't know, man.
I can't hear it.
Oh, y'all can't hear it?
They
No, you might
already
have to
burnt
stop
down
and
about
reshare.
Okay, let me try again.
a
Let's.
lot of free property.
Sometimes you have to stop it and then reshare it, portion.
Yeah,
She got fired. You know that, John, right?
Yeah, I mean, they had to fire the lady. They had to.
A very condescending dude.
Let me know if y'all can hear it now.
So getting back to Marquise, I told Danny, if you want to cut a deal and if you want to make like boss moves, I would go after the airport. He goes, I know that idea.
Pause it right there, portion. Like what she's saying is like most of the corruption in big cities where they can really, really get some money, but they can't go internationally. What now you seeing the niggas go to Africa and shit. I wouldn't be surprised you start seeing Mexican politicians go to Central South America. But the airports is big money because they determine who the vendors are. And so you heard her say, if you want to be the big boss, go after the airports. Because the city council and shit determines who has a vendor's license there. And they all sell the same shit at like grossly inflated prices. So that's what, for those of you that may not understand what she's saying, that's what she's saying right there.
Don't go after, leave him alone. Go get the airport from his little brother, that little bitch Bonnet. I go, what is with the bomb? What's with
What's
Bonnet?
poppin'?
Black. That guy don't think he's black. He thinks he's black. I told her the same thing. He goes, why are they so close?
He's from Massachusetts. The one here in Massachusetts.
Lo trae así during Black History Month, lo lleva al council y lo pone acá en el, remember, it's an accessory. When we do the MLK parade.
Just like when
they used to have those statues
in
plantations.
Yeah, like when NURY brings her little yard bag or the Louis Vuitton bag.
There's su negrito, like on the side, and lo trae, ¿verdad? You sit next to it, you don't know the other side. For MLK, for the parade that Herb used to organize, and we all the council who wanted to join Herb on the floor, used to do a whole floor to be nice. Bonnie would be like, hey, Nuri, are you going to the MLK? Well, Herb invited me, yeah, I'll go. Okay, I'm bringing whatever the kid's name is. I'm like, it's like the oddest thing. It's like black and brown on this float. And then there's this white guy with this little black kid who's misbehaved. Este niño has they're not even, they're not doing, the kid is bouncing off the effing walls on the floor, practically tipping it over. There's nothing you can do to control him. And he's a changuito. And I'm just like, oh my God, I'm over here trying to parent this kid. I can't do that. I said no. And Mike is like, I'm like, you're not teaching your kid anything. It's me and Karen Bass on the floor trying to check this little kid. Me, Karen Bass, y la esposa de Marquise, Carrie. And we're all looking at each other because we're the three women on the floor. Like, who's that? This kid's gonna tip us over. Because he's literally hanging on the rail.
We can't let him off. This is the spec.
So let me find the rest of it. John, you can tell us more while I'm finding more. Or Latino from what you remember.
It's because she called the little boy a negrito, which means like a little black boy.
Negrito.
Oh, that's what she's. Oh.
Yeah. I don't know if you heard it.
I was trying to read and listen because I was like, gosh, she's speaking English and Spanish interchangeably.
What's wrong with negrito?
Oh, that's why. Yeah. She said it in Spanish.
What's wrong with negrito?
No, that he was acting wild, right? And I guess the parent or the one that was looking out for the kid was a white dude, and he couldn't control the kid.
Oh, well.
And she's saying that they were on the float, and I believe it was Carrie Bush and somebody else, and they were all looking at each other, and like in her mind, she's thinking like all three of us. That's why I laughed, because she's like, all three of us are like kind of chubby and fat. That's why I was laughing. It's like, this shit's gonna tilt over if somebody don't control this little kid.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's why I was laughing. I was like, oh shit.
That's not that racist. I mean, I guess calling him a little negrito.
Yeah, because they take it out of context. I mean, but if you really look at the color negro, it's black.
Yeah.
I think that's where the word comes from, no?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So I don't. Yeah. So she got fired for that. Damn.
Hey, let's see here. I just found a news story. This is terrible, but let's see here.
Rick MB, what a story this is. It's a bombshell. It's stunning. It offers insight into the behind-the-scenes political maneuvering, and it comes just before a pivotal city election in November in which the mayoral and several council seats are hotly contested. Tonight, anger is building. An angry crowd chants and shouts outside the Sun Valley home of LA City Council President NURY Martinez, calling for her to step down immediately in the fallout of an explosive leak. It's unclear who recorded the audio and why, but it's out there for all to hear. 3 Latino members of the Los Angeles City Council and a top county labor official held a meeting in October 2021. That gathering included racist and derogatory remarks about colleagues. Conversation focused heavily on frustration with maps that were proposed for redistricting and concern over loss of economic assets in current districts. And there was talk about a float at a Martin Luther King Jr. parade in 2017. Council member Mike Bonin and his husband have an adopted black son. They were on that float. NURY Martinez wasn't pleased with the atmosphere or the little boy. Mike Bonin says, "We are appalled, angry, and absolutely disgusted that NURY Martinez attacked our son with horrific racist slurs and talked about her desire to physically harm him. It's vile, abhorrent, and utterly disgraceful. The city council needs to remove her as council president immediately, and she needs to resign from office." NURY Martinez responds, quote, "In a moment of intense frustration and anger, I let the situation get the best of me. I hold myself accountable for these comments. For that, I am sorry."
I have always been told that the council will police itself. I think that Tuesday's council meeting will be one for the ages. It will be must-see TV.
That's for sure. Councilman Kevin De Leon is also responding to the story, saying, quote, "There were comments made in the context of this meeting that are wholly inappropriate, and I regret appearing to condone and even contribute to certain insensitive comments made about a colleague and his family in private." Live in the news center, Chris Wolf, KTLA 5 News.
Yeah.
Wow. So she was about a gay couple's black kid, man. Yeah, she really stepped in it on that one.
They say she was calling him a monkey.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Like a little monkey. But I'm trying to, because we didn't hear that in this one, but I get her calling him a little monkey. Do y'all remember whenever we talked about last week, and I was showing you guys how the Hispanic community was responding to Black people, and they were saying stuff like Black people should be helping them and supporting them, like with this ICE
Yeah, I've been
protest
seeing
stuff.
those videos, and I'm like, I want to throw up.
But the Hispanics, they were just like, we were there for y'all. Why weren't y'all here for us?
Yeah, all
And see,
that
but like
BS.
with John introducing this into the conversation, it's making me understand, or not understand, but it's just making me think about all of those videos that I showed y'all last week when those Mexicans were going in on Black people. But
You
during
know,
this situation in LA, they were all, it was some Mexicans out there protesting for a little Black kid. So maybe that, maybe that's something that they're talking about.
But that's so delusional because it's like, bro, most of the majority of Hispanic males voted for Trump. So if you're gonna be mad at somebody, wouldn't it be the Hispanic males?
well, I think, beyond like federal politics, if you listen to what the lady said, she hit on like the points that, I've hammered over and over here. One of the first streams we did here was the schools would be the battlegrounds. I very well could have replaced schools with the airports. That's where a lot of money is in the cities. If you're a city council person and you want to steal some money, you want to get rich, it's the schools, it's the airports. That's where you can really get rich. Go in one of your airports one day, and you're going to see the same shit being sold, every terminal, every wing, at overinflated prices. Those people have paid, a vig to the council members to get those slots. That's why Atlanta brags about their airport so much, because those city council members are getting rich. Somebody's getting paid by those preferred vendor contracts. And
Yeah, you ain't lying.
And so you heard the lady say the economic assets. She spoke about the airport, which is the economic assets. And you heard me here often. How many times you heard me like, yo, the battle between the tethers and the blacks is going to heat up? Because I rent to these motherfuckers, right? And there's a battle for resources. Who's going to control what? And who's going to have a place to live where? And so this is what you're seeing here,
But I don't know. That's like, don't you think the government set this up though to be like this? Because look what they did when they first came here, right? They put them where? In Black communities. Why didn't they put them in the suburbs? I mean, I don't want them here, but I mean, I'm just making an example.
Whatever the case, man, like this is where we are. This is natural progression. If people are going to want to be around their own people. You heard the dialysis nigga that ran the room for me. He said he was just happy as a black man answered the phone. And these people are no different. Everyone else is no different. And this is what it looks like. It's like tribal government in a sense.
What do y'all think about Crown Reese's comment? He says they protested peacefully to show their differences from Blacks.
I think their force is economic, Portia. To be honest with you, they don't need to get out here and burn shit down. These are their employers, some of their businesses. Their force is economic, and they know it. Them niggas could stop paying rent right now, and the courts would be so clogged up. It'd be nothing you could do. You remember, like, I talked about this. You can Google it. A Day Without Immigrants. Maybe it was A Day Without Migrants. I can't remember. It was about 7, 8, 10 years ago. And I was downtown D.C., Portia, in a building, in a hole in the ground. It was like maybe 6th and 8th Street downtown. Anyone familiar with D.C.? And the day that it was A Day Without Migrants, and we covered it here just a couple of days ago on the stream. No one was at work, Portia. No one. It was a national day without it. Does anyone remember that?
Yeah, I remember. That was also a day I didn't go to work either. This is yeah, bro. We all wore white, and we didn't go to work. And I believe America lost between $1.5 billion that day.
That's what I'm talking about, Portia. They ain't got burned down shit. They done took over the block. They ain't got to burn down shit, nigga. You don't burn down the block you control.
John, where are you? Did you talk about the one that just happened like 2 days ago? Is that what you're talking about?
Nah, they did a real one a few years ago. That shit was
This
real.
happened when Obama was president.
That motherfucker was
It
real.
looks like they did one 2 days ago too.
Yeah, but that one wasn't shit compared to
Nah,
this.
this one was like
So
an
this
actual.
one from
That was a baby.
day. So I
The
guess
one-
we can do a compare and contrast here. So this is the one from 9-10 years ago that you're talking about, from what I just found.
Chicago, New York, California, you name it. It was national. Boston.
Restaurants, everything had shut down. And the ones that didn't have to shut down, they shut down in solidarity. If you really want to get interested in the Porsche, Google what Day Without Migrants name. I think add in Jose Andres. I'm telling that nigga ain't nothing but a Democrat op.
I'm telling you, it was like
Migrants. Jose
like
Andreas.
1.5 billion lost.
Jose Andres. He's a big.
Andreas.
Yeah, I call him the Democrat restaurateur. He make all the money from the Democrat, bullshit that they have going on.
Says February 17th, Jose Andreas restaurants closed in Washington, D.C. in solidarity with the Day Without Immigrants protest. The protest was a response to the then President Donald Trump and was one of many restaurants closed in the area.
Now that's when he went against Trump. But then the Day Without Migrants, was that during Trump? I can't remember.
Nah, it was Obama.
Yeah, it was Obama. Yeah.
I remember because.
So you see how this nigga a op though, right? You see how he a op. He go against the Republican goddamn. Now, Portia, if you're really interested, and I know we're going down a rabbit hole, Google Jose Andres soldiers January 6th. This nigga got paid while all the other restaurants were closed down during COVID. Google this nigga January 6th.
Yeah, I remember because that's when there was like a lot of migrants working where I used to work, and they all had to quit because Obama signed something where you couldn't hire illegals.
Was it in response to those the cages and stuff that Obama had put them in?
It was response. It was response.
All right, so this is the January 6th one. Let me see.
You have to Google Jose Andres. That's
Can y'all
DC,
hear? I
right?
probably can't hear it. Hold on.
You know, Portia, put that back up for a minute.
I'm about to reshare. Give me 1 second. Okay.
That's some footage I haven't seen. You know, Portia, I've talked about this a while back. I think that's the Capitol. Yeah, that's the Capitol, right? Mm-hmm. And so what's interesting about this is, and I went to the Capitol during this time. You see all these soldiers with masks on? You see this shit?
Mm-hmm.
It made all these niggas wear masks. And so what they're doing is they're at the Capitol. You see this caging, walls work, ladies and gentlemen. They immediately put this shit up right here. And I remember talking to a young man, I can't remember what that nigga, I think it was from like Pennsylvania or something. I'm like, man, could you ever imagine being in the military and having a gun pointed out at American citizens as opposed to, like some foreign enemy? And he was like, nah, I couldn't imagine. Look how they cook these motherfuckers, put masks on. Look at all of them got masks on. And I remember I said, nigga, do y'all fight battles with masks on? You think the Russians got mad? But this was like a cuckold move. Made these niggas put masks on, cover their face up, partly maybe because you won't be able to figure out who the fuck they are when they had these plans for them to be there at the Capitol pointing weapons out at their fellow citizens, so that allowed them some form of cover because they couldn't take them down. Bullshit. I got some video. I'm gonna find it. I'll send it to you. Talking to the little young man, I felt sorry for him. He didn't sign up for this. But go ahead, Bush.
Those harrowing images, tens of thousands of National Guard troops from all 50 states camped out guarding the U.S. Capitol ahead of President-elect Biden's inauguration. Their presence, a direct response to the insurrection there January 6th. Exhausted and no doubt hungry. And where there is a rumbling tummy, award-winning chef Jose Andres finds a way to get there and feed them.
Hey guys, say hi. Everybody say hi. Yeah, everybody working hard, making amazing meals. They're going hot, so we are gonna deliver hot meals quick.
Chef Andres is in the nation's capital, doling out healthy options to troops and first responders free of charge.
We are doing hot meals, chicken with quinoa and beans.
Now, do you think that motherfucker really, like, his restaurants were shut down? It was like, Porsche, do you know, like, I'm telling you, he led the shutdown of all the restaurants in D.C. He demanded it. Why would a motherfucker that own restaurants demand shutdowns? That doesn't make sense on the face of it, right? He had to know he was going to get paid. Imagine what he got paid feeding 5,000 soldiers 3 meals a day. I don't give a fuck about closing a restaurant down, nigga. He got paid. This was warlike pay, wartime pay. I don't have to tell you no lie. Like, I live here. I saw it. I saw through the bullshit. This was like, this nigga here got paid while everyone else was suffering and starving. Their restaurants weren't even allowed to open.
His own people too. His own people.
Bro, like he's like if you live in any inner city, they have things called like the restaurant coalition that the big restaurants set the policy more or less.
Mm-hmm.
All of them may kick up a little money, but you know, the big guy really paying all the money, and so he got the favor with the mayor, so on and so forth. We had a guy called in on the stream the other day. Ethiopia, remember HB?
Yeah.
He like, yo, I'm the plug to the Ethiopians who own all the shit. Right? And in this case, I remember, like I said, and I have an article somewhere where he was demanding that they shut the restaurants down because he had to know what was coming. This nigga knew he had a jig with 5,000 soldiers, 3 meals. That's 15,000 meals. All these restaurants combined don't serve that many people in a day.
What I'm thinking of right now as I'm listening, because John, what you're dropping right now, it's really a lot to consider, and I'm going to need more time for the time being. You're seeing these protests out in LA. Crown Reese says, well, they did it peacefully because they had to show the difference. And now you're showing me this Andreas guy during January 6th feeding the soldiers and the, first responders and everything else like that. But during the BLM protest, now I'm wondering, like, did he do the same thing for the cops? Because during the BLM protest, that was to defund the cops. And essentially, throughout that BLM George Floyd time, Black people suffered the most because obviously all the things that were going on that people like him were encouraging and promoting, but whenever they do it, it's totally different.
You got to understand, this guy knows when to get off and on the boat.
Nah, he's a op, bro. Portia, Google this. Jose Andres, what's the last shit they had? What they call the shit when they lay them government niggas off?
Government shutdown?
Government shutdown. Jose Andres government shutdown. Google and see what you see.
I see. Let me pull it up. I see where you're going. Let's see.
The impact of the partial government shutdown is growing by the day. Now that the federal government has been closed for nearly 5 weeks, roughly 800,000 federal workers have been living without pay since the shutdown began last month. David Begnaud is at the World Central Kitchen in Washington. David, I see there.
Who owns the World Central Kitchen?
You said what?
Who owns the World Central Kitchen? I don't know. Who owns that shit? Is that Jose Andres on it? I don't know.
It says Jose Andres.
There you go again. Keep going.
Tell me a little bit about the place that you are, this World Central Kitchen. What's that all about?
Well, so it's Chef Jose Andres who has organized a makeshift kitchen and has welcomed humanitarians, right? Volunteers, some of them federal employees, to come in and do exactly what I'm doing. I wanted to jump in and help. It's hard to come here and tell this story without not offering to jump in. So what I was just stirring was some quinoa soup. Tom, you have, what is this?
This is nacho sauce.
Nacho sauce. Tell me why you wanted to be here. Tom is a chef, but he works sort of in the catering business. Why for you?
Well, I started out in business doing as a volunteer, and then became a profession. And now this year, these people that are out of work, and we can help them with it. I've got the time to be able to do it.
Thank you for what you're doing.
Oh, it's been a great fun. There's great people.
Thank you for what you're doing.
Can you guys see the problem? Or do you need one more? I'll give you one more. One more. If you need one more, I'll give it to you.
Yeah, I think.
Can you see the HB? You see what's going on there?
Well, you got to consider Stanley's probably still watching, so I think you need one more.
We need one motherfucking more. I'm gonna give you that.
I already see it.
I'm gonna give you that
I know
big.
what you're talking about.
I'm gonna give you that big. You know that nigga HB, the domino motherfucker. We about to smash the table right here.
Everything this guy
HB,
does.
can we smash the motherfucking table right here? HB, can we smash that motherfucker? The domino.
Every time this guy, it has something to do with the government, man.
HB, can we smash this motherfucking table and say domino, motherfucker?
Yeah, let's get it, man.
Google,
Let's get it.
Google Jose Andres and Ukraine.
Oh,
damn.
Not Ukraine.
Damn.
Ain't nothing gonna come up. Stanley, don't worry, ain't nothing gonna come up.
Damn.
That nigga ain't got nothing to do with the Ukraine, I'm sure. Ain't no way he over there in Ukraine.
Jesus.
Ain't no way he over there in the Ukraine.
Yo,
I'm just fucking around. I'm just talking.
Did you Google this guy's parents, bro?
Ain't nothing gonna come up.
This is
I promise.
actually,
I promise you, ain't nothing gonna come up.
John, you know.
Ain't nothing gonna come up.
I think this is how. I think this is how like business in America is kind of done. This is kind of how you have to. You could do good business and have good work, but if you really want to kind of skip the line, you gotta have like a political agenda.
Yeah, not even an agenda, just an insider, bro, to make you money.
I don't even think you gotta necessarily be an insider. You just gotta, that's why even with what you do, John. Imagine you really do open up a LGBTQ plus Airbnb home, and then go to the news about it. Man, listen. You think they ain't gonna cover it?
Put a flag outside.
Right. I'm just trying to help out
Rainbow.
LGBT. I'm just trying to help out the trannies.
I'm just trying to help out the community, man.
Hey, the
Picture with Stanley on that motherfucker. Stanley, can I advertise you with the LGBT flag? Can I advertise you?
Stanley,
you the concierge. Stanley, you the ally.
No, he's the concierge.
Stanley's an ally.
Can we watch a little bit of this video really quick?
Yeah, go ahead, boy. I'm sorry about that.
Soup, some fish and potatoes, salads and desserts. This is what volunteers from the nonprofit World Central Kitchen prepared for residents of Irpin in the Kiev region as the war in Ukraine entered its second year. Chief Jose Andres, World Central Kitchen's founder, is here as well.
But yes, it's an anniversary of hope. Obviously, with the visit of President Biden, other leaders of other countries that are coming to show support to President Zelensky and the Ukrainian people. It's a message of hope.
World Central Kitchen opened meal prep and food delivery points across Ukraine in mid-March 2022. Since then, volunteers have been serving hot meals.
That's why at the end we ended in more than 1,000 towns and cities. We had more than 8,000 food distributions a week. We reach 550,000 hot meals a day. We reach 1.2 million meals on top of that on the form of food banks in places, rural areas with no infrastructure, with no supermarkets.
Russian forces destroyed over 10.
I don't know. He flew all the way there, and he did all of that.
You remember
Those numbers.
They bombed some of his people while he was there. I think Ukraine may have bombed some of his people. I'm sure they paid him for it, you know, compensated for it.
He probably took Air Force One over there.
But he's a Democrat op. And that's what I call him. You know, you may have a different term for it, but every Democrat, you know, crisis, he makes out on it.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
You know, like listen, like if you go back to the video, you know, don't go back, but during the government shutdown, listen to what he's serving these motherfuckers. This is what you serve elitists. I got the menu somewhere. I mean, that shit was elite food. Quinoa. How many of you niggas eat quinoa?
Man, not if I can help it.
Right?
I do. You can get it at the grocery store.
You've been laid off. You've been laid off from your job. As the video showed you, it was day 35. Like, if they were really suffering, wouldn't he give them the canned goods from his restaurant? Let them go home and make their own meal. He's serving these motherfuckers gourmet shit. Because who eats canned food? If you broke, you eat it. You got a home, you work. But the bigger point is, Stanley, downtown DC, the only people he was serving meals were the people that were working, which means that the people that were getting paid.
Right.
It's the biggest fucking joke going, man. And
well, apparently you're the only one laughing.
If Ryan were up here, he would tell you just the same. The government shutdowns, it may resonate nationally. It's the biggest fucking joke. Nigga, they stopped car payments around this motherfucker when they have government.
I can tell who's been poor and who's not. Everyone knows Walmart frozen vegetables are cheaper than canned goods.
What I'm saying is, if this man really, if the government shutdown was real and was really affecting people, he wouldn't be serving them motherfucking hot meals. He would be serving them.
Okay, and what I'm saying is, what you're saying, uninformed. If you really knew about who's poor and what they could afford, you would know that Walmart frozen vegetables are cheaper than canned goods.
Okay, well, why aren't those
from someone who's actually been poor?
I can't explain to you, but again, like most government workers do not live downtown DC. So he's feeding these people. Okay, that means I got to come downtown and get a meal. I'm laid off. He's not going into the neighborhoods feeding people. He said, come downtown, pay for parking, and get one free meal.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out what's your point.
He was feeding the government workers more or less.
So what?
It was propaganda.
So?
Those people didn't need feeding. Hell, they were working. They were
down. For God's sake.
I understand. You don't get it. All right. Maybe I'm not doing
it. No, I actually don't get it.
Man, I might not be doing a good job on explaining. I've been drinking. I've been smoking.
Yeah, that might have something to do with it.
Yeah, it's possible.
No, I get it. I get it.
Yeah, but you're perma drunk.
Oh, come on. Well, I'm not even a drinker, man. Come on. Man.
Listen,
you drive for a living.
If you could take nothing from it, the government shutdown, at least around here, are the biggest fucking joke because everyone gets paid either during the time or after the fact, and everything stops. All of their obligations, their bills, their rent, their car, you can't even fucking repo their car.
You know, John, the biggest
thing you don't think some of the government workers were actually doing work from home?
Well, that means they were getting paid.
Yeah. And the biggest thing that I got
right, exactly.
So what the hell does Jose Andres need to feed them for?
Stanley, the biggest thing that I got from it,
because he likes to cook.
Well, no, Stanley,
your mic is fucked up, by the way.
Yeah, Stanley, the biggest thing that I got from this was this guy, as a restaurant owner, he's basically promoting for all these restaurants to be shut down. But at the same time, he's getting these government contracts to feed government.
So
workers.
What is my response?
That's not fair. Why everybody else got to be closed and he got to be?
What the fuck do you mean fair? When is life been fair? next thing you know,
You sound like you on a subway.
we'll be talking about equity. Okay, it's the people who rail against equity and all this stuff. They're the first people to talk about what's fair and what's not.
Mike fucked up. Stanley,
Stanley, yeah, your mic's a little fuzzy right now.
Okay, all I have to say is y'all are hypocrites.
No, I don't think it's that, Stanley. I just think I think especially with John is pointing out is the whole shutdown was a scam by the elite.
Yeah, okay.
It was
Gotcha.
a scam. Yeah, it was just all a scam. That's all it was.
And how long? This is 2024. It's been a while. You still sore about that?
Well, we ain't just talking about the shutdown, Stanley. We talking about Ukraine government shutdown. This nigga here seemed to be always in the right position to benefit. Like, he's a Democrat op. He's an op. I seen me an op, man. Like, I could go
when he opens a restaurant over on the Gaza Strip in a Trump resort, then I'll get concerned.
He's not the opposite.
Nigga Mike. Portia Google Trump, Jose Andres, Waldorf.
Oh, nah. So he playing both sides. Wow.
No. He playing one side. He Democrat op. So when they forced Trump to sell the hotel, initially he was going to come into the Trump hotel, but Trump said something about the Mexicans. I'm backing out. I'm with the Democrats. Right. And he backed out and tried to sue Trump. But now that Trump has sold the hotel and has been taken over by the Waldorf, bought by the Waldorf, guess who came dragging his ass back into the Waldorf hotel? Jose Andres. Yeah, Google Jose Andres Waldorf Hotel. You see the same thing over and over and over again.
Man, this guy is good, man. This guy is good.
I'm gonna see if I can find another one, but for right now, this is what we got.
It's muted. I can't hear anything. It's muted.
Oh shoot. Thank you.
Yeah. I thought I was losing signal for a second.
About this, which I just could not love enough. So, do you guys know who Chef Jose Andres is, the great humanitarian and chef? Yeah. So he was set to open a restaurant at that Trump property before Trump bought it. Then Trump bought it. Then Trump spoke badly about it, and Jose said no. Okay. Trump sued Jose. Jose sued Jose sued Trump back, and the restaurant never happened. Yesterday, Jose Andres opened up bazaar at the former Trump hotel now at Waldorf Astoria. Wow. And so this is karma in a full circle moment. Well, and Jose wasn't there because he wasn't.
She came full circle. Did she say that? She said he came full circle. Is that what she said, Portia?
Yeah.
The Democrats awarded that man. He been a loyal soldier. That nigga's a lucky man. He's an op. One of the two. COVID, Jan 6, Ukraine, Trump hotel, government shutdown. This nigga, he an op.
He's
busy.
This is
how government works. This is how government works. This is why he could afford to argue for the shutdown. Because he knew he was going to get paid.
Humanitarian my ass. Why you ain't feeding little kids in Africa?
That nigga knew he was going to get paid.
Humanitarian chef. That's crazy.
You know, HB, man, I usually go to a nigga. Let me see it, man. I'm going to see if I can find it. Damn, let me see if I can find a nigga. I used to go to the nigga bar. It was called Library Tavern up in Petworth. Let me see if I can find this fuck nigga text message. Morehouse nigga. I tried to tell the nigga HB how the way the world worked. And nigga fuck nigga didn't believe me. He thought I was just a nigga talking shit. And I said, man, they're gonna shut your black ass down. Trust and believe that. You know how nigga loves it. Trust and believe, trust and believe. I said, well, trust and believe, nigga, they're gonna shut your black ass down. And I sent him an article from Jose Andres demanding from the mayor, Muriel Bowles, that they shut the motherfucking restaurant down. And I sent the message to that fucking nigga. I said, yo, they're gonna shut your black ass down. And he ain't believe me. He a Democrat, true believer, right?
Yeah.
And I sent him an article where Jose Andres and Portia, if you're so interested, I gotta get out of here. But if you're interested, Jose Andres begged Muriel Bowles, demanded that she shut the restaurants down. And I told this fucking nigga, I said, they're gonna shut your black ass down. And he didn't believe me, but he ended up seeing it for himself. And you know, it's just the way it works. You know, big bank take little bank, as they say. And Jose Andres got big bank.
It's the hard knock life.
Very much so.
Yeah. Man. Yeah, that's how it works, man. That's why if you play that, you use the agenda to your benefit. It is very lucrative. It's very, very lucrative. You just gotta, you gotta sell your soul, and you gotta sell your soul to a certain extent. But
in your butthole.
Well, I don't know necessarily, but figuratively, yeah, you gotta sell your butthole figuratively. But I don't know about literally sell it. But
He was probably at a Diddy party.
yeah, he probably was at a Diddy party. He probably was.
John, I think I finally found it. Hold on, wait, not that. It was called the Great American Boycott, is what they called it.
Well, you talking about the Day Without Immigrants?
Yeah.
You know, Portia, why are you pulling it up? I was telling you guys, I went to a construction site. It was right downtown DC, maybe like 6 and H. And I remember looking, I said, damn, this whole it was a big ass hole in the ground. You know, in DC, in the Northeast, they have to build down.
Yeah, what's popping?
Right? You know, you have to build down and up. You can't build like this ain't like Atlanta where you can just build wide. You gotta build down and up.
Why do you guys have an issue with these people protesting?
And in DC, you can't build up but so high because of the height restriction. You know, you can't have more than like a 10-story building. Did anyone know that? You can't have like a skyscraper in DC. There are no skyscrapers.
Man,
yeah, I noticed that.
Can't even protest anymore, dude. What? This is a fascist takeover, dude. We don't stop the protest.
Is that hood service?
No, that's AOC.
No, dude. I talked to you the other day. I'm the dude from Chicago. Remember?
Man, I be smoking. I be drinking.
No, he's the one that lives in Boys Town in Chicago.
I don't fucking live in Boys Town.
Yeah, he
in Boys Town. He in Boys Town.
So I looked down this whole HB. You ain't gonna believe this.
These fucking people are out. They're in fucking Chicago too. They're fucking protesting there too.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Hold on. So I looked down this hole in the ground. This is 10 years ago, bro. They shut down the whole fucking construction site. I'm talking about a big ass hole in the ground. Yeah. Damn. I don't even feel like taking.
Man, I'd be so pissed off if I was in traffic there. Like, I get the message. The message is very important. But like, can you fucking get out of the way? Let these guys through. Come on.
Yeah. So anyway, on the ground, like, damn, like that's a lot of God, these people. Yeah, like, damn, these people got a lot of power, man. Like, if they can shut a fucking construction site down, this is economic power at this point, man. They ain't got to burn shit down, nigga. Like,
They probably built 2 houses or fixed 2 houses on the way on the march.
Yeah,
we got to get
these probably fixed a couple potholes and shit.
Could a job fire them for being at these?
And replace them with whom? That's the next question. HB is hard as fuck to find talent out here. Yeah. It's hard, man. It's hard as motherfucker.
Man, they really do got all all the cards.
Yeah, they
Well,
got
no, we're just gonna replace our leaders with robots. I bet with AI. Watch, we're gonna replace all of our leaders with AI, and then the computers are gonna take over our lives and stuff.
in the
Man, you
interim
can't.
though, we're gonna have to flip burgers and
Yeah.
put up drywall, and AI ain't ready yet for that. Deep Seek ain't ready for that. So these people got a leg up, bro. They got a real serious leg up. They can shut the whole fucking economy down in big major cities, bro.
Yes, sir.
That is why, you know, it ain't because of anything other than they knowing this. A lot of this shit that they could burn down, nigga, that's where their daily bread
Oh,
come
this
from.
is old stuff, man.
They might own or work at.
Yo, I know someone who's live on the ground at one of these protests, live right now.
John, this video that I just found is so old that you see the DVD. But this is so what's happening right now is John was talking about a day without immigrants. This took place before many years ago, back in 2006. And so what they're doing right now, they're calling it that again. So I guess that's what they're about to do is the May Day. But let's see what it looked like before.
Back to the coast-to-coast marches and boycotts by illegal immigrants and their supporters. The big question, will it help or hurt the cause? Pedro Sepsek is the main anchorman for NBC's Spanish language network Telemundo. Pedro, glad you're with us today. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
What do you think is most important to the people who are taking part in today's events?
Basically, putting pressure on our democracy, doing these big rallies in a peaceful way, and people are looking forward to the possibility of some kind of legalization for the undocumented people. That's basically the platform, and I think it's going to help the cause. If answering the question that you posed before, I think it's going to help the question because if the politicians don't pay attention, somebody's going to be in big trouble. Either Democrats or Republicans, the ones that are against this process, will suffer in the next elections.
Pedro, 70% of the people watching us and emailing say that illegal immigrants should be arrested at these rallies. How worried are the people there that might happen?
Can you imagine arresting 1 million people? That's basically the answer. It's going to be like weeks before, at least 1 million people in 20, 25 cities around the country. And the answer is...
Pause it right there. So what he just explained to you guys is the cloud pivot strategy. We talked about it here before, and he just basically painted the picture for you. Can you imagine arresting this many people in 25 cities? The cities can't do this. And he knows that, and that's what he's saying. This is economic power right here. It defeats soft power.
Yo, what if it's the military arresting these people?
Where are you gonna put them?
Guantanamo Bay.
Nah, you know how to
They only got
political.
they only got 30,000 beds at Guantanamo Bay.
There's no will to do that, bro. This is cloud pivoting, bro. They've overwhelmed the system where now there's really no good answers. There's nothing you can do. Look at this shit. That was 10 years, 15, what is 2000? 15
And not
years?
only that, you imprison all those people, right? Who's gonna pay for all those incarceration? Has to be the taxpayer. There's no money coming in, so we're gonna be wasting money on these people that we're gonna lock up.
Well,
It just
no,
makes
hang on.
sense.
Hang on. I have a theory about this, and I don't want it to be true, but I really have a theory with them detaining all these people. They're going to use them as slave labor, bro. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, dude.
Well,
Mark
we've already covered it, bro. Like, HB, you remember when I was outside that hotel? I said, damn, look at that little hole coming out that Camaro. Yeah. She was home. And then we saw some women come out the hotel. I think it was the Row Hotels, the Stewart, one of them motherfuckers. I can't remember. So many migrant hotels, HB. And I said, HB, they working. Somebody went on, and they hopped in that car, and it was a minivan. They took their ass probably somewhere to do domestic work. It was some Africans. Remember HB?
Yep.
And so when you speak of slavery and shit like that, niggas already in motion. You just don't see it because you ain't in that world.
Yeah, he don't
know what the
understand.
fuck I'm talking about. Hey, you nigga,
Yeah,
like,
you
me.
Look, you don't know what the fuck I'm saying, nigga. It's already in motion. Nigga, I done showed it to you.
Well,
but
I'm
you
not
can't.
saying they're not. They're probably already doing
but
it, bro.
this is the thing. You can't.
Nigga,
Like,
hey, stop all that. Hey, stop it.
This is the thing. You can't.
Hey, hold on, goddamn it. HB, when we went in that, remember when I went in that whorehouse, HB?
Yep.
You think these hoes out here freelance contracts? And hell no, it's a pimp somewhere. Nigga,
Yeah.
pimps.
They owe that dude
You
money.
ain't no
for bringing
slavery
them here.
going on, nigga.
They owe them money
y'all
for
open
bringing
y'all
them here,
motherfucking eyes, nigga.
They were all working. The Hispanic girls were on the street, and the Asian girls
Yep,
were in the
Yeah, but why
in
do
the
you think they're
massage
on the
parlors.
blade? Why do you
because
think
they
they're on the
owe
blade?
money for getting them here, bro. Like, you're not understanding that. That's money owed, bro. It's a debt. And males usually work in the kitchen and shit until that debt is paid, bro. Because that's how that works.
So looking at it from in 2006, Chicago businesses to close for a day without immigrants protest, but then I see that it says student absences on day without immigrants costs the school state funding. So it's not just them not going to work. It's them not going to school too.
And that's why the teachers, when you see all these TikTok videos of teachers saying they're going to protect their students, nigga, they're protecting their paycheck. That's the connection right there.
Ding, 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 ding. You know why that is? Like we were talking about human rights. That's also part of the human right. Every child, no matter where he's from or wherever, they're entitled to an education.
Well, you know them teachers make a fat paycheck.
No, they don't.
A lot of them do those,
They don't, dude. I
know
have
a teacher.
a lot of
I know
teachers
a
in my
teacher.
family.
My point is that them protecting their paycheck is, they don't make a whole lot.
Well,
I'd be protecting it too.
Well, here's the thing, Stanley. The teachers on the ground are like the niggas at a Black Lives Matter protest. They just foot soldiers.
That's quite a comparison.
Maybe
Like,
they
I see where that could be a problem, but like if they're doing it outside of the classroom, there's like laws that like prevent this from happening, like the Hatch Act, stuff like that. You can't lobby as a government worker, meaning like you can't be like, man, you can't be like as a teacher, you can't go, hey, I don't know, let's just say Kamala, I want Kamala to win in class, because you get in trouble for that. Like, there's like I don't know.
Okay, well, my big deal is treating teachers protesting like BLM protesters. That's about as ridiculous as you can get. At least teachers do some good.
Well, Stanley, it may not have been the same. It probably wasn't the same when you and I went to school, but like they're a cog in the wheel now. Not all of them, but shit, it doesn't matter if all of them, because the wheel keeps turning, and they got to feed the machine. They got to order extra laptop at the end, before the budget expires. They feel that pressure. They can't suspend the student. They probably need suspended because that nigga is worth $40,000, and on it goes. And then many of the teachers, they saying shit. Like, you think about this shit, Santa. I'm bringing down in real brass tack term. You give me a nigga with a real severe mental disability. He worth more between the ages of 3 and 18 than he'll be for the rest of his life. Because at that point, during that period, he gonna feed a whole fucking ecosystem of teachers and mental disability, motherfucker.
Okay, and my question to you is, what?
Hold on.
Is that a bad thing?
No, what I'm saying is that when you put a price tag on a nigga head like $45,000, $50,000, Motherfucker gonna do whatever it takes to keep that nigga in as a customer.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. I haven't, even at my advanced age, I haven't devolved into the kind of, cynicism that you have.
A nigga. Maybe because you can't think like a nigga like me.
No, maybe because I don't need a 40 ounce and a smoke to fucking think.
A nigga like me was
Maybe you would think clearer if you don't get trashed and all high before you make these statements.
Oh, yeah, I can comport myself a little better than you.
Okay, I beg to differ, John. I beg to differ.
Okay, well, fair enough.
That is an argument.
Okay, that's the argument. You may have people who will take up for you. I'm not one of them.
Well, okay, fair enough. Let me finish my point. You can take a disabled kid, motherfucker that you know ain't got no hope in life. Now, I'm not saying we shouldn't be compassionate toward him. And in the public school system, he worth $50,000 a year. That's what it's worth.
Well, that's if you're cynical enough to put a price on it.
You didn't let me finish. That's what the price tag is coming from the government to subsidize and all these special services for these children. Portia's in the school system. She knows.
And lunch too sometimes.
Right, school, ride to school, all that kind of bullshit. You got to give them a ride to school. You got to aid, motherfucker to read the test to him. It's all kind of shit, right? Like, these motherfuckers worth a lot of money, man. You remember Portia? You remember we profiled that school, and how many motherfuckers they have on staff that didn't even teach a damn thing? Y'all remember?
It's like 2 teachers per class, I bet.
No. They had like 6 principals, 8 vice principals.
What?
It was crazy. It was crazy.
A brand new building that Ryan probably built. Everybody eating good. And that little nigga, they put a price tag on him and extract that out of the property taxes and shit. And that's the game right there, Stanley.
Right. Well, I tend not to be the type of person who puts a price tag on everything. Human beings being one of them. You would have been valuable at the last slave auction.
Well, how you think they calculate your property tax? They put a value on it.
I don't give a shit about any of that. Your point was about people who, mentally handicapped between 3 and what was it, 18 or something like that? 18, nothing to do with property taxes unless you want to count those people as property. Hence my point about your skills would have been valuable at the last slave auction.
School expenditures represent probably about 40%. I think it's 40% of most.
Okay, the administration are not teachers. There's a difference.
That's what most of the teachers want to be, is in the administration. Ask Kimmy Cakes.
Who wouldn't want to be?
Yeah, that's where the big money is. That's why the teachers are just the cogs trying to get up into the administration where they don't have to deal with the hoi polloi of the kids.
Okay, well, thank God, as I said, I haven't evolved into the type of cynicism you seem to want to exhibit as normal.
I just see it as reality, Sam.
Okay, well, I'm saying what you're seeing as reality might be particular to you.
Okay, fair enough.
Chicago Public Schools has come out with guidance now about the possibility of ICE agents in schools, and they're letting parents know about the district's plan of action if agents do come knocking. CPS is reassuring families that students will be protected regardless of their immigration status. The Chicago Teachers Union says that it is training their members and rolling out what is being called sanctuary teams.
We have over 200 members that attended the training and are in the process of collecting information.
When asked about the training, CPS told us in a statement that reads in part, quote, Chicago Public Schools has provided written and verbal guidance to principals and security staff and will continue to ensure that principals, our security staff, and school clerks are prepared to respond to any possible visits from ICE. Chicago Public Schools has...
Yeah, they protecting that investment.
That's crazy. I mean, and then too, like, because I've talked to you guys about this at length on the channel. I cannot, for the life of me, illegal should not be in our schools at all. So that other story that I was showing you guys about them losing money because the kids aren't showing up to school, like this shouldn't even, it shouldn't be happening at all in the first place. They shouldn't even be in our schools.
But they are.
Yeah, they are, and they get paid for it. So
yeah,
they got to protect their investments.
That's why I say the schools are the battlegrounds, honestly, because you can't scale up like certain things like schools, hospitals to deal with this level of immigration. You just can't scale up. If they all spoke English and came here, you wouldn't have to scale up to English as a second language curriculums and stuff like this. But you're gonna have to hire like so many teachers for so many different languages, almost untenable.
Yeah.
Man. Yeah. I don't know. You know, I don't know how these schools are when they can stop school shooters.
You breaking up. Can you say that again?
So I don't know how they're gonna stop ICE when they can't even stop school shooters.
Oh. Oh wow. Yeah, it's like one of those. I don't even know what to say. I don't know even. I guess too, like with the liberty or what is and isn't allowed, and what can ICE come into the school? Like if they actually show up, can the schools like lock the doors? Or I mean, I don't even know what that looks like.
To Boston, this week's Day Without an Immigrant aimed to send a very direct message to the Trump administration. Workers stayed home, students didn't go to class to protest the immigration enforcement action across the country. But the protest also led to collateral damage, including the hit that local schools took with so many kids skipping class. NBC Bay Area's Damian Trujillo is in San Jose with that story.
School districts across the state are still doing the math, but the loss in state funding for one day is huge. And administrators worry there's another loss that directly impacts students. Tens of thousands of students across the country.
IGNIT, thank you. I don't know why it does that, but it's like you have to stop and then start sharing it again. So give me 1 second.
From the Bay Area to Boston this week.
Oh, and then also Tom Gully. Hey, Tom Gully, it's great seeing you here in the chat. Tom says if ICE has a warrant or probable cause, hell yes, they can go into the school just like any other law enforcement.
Day Without an Immigrant aimed to send a very direct message to the Trump administration. Workers stayed home, students didn't go to class to protest the immigration enforcement action across the country. But the protest also led to collateral damage, including the hit that local schools took with so many kids skipping class. NBC Bay Area's Damian Trujillo is in San Jose with that story.
School districts across the state are still doing the math, but the loss in state funding for one day is huge. And administrators worry there's another loss that directly impacts students. Tens of thousands of students across the country stayed home on Monday, an act of protest against President Trump's mass deportation plans.
It's important for them to see what's going on in today's world and that it's not right and that they actually have a voice.
School districts certainly heard the protesters' message loudly. That's because some state funding is tied to attendance rates. In San Jose's Franklin McKinley School District, 1,611 students were out, well above the district's average sick rate. Those absences mean the cash-strapped district, which is debating school closures, lost roughly $128,000 in state funding. In the nearby Rock School District, the numbers were even worse. 2,900 students were out, adding up to a loss of roughly $250,000 in state funding.
Any day that a student is not in school, that takes money away from the school district.
The Silicon Valley Education Foundation says the state is working to change the school funding formula from average daily attendance to simple overall enrollment numbers. But Rock says they're also worried about the loss of class time. On Monday, the district estimated those absent students accounted for 890,000 minutes of lost instructional time.
When kids are in school, we aim to provide historical context and the academic preparation for them to be future leaders. And when they're not in school, they miss that.
Rock's assistant superintendent says there's also a concern about some children who were left alone at home and others not getting the daily school meals. The Education Foundation sees that concern, but says, on the other hand, those students learned an important civics lesson on Monday, a hands-on lesson that can't be taught in the classroom.
Sometimes the best classroom is not in the four walls of a school, but out with parents, out with others, learning about what it means to be an active citizen.
Cristina Garcia agrees, saying on Monday her kids learned how to stand up for what they believe in, even if it came at a cost.
It's a small price to pay, right? For a bigger cause.
Damian Trujillo, NBC Bay Area News.
It's just the school system. It breaks down into so many different categories. So you got your public schools, you got your charter schools, your private schools, all of these different things, and there's a lot of different ways in which your school can be funded by the government, and of course the money that comes to the state. Now, they spoke about the amount of absences with these children not going to school, like 1,600 plus kids, I guess, in this particular area. But there's also something called truancy as well. And so I'm curious because truancy also impacts funding. So I wonder how will that balance out for the kids, or excuse me, and their parents. Because here in Texas, if your child is truant, you'll get a fee, and if they are continually truant, they'll come and you can be prosecuted for a crime and be put in jail because your kid's not at school. So I don't know. I have so many questions. Oh, okay,
Well,
John.
don't you get to
John, go ahead.
don't you get to circumvent that sort of thing? Say if you get a doctor's excuse or something.
Hey, Portia, I got this black guy.
Okay,
And
we're
he
here,
ain't got that much money. Let me see. Let me call him. I'm sorry, Sam. I ain't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, that's all right.
I ain't mean to interrupt you, Portia. Damn, what the fuck that nigga's number was? He just called me. Shit, what was his number? He just called me. Damn, did I lose it? What was it? Fuck it, nigga just called me. Shit, maybe I lost you, Push. My bad. Damn. He was gonna be an interesting one too.
Maybe
he'll
you'll
call
find
back.
it.
Yeah, maybe
Maybe.
he'll call back. I can't believe it ain't in my call log. That's interesting. Let me see if I can. Where the fuck did it go? I don't know. I don't know. What's today's date? February 5th? Oh shit. Reservation. Okay. Sorry about that, Portia. I'm so sorry.
Well, I was
Did you
gonna
find it?
say, as long as there's not
No,
a huge
I don't know what happened. It's not in my call log. If he calls back, I'll let you know.
Okay, Stanley, go ahead.
1 or 2 days in a protest, that's a big issue, isn't it?
You said, gosh, is it my volume? Can you hear Stanley, John?
He's kind of low.
It might be me. I need
Okay,
to.
I can hear you
I'm
now.
on
I can
my.
hear you.
I'm on my phone. 1 or 2 days in a protest isn't going to cause a huge truancy issue. I wouldn't imagine.
Yeah, like 1 to 2 days, no. And so like whenever you're talking about like the doctor's excuse, yes. But then I'm thinking about like how many absences they already had, type of thing,
Oh, right.
before the protest,
Well, there's one thing you're not probably not thinking about. Like, think about the whole ecosystem, Stanley. The food workers in schools, the bus drivers, all those people are impacted when the kids don't show up for school. It's a big ecosystem, man.
Well, it's a protest.
But downstream from that protest, there are a lot of people that are hoping those kids come back to school, not because they want them to learn anything, because they want them motherfuckers come back so they can keep getting paid. And so, it's like reverse
so they can
incentive.
sling bad food.
I'm sorry?
So they can sling bad food.
Well, some
Well,
of them are giving them rides
Michelle
to school.
Obama is the reason why they don't have like that. We have the kids have healthier food, better options, more vegetables. But like in my school, after COVID and all of that, I mean, because so many kids, they just quite literally didn't come back. We're talking about kids last time they were in a school, they were in the 3rd grade, and they decided to show up one day, and now they're in the 8th grade, and because we've been dealing still with that, like in the education system, if it's not a certain amount of kids there, then of course that's going to impact jobs that could be. So like for example, at my school right now, we have 5 cafeteria ladies now, but y'all know that my whole school is pre-K2 all the way up to 12th grade. So 5 cafeteria workers for all of those kids, but it's because we can't hire so many if we don't have enough kids in school. So it kind of fluctuates because sometimes kids come back and sometimes they don't. And then we don't even have the money when they do come back, because what happens is they'll come back, but then they'll be truant. They're not present. And so because they're not present, even though that they're enrolled and they have all of these absences, we're losing money on both fronts. So I get what they're saying about like taking a stand, fighting for what you believe in, but from what it seemed, that lady that was talking, it seems like they seem like they're legal, like they were born here or something. But I don't know, I could be wrong. Oh no, it's just interesting, all of this. I'm thinking of it as like, okay, yes, everybody that's illegal, I want all of them to get up out of here. But John, from the position that you've come from, and which I talked to you about it a few weeks ago or whenever it was, is this whole mass deportation thing going to backfire on Trump to a point to where he just has to stop because it's just going to impact the economy too much?
Well, I mean, it really depends on if the Americans step up. A lot of unemployed Americans that can show up at those job sites, and that's what I mentioned when I saw that job site being totally halted. This was, when you showed it in 2006. I said, "Damn, that's a lot of opportunity for Americans." And they didn't show up; so it's just closed. And so that's what I think it'll take. Americans saying,
Okay, well, John, unemployment is fairly low right now.
I mean, if it doesn't count the idle, it doesn't count the people.
Okay, well, you know what? My point is that unemployment is low right now. I don't think the people that are idle right now, they're idle because they want to be. It's not that they can't find work.
I think, and this is just my opinion, from my experience. I've told you about, my experience with hiring construction.
Uh-oh. Stanley, has that happened to you today since you've been up?
A
StreamYard?
dropout? No.
Yeah, I keep on, StreamYard keeps kicking me too. I'm like, I don't know what's wrong with this thing.
Yeah, I'm about to switch over to my laptop.
Yeah, I had to log in on the other one. That's why you see me in the back and up here, because I'm just like, it just keeps kicking me out. I don't know what's going on.
But yeah, Stanley, what I was going to say, Stanley, I think that based upon, maybe it's a couple years back, I looked at all my cash apps and I look at it periodically, the people that I have to pay.
Mhm.
And it's a real tight network of maybe a handful of people. Or more or less like a hydro, is that the term? Stemming from maybe one or two people. And I think that's just the way the world is hardening. America is hardening. You see the same thing with the H-1B visas, and that, man, it's if you're in software or wherever the H-1Bs are, man, like these people have their own cliques, networks. I've shown you these fake companies that basically only hire their H-1B Indian people. And so there is another network that is being formed to more or less exclude people outside of their network. And I think on it goes in America going forward is that like the easiest path to progress, as you see a lot of these migrants taking, or not even migrants, just foreigners, people coming here, is that, they form these networks and they're very impenetrable.
Right.
Yeah, I've talked about the Section 8 scams, about how the Jews are able to get away with that. You know what's interesting, Stanley? Portia, I was on the stream this morning, like right after you got off, Stanley. I was testing our OBS some more, so I said, let me just
Oh,
do it.
yeah.
And I was amazed to see the DC government, landlords in DC are now showing preference for Section 8 vouchers over working class tenants. I said, well, damn, that's interesting. And I think that, it's just another example of kind of, how the government, serves to work against people. And
Was the money more stable?
And that is the thing. DC government was suing them to tell them you need to, basically show more favor to the working class people.
Mhm.
But the government has created a situation where the non-working class people, the lower class, have a bigger government voucher. So the landlord responds in kind by saying, okay, I'll show preference to the lower class person. So like the government created the situation, but it's like a feedback loop. And the middleman, the man who working class tenant, he's caught, he's caught in the middle. I had the same thing happen to me. I used to prefer the tenants to not work. Like, don't even try. Just lay on your ass and not work. And now you're seeing like landlord, and I talked about it, like big landlords wanting to fill up buildings of people that don't do shit, as opposed to people who work. That's a big shift from at least when I was a Section 8 landlord. Most people wanted someone that worked. Like Philippe wanted someone that worked. I didn't. But now you're seeing, a bigger shift where like big landlords are preferring the people that work. And that's another squeeze on the middleman. The smaller guy, the middle class guy.
Yeah. But it's kind of the way it is.
So I don't know if you guys remember the story about the teacher from Texas, Jason Buchanan. So he has since been doxxed and let go after inviting ICE to raid school over immigrant students. So it says Northside High School substitute teacher doxxed after urging ICE to target immigration students at his school. I've talked to you guys about it. I would have to upload it or do too much. I'm just going to give you guys what I got right now. In Texas, it went into effect at the start of this year that the students that are placed in Texas schools illegally, they have a time period. It was before the election and then after. So the onus was put on Abbott and then now Trump, that they're going to remove all kids that are undocumented from Texas schools unless the government the federal government provides funding for each individual student. Now, this school here, Northside, those of y'all that's from out here, if you know, you know. Okay, that school, it's been this way since I was a kid. So Buchanan sends this out, and it is 2025, so whatever happens, happens. But Buchanan, who worked at Northside High School, used his Twitter account to urge U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement to target the school, claiming that many of its students don't even speak English. His remarks quickly drew backlash, and Buchanan soon found himself doxxed. His identity and personal details were shared widely online. The controversy began back on January 2023, January 23rd, but Buchanan responded to a post from ICE. He wrote, "I have many students who don't even speak English, and they are in the 10th, 11th grade." He also mentioned that many of the students communicate with him through iPhone translators. His post immediately drew criticism, with many social media users condemning his comments as xenophobic and inappropriate. Instead of retracting his statement, Buchanan continued to engage with his critics, calling them dumb and further defending his position. He also made additional comments about the agricultural industry, arguing that U.S. farmers should stop hiring undocumented workers to lower labor costs. His combative responses only intensified the controversy and further fueled the backlash. Well, as he continued to go, social media users decided to continue doxing him. So this says, "Gotta love Twitterverse. When it does good, it does good. Already doxed this guy. I'm sure the principal at that high school will be none too happy tomorrow with the phone calls. I'm sure firing you will be the silver lining." However, in this case, First Amendment protections, whatever it is that he's saying, he can get a job at a charter school. He'll be fine. Many demanded that he be fired from his position as a teacher, with one commentator stating, "This educator should not be working for your school district, let alone any other school for that matter." So you have this here. Pictures, screenshots, what they're talking about online. So in response to the uproar, Fort Worth Independent School District launched an investigation into Buchanan's action and removed him from his teaching duties. The district issued a statement reaffirming its commitment to diversity and inclusion, highlighting that Northside High School serves a large population of Hispanic students, with over 1/3 of the student body learning English as a second language. So they got him up out of here. And you know what? They even got him up out of here in Texas, y'all. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, he shouldn't be speaking for the school through back channels.
Like Stanley, I don't listen. Even I don't get into none of that, as y'all know. Like, I'll talk and I'll say stuff up here, but it's just, him telling everybody where he work and you know what I'm saying? Like, don't do that. Have an
Well,
opinion.
not
Leave
only
your
that,
job
but I
out of it.
mean, if you're going to invite ICE, I mean, in all honesty, that's something that should be, ICE should be invited through official channels, not some substitute teacher.
And then too, Stanley, like, we have a hotline in Texas where if you provide information about someone that you think is illegal, you can get $750. And it's all anonymous. And so it's like, this kid is 23, so maybe he doesn't know that. And then maybe Texas could do a better job of, promoting that like they did whenever it first dropped. But like, he could have called them and been fine. But he goes to Twitter, you know what I'm saying? Like, he goes to Twitter and does this, like, okay, so I work at school as a teacher, but I have a badge. So sometimes after work, Stanley, like, me and my girls will go have drinks. We don't walk into that establishment with our badges on. If you have a work uniform, if you're about to go out and do this, that, or the third, you don't go in your work uniform, you take it off, okay?
Exactly.
Because you're a representation of this establishment. So if this is something that you really cared about, and again, 23-year-old kid, he was probably like me back in the day. Before I became a teacher, I said, let me be a substitute first, just to see if I can do this. And here he is, messing up his work opportunities as a potential teacher at the district level. But like I said, he could still go to a charter for sure. But nonetheless, don't do that.
Well, hell, he could become Abbott's education secretary.
Oh yeah, no, he can't do all that. I don't even know what he teaches. Chris Reed says, Miss Portia, what about the white and black kids? All they worried about is the Spanish kids. Oh, well, Chris Reed, the black kids is the reason why I got involved in politics in the first place. Because I didn't like it. I didn't like it. And I still don't like it. I hate it even more now. And then like with the stuff that John was talking about and presenting, like with this immigration problem, I felt myself having like this moment like I had, what is it, like deja vu all these years ago, whenever I went to the first school board meeting because of the things that I saw that I didn't agree with and how it impacted black kids. But with the protest and like those, what they were all saying about black people, like, you know, just y'all ain't supporting us. We was there for y'all, da da da. I was mad at the immigrants at first whenever I went to the school board meeting, but whenever I got there, everybody was Hispanic. I was the only black person there. So I'm like, who am I mad at? Why am I taking my anger out on them? And then the next school board meeting, because we had an issue out here, was like a BLM thing. It was black parents through and through and through. But whenever it came to, you know, standing up for the rights of their children, or like whatever education standards, y'all need to get more textbooks, y'all need to get different calculators, y'all need to make sure y'all have more buses and y'all have the zones for this and that, to whatever it was. The Hispanic parents, they were there fighting for that, but it was never any black parents there, never, for those types of issues. So it's like they were there when it counted. And so that's whenever I had to take another look from a different eye. And I'm starting to see with this issue right here that we're dealing with the deportations, and even seeing a protest that size in LA and all of these videos and all of this stuff with the Jose Andres, it's just like, Trump, I don't know. This might not be the one. It might not work.
Well, you know, the arguments that y'all were here for us or weren't here for us, I don't know. I think those sorts of arguments are just, you know, where are
Did you
you
hear any
talking
of that,
about?
Stanley?
No, I haven't heard any of it, but I don't, you know, those sorts of arguments, I just don't know that they're that, you know, that great. I mean, the black and brown coalition, depending on where you are, like here in Georgia, when I was growing up, to be honest, I would have to strain to remember like all the Hispanic kids I knew, um, like literally, I knew a couple Puerto Rican sisters, and you know, once they were done speaking Spanish, they had the most country Georgia accent you ever heard in your life. You know, I did immigration, you know, the black and brown coalition wasn't really needed where I grew up. So the argument is kind of hard for me to have an opinion on.
You know,
You know, Georgia didn't
it's
have
funny.
the
I can't imagine hearing a Hispanic with a country, like a Southern accent.
yeah, from Conyers, Georgia. They grew up in Conyers, Georgia.
I can't even tell you why me all the way down here. I ain't never heard it, but I never have. But it just sounds like it would just be one of those things. Now I'm like, oh, okay, this is different.
Yeah, but I mean, all the Hispanic kids I knew were like second, third, fourth generation, and yeah, while they could speak Spanish, um, yeah, you know, they spoke English as a first language, and you know, cotton picking was one of their adjectives.
That's hilarious. I thought I saw something in the chat I was gonna pull up. Okay, so this video, whenever I talked about this at some point last week, it was like trending on Twitter. And Stanley, I don't know if you even saw any of it, but I'm just gonna play this one instead of pulling everything else up. But it was trending on Twitter. Hispanics ditching blacks, and so all of these videos are coming up everywhere from like TikTok, and of course just like here, this, I'm showing you this on Twitter, but you know, they're posting it on different platforms, sharing it, and all in the algorithm of the hashtag that was trending. it's all of these Hispanics talking about, you know, just black people, this and that. And it was just, I'm like, oh, this is interesting. And so now, even whenever I had the footage up of these protests, even whenever you're getting all close to it, it just seems to be more Hispanics and just them versus it being this diversity of black people being at their protests, fighting with them for this. And so they feel like black people have slighted them. And of course, I'm speaking general, obviously it's not all of them, but they feel like black people have spited them by not showing up to the protests here, like the ICE protest, the way that they showed up for BLM. So I want you to listen to what this, you know what, let me stop sharing because I don't want the volume to go out. I want you to listen to this one. And everybody else in the audience too that missed it whenever we covered it last week.
You are so quick to say for me to stay out of black people's business, but like, you know, black people's business is all over the fucking internet. When was the last time you heard about Hispanic issues unless it was to push a narrative? Like, no one gives a fuck about Latinos. There's no Latino lives matter. All these fucking migrant children getting gang raped at the border and no one seems to fucking care because everyone's still talking about George Floyd. Asian hate crimes have been happening for a long ass time, done by black people and just overall in general, yet they wait until a white person finally does something for it to actually be relevant. I find it so funny that some of these black people want to say they're fucking oppressed, that you have the power to suppress other people's issues and still talk about things even though they happened like 5 years ago. There is black mothers, fathers, and children that reach out for help, that get killed in the hood. And then y'all don't care about those kids? What about those black lives? What about the black and migrant children that are being trafficked right now and y'all ain't saying a damn thing? Fuck out of here with that. You are so quick to say.
You know, she's a very well-spoken Hispanic woman. I will say that. You know, very
I have no
well-spoken.
idea what she's talking about. You know, she reminds me of an uncontrolled garden hose, just kind of spouting a bunch of stuff.
Yeah,
Well,
so
you know,
Stanley, she's talking about how the black people won't, like how black people aren't coming out and speaking up for Hispanics with these ICE raids.
Well, apparently she hasn't heard Yvette Carnell. If she listened to Yvette Carnell, she would know what's going on.
but I think she
The
also,
Hispanics are taking our black jobs.
but I think she also mentioned, like, you know, George Floyd.
What
And
about George Floyd?
in many other cultures, like, he'd be throwaway. He'd not be worth protesting. She's saying, we had to hear about this nigga for how long?
Okay, well, I'm not going to listen to some young Hispanic woman on TikTok tell black people who to protest and who not to.
But these are the young people in school that are, you know, that where the friction, you know, further gets exacerbated. She's a fairly young woman. Either she
Yeah,
just
well, she doesn't strike me as anybody who's been to a school lately.
okay.
Yeah, and she doesn't, but like it's just it was trending, like it was like on the news, like it was everywhere. And so to see these protests this weekend, it's just like an interesting thing. Like, I guess, you know, just to talk about it. I know who is she, but it's just like that's what it's been since, you know, this whole thing. And it's just like, well, let's dump on black people because black people, they haven't been here. They're not here for us.
Okay, like I said, if you're listening to Yvette Carnell, you would know not to expect us.
Can you tell me, because I'm looking her up right now, Stanley, because since you said that, I want to make sure I pull it up for the people. What should I look for? What did she say?
Just type in Yvette Carnell or ADOS, ADOS. She's the nominal head of American Descendants of Slaves. It's an advocacy group.
But this lady,
she has been trending right over the years. And one of the main issues she had during election season was Democrats' position on immigration. She basically felt that, you know, these immigrants and all immigrants, not just Hispanic, you know, immigrants, were taking, quote, black jobs. She literally used the term.
yeah, you know, I think that you know, it's definitely true. But I think that this young woman isn't listening to that. And
Well,
you know,
that's why I don't need to listen to her.
Well, I think, you know, there are probably many people like her who aren't
This is a young
listening.
lady.
Yvette Carnell.
Yeah, she's
She's probably getting close to 40 now.
you know,
Actually,
aging like fine wine.
she's probably in her 40s.
I'm gonna look that up next. But yes, yeah, John and Stanley, y'all keep going. I'll just play this whenever. It's 2 minutes.
She has a once a week program called Breaking Brown. She's fairly, as a matter of fact, last I heard, she was hired as a consultant to the Democratic Party to try and help them win back some black votes. So she's fairly influential. She's like, you know, one of these days she might be as influential as, say, a Stacey Abrams.
Let me see, Stanley. I'm looking really quick.
And she and
I'm not getting anything.
I think it's she and Tariq Nasheed do not get along.
Yeah, I'm not getting her age here, but John, go ahead with what you were
Oh no, that's about it. I can't think of it. I'm looking for something here.
I'm sitting right here. It says,
But what I'm saying is that you know, between the FBAs and the ADOS, you know, this young lady shouldn't be expecting. And I do understand that, you know, she may not listen to these people. But one of the problems I have with a lot of these TikTokers that spout off like this young lady, if you're going to do that, at least be somewhat informed of what black people are thinking about. You know, just spouting that, oh, hey, we're the blacks. Well, how about get a little curious and figure out why the blacks aren't there?
See, this is interesting. Like, okay, so this girl, this lady, Miss Yvette Carnell, I'm gonna play the video, but here on her Twitter post from yesterday, it says some folks were busy calling me a Democratic shill that they didn't realize they were following a Republican shill. and Stanley, you said that she was working with the Democrats for something.
I heard they were wanting to hire her as a consultant, but she's been trending right. You know, she is somewhere. You know, there may be a horseshoe effect where a lot of the MAGA issues, like immigration, for instance, are shared by the progressive left. Now, I know she started off more or less as a progressive, you know, sort of leftist. She's been drifting right over the years. She might be voting Republican for all I know.
Huh, okay. So we have this video here from her. This is just called Occupational Segregation is Real. So let's just see. Uh-oh, it fast forwarded some.
That's why I am with it.
Can y'all hear it?
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Stanley.
I don't know where you are with it. Black women hold almost 1/3 of nursing assistant jobs.
CNA.
What is a black job? What is, I don't know. Is this a black job? This is me getting ready for my black job.
Gender, racial, ethnic compositions of U.S. occupations with the greatest number of black women 2015 to 2018. Nursing assistants. That's not even a nurse. That's the person who does the most for you, though. Changing your bedpan, all that stuff. That's what she does, and she don't make no money for it. Now, why? Is that a black job? Yes. We got personal care aides.
Just for one moment, for those of you who've ever wondered, whenever they said, "What is a black job?" I guess this is what she's telling us. Okay, this is what she's telling. This is what she's saying.
Cashiers. Come on. And what is a black? This is a black job. It's Adolf's job. It's not even a black job. He said black job, but gosh, we got to get that disaggregation. This is what it is. Percentage that we are in the U.S. workforce versus what we do. It should not be this way. It's so stupid to have a conversation where we talk about what is, right? Instead of having a conversation about how we got here. The question is not whether or not, well, what's a black job? This is my black job. What's a black job? The question is, how do we get these black jobs? How do we end up here after 400 years with jobs that don't pay a lot and cost a lot? I'm talking about cost a lot emotionally. Got to take care of somebody. People be sick down. They clean up, they vomit, all of that, and you don't get paid no money for it. How we get here? That's the question. But your academics and your PhDs, they want to play online because they talking about themselves. It's all ego because they want to say, I don't have a black job. I work in academia. I don't have a black job. I'm an engineer. What is a black job? I'm an architect. What is a black job? You don't know me. You don't know my life.
Yeah, well, you know what? I'm one of those black people she's talking about. She actually lives right over in Decatur, Georgia. It's not that far. But she's a Howard graduate, history major, I think. So, I mean, she's fairly smart. I don't agree with a lot of her politics. Sometimes she tends to wander, but you ought to add her to your repertoire of people you listen to because every now and again she's relevant.
Yeah, I've actually, thanks for sharing her name. I've never heard of her before.
And she is the mortal enemy of Tariq Nasheed and the FBAs. The FBAs kind of split off. She and Tariq Nasheed used to be allies, but they kind of split up and went their own ways. And you know, she's a lesbian, and Tariq, you should hear Tariq Nasheed talk about her. It's pretty brutal. But she is relevant, irrelevant enough to, you know, have a little bit of influence on the Democratic Party.
So here is, I'm pulling up something. I'm trying to get to when she started. Okay, so right here, Carnell. And this
Yeah,
has something to do with her
this is
talking about
her.
immigration.
Yeah, this is from her show.
So it says what no one is talking about on immigration, 1 minute and 35 seconds.
Think as you know, Native Black American descendants of slaves, we have this problem where we like to see America as like, because America has so mistreated us, we kind of think of America as like, sometimes we act like we'd be happy if it was gone. You don't want to be homeless. Like the problem isn't that America exists. The problem is how America wields power, both domestically and internationally. That's what we have to tackle. We have to tackle how how America wields power and destabilizes all these countries, and how America wields power internally and robs us of any wealth and any redress for what happened to us. The problem isn't that America is here. The problem is what we're allowed to do and have here, and how America reaps and all those adventures abroad and the imperialism abroad. That's what has to be tackled. You're not going to fix that by letting in more immigrants. Like you fix that by fixing the contribution that America makes to destabilizing these countries. That's how you fix it. But nobody wants to talk about that. And that's how I know people aren't serious. When you don't want to talk about Hillary Clinton and Honduras, then I know you're not serious about like what you really say you're trying to do, because that's what you do. You have to talk about that. There's no way around having that conversation and dealing with that, for some people, very uncomfortable truth.
What do you think?
By the way, she's also pro reparations.
Oh yeah, I'm seeing that all on her channel. I say too. I wasn't until Ukraine.
So there will be kind of a horseshoe where there'll be things like immigration that you will probably agree with her on. Then there'll be other things, but she's worth listening to because it's always worth knowing what the other side is thinking and you know, developing your own counter arguments.
Okay, so you said that at one point her and Tariq Nasheed were close, and
Yeah,
I'm
they
seeing
were I don't know about close, but they were allies.
or allies. And so like I see a video from 6 years ago and she says Native Black Americans and immigrants are not the same. So that would be like a lot of because I know that, what is it, foundational Black Americans, Tariq Nasheed.
Yeah, she started American Descendants of Slaves, and if I'm correct, and I'm not sure that I
Oh, okay.
am, foundational Black Americans or kind of like a a break off from ADOS. They couldn't call themselves ADOS, so they called themselves foundational. But these people have been around for like 10 years or more. And they started out together, and then they've all kind of drifted off into their own little niches. And the guy that I tend to follows, I show on my show every now and again, Irami Ose Frimpong. He and that Carnell used to be fairly close. They used to do shows together. And he's kind of drifted off into his own little niche. He's actually an academic philosopher. And part of the reason he broke away from ADOS is he married a white woman, and the people in ADOS were kind of pissed off about that. So, they've had their little internecine, wars and stuff like that. They're all kind of allied, but they've all drifted off doing their own thing. And I do think Yvette Carnell is worth keeping up with if you're not going to listen to her weekly. Phoenix Fish, you do a lot of translating, Phoenix Fish. and I don't know that you're always right. She literally just said, you can't live without America. The problem isn't that America exists, it's how it wields power. That doesn't sounds like a critique, not a hate.
Brown Washington. I'm looking at her page. Like, she has so many videos, and I'll take a look into her. I might actually pull a few of her videos up because she has one about MLK and then Marcus Garvey. I just see the title of it. It just seems like, okay. I really don't like listening to like women. I don't know why.
Well, she's a lesbian. She might not count.
But it's just like she seems like someone I could stand to listen to. I'm getting it because it's just like unless like I prefer for the girl stuff, like when I'm on YouTube perusing, if it's like beauty stuff, hair, gardening, stuff like that. But whenever it's
No,
political,
she's not a girly girl.
But no, I'm just ultimately like I like her vibe right now. Whether I agree or disagree, she just seems like someone I can listen to. Is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, CKJ gets some of it. CKJ probably knows this stuff better than I do, to be honest.
Oh, let's see here. CKJ, that Tariq stole her grift when he seen her in Tone Talks catching traction a couple years ago. Oh, and so, but CKJ, you called it a grift. So you're saying that's what she's doing? She's grifting?
No, I would disagree if that's what he thinks. She's been pretty consistent over the years. There's a book that I've mentioned called Sandy Darity is a economics professor at Duke. He went to MIT. He was a classmate of Glenn Lowry's. They know each other. He's actually been on Glenn Lowry's show a couple times. Sandy Darity, William Darity wrote a book called From Here to Equality that basically talks about reparations. And being an economist, he's aware of, the models and projections and how much slavery, cost in labor and all that stuff. He has worked with ADOS and Yvette Carnell. So there is an air of legitimacy, there are books and papers that have been written about the reparation stuff. So she's been doing a little bit more than grifting.
Interesting. This lady. Gosh, I was about to say something. I went on and forgot.
I don't disagree with you, CK, but I don't know. I kind of have, a little bit of an affinity for Yvette Carnell. Just I don't know. She's been chipping away at it for years.
Oh yeah, forgot about that. Oh, they got a video of it. Let's see here. Hey John, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm here, Portia. Sorry about it.
Okay, just making sure you were. Stanley, I'm sending you something in the back. In the Slack, but it's just for later, not right now, but just so you know.
Okay.
Episode 41.
What's up, Nate?
Yeah, no, you haven't covered this yet because it was 4 hours ago. So that'll be good for your show tonight. There you go. Let's see what else we have here in the docket with our news today. I think guys, it is 4 o'clock, so I haven't got to talk to him yet, but if you guys, most of you guys are always here whenever HB is driving through the country out in Mississippi and Alabama. His connection isn't always as great, but he might actually be parked up tonight and he might be gone, and you guys will see him, tomorrow. There is something else that I wanted to pull up, and so I was asking John if you were still here. Let me see. Where did it go? Where did it go? What is it? So John, you were talking about at one point about Barack and Michelle Obama, and apparently a lot of their donors have, and I don't even know what they're donating to. They've dropped them amid divorce rumors. Now, I think it's interesting because they're like, it's a former president, and first lady. Do y'all believe that they're actually getting a divorce? Or do y'all think that this is something that the right is just drudging up for, content purposes?
I don't know. Where there's smoke, there's fire, but I don't really have a gauge. I can't imagine why they would want to get divorced.
Because it just seems like ever since was it the funeral and then the inauguration or whatever, it just seems like there's just more and more things coming out. And for whatever reason, for me personally, in my opinion, I don't think that they're getting a divorce. I don't.
Well, I don't see why they should, but Virgo and I had an interesting conversation. It was either early last week or maybe late the week before. And it could be because I'm a quote man of a certain age, but there are a lot of couples that are getting divorced. Maybe they always have, but I'm just noticing after the kids are gone, we've been married for 30 years and we just, kind of like, hey, you know what? I have a lot of life to live, but I don't necessarily want to be married to live it. So people who, the kids are out of the house. We've been married for 30 years. Hey, let's get a divorce. And I'm wondering if that is necessarily a bad thing. I mean, does it really matter if you've got the kids out and they're adults? You have done your commitment for 30 years. You decide to get divorced and go out and see what's out there. I don't necessarily see that as a bad thing.
Well, yeah, I can't even argue that. Like, so whenever I was coming up, I went to a predominantly white school. It was just me and my brother. Now, I came from a 2-parent household too, but like, of course, like everybody that I went to school with the exception of maybe 1 or 2 that I knew of personally, they did as well. Now, we graduated, Stanley. All of my friends, I mean, and not all of them, but I'll say like 6 to 8 of them. We're all hanging out in the summer. We're hanging out after our first semesters in college, coming home, getting back together. And for the 6 to 8 that I'm talking about, they're all white. Come to find out, their parents are gay or lesbian.
Mhm.
But the parents stayed together throughout the whole marriage up until the kids left before they decided to do something different. And so I'm
Right.
like, oh, okay, well, you know, at this point, I mean, you got the kids out of here. So, I mean, hey, what else is, what, they're gone now. They're about to start their own life. So what else is left? So I can actually see, your position
Well,
there.
I mean, they got the kids through the, two-parent
Yeah.
household all the way up to where they're divorced. The kids are independent of them.
Right.
The only reason I would be pissed is, if y'all move to opposite sides of the country, it's going to increase the money I have to spend to travel to you.
Well, yeah.
But other than that,
It's just, I don't know. It's just interesting because then too, like, the tabloids, news and stuff, it can come out. Anything can come out in the news, but it's just interesting that it's like the Obamas. So it's just
but
like,
I
is it
would
true?
say, Phoenix Fish says it's dumb. I would say it's dumb for any other ordinary couple, but Barack Obama, he'll be getting women 20 years, 30 years younger than him. And Michelle could probably get a Stedman or something in her life. These two people are still, even in their 60s, famous and vibrant enough to have other relationships. Though I don't see the point.
Salute Portia, Queen,
Hey,
Goddess, Mother
Ignis.
Earth. How you doing, Queen? Salute to
Doing
you.
good. How are you?
I'm great. I'm blessed and highly favored. I feel like when you with a woman, a black woman, so long, you eventually hate her, because she's
You
going to
what?
challenge you. You eventually hate you. This is the opinion and thoughts of IGNIT TV, and they do not have anything to do with this show. I'm just giving my opinion. But you eventually are going to hate her, But
Well,
thugging it out.
my parents didn't hate each other.
Okay, we not speaking about you though and your parents. We
Well,
speaking
no,
about
I'm just saying I
generalities.
don't know that that's a hard and fast rule.
Okay, once money comes into play and then people start getting around people with money, they kind of see their options. Like, oh, okay, I can have this bitch, that bitch, And she probably wants a young stallion. Obama probably ain't hitting it right, She's a big girl, She needs at least 2-3 hours on that pussy, like. So it's just a part of reality. If you
Yeah,
with a black woman
I'll
for
make
a
sure to
long
take
time,
you
you're
seriously.
gonna hate her. It's just a part of nature. You're gonna hate her because she's gonna be the only person in your life that challenges you. But that's a great thing, though. It truly is a beautiful thing to be with somebody you hate. It's about loyalty at the end of the day. Some people take their vows seriously. Even if you hate a
Well,
motherfucker, you
I
still
I
stick with them.
wonder if they're not conscious enough as of their image. I mean, do you really want to be the first black, you know,
Yeah.
president and first lady, but also be the first to divorce after you get out of office?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a little, even if you're nominally together and you live separately, um, you don't want to be that first to get divorced.
Well, Michelle's hanging out with Beyonce now, so she's around 7 foot tall bodyguards who have cocks the size of a fucking elephant's trunks. So these they want to live. They're all my single ladies. This is what they doing. This is what happens when they get old. They want that ass cracked. You know what I mean? And you can't crack it how you used to, unless you got some Viagra or something, Cialis or
Yeah,
whatever
but
the
she
old
is
nigga.
over 60. I mean, how much cracking are you going to do?
That's when that pussy get real wet and real warm. I'm telling you, when they go through menopause
Well,
and
how
all
much
that shit.
postmenopausal pussy have you had?
Oh man, I could have ran through a whole
I hate
fucking
to be that graphic,
old
but
folks home.
let's not
As
call
much
me.
old
Let's
pussy.
not call it graphic. Let's call it clinical. I'm being clinical.
Well, I was a gigolo in my day, back in my day when I was young. So I
Really?
ran through a lot of old pussy, tore it up, left it hanging on the walls, So It's the thing. I'm speaking from my personal experience in the earth.
Okay, well, I'm listening.
Somebody else.
I have to listen to the expert.
I mean, it's just common sense. Like they don't stay together. People don't stay together. Like especially when money's and when you got money, nah, you could do your thing over there. I'll do my thing over here. We gonna stay married. That's what I think is going on. I digress.
Well, I don't have a problem. Hey, you know what? You did your duty as parents. So, that divorce or whether they live apart or whatever, it's going to have a whole lot less impact now that the kids are actually up and out of here making their own money.
I think too, like it'll have less impact in one arena, but like I couldn't like Stanley, for the life of me, I couldn't imagine my parents getting a divorce. Like that would just completely devastate all three of us.
Well, see, that's the funny thing. It would hurt the kids worse than it would the actual parents.
Right. And so here it is, people like if the idea is, the two parent household, raising the kids up, even when the kids grown, like if for those 18 years you was doing it for the kids, and it's like now it's time for you to live your life. But then here come your kids like, Mom and Dad, no, even though we grown, it's just, but they got to do what's best for them and what makes them happy. But I know for a fact, if my parents ever, I just couldn't, I don't even know what anything would mean. Obviously you grow up and you have to deal with it. But like if my parents got to, I couldn't, Stanley, I just couldn't, I don't know. That would kill me.
Yeah, but I could imagine you still remain friends. I mean, how do you live with someone for 30 years and have that much in common and at least not be cordial?
Yeah, 30 years, 3 kids.
Hey, I have a friend of mine, and I'll tell you that story. It's for a late night. But
okay.
But the upshot is that they got divorced after 20 years because this guy was a Lothario.
What's that?
But they've been divorced for quite some time now. He's an old fishing buddy of mine. And then I knew my mother knew her mother. But these guys they're in their 60s. So, I mean, they're older than I am. But they've been divorced for quite some time, but they still talk every day on the phone. When one is sick, the other's there with, chicken soup or whatever. And so, those elder divorces like that, the people are still kind of cordial.
Like, yeah, I've been talking to the same person for the last 50 years. I mean,
Exactly.
I've been talking to him more than the life I probably got left, so I might as well. I'm just gonna play a few.
Yeah, she feel like she might as well get that pussy away. She's been with him long enough. It's time for her to spread that pussy around.
Yeah, well, when I tell you this story,
spreading it to him.
When I tell you this story, you'll laugh. I know IGNIT will laugh.
I mean, like IGNIT too. Like if they've been married for 50 years, and let's just assume that they're monogamous, they've both been having each other for the last 50 years. So I'm pretty sure even if they divorced, like they would still be, doing that with each other.
It's not like that with men. Like he's been fucking the whole 50 years. So with him, it's just natural. Obama been getting pussy the whole time. Like my grandfather, he has my grandmother, and he has other women who have whole families and generations of people with this one guy. So, I mean, it's all about who's slinging it right,
So I'm going to play this short clip of whenever Michelle Obama said this. I think she was like on, I don't know if it was Oprah, I don't remember, but just for entertainment purposes here.
People think I'm being catty by saying this. It's like there were 10 years when I couldn't stand my husband.
Michelle Obama is getting candid about love and marriage. The former First Lady doesn't hold back during a December panel with Revolt TV. When talking about her relationship with her husband of 30 years, Michelle reveals things with Barack weren't always picture perfect, especially for about a decade.
And I
I couldn't imagine being with somebody for 10 years and not being able to stand them. But of course, I've never been married. And, obviously there's going to be obstacles and things like that. Nonetheless,
People think I'm being catty by saying this. It's like there were 10 years when I couldn't stand my husband. You know?
so Michelle says that. And I also want to point to the fact that I love it whenever Michelle whenever she has box braids. I just love
I
it.
didn't notice. Those are box braids?
Oh,
I thought
yeah.
box
I
braids
just
were
want to say,
fatter.
I've been married.
We had
You said
I've
what,
been married
Stanley?
before,
I
and
thought
you
they
go
were
through.
fatter.
I'm
You know,
sorry.
Oh, they have different sizes now, They come in all
I mean,
shapes and sizes. I'm sorry, Ignorant, what were you saying?
I just want to say, I've been
Yeah, we
married,
can hear
and
you
you go through
now.
years. You go through years of hating the motherfucker. So that's the true thing she's saying. Like, you go, it's like a year where you just hate the motherfucker. Then the next year, y'all crazy in love again. And the year after that, you hate the motherfucker again. It's just a repeated cycle of emotions and chaos.
I don't know. I had a 7-year itch, but that was about it. I was away from my wife enough because I commuted to work that that might have been just enough separation.
You said you were away for like a year?
No. I commuted to work. So, I was gone easily 12 hours a day. And then you figure uh sleep on top of that. So I might have maybe total seen my wife 3 or 4 hours a day. But when I say 7-year itch, it was, it's kind of like it was a movie, but it's also kind of a old wives' tale. I went for years, and my like 7 to 8 years in the marriage, I was constantly getting hit on, and I was like, damn, you know what? It just took a lot of discipline. I was like, what the fuck is going on here? There is so much temptation out there.
Gosh, I don't know why I keep on forgetting stuff right now. Maybe it'll come back. So whenever Michelle Obama said that, I have to remember this question. Whenever she said that, it was all the talk, it was all the buzz. But then Obama came out and he responded to it. So let's see what he said about what she said.
your wife Michelle on the show.
Oh, I
She had
remember now.
mentioned that for about 10 years of the marriage, she really didn't like you.
Oh man.
So asking for a friend, how do you get back in good graces?
Let me just say this.
Barack Obama reacting to wife Michelle's past feelings about their marriage and admits the role he played in her frustrations.
She is a little more forgiving of all my flaws.
It all went down during an interview with CBS Morning's co-host, Nate Burleson. Nate goes on to bring up this moment last year when Michelle gets real about their 30-year marriage on Revolt TV.
People think I'm being catty by saying this. It's like there were 10 years when I couldn't stand my husband.
You do say that. You say 10
years. And guess when it happened? When those kids were little.
Barack responds by giving his take on how they moved on from that rough patch.
Let me just say this. It sure helps to be out of the White House and to have a little more time with her.
Right.
What also helps, though, about children. And I don't know about your spouse, Michelle, when our girls were growing up,
Yeah, it's like having the
that
kids
was priority
really
number
make you
1,
stay.
2,
Like,
3.
It really do. It make you stay,
The kids.
Yeah, that's for all men who really men. They really stay with the funky bitch they with, even though she been a funky bitch for years.
So
I will say, yeah, there's just certain things you don't do, certain ways you don't act, certain things you don't say around kids. So there are some things that you might say to, really sour or, kind of tear apart a marriage that you don't say because, the kids are around.
Yeah, women don't have that though. They just say whatever the fuck they want when they don't care who they around. So I mean, this
Not
is
in
part
my
of marriage. This is a part
not
of
in my
marriage.
experience.
I think we should let people know how marriage is. Okay, Stanley had a white woman, so go get a white woman. I'm telling them about a black woman. This is what you're gonna deal
Yeah,
with.
well, I would imagine in this type of space, you might think there's a huge difference between black and white women, but they're not really.
Shit, you bullshitting me.
Hey, I've dated black women. I've lived with black women. There's not that much of a difference.
I
So
don't know
Ignat,
white girls.
What makes you say if you're with a black woman long enough, you'll end up hating her? Where does that come from?
It comes from a place of noticing traits and ways that a person has and holding them accountable and them fighting back, always fighting the combatant about the accountability and noticing things, and they don't notice shit. And so you can't tell them what you don't like or what you're not liking type shit, It's crazy. It's weird.
Well, let
But
me
I
ask you a
noticed
question. Is that more color based or just culture based?
it's color because the girl I got is from the suburbs somewhere, grew up around white people, speaks white. Her whole friend base is white. She doesn't have any black friends. Like so, it's really it's really about the. It's not about the culture really. It's the color. Because
Interesting.
even her white friends don't act like her. Or even though she tries to push that shit on them, like, yeah, I wouldn't take that if he cheated on me or he did this I'm like, you full of shit. I done cheated on you 17 times. But it's like they try to push this tough shit on other people when they really weak. But I love black women, so I would never leave a black woman because they need us at the end of the day.
I see.
See what else he said here.
Being full.
Of course. Barack and I, we spend most weekends, we're staring at each other because somebody's at a basketball game, somebody's at a dance, somebody's sleeping over. We're the last people our kids want to be with. So I think they're conditioning us for that empty nest syndrome.
Well, now that Sasha and Malia are out of the house, the former president shares what he's realized in hindsight.
I did not fully appreciate, I think, as engaged of a father as I was, the degree of stress and tension for her, knowing that not just me and Michelle were under scrutiny and in this strange environment, but that we were raising our daughters, of course, in a kind of situation that just wasn't normal.
Adding that now, Michelle's more forgiving of his flaws.
What she's told me is, looking back, you did okay as a dad. Yeah. And if I pass that test, then she'll forgive me most of my other foibles.
Yeah, and despite it all, the world truly knows how Michelle feels about her man, Barack.
Marriage isn't 50-50. Ever.
In my opinion,
There are
this
times
is
I'm
just-
70,
It'll never be enough type of thing. Like, this is a man who went for success and he reached the top job in the world, but it ain't
Man,
enough
I
because
tell
he ain't
you
have
what,
time.
a strong
And then if
black
you broke,
woman just
you ain't
fucking
hold
triggers.
on. No,
I
no,
got
listen.
I
Then if
got
you broke, you
three
ain't got
I
enough
got
money, but you got
three
time.
young black males just going nuts and in the chat and on the panel because a strong black woman said something.
I
And
don't know what you're
I
talking
think
about,
Barack
Stanley. I'm
Obama,
just speaking about what happens, what's inevitable. Like, this is
you know what?
inevitability, and I gotta let
And
them know
I'm
what's
gonna
going
have
on.
to give it
You're
to
not gonna tell
President
them that because
Obama.
you had a peachy king. You had it all good. It was never arguments because you was the one arguing. That's why.
President Obama reacted like a strong black male. He basically
He
just
just he
blew it
just
off.
took accountability. Said, "Listen, I ain't give her
He
enough time.
basically
She needed more time."
played it off. He's not fussing like a little girl like you are, Ignat.
Okay, whatever you say, lady. But listen,
Yeah, well, you know
I'm
what?
just speaking the truth. Like, I'm
not
sorry if
the
the
one.
truth is
So
offensive.
really
I'm
quick,
not the one fussing. You are.
All
the
right, okay, it's
CKJ
fussing.
said Obama would have never come out and said he hated Michelle for 10 years. He responded like that to save her. This is what happens with an independent woman. She didn't even want to be a mother.
And like I
Ignorant.
said, the president reacted like a gentleman and a strong black man. You know what? Yeah. I think he pretty much didn't take it that seriously. And he probably shouldn't have.
Ignorant, go ahead with what you were saying.
No, I was just saying this is inevitable. That's all. And it's like if you make enough money, you don't have enough time. So you gotta somehow incorporate her in every fucking thing you do. It's just reality, and you gotta do it. You gotta incorporate her in everything you do, bro. Somehow, some way.
Yeah, well, she shouldn't have said it, but you know, she did, and he dealt with it. You know, I love seeing, you know, all these young men rattled by what Michelle Obama said. It's like she said it. It's like she said it, and they were her husband.
No, she just spoke for a lot of women. Like she spoke for a lot of what really happens. But it's like he couldn't speak his truth. So that's why I'm here to tell you the truth, nigga. He hated that bitch too.
Well, at least he didn't say it. So, got to give him some credit.
Yeah, that's true. He ain't say it.
She made this post at the end of last year. It says 32 action-packed years with my honey. Through it all, thank you for always having my back, being by my side, and finding ways to make me smile. I love you. Yeah.
Yeah, that's cap. That's all cap.
And from our favorite Black Republican commentator, that's a female. Let's hear from Candace. I'm joking, by the way.
All right, let's get into these Obama divorce rumors. Okay, we discussed this on the show yesterday. You guys listen.
Can y'all hear it?
Yeah.
Okay.
To the show are not serious people. I said, hey guys, what do you think is going on?
Yeah, I hear it.
Like, and some of you terribly wrote maybe she had prostate cancer, which I thought was really, really mean. I could not take you guys anywhere. Anyways, we should definitely take a closer look at these divorce rumors because obviously something is going on. Okay. Now, Michelle Obama, love her, hate her, believe her. Like, it doesn't really matter. The reality is she has always shown up for her commitments. Okay. In terms of being a first lady, she has played that role very well. Even after you leave office, by the way, you're still expected to show up to certain political events. It's like a lifetime of that way, right? And unless you die or are dying, they expect you to be there. And one of those types of events that they expect you to be at are presidential funerals. Okay. And another one of those events, obviously, is the inauguration. And Michelle Obama, despite all of the rhetoric about Trump and Melania back when they first assumed office in 2016, she showed up, or 2017, rather, January 2017, she showed up and she, you know, played the part no matter how she felt about Trump. You can see here, this is a throwback and her greeting her at the White House, right, for that transfer of power. So it was it was raised some alarms, I should say, when Jimmy Carter died and Michelle Obama did not show up with Barack Obama. It was like, okay, what's going on? And I think they said that she was overseas. I actually don't remember what their excuse was. And people online were going, no, there's like a divorce happening. They're separating. And I ignored it because that didn't really make sense to me. I was like, okay, guys, it's plausible that she did have some commitment where she could not make it for Jimmy Carter's funeral and we should just let it go. I don't know what that commitment would be because she doesn't really have a job, right? They're just unbelievably wealthy. But I don't know. I just didn't think that a divorce was happening. But then she doesn't show up for Trump's inauguration the second time. Okay. That is very strange. That, like, when he walked out by himself, I went, okay, this is now getting weird. Where actually is Michelle Obama? What is going on between Michelle Obama and Barack Obama? Are they even living together? Have they not been together? We did obviously see them during the Democratic National Convention together, but these are two significant events that she has missed. So it's entirely plausible that she's sick, and it's entirely plausible that they are separated. Now, Obama did issue what people thought was a very late birthday tweet, and I think in large part people thought that he's only doing this because people are noticing that he's not posting a birthday tribute to her, and he tweeted this. He wrote, "Happy birthday to love of my life, Michelle Obama. You fill every room with warmth, wisdom, humor, and grace, and you look good doing it. I'm so lucky to be able to take on life's adventure with you. Love you." Okay, great. We appreciate that. But here is what the media is saying. They're saying that the noise is getting louder. According to a report, apparently she was furious to see that Obama was yucking it up with Donald Trump at the Carter funeral. A Beltway insider added that Michelle has been checked out of life in Washington, D.C. since leaving the White House in January of 2017, following Barack Obama's second term, and also noted that despite the fact that Obama's main home is in the Colorama neighborhood of DC, which is a property that they purchased together back in 2017, Michelle Obama reportedly spends the majority of her time at Martha's Vineyard, where they own a massive oceanfront estate. Yeah, the people that tell you all about climate change inevitably always tend to buy these massive, and in their case, $11.75 million oceanfront estates. Go figure. That same source added that Michelle Obama is rarely in DC, while others noting that when she was there last summer, it was without Obama, and she appeared happy and she appeared content. So it is plausible that they are just living two separate lives, and because they're, former first lady and president, they feel as though they can't get divorced on paper. They're happy just living two lives apart. In a 2022 panel, we should also note here that Michelle confessed that she had harbored resentment toward her husband for nearly a decade. And she said, quote, "People think I'm being catty. It's like there were 10 years where I could not stand my husband." It's quite a strong quote, and that's quite a very long time not to be able to stand your husband. I wouldn't be able to stand not being able to stand my husband for even a minute. So 10 years sounds like a very long time, and that's a very strong statement. And Barack Obama later confirmed that it definitely helped their relationship to be out of the White House because they were able to spend a little more time together. So they are now also dealing with rumors of infidelity. There are claims that Barack Obama has been involved with actresses, and those actresses are saying that that's not true, but there's something going on. Okay. I'm just saying, it's pretty obvious to me and the rest of the world that she did not show up at the inauguration. And there just has to be a reason for that, right? Like, it just has to be a reason for that.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I'll go back to my resting state, which is I really don't care one way or the other. Why people are so interested is beyond me. But that 10 years corresponded to the 2 years in the Senate and the 8 years in the White House. She doesn't like politics.
I mean, honestly, like I said from the beginning, I really don't. I mean, I don't know, like the whole divorce thing. I think to me, same thing. It's like whatever. But after 10 years of dealing with that, I think Michelle is okay to stay at the house. Like, of course, like for like big events and stuff, I feel like I would make sure that I was there. But I mean, she's been to so many already. She was the first lady for 8 years, so she just might be tired of all of that.
Yeah, I believe that Mojo Jojo looking bitch is just gossiping. If the girl was a Republican, she wouldn't be saying this. So that's just gossip, I believe.
Yeah, I've been saying it about Candace for a while. It's like some things, but like the culture stuff or whatever. But it's just like, I mean, I don't know. I feel like that's a lot to deal with. Dealing with somebody that's the president. I mean, I don't know.
But not only that, but I mean, when they met, she was Barack Obama's mentor as a lawyer. She gave
I didn't
up.
even know that.
That's how they met. She was like he was either an intern. I think he was an intern, and she was like a first-year lawyer. But the bottom line is she gave up a very lucrative career as a high-powered lawyer to his politics, so that there's a bit of resentment. I don't know why that's that big a deal.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just, I don't know, just the news and whatever it is they're talking about with the Obamas. So I guess we'll find out
Well,
more as more come.
they made it through their political lives without a scandal. So, I'm sure a lot of people are just hoping that, something comes of it.
Yeah, I think for me, like how you said earlier about like it would, if for them to be the first Black president, for them to get the divorce or whatever.
Yeah, that would be, that would be, something I hope, they would consider if, the rumors are indeed true. And again, these people are human. I'm not really, I was telling John early this morning, I'm not into that whole argument that you have to be a credit to your race and you represent your race. But I am actually very happy that this successful Black couple was able to stand up to extremely close scrutiny, come through it without any sort of financial or, marriage affair scandal or anything like that. And I know people are say, that one book, this gay guy, saying that he had an affair with Obama. But again, none of that's been substantiated, and I just assume it's bullshit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, same thing like with Michelle being a dude, a guy.
Yeah, it's a lot of this shit stretched just because we don't like a motherfucker,
Yeah. I'm just like, I don't know. I think that might be a little far. Okay. Like I've read, and maybe some of you have too, like the many conspiracies about like their family doctor, and like it was a different family that gave birth to their children because Michelle Obama is a man.
Well, one of them looks exactly like Obama.
I heard the same rumors about Sierra. That was a lie.
I think is it like Malia maybe? I think it's her.
Yeah, whoever, the older one looks exactly like Barack Obama.
Or is it Sasha? I don't know which one. The older one, yeah, she looks
Sasha's
exactly
the
like him.
younger.
Oh, from Malia. Okay, so I was right. Yeah, she
And
looks just
I
like.
hate to say this, but the older is the less attractive of the two.
Well, no, yeah, she definitely is. Sure. But she does look like her dad.
Yeah, but she don't got a fat ass, man. She ready to twerk that ass, shake that ass, and get freaky, Them kids already drug addicts and doing all that already. They've been doing
Well,
that.
maybe you could get free and give her a waltz like Hitler.
Maybe I could. Shit, who knows?
Didn't Hitler like to do the Blue Danube waltz?
I don't know what he liked to do. I just know he was right. That's all I'm gonna say.
Well, guys, I guess that's all we got for now. HB's gone, and we're at the 10-hour mark. I will be back, but I won't be long when I do come back. I'm doing like a Black History stream, just to bring some Black History stuff to you. Just some facts and stuff. And then after that, Stanley, he'll be coming on with his show, and we're gonna keep it going. So, do you guys have any final words before we get up out of here?
Yeah, if John's listening to him, I want to talk to him about his experience with OBS. I actually did a test live earlier today, and it worked, but there's some capabilities either it doesn't have or I haven't figured out how to use, like having people come up on a panel. I don't think you can do that with OBS.
Yeah, I just want to say peace to the queens, peace to the kings. It's Black History Month. We can be racist as we want this month. Crackers, fuck you. Thank you, Portia. Have a
Oh,
great
wow.
day.
Neely Fuller passed.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Thank you, IGNIT. Thank you so much. And to everybody out there listening, happy Black History Month.
Yeah, Neely Fuller passing during Black History Month. Talk about irony.
That's crazy. Was
Fred,
it? Let me see.
maybe
Looking
I'll
it
do
up
it.
really quick. Was
I
it
don't
natural
know that
causes?
much about Neely Fuller. Fred, if you want to do a show on Neely Fuller, let me know. You can come up and give us your take and all that stuff. Let me know on the Discord. I'm serious. If you want to do something on Neely Fuller, it would be interesting because you know more than I do.
Neely Fuller passed away, 94 years old. For those of you that do not know, a legacy of truth and resistance, leaving behind a significant legacy in the discourse on race. He schooled us on how racism affects us in 9 areas of humanity: economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion. He was a significant figure, and he was, oh wow, born in the same year as Papa. Yeah, my Papa would have been the same age, but 94 years, that's a long time, and it's a lot of living, and he's seen a whole lot. So rest in peace to you, Neely Fuller. I'll probably pull something up during my Black History Month stream. So I'm just, for the show tonight, it's just going to be like a couple of things. I'm not going to stay long because I'm probably going to want to go to sleep. So, but yeah, we'll be back at it in a few hours. Here or sooner. I was going to start up at 5 o'clock, but since we went long over here, I'm gonna give myself a couple hours to get myself together there. So
All right. Well, either way, I'm catching up on The Wire, so I hadn't watched it in a while, so I'll do that. Yeah, might as well. I watched it once years ago, and just catching up on it now. I forgot how good it was.
you know what? You mentioned it in The Wire, like, because it's so many shows that just keep on coming out, and it's just like there's old ones that I need to watch because like on the panel, especially like HB, like it's a lot of people like that make The Wire references, and I haven't even finished the first season, so it's just like I would like to start and
Well,
become very dedicated and committed to finishing it.
I'm gonna be honest. The Sopranos and The Wire are possibly the 2 best TV series ever made.
Oh yeah, Stanley. Yeah, like Sopranos is number 1, then Wire is number 2, and then Walter White. What was that? Y'all help me out.
Breaking Bad.
Breaking Bad. Breaking Bad is number 3. Yeah.
Yeah. And I've seen all 3. I would actually put The Wire ahead of The Sopranos, though.
And it's crazy because so many people reference the show and talk about the show, like, and I'm always like, oh yeah, I don't know what y'all talking about. So it's just like I wanna know what everybody's talking about whenever they talk about The Wire. But for it to be up there ranked, it's bit the ranks as far as the top 2 shows.
Yeah,
they have not changed in years. Like it's just like you can't trump The Sopranos, you can't trump The Wire.
No,
Breaking Bad, good, but then like Nate's talking about the Ozarks. Yeah, Ozarks was crazy. That show was
No, Ozark is nowhere near as good. It's good,
but it's not The Wire level.
It's not Sopranos or Wire good. No way.
And Stanley, I haven't seen The Sopranos. Like when did these shows even come out? Let me make sure.
A lot of them came out in the 90s. I was in the Navy. I never got to see The Sopranos live.
Oh, 1999. You see, I was a wee little lad during those days. I was young. I don't know. I couldn't imagine. So 6 seasons, Soprano, 1999, and then The Wire came out when? Oh, 2002. Yep, still didn't see it. Yeah, no.
The other one that they don't talk about is Oz. And Oz is second tier. It's not in that, top tier. But I liked Oz.
Oz came out in 1997. mean, I'd be over here watching all of these like new, sci-fi. But I started watching the show the other day, and I kind of got upset because I started watching it. Because if it's like a good show that I see, I try to wait because they started to do like the full dump many years ago.
Yeah.
But, at one point you had to wait to watch the next
Right.
show. But then they started to do this whole let's drop the whole thing, and you can
Which I
watch it, you
love.
binge watch. And so now I am dependent on binge watching. And so once I get into it, I want to see some more. But then it's just like, oh gosh, now I gotta wait like a year or two before I can catch back up on it. And hopefully that I remember the show 2 years later.
Well, you should have grown up back in the 70s and the early 80s where they had a true rerun season. But if you missed, for some reason or another, you missed an episode or two or most of the episodes, you'd have to wait months before they replayed it. And they didn't have DVD and, ways to buy the programs secondhand. So there were some things, if you missed it, you just missed it for years.
Oh, Samuel. Hi, Samuel. CKJ says,
Yeah,
Portia, I
Lost
just
is pretty
started
good.
Peaky Blinders the other day because you mentioned it. The CKJ, I am so happy to hear that. And I'm telling you right now, out of all of the shows that everything that's going on, I mean, I finished the whole thing. I can't wait for the movie. Peaky Blinders was just too good. I don't know what it is about like actors and actresses from overseas, more specifically the UK. I don't know how they do it. I don't know what be going on. I've even spent time watching acting classes online in Europe to try to understand, like, why are they so good at this? It's so many people that are in American films that you wouldn't even know. They're not even American. They got accents and everything.
Well,
I'm like,
the lead guy for The Wire is British.
Idris Elba.
No, a guy named Damien. What's his name? Damien something or another. He was in another famous series, but I'd have to go back and look. It's Damien something or another, but he is British. It's freaky if you ever hear him in interviews.
Stanley, is Damien his name on the show, or is that his real name?
No, it's his actual name.
Let me see here. Okay,
And he was actually he was actually the top billing. Idris Elba wasn't as well known back then, so he was on down the pecking order.
Let me see the one. Damien. The Wire.
It's like Damien
Donald Rawlings. Let's see here.
No, it's not Donald Rawlings. Hold on one sec. Why?
I typed in here. Oh, my screen is not sharing. Sorry. It says Donald Rawlings, Damien Day Price from The Wire. Donnell.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said Damien. It's Dominic West. That's
Dominic West. Dominic West. Oh, really? Yeah. I had no clue. Yeah. Yeah. No. I don't know what it is about that fascinates me for whatever reason. I'm just
I
like,
don't know. The British actors, a lot of them, act in like Shakespearean sort of theater sort of thing. So, I mean, they actually learn acting as a craft.
I'm sorry, Stanley. This is so stupid. A Universal, shout out to you. Hey, Universal, we see you in the chat. I'm sorry. I don't know why Chris said this. Chris says, Mr. Universal Jones, I hope you are having a good day, sir. Now, can you get Michelle Obama a laptop? Jesus.
Well, I like tall women, so give the laptop to me. I'll give it to her.
How tall is she? Oh, I'm sorry.
She's got to be close to 6 feet, if not 6 feet.
Yeah, that is pretty tall. I be thinking I'm tall in my head. I be wanting to be.
I'm not taller than I'm 6.4.
Denmark,
How are you
Andy.
now?
Hello.
So you're the guy from yesterday. Hi, Denmark,
Oh,
Andy.
I've been here yesterday. I don't remember.
Oh, I wasn't
You
here.
don't
I just heard
remember?
about you. I heard about you.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll
How
bet
are
there are
you?
a lot of things you don't remember.
Yeah.
Yes, Stanley, this is true.
When you use substance, you get lost. And you don't only get lost, you lose your actually life hacks. And all the life hacks you should learn, you get lost.
Oh, Stanley, you're talking about he doesn't remember.
Right, he's
Yes,
yeah.
Oh, do you do
I'm the
drugs?
one.
Oh
Yeah.
boy, does he.
Yeah, I do. That's a good question because I do. A totally fair question.
Doing
What kind of drugs do you
is
do?
an understatement. He is drugs.
I do cocaine.
Oh, do you know who Hunter Biden is?
Yes. He's your
He
president.
does cocaine too.
I think it's his son. I think it's his son. He's too old for that. Like he was just
Have you ever snorted Parmesan cheese?
No, never.
Oh, good for you. I wouldn't
Did
imagine
you?
that going up your nose pretty
You
good.
do it. You think that's good? Nah. I think it's smelly. Very smelly.
Oh, so how are things going in Denmark?
It's a shithole. Shit.
I mean, I wouldn't
But
know.
I'm
I've
doing
never.
really good. We're doing much better than Spain, much better than America also, and many other countries. Like we're probably the best country in the world.
we're about to take your shit. So
You're not gonna take it. You can't take it.
we're gonna
Ours. You're thinking
Y'all
about
are doing.
Greenland. No, bro.
deforestate soon.
Y'all
Yeah,
are
think
doing
about
better
it.
than America.
You've been stealing and stealing, but if you start a war other than a little business war with China, Canada, and all of that, bro,
We're
you're not gonna
picking
take
out
over a country like Greenland. Are you actually retarded?
we're
No.
picking out a state flag for Greenland as we speak.
Okay. Okay, show me, because we have been having Greenland for the last 300 years. We found it as Vikings. We took over this land, our land. So don't tell me about your little Christopher Columbus or whoever took your land from your people, your cousins, your brown-eyed cousins, and they have been using you guys for like, I don't know. Don't tell me about your country. You don't have a country, bro. You don't want to stand at your country. You're ashamed of your country, probably. I don't know.
Yep. All that
But it
talk.
looks like mixed up. I've never been to Greenland. I've never been to America. But don't tell me about my country, about my people, when you don't know about it.
I'm not talking about your country. I'm telling you what we're gonna take.
Who are you king? Who are you king? Is Trump your king? Is Putin your king? South and
King
East.
Trump.
You don't get it, bro. You don't get it because Jesus Christ and your king. Maybe. I don't know, bro. That's
King
my
Trump
thing,
is
okay? That's
King
the
Trump
boss
is
of the
gonna
bus.
take it.
And you're not gonna be close to understanding or doing if you don't know who's the boss.
Oh,
Okay.
I think y'all know who's the boss.
Okay, who's the boss? Who's the king? You don't have a king over
I'll
there.
put it to you
First of
this
all.
way: Danish isn't
You
his
have a
first
monkey.
language.
You have a monkey called Donald Trump. Have fun. Fucking up your whole country right now. Funny enough.
Hey, tropes, manifest destiny, and infinite jest.
So, like, what do y'all have over there in Denmark? Like, what is y'all system of
You have
government?
nothing. Don't come here. Don't come here. It's the worst shit. Never come here.
No, I would
I
never
have to say,
leave
I
Denmark.
had a
You're gonna
Danish
find out.
girlfriend for like
If you
3
go
years.
here, you're gonna
She was
find
awesome.
out as a woman, because the women's we take care of them, and you're gonna find out. But you're not here, and you're never gonna be a part of it. So
Danish
who
women
cares?
are
You
the
don't care
best.
about us. You don't care about you. You don't care about Christ. You don't care about nothing other
I
than
care
your own
about
little ass.
Danish women.
We have women's. Of course, we got women's.
Yeah, I know.
What do you?
I dated a Dane for
Who
3 years.
cares?
She was
Okay,
awesome.
you have so many people over there. Why don't you care about your own goals? Why don't you
Well,
take care of
hey,
these
she
girls?
cared about me and I cared about her.
You care about yourself.
I
What do you
did.
do, bro?
That's why she was my girlfriend.
Yeah, fair enough. But I don't think it's a good way to do it. You should understand yourself in this school and say, yes, I have to do good for this people. It's your own people. But you're in a state, you're in a country where they don't give a fuck about nobody.
As a
You
matter
know?
of fact, I have a T-shirt somewhere around here.
Okay.
There's some, I can't remember the name of it. There's a festival, like a summer festival or something.
Okay.
But anyway, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. She was from Denmark.
Oh yeah, she lived over here though.
Yeah. She got brainwashed. No, for real.
Yeah,
She
well,
retarded.
happens to the best of them.
But all I heard about Danish people moving to America, you guys love us because we're actually open. We're like drinking coffees with the cleaners instead of the other bosses just looking past everybody and thinking about their own asses. But we actually go around the whole block when we talk to people, no matter if it's in work, if it's on the street, whatever. We're being real. Most of us. I am at least. But I'm
Well,
never gonna go
Portia,
over
don't
that.
don't let us hold you up. If you need to go, we can go ahead and end this.
What do you mean? I'm just sitting chilling, bro. I don't need to go.
Oh well, I'm not in control of the show. Portia is, and she has a schedule and an agenda.
Honey,
Yeah, I mean,
no.
if you want to keep it going to the 12, that's fine. I'm just
Nope, I do not.
okay, great. Denmark, Andy. Well, we'll be having another show here soon. If if you're not doing anything and
I
you
don't
come
want to
back.
come back to this shit show. This is your show, and I respect it. I'm only here to say hello and support you guys. But I found out you
Awesome.
guys are now real ones. You're now real ones. You're sitting here, being very, very sad people. And I hope you're the
Well,
best. I hope you
we
become
have to
happy. I hope you
reset
go
because
outside.
there's a purpose to the next show.
Okay,
I
fair enough.
encourage you to
I'm not
come back
opposed to
to
it.
the next
It's
show
cool.
because
No.
it's going to be all about Black History Month,
Sure is.
and
He doesn't
I'm
like black. He
sure.
doesn't like black people. Stanley. He dropped off.
Oh well, he might be the only Dane I know who doesn't like Black people.
I've never talked or met anybody from there. Denmark is just not like a place that I just like think about.
Well, Denmark came to me,
Oh, well, yeah.
but awesome people. Scandinavians are actually really cool people.
Interesting. I was going to ask him the question, but maybe he'll come back later. Andy from Denmark. Nice to meet you. What is he doing? To best represent his country.
Well, snorting snow as near as I can tell.
Well, that's kind of, I just wanted to ask him,
Oh, there
myself,
he
just to
is.
see. There he is. Yeah.
He's
I
back.
would like to know what does he do to represent his country in a good way?
I just
Because he said
leave
we were being
and I
negative.
hear what you're saying. And you keep talking when I'm gone. Listen, saying I don't like Black History Month. I left because I was saying goodbye and I felt I was not welcome.
She
And then
was
you put it
just
on me
kidding.
like
She was
I'm a
just
racist,
kidding.
not liking black people. What kind of person are you?
She was
Woman, hey, who
kidding.
the fuck are you?
What is
Tell
She
me.
was
what is he
kidding.
Tell
saying?
me. How would you put that on me? Why are you judging me?
He's offended. He's
Dumbass.
offended that you at your comment
She's
about him
fucking
not
dumb,
liking
bro.
Black people.
Look,
Oh no, I
he
didn't make a
didn't
comment. I
like
asked a question.
no,
I was
It was
bro. What
just
the
a
fuck? You
damn
didn't say
joke,
shit,
son.
bro. And when I just leave, she's starting talking. Oh, he don't like black people because you were saying a thing, and I
no.
left. It was not
You know
because of
that
that. I said goodbye.
cocaine
and I leave.
that
What the
cocaine
fuck?
can kind of make you paranoid. I think he's a little
I'm not
paranoid.
paranoid. I heard what I heard. You can go back to your own fucking stream, bro. What do you mean? She just said that shit like I was
No,
a
I
big
didn't
fucking
say
waste.
no. I didn't say you don't like black people. I didn't say that at all. Actually,
What do you get that from? What the fuck you saying?
Hey,
What do
we
you
need
mean?
would you like to hear me
You want to
say
ask me a
what I
question?
was
You don't know
asking?
shit about yourself. You don't know what
Didn't
yourself saying. So why you
me.
want to ask me a question? You stupid
Hey,
ass.
this
Well,
Shut your
I
mouth.
wanted to ask you a question, but
DEI
you
is
dropped
really
in.
pissing him off.
You can't ask me a question after I leave and you're
I
sitting
can
here
ask you a
talking like
question.
I'm a fucking racist. Shut your mouth. I'm a basketball player. All
He's
my
a
friends are
he's a
brown. I'm
he's
from
a
the ghetto.
he's a
What?
I play
DEI
So
Dane.
a basketball player makes you less racist, or what? I mean, because I didn't call you racist. I didn't call you racist at all. I just because Andy said Black History Month, and you said, "Well, I'm not coming back for that string."
Black History Month.
Like, oh, that's
What
all
am I?
black
What is?
people.
What am I part of that? Why are you putting me on that shit? Why are you saying I'm the one sitting here, leaving, being
Oh my
a
lord.
hater, a racist? Yeah, oh my lord,
Yeah, I
I
don't
don't
even
like
know
that.
what you're talking about at this point. What
Don't
is he
put it
talking
on
about,
me,
Stanley?
bitch.
I have no
I
clue
leave and
exactly.
I heard. What are you talking
Something about
about? Go back
something
to
about
the stream if you can't
basketballs
remember.
and eyebrows.
Go back. Just go a little bit back. 3 minutes from here and see what you just talked and what you just say about my ass
You know
just when I
what? You're
left.
talking so
Oh, you
much
do
shit.
like
I'm gonna have to fly
you
all the
talking
way
so
over to
shit, you know what
Denmark
you're
to
talking
kick
about,
your ass.
and
This
you just
happens
keep
this way
rhyming.
every single time whenever
I'm
I'm
gonna
in
I'm
the
gonna
show.
kick him
Somebody
in his
just pops
pruno.
up. They just pop up, and then this happens. I wish Crack was here for this.
You're fucking racist,
So for
and
those
that's
of
what
you
it
that
is.
just got
I
in
come here to
here
support people.
that are
I,
leaving
I,
and
I just say
coming,
hello to these
You
streams and
need
all
a
black people. I'm a racist. I'm not even in America. I know all the people over there are fucking
you
maybe
need you
going
need a stick
against you
kick in
because
your
you
croner.
think something against you.
he knows a lot. He
I don't
plays
care about you,
basketball, so
bro.
he knows a lot of black people.
I
So
don't
he
care.
has
I
black
play
friends.
basket.
I never
I
called you
play
racist,
basket. I'm
Andy.
much better than you, brother. I'm not
He's
a waste.
collected all the
What
Michael Jordan
Andy? What
clips on
position? What
YouTube.
position do you play, Andy?
And you hate me because I'm white. Doesn't
What
matter.
position?
What do you mean?
What position do you play?
You keep hating on me because I'm white. You don't know me. Why you keep
What?
talking? I love God. I love God and I love you with no edges.
Hey,
But if you
Andy,
keep
come
talking
on
You
shit
said
now.
you
about
love
me,
basketball.
I'm
What
gonna be
position
Andy,
on
do
your
you
neck.
play?
I
Are you a
don't
Woman,
see
forward,
color.
center,
sitting on your neck.
point guard?
Sitting on your neck. You went. You got
I
nothing
don't
to say.
see color, Andy.
You see colors. You're not a
Are you a
kid.
point guard?
And you don't see colors, you see skin color. There's a
Are you
difference.
a forward?
And that's again remembering. And you don't have to remember me, but I'm gonna remember her. I'm
Do you
telling
play
you.
center?
He's
Stupid
he's the
asshole.
he's the team drug dealer.
Yeah, I'm like, what position do you
I
play? I
am.
love basketball.
I am. I play all this shit and I got the money for the cocaine and Luca. I
Well,
pack
did you
these
just show
bags.
coke on the? Oh no, we can't be. Look
No,
at
it's
you.
sugar. It's
We
sugar,
can't be doing
baby.
that.
Like
We don't know
you.
Pablo
So
Escobar.
you're the black sugar. You're the brown sugar. I'm the racist. So you're the brown sugar. I'm not
I'm
gonna
the
take
brown
you. You're
sugar.
fucking heroin, baby. You do heroin
I'm
like
brown
your
sugar.
dad
I'm
did.
sweet.
Your dad did heroin. Your dad, he told you he did the H, and you
Oh my
knew it.
lord.
And I know that. That's why you're in pain, okay, honey? That's why you're in
Oh
pain.
shit.
I'm in
It
pain.
hurts down your stomach. You are
Denmark
absolutely in
Escobar.
pain. You're a hurt little kid. You're a hurt little baby kid. Like
So
girl,
if
baby
I'm in
girl,
pain,
whatever you say.
what should
Why
I
are
do
you
to get
so hurt?
myself
Why are
out
you
of
so
pain?
scared of me? You think I
What
am
should we
the
do to get
one
this
selling
pain?
you dad drugs when you dad did drugs? That was the bad time. I ain't the
What,
bad
what,
time. But I
what did he
can
just
be
say,
your
Stanley?
bad
You could probably
time.
understand him better
But
than I can.
I
you're the one that
I
said,
something about headaches.
Oh,
make
you need
them
some
look like you.
Tylenol? Did you need Tylenol, or your head
Hey,
hurts, or?
it's about midnight there, right?
It is. Yeah, yeah. 12 o'clock.
Oh, it's late for him. So like
Yeah,
when
What
did
but
else do
I
you?
don't even remember what time yesterday. I don't know. I just know I popped in and I saw, but I wasn't really listening, so I didn't know. But nice to meet you.
yep. Well, I'm
Not
gonna
nice
hop
to
out of
me.
here. I got a
You
couple
Oh,
do.
things to do, including getting dinner ready.
I don't point fingers at you.
yeah, me
It will
too.
go back to myself. But you point fingers at me, it will go back to you. and you know it.
Okay, I noted.
Do your own shit, too.
Andy.
All right, folks. I will actually do a show somewhere around maybe 8 or 9 tonight. So, couple new Pop the Balloons.
Yeah,
So,
and I'll be back here in a couple hours, and maybe sooner. I just need to make a run really quick, and then we'll get into it. And like I said, I won't keep you guys. I won't keep you long. And yeah, so
all right.
we'll see you guys on the next one. Thank you guys for being here. Please come back and leave a comment in the chat.
Oh my God!
The
Why are you
like
still
button
here?
if you hadn't left already. I'm gonna get Denmark Andy up out of here because we're ending the show. Denmark Andy, please come back anytime. We're always here. So to all you good folks out there, again, thank you so much. Y'all know we love you. And we will be back like we never left because we never do. Bye.
Kamala, you're fired. Get out of here. You're fired. Biden is asleep. Kamala is at a dance party with Beyonce. 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 Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. 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 Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. Beyonce.
Carry on.
Dance party with Beyonce. Beyonce. 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 Hold up. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. 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 Beyonce.
Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go.